We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. So the Nats had a great chance at sweeping the San Francisco Giants. They won the first two games. They won 4-3. They won 6-3. And they had a massive lead in yesterday's game. They were leading 9-1 in the eighth inning.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I didn't see the probability index of, them winning that game, but it had to be in the high 90s, like probably 95% or higher.
Way more than that.
Teams that had that lead that late in the game had won 4,291 straight games.
Yeah, dating back to 2009. So, I mean, it's a historic collapse.
It was pretty much a lock.
I mean, I think it was a 9-run lead that they blew, right? I think the 10-run lead happens about once a decade.
The Giants rallied for 5 runs in the eighth and 5 more in the ninth, capped off by just a dagger from a local kid from Vienna, Bryce Eldridge, who hit the game-winning grand slam.
Went to James Madison High School.
To snatch the victory away from the Washington Nationals.
Yeah, it was brutal. I sent a text to Drab. What time did I send that to you, buddy? Right, probably seventh inning.
Fourth inning.
Was it fourth inning? When they had a pretty big lead. Maybe I think it was the sixth inning after they scored 4.
6-0.
Yeah, I think it was when they were up 6-1. And I said, bro, this team they're rolling, man. Especially away from home, away from Nats Park. They just don't play well here. They play great on the road. Chance to sweep, win 5 out of 6 on the road trip. And then I couldn't believe what I was seeing in the 8th and 9th inning.
Mm-hmm.
The bullpen stinks. We've been talking about it for weeks. I was surprised when I looked at bullpen ranks, at least before yesterday's game, that they were ranked 20th. But
hey, they're not.
They don't have a good bullpen.
They're not the worst in the league.
No,
they're the 25th ranked bullpen.
So
out
dropped
of 30,
to 25th
out of 30.
They
teams.
were at one point, but they pitched better over the last few weeks. But yesterday they were awful. I mean, Paxton Schultz was just. I don't know what they're going to do with them. Paxton Schultz is very inexperienced, and he's given up, I believe, 13 earned runs in 14 innings pitched in the last 2 months. So every time he goes out there, he's given up a run an inning.
Yeah,
and he gave up obviously 5 in an inning yesterday. So the bullpen's not good. I mean, it is what it is. But they've thrown so many innings this year.
It wasted another really good offensive performance where the Nats score 10 runs.
Yeah.
James Wood hits his 18th dinger. Dalen Lyle adds 4 hits in the loss.
Yep.
Curtis Mead homers again.
It seemed like
that's a game you have to win.
They should have won, but it seemed like the wind was blowing out, right? Because it was a weird day. Like some of those balls were barely.
Yeah.
The ball was flying.
Okay, that might
I mean,
that
I
may be the case, but you can't blow a collapse like that. You can't hang a collapse like that on the wind blowing out of the
I'm just
stadium.
saying it's a little unfortunate.
Maybe.
I mean, it doesn't help that Paxton Schultz walked 3 guys. I understand why you just let a guy keep throwing when you have a huge lead. You're just trying to burn time.
Mm-hmm.
But he threw 43 pitches and gave up 4 hits, 5 runs, and walked 3. I just don't know if you can keep him in there for 43 pitches.
Yeah.
But Blake decided to, and then, of course, they gave up the 3 runs. Varland gave up 3 runs, and then Parker gave up 2. If you look at those ERAs, Schultz is at 6, Varland's at 5, Parker's at 6. Bullpen's not good.
Yeah. I don't have the same animosity that everybody does.
Yeah.
I mean, this is all gravy. I know they were in the wild card yesterday, but they still won the series.
They did.
It's a terrible loss.
Yeah.
But what do you expect?
They got to play today or whatever their next
tomorrow.
game is. Yeah.
Seattle.
Paxton
Seattle
Schultz,
comes into town.
he makes $750,000.
Yeah, he's very inexperienced.
Name the guys. They're all very lowly paid. They're
not big names.
Exactly.
I get it.
Yeah.
So, but
It's a shame based on what you said yesterday
But
where they
are
are.
major league pitchers.
Yes.
And to give up an 8-run lead that late in the game is, that's just unheard of.
But they're just not talented enough.
I agree.
Their bullpen is not talented enough. They're guys who are all making, a lot of them are making less than $1 million. Like Brad Lord's making $785,000.
Yeah.
He's actually decent.
Yeah, he's probably their best guy out of them.
Mitchell Parker's making $727,000. I mentioned Paxton Schultz is making $752,000. They're, to not make $1 million in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, They have,
But
poverty,
still-
they have a poverty bullpen. I mean, there's no
Yes.
other way around.
And I
Yes.
don't believe they're going to the playoffs. I think it's awesome that they're in it this late
Right.
No, it's great.
into the season.
They're a great story.
They're a great story. I mean, the Nats and the White Sox are the biggest surprises on the positive side in Major League Baseball, team wise. But to blow a lead like that, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch. But I understand that the bullpens, they don't have a lot of names. They don't have a lot of big salary guys. They don't have guys making 8, 10, 12 million. So I guess you can't be surprised. But still, when you lose a game like that, you're going, man, that would have been awesome. Win 5 out of 6 out there on the road, day off,
Would've been.
come back here, play Seattle, who's been hot.
Would have been really nice.
It would have been great. Yeah. And when you score 10 runs and 14 hits, should win that game.
Varland is also another guy who's making less than 800,000.
I know.
I mean, I'd love to make
And
what they're
you know what?
making, but
Well, yeah.
Paul Taboni would probably tell you the same thing.
what are you going to do?
He had to be so pissed.
When you shop at 5 below for your bullpen, you're not going to get great results.
Yeah, sometimes it's going to fail you. I mean, you're going to be ranked toward the bottom of MLB bullpen ranks.
When you go to the dollar store, you're not going to expect high quality
Yeah.
that's going to last forever.
Yeah, you're not going to go to the dollar store and buy filet mignon.
No.
It's just not going to happen. Don't expect that. Yeah,
See-
but that's a tough one to
I don't know.
digest.
Schultz comes in, Chapman homers, Devers homers. He walks Lee. Then he walks Eldridge. I mean, he just didn't have it. And then the next guy got a double. If I'm Blake Butera, I mean, I know the lead was 9-3. I just got to say, sorry, bud.
You just don't
You're
have
not
it
the
today.
guy.
You just don't have it. Gonna have to go to another arm here.
Yeah. But it is what it is.
Another
Bad
lowly
loss.
paid arm.
I know. I think at one point the Nats bullpen led the majors in innings pitched. That might not be tops in the league now. They're probably top 5. Those guys have thrown a lot of innings, but the starting pitchers have been much better over the last 3 weeks.
Well, especially Foster Griffin, right?
Foster's been great, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
2 unbelievable comebacks.
I can't be that upset about it. I mean, it was frustrating, but
Yeah, I'm not
they're
upset.
still. I mean, they're one game above. They're just they're being super competitive. It sucks. The wind was blowing out. I mean, some of these balls were barely going over.
it's just one of those
bad luck.
instances. Bad luck. It's one of those games
And-
where you go, man, it's just one game that you got to have, and then you can still stay in the mix.
Yeah.
For the wild card. I don't believe they're going to win the wild card, but just to keep it.
I think it's
interesting.
actually a good reality check.
Yeah.
The bullpen's not very good.
They've got
and
two
they-
guys.
They're not good enough to get it done. Probably.
They've got basically 2 guys in the bullpen who are decent.
Lord.
Brad Lord and Ribalta.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ribalta, he pitched yesterday, right?
Yeah, he had an inning scoreless.
Yeah, I don't think he's pitched a lot. He's thrown how many innings has he pitched? 19. Yeah, so 19 and 19 games.
But in those 19 innings, he's only allowed 4 earned runs.
Yeah, he's been good. 1.86 ERA.
Yep.
Probably should have gone to him earlier or brought him in first.
And then Brad Lord's got a 2.3 ERA. But everybody else. But again, if you look at their salaries, they went bargain basement hunting, and that's what you get.
Mm-hmm.
So I put this out on Twitter. The Nationals bullpen is fill in the blank.
Oh, I can only imagine some of the responses.
And it is open line Thursday. You can chime in 1-800-636-1067. To me, the word I come up with is crippling. Because if you're going to grasp that this team, which currently is in the mix for a wild card, that's what's going to limit you.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm. Yeah.
I know that they're, you could probably point to their starting pitching is not great. The fielding has not been great. But that right there is the crippler in my mind, that your bullpen is so unreliable.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see an email from or an announcement from the Nats today that Paxton Schultz has been optioned. And call
It was
somebody
that
else.
bad.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's been bad for the entire year.
I mean, his ERA is over 6.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised.
The Nats have scored 372 runs. They've allowed an eye-popping 365 runs.
It's the story of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, at different points of the season, they've led Major League Baseball in runs scored and been last in runs allowed. But to me, the starting pitching seems to have stabilized to some extent.
Yeah.
Cavalli's pretty good. Foster Griffin, you mentioned.
Zach Littell's
But that
been really good.
bullpen, you can't hand it to the bullpen and believe that they're going to deliver on a consistent basis.
I just have to hope that Taboni and his staff, that they've got some arms down on the farm. They're going to come up and replace these.
Some of these guys.
I think they have some starting pitchers for a couple years from now, but I don't know that they have much else.
I said, I don't know, but Taboni and his staff, they better get some arms on the farm to bring up to replace these guys at some point.
I would love to know what they're thinking, if they're thinking about making trades to go out and get a couple arms in the pen.
Yeah.
Or if there's some guys down in AAA that they're thinking about pulling up. But I don't know. Just Schultz needs to go. Sorry. He just does. I mean, he's proven over the last 15 innings, he can't get anybody out.
He might need to look for another line of work.
But Jason pointed out the 4,000, the stat which I saw, which is incredible. Teams were combined 1 and 3,090 when trailing by 8 or more runs after 7 innings over the last 20 seasons. So now it's 2 and 3,091.
That's quite a disparity.
I looked up a 10-run lead. How often is that blown? They said basically once a decade.
10 runs? Oh,
10
yeah.
runs,
That never happens.
Yeah, but probably not that late in a game.
Yeah, it might be.
A lot of teams jump out and have 10 runs early,
Right.
second, third inning. Gives plenty. Bottom of the 8th inning, that was just a nightmare.
I just couldn't believe, I looked at my phone early in the game, and I think the Nats, it was Nats are up 9-0. I was like,
I saw 6-0.
I was like, oh, that's a winner. Yeah. And then I looked down later at my phone, and I saw it was
9-1. Yeah.
Then I saw it was 11-10. I said,
what? Am I seeing the right thing?
What? Yeah, I was like, I had to look at it 3 or 4 times to make sure I was looking at the right thing.
All right, let's go to Joe calling from Australia.
He wins the award for longest call-in of the day. Nobody's going to... How can somebody beat him?
Is Joe
a guy from Hong Kong could call.
What are they going to call from outer space?
Does Joe call often? I don't even know. Does Joe call often?
First time.
First time.
First time, mate. First time, mate.
Good day,
Calling
mate.
from the land down under. Land down
How
under.
long have you been there?
18. I've been here since I was 15. I'm 33 now, so longer in Australia than just past in Australia than the States. But
how'd you stumble onto the show?
It's funny. I always listened to Kornheiser growing up.
Okay.
I didn't listen to you guys growing up, but I was a big radio for Kornheiser in 980.
Okay.
And then when I moved here, that's when I was looking for podcasts to connect back to DC and came across you guys about 2015 and been listening ever since. I'm a podcast every day.
Very cool.
T1 to that extent, but only a decade.
All right, we'll take it. You're a newbie, but we'll take it.
Yeah.
What's up?
Well, I'm coming back to DC for the first time in about a decade this Sunday. And listening to the segment from yesterday with, Dravy and Valdezi and Mike all getting sized for this, the World Cup and going to Hyde.
Right.
And Australia play the States next Friday when I'm there. I'm coming back with my wife, who's an Australian.
All right.
I want a round 2 from Dravy, and I need to know what the spots to go to. We'd like to get after it.
All right, so hold on. What do you mean a round 2?
He wants to go out and watch the Aussies take on the US
Aussies
in the second
play US in their second game.
What day
in
is
group
that?
Stage. Friday next week, I think.
A week from tomorrow.
Juneteenth.
Oh, okay. So you want a second party? All right.
Yeah. He wants to run it back. He wants to run it back and join Fun and Funner.
I think it might be possible. I mean, it's going to be World Cup mania for a month.
Yeah, especially if the U.S. beats Paraguay tomorrow.
And I'm there, and I'm we're on holiday and vacation. We want to get after and go to these bars. These guys know what I don't know anything about Arlington or anything like that.
You got these guys tabs? You gonna sport them or what?
Well, I'm the Thomas C. Mooney of Australia.
Oh, you are.
I got him.
Australia.
All right. Hey, Foster's on you.
Yeah. All of a sudden,
Yeah.
Joe,
I'm kidding.
No offense, but I hope the U.S. puts the boots to your dumb Socceroos. Isn't that the nickname of your team? The Socceroos?
Well, yeah, the Socceroos. Look, I'm conflicted because I'm half grown up there when I was 15. I've been here for about 16, 17 years, but my wife's true Aussie. So, look, next Friday, the boys put something together, I'm there. We're teaming to get after, team to get around it.
I got questions about Australia. All right.
Yeah, far away.
Like, how many like venomous snakes do you run into, and how often?
Oh, look, it's overhyped. It's overhyped. Like you come across them, but it's not. It's absolutely
You never had one
overhyped.
slither through your toilet while you're dropping a deuce.
No. I've heard stories, but not
I've seen
personally.
plenty
No
of pictures.
personal experiences, one-on-one.
All right. What about what do they have, kangaroos or something? You got
definitely have
You got a lot of kangaroos.
yes.
Yeah, they wander around. You see
Are
them.
they like deer?
You see them every. Yeah, they're like deer. It's a good comparison. They wander around. You see them late at night, early hours of the morning.
Are they a nuisance, or do you think that
people go out and shoot them and make a ton of money.
Oh, really?
It's a big thing.
Right.
Yeah. Big thing for
What about
root shooters to go out there.
Are those
Koalas.
Is that
yes.
Australia?
Koalas.
Definitely Australia. Yeah.
All right. How often do you see a koala?
Mate, your Australian knowledge is impressive.
I
Look
did
at
do a
it.
country
Naming
report
animals
on
left, right, and
Australia.
center.
Hey, ask about Greg Norton.
I mean,
next.
Well, hey, Greg Norton, the shark. They have
The
respect
shark.
for the shark.
He's an idol. He's an idol here. He's an idol over here. Yeah, we worship statues everywhere of Greg.
Right.
And there you go.
Right. All right, Joe. Well, listen, you guys got his information, Drab? Or you care? Is it possible?
You got his
No,
phone
you
number?
tell me. We're staying right in D.C. there for a week. The boys tell me where to be at, and we're there.
You're
we're
definitely
there.
flying. You're definitely
With Belcom.
flying here on Qantas Airlines, right?
Qantas Airlines. That's
Yeah,
it.
see? I know.
So how do you do that
Australian
flight?
expert.
What is it, like 16 hours or something? How long is
It's
it?
insane. It's insane. 16 hours to San Fran, then we got to connect to DC, which is another 6 hours.
So hold on. So
It's
you
a
have to
nightmare.
fly
It's an
first
absolute
class for
nightmare.
that, right? You have to have enormous leg room, lay down, all that, right?
Oh well, I mean, there's got to be a business meeting I'm doing somewhere to, for that.
Are you a big guy?
So yeah.
Are you?
No, not at all.
Small.
Not at all.
Short king.
No.
Short
No.
Australian king.
No. It's 5'10".
You're
I don't know what it
average.
is in pounds.
Average.
You're Wemby, the JP.
Yeah.
Maybe by an inch.
I'm good on that front.
Yeah.
Hey Joe, are
Yeah,
you and your mates gonna do a couple shoeys? I know it's a big thing in Australia.
Yeah, when Kate did it at Dewey Beach and did a shoey, I didn't know that had made its way over there.
Really?
Anyone comes, I didn't realize it. That's an Australian rite of passage is doing a shoey.
Delicacy over there.
That was part of the citizenship.
All right.
They do a citizenship test.
I
They
have
could do
more
a shoey.
questions. What time is it right now in Australia?
It's about 8:30 at night.
8:30 at night. So you typically listen to the show like on replay, or you listen to it at night while you're just horsing around the house or something?
A little bit of both, but mostly in the mornings when I'm going into work.
Hey, EB,
So
ask him
when
what
I'm driving
season it
in.
is. It'll blow your mind. Ask him what season
Okay.
it is over there.
It's winter.
I believe it's getting close. Like it's around winter.
Is it
Isn't that
winter?
the same for
Oh,
all
it's
of the
winter.
southern hemisphere?
I would assume.
Well, this Australians
cold.
always played in January, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's always hot in January. So I'm guessing it's getting a little cool.
Yeah, the Open's always June.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cold. It's cold now. It's coming into winter now, so I'm looking forward to coming back. I mean, it's going to be.
Right.
Yeah,
All right.
well, I'm not used to this humidity that's coming up when I get back. I'm bracing myself for that. It's been
Good
a
thing
while.
you're not coming today. I think it's gonna be like 96
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right, stay on hold, Joe.
yeah.
We'll get you information.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe we'll
Done,
find an
done.
Australian
Thanks,
bar
boys.
for you.
All right.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do
right.
it. Happy 30th. Thanks, boys.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank you,
man.
buddy.
Thanks, Joe.
How cool is that?
Look at Joe.
You got a guy
Yeah.
listening in Australia for 10 years.
He's our top Australia P1.
How's he not called in 10 years? That's pretty
don't
cool.
know.
Yeah, maybe he's just looking forward to the matchup. Our radar's up though.
That it's fake.
Oh, you're calling
Oh,
shenanigans?
I don't know.
We don't
I
know.
think
We
it's-
don't
I mean,
know.
how does he have that thick of an accent? And he lived here for 15
He's lived,
years.
He's lived there for
17
more
years.
than half of his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was a teenager.
If you
late
went and
teen.
lived in Australia for 18
you
years,
wouldn't sound like that.
you probably would start sounding like that.
I mean, he didn't sound like Crocodile
Does
Dundee.
Greg Norman
you-
sound like
All right, what about his phone number? You look at his phone number. Is that an Australian?
No, it's an LA phone number, but I think it's been patched through or something.
Okay.
I don't know.
You know what, Joe? Play the didgeridoo for us on air.
How could he give proof of life that he's in
Play
Australia?
the didgeridoo.
He can show us his boomerang.
Yeah.
We used to have something where you could see
And I
pins
mean
of
a
where
real
people
boomerang.
were.
That's not slang.
Maybe that was a YouTube thing where you could see where people were checking the show out from.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Is there a way he could stand in front of something? Like an iconic thing?
The Sydney Opera House.
He has to drive all the way to Sydney.
Yeah, he's got to go to Sydney.
Or he can take a picture, do the newspaper bit.
Yeah.
All right,
He's
hold
gotta
on.
go to
Let's
Sydney.
see. Let's see. Joe, they're doubting the veracity of your.
I mean, I don't know what more I can do. I mean, I have Twitter and Instagram if Grav wants to, go and check that. But maybe anything Australian, just let me.
Do you have? I mean, what town do you live in?
I live in Toowoomba, which is about an hour and a half out of the capital of Queensland, which is Brisbane or Brisbane.
Do you have what's your front yard look like? Does it look like all deserty and
I mean,
everything?
He lives in the outback.
Nah, I live in like a suburb. I don't live. I'm not some out in the middle of the bush.
Like Crocodile Dundee or something.
Yeah, we're like
So
the-
you have.
Nah,
you actually have
nah.
grass. You have a lawnmower.
Yeah, I have a lawn. Yes, I have a lawnmower. I had a pool in my backyard. It's a
Pool
suburb.
party.
Yeah. I mean,
What?
I don't know what else to improve.
What does your house look like?
2 stories. I mean,
The Australian houses.
Hey,
two-story house.
this is
I
how
have
to
a putting
prove
green
who's
in the
Australian or
backyard
not.
too.
Joe, who's Australia's?
Yeah, I mean,
Joe, hold on. Who is Australia's most famous poker player?
oh God.
Joe,
I mean,
you don't know national
I
hero
don't-
Joe Hatchell?
It's a little before his time.
yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah,
That might be the worst question ever.
It's a little
National
before his time.
hero?
You think he's not a national hero?
I don't think he's a national
He's a
hero.
national
That might have been
treasure.
one of the
What
worst
did he-
questions
what were they
ever.
all singing when he was?
They're going, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi!
Oi, oi, oi.
Everybody knows that. That's what they're going to be doing at all the soccer games.
Right.
All right,
I believe
Joe,
you,
thank
Joe.
you.
I do too.
believe you. I believe you, bud.
All right, if you want to call us, they're on an open line Thursday, 800-636-1067. If you can call in from someplace further than Australia, we challenge you to do that. We're the Junks. We'll be right back.
All right, guys. EB here on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player's subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
You can go vote right now on Twitter at Junks Radio on our Drink Surfside poll of the day. Which was the bigger collapse? Spurs gagging away a 29-point lead or the Nats bullpen blowing a 9-1 lead? That's at Junks Radio on Twitter. Junks poll is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail. Made with real vodka, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. I'm pretty sure I'll be having a Surfside while I'm at the Purple Heart Open in just a few weeks. That's right around the corner. I believe that's June 22nd.
Oh, yeah.
Get the swings ready. Might have to go out to the range and work on the game.
You probably should.
What is the foursome? Is it you, Drabby?
I'm not even sure.
Mar and
I
Valdez?
don't know what the exact foursome is.
It's been the latest.
I'd have to pick.
I played last year,
Oh, okay.
but I don't think I'm going to play this year
I
because
think-
it always falls during Outer Banks week.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
last year we waited until after.
Yeah, I think it's me, Valdez, Drabby,
Mar. All right.
That's your standard.
Got a lot of heavy lifting to do over there.
I'm used to it.
Yeah.
It's not even about scoring. It's about funsies.
It's about fun
and camaraderie.
It's about
vibes.
you know what? It's fellowship. It's a day of fellowship and fun.
EB, I thought you were talking to me. You said a lot of carrying over there. I didn't know
Okay.
you were talking about these.
All right. Maybe you've gotten better. I don't know.
Scramble Mike over there.
By the way, real quick, I did see there was I don't know if it was a podcast or whatever, and they were going over some of the ground rules for some of the celebrities at the MSG, and apparently
Okay.
there were a bunch of celebrities that were invited and they were comped.
That's what Ben Stiller said. Ben
Yeah.
Stiller did an interview on Inside the NBA, and they prefaced it. They obviously knew the Roosters like, "You've been a season ticket holder for a long time." And he's like, "Actually, I'm not a season ticket holder."
Yeah.
It's like I just get the celebrity
No.
tickets.
They get
Yeah.
there are celebs that are comped. You're invited. There's a million asks, but you have to be invited. So presumably, Stiller, Jerry Seinfeld, the biggest of the big,
Larry David.
those guys get in. McEnroe,
Yeah.
they get invited. But there are ground rules, and one of them is you can't leave early. You have to stay the whole game. So
Okay.
if they give you a celebrity seat right there,
Gotta be there,
courtside,
yeah. They don't want
you
empty
can't
seats on the-
can't
on the
leave when you're
cameras.
down 29.
Yeah.
That list last night, did you see the list? Front Office Sports put out the list.
Yeah, saw it.
Of all the
It's
And
pretty
it
sports.
was
long.
2 pages long. I mean, obviously, the biggest names included Taylor Swift, Tracy Morgan, Nas was there, but then you had ex-players like Bernard King, Charlie Ward was there.
You could see like
Jimmy
Patrick Ewing in the
Fallon.
shadows.
Yeah.
He was sitting there.
So yeah, there was a bunch of New York Giants were there.
Marcus
Now,
Camby was there with Larry Johnson and Latrell.
Yeah, so
so Jameis Winston, Cam Scattaboo,
It looks like
Isaiah Likely was there.
looks like Kirk Herbstreit was courtside. He just
there.
put out video.
Was
Yep.
Derek Jeter there again?
You had coaches like Jay Wright was there, Calipari was there,
Yeah.
Adam Sandler, Michael J. Fox, Chris Rock.
Listen, I think it would be a little bit hard to concentrate when you see all those dogs right
It would
there.
be, yeah.
And
Little
then
hard to concentrate.
the ex-Knicks.
Having to stay till the end, though, that would be
would be
tough.
Who was
So they had-
who was the girl that was with Taylor Swift?
I think they're from the band Haim. They're her.
Haim.
Haim.
Oh.
Yeah, they've
They're,
opened for her
they're
before.
sisters.
It was the tall blonde, right?
There's 2 of them.
Yeah.
Don't they spell it
H-A-I-M.
H-A-I-M?
That's why I
Yeah.
called it Haim instead
Yeah.
of Haim.
like Corey Haim.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
exactly.
Right.
Yeah, so Patrick Ewing was there, Carmelo Anthony, Stephon Marbury, Marcus Camby, John Starks, Larry Johnson, Latrell Sprewell,
It's crazy.
J.R. Smith,
crazy.
CC Sabathia.
It's great that they
Is that a lot
allow
more
those
than
guys.
you would see in if it was a Laker home game in the finals?
Yeah, that's a good
Yes.
question.
Seems like
I
it's a
think
lot
so.
more.
That's a good question. I don't
Wu
know.
Tang Clan who performed at halftime.
Yeah,
That's sick.
Because they actually list them out.
it's a great halftime show.
They got listed out. Killa, Mitchell Diggs, Steve Rifkin, Andrew Smolik. I guess they didn't have all of the,
All the guys.
well, like not all the names.
Mm-hmm.
Like their
Method
nicknames.
Man.
It is a little depressing to see the hoopsters getting old right in front of you.
Kinda
Like Marcus
is.
Camby
Yeah.
looked old.
Yeah.
They are.
They're old.
Yeah.
I always
These guys are
wonder.
old now.
So, I guess they identify themselves as Knicks. Like some of those guys bounced around.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
True.
Marcus Camby played on a bunch of teams. Sprewell played on a bunch of teams.
Yep. Spree was there.
Yeah.
But they had a heyday with the Knicks when the
And-
Knicks
yeah.
were really, really competitive. Yeah, that environment is crazy.
It's
It'd be cool to be there. But
I also just can't believe the good fortune and the timing and the athleticism all playing at once on that tip in.
Yeah.
Just first of all, the incredible instincts to crash by Anunoby or whatever, and then the ball just coming out perfectly for him, and then you see the angle of how high he actually got, and how far the tip was from. I mean, it's just an unbelievable play, but everything the Stars had to align for it. And they did.
Sick
Towns'
athlete.
quote was "right hand of God." I mean,
Kind
it's
of.
a great quote.
Kind of was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean his hand looked like it was above the square or right at the square.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was incredible
Where
play.
he took off, he just attacked, and he had the lane. And then, I mean, you know how many times you tip it and it doesn't go anywhere near where it's supposed to go?
Oh, yeah. It could go
it went in
5
perfect.
feet right of the basket of the rim.
Just perfect.
Yeah. Impressive.
Incredible.
Unbelievable.
Does he have a ring?
I think he has one with the Raptors.
He's got one with the Raptors.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Hey, here's a response from
Well, he's
Rich
gonna get a
to our
second.
Junkies poll of the day, which is what was the bigger collapse? Spurs more meaningful. It's an NBA Finals versus the Nats, who blow that 9-1 lead. And he said Spurs because I can believe the Nats blew that lead.
Yeah.
There's some truth
Very
to it.
believable. All right, it is an open line Thursday. When we come back, we'll get into Knicks Spurs again. Was it the greatest comeback by the Knicks or just an unbelievable gag job by the San Antonio Spurs to fall to 3-1 in the series as the series shifts back to San Antonio for Game 5? 800-636-1067. We'll take your calls on that next here on The Fan.
Celebrate Father's Day this year at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. You can get Dad dialed in with Ping Scottsdale Tech Putters. The new mallets introduce IQ alignment technology. Each model improves your focus to sink more putts. If you need more ideas this Father's Day, they've got gift cards in any amount, and they've got an online gift guide at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
Nats fans, I am so sorry, but I do have to recap the game. San Francisco trailed 9-1 in the 8th inning. The Nationals were about to sweep the Giants. Then San Francisco scored 5 runs in the bottom of the frame, so headed to the bottom of the 9th, it was now 10-6 Nats. And then the absolutely unthinkable happened. Bryce Eldridge hit a game-winning walk-off grand slam. That is the first time in Nationals or Expos history that they blew an 8-run lead in the 8th inning or later. Okay, moving on to something else unbelievable. The Knicks came back from 29 points down and moved to the brink of their first championship since 1973 by beating the Spurs 107-106 in Game 4 of the Finals on OG Anunoby's tip-in with 1.2 seconds remaining. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. 800-636-1067 is the phone number here. We're asking the question, was it the greatest comeback by the Knicks last night or just a gag job by the Spurs to blow a massive lead that would have evened the series heading back to San Antonio? It's just a massive shift in the series with the Knicks winning instead of the Spurs holding on to the lead.
Well,
great comeback or huge gag
It's a combo.
job.
It's a combo.
Definitely a combo.
Yeah,
I think it's more of a gag job than
probably, but
than a comeback.
But on the
but you
other
still
end,
needed
the
them-
Knicks had to score points.
Yeah,
Sure.
they needed them to shoot almost 50% from threes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's some big shots down the stretch.
I would be with you on that side of it, that the Spurs just choked it away because of the decisions they made, and I'd blame some of that on the coaching too.
They would have gotten away with it if they just shot 35% or something from
Correct.
threes.
But-
or if Wemby hit his free throws.
Yeah.
I agree with Cakes. It's a bigger choke. And there's no doubt in my mind it's a bigger choke. You have to credit the Knicks for making the plays. It'll go down. It is right now the greatest NBA Finals comeback, a 29-point lead, but it's a choke. I'm looking at the play-by-play. With 9 minutes and 33 seconds left in the game, Wemby gets a bucket. They're up by 20.
Yeah.
They're up by 20 with 9 minutes and 33 seconds left. That's not third quarter. This is the fourth quarter.
But it is
9
the
minutes to
NBA.
go, up 20. Still, the rest of the game, the Spurs came up with 11 points. They were outscored 32-11 thereafter. And the reason why I'd say it's a choke is Wemby's free throws, De'Aaron Fox, you gotta, and he, by the way, he saw him coming. Like, if you watch that last play, he checks over his shoulder. He knows Anunoby's trailing
But he
him.
does literally. I get it. He did the wrong thing. He was 3
He tried
feet
to
from
put it up on the
basket.
glass.
He was 3 feet from the basket.
If you go
when
up
he
to
picked
dunk it,
Yeah.
one thing. Look, there have been great plays like that. LeBron's chase down block against Iguodala.
Yep.
You just got to know better. You're a vet.
Well, there's a clip out there, a viral, of a New York Knicks fan going through all of Fox's blunders in that game and like all his turnovers, or just throwing the ball at guys as their backs are turned and just inexplicably turning the ball over and some bad shots, and then breaking down the last minute or so, where he doubles and leaves Anunoby free. It's pretty brutal.
It's a
By
choke
the way,
job
also,
for Wemby, too.
He had 4 turnovers.
Yeah,
in the
for
game.
sure.
Wemby down the stretch, second half, 8 points,
Yep.
3 for 14 shooting, and his plus-minus, minus 27 in the second half.
It was bad.
Yeah.
Well, all their plus minuses must have been pretty bad.
Yeah.
Guys were on the floor in the second half. But
I didn't even realize in the last play that Towns tipped it, because otherwise, if you look at it, it could have been a dunk.
On
the
OG's
very last play,
Oh yeah.
where the Spurs have the ball with 1.2 seconds
Oh, yeah.
left, Towns tips it. And that's why it goes to, I think it was Castle. He was going around. He had him beat for a dunk.
Yeah.
You see it in slow motion.
Yeah, if it was maybe a better pass, too.
Well, it was tipped.
Yeah.
It might have been a perfect pass.
It was a young, inexperienced playoff team, postseason team, making bad decisions, taking way too many. There's no reason to take 43 threes in that game if you're up 97% of the time. They were up 97% of that game, and their biggest lead was almost 30. There's no reason to be taking 43 threes.
That's on Mitch because
okay, I agree.
The Spurs were in the bonus with over 7 minutes left in the game.
Yeah.
You go back
Get to
and
the
watch
line.
it.
I know.
They never attack the rim at all. Except for Wemby's at the very end there where he got the 2 free throws and he missed.
Correct.
For the final 7 minutes of the game, they stand around and they shoot the 3-pointers and they dribble and try to do the dribble screens. They had 28 points in the paint the entire game.
Now, to defend the coaching staff, they might have been telling the players to do that, and the players just didn't do it. It's a possibility.
I think but there was no plays being ran.
Yeah, but maybe they're telling these guys, because there's no way that coaching staff is that stupid. All Mitch Johnson and all those assistants.
I think it's just a lot of inexperience went around there.
Yeah,
I think
that
that's
second
what it
half.
is. I think inexperience.
There's certainly a lot on the court.
There's no way if Pop is coaching in his prime.
No,
happens.
that's not happening.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being like a diehard Spurs fan watching that just unravel? Like your
brother-in-law.
You're chalking that up as a win.
Yeah.
Like you're watching, you're like,
Oh, yeah.
we're up by 29 points. Like we're going back to San Antonio with this series
Tied.
even.
Well, I'm telling you, I thought. Well, I think we all agreed whoever won that was going to win the series. I actually thought the Spurs were going to win it before they played,
Right.
and I thought they were going to win the series. And now I don't. I think it's over.
Phone numbers.
Up 3-1. They got to win three straight. It's not going to happen.
Want to hear from Knicks fans, from Spurs fans, 1-800-636-1067. How do you see it? Bigger comeback or bigger choke job? I would lean with Cakes and go bigger choke job, just based on some of those critical plays. But I do have to say, part of that comeback is Jose Alvarado.
Yeah.
I mean, Alvarado making big plays, buckets. He hits a 3-pointer with 3 minutes left. And all of a sudden, the game's, when it got to a 4-point game, like, oh my God, it's a 4 point. The Knicks are going to take
Remember
this.
that.
But the reason I lean choke job is because if the Spurs just get one more bucket, they lost by 1 point. It took perfection from the Knicks and absolutely just choking, having terrible possessions. If De'Aaron Fox dribbles it out, he gets fouled. He's a pretty good foul shooter.
He might have missed it. Who knows?
Maybe. But you're up by 1. You're up by 1 there.
Yeah. Yep. It was really tough to watch if you're a Spurs fan. Really tough to watch.
By the way, Jose Alvarado almost had a backcourt
Again,
right before that timeout on
I
the
know.
last
I
play.
thought it was a backcourt, but I guess the ball and the entire body and the ball has to be over. But it was Alvarado had more points in the fourth quarter than any Spur. Think about that.
That's a shocking stat.
He had
Because he's
the Spurs.
he's a bench guy. He should not be
Right.
outscoring their stars.
The Spurs had 16 points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
But if you
Alvarado
look-
had 8 points himself.
If you look at the last 4 minutes, 4 minutes and 34 seconds left, Anunoby hits a 3. Fox responds with 3. Then Alvarado gets a bucket. Wemby gets a bucket. Alvarado hits a 3. Brunson then hits a 3, which brings them within a point. I mean, it was just an awesome, awesome finish. I'm sure when you were watching this morning, could you feel the momentum?
Of course. Absolutely.
But it still could have gone the other way. Like, that's the crazy thing.
I
The
thought-
Spurs are going to, when this series is over, in all likelihood, the Knicks win. Like, I believe Knicks probably win in game 6 when it comes back home. But they got to be kicking themselves. They had a 14-point lead in game 1 in the third quarter. I can't remember the probability there. But when you have a 14-point lead, you're at home.
Yeah.
You should handle that game. All right. And then, game 2, Wemby has the shot at the end. So they could have won that game. And then you have this game.
Which game was it when Wemby turned the ball over? Was that 1 or 2?
That was game 2.
Game 2, yeah.
He turned it over, but you still had a chance to win.
Sure. It was, just kind of watching it. And Legler and Jefferson, who were calling the game, kind of pointed this out. The fact that they were not trying to get to the line in that fourth quarter blew me away. It blew me away that they weren't trying to attack the rim like we were talking about, Matt. That they were settling
You
for
can't just
low
expect-
percentage shots. And the fact that continued, and they
Bad
scored
habits.
30 points in the second half as a team that wasn't 76 points the all-time high for a halftime score in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, they had 76 points in the first half, 30 in the second half.
Two completely different teams.
And those last 9 minutes, they get outscored 32-11. I'm looking at the possession by possession. Why wasn't Dylan Harper shooting? Dylan Harper is so good.
He's really good.
He's so good.
It's eye-opening how impressive he is just by watching.
He's
and
really
if he
good.
gets
NBA
consistent from
Finals
that
games.
3-point line, he's going to be absolutely deadly.
He had some bad turnovers too in that fourth quarter. I will say that. But I agree. His shooting has been unbelievable, kind of throughout the entire pro season.
If the series
But
ended last night,
Yeah.
I guess it has to be Brunson is your MVP.
No,
but
I think Anunoby has a
right
shot.
there.
He does.
He's right there.
Because Brunson hasn't shot particularly
He
well.
hasn't.
And at one point, he had more turnovers than assists. But he's so clutch in the fourth quarter. He can go 0 for 30 in the first 3 quarters. And in the fourth quarter, he's going to make big shots.
And he did.
Well, that's why I ask it, because I want to vote for Anunoby. But Brunson's numbers are still pretty impressive. I mean, he's basically averaging 30 a game.
What's he shooting? About 42%?
No, maybe 39 something. 34 for threes.
I mean, he was good
It's
last
not
night.
horrific.
I'm just wondering what his overall numbers are. Because he shot better yesterday. So
Yeah, he was about 50% yesterday.
has to have moved up.
But I would agree. I would lean bigger choke job, obviously, when you blow a 29-point lead. But, I mean, the Knicks had to make shots. and they
Anunoby
did.
in the finals is averaging 23.8, 55% from threes, and 58% obviously from the field. You know,
Killing it.
Bigger guy. I
And
mean,
he's a better
killing it.
defensive player. Obviously look, he had the 2 biggest plays down the stretch.
The block and the tip.
Obviously, Brunson made some big shots, but the block and then the
Well,
game-winning
also hit
bucket.
7 out of 9 threes.
It's just
Yeah, he
what
killed
the
it.
Knicks are doing is just absolutely magical.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where you're going to remember this 20 years from now, and I don't think they're the better team during the regular season. The Spurs, 62-win team versus a 53-win team, and I get it's a regular season, and like talent-wise, I kind of like the Spurs more than the Knicks, but they just
Sometimes you get hot.
They got something. They got that
Destiny's kind of
mojo.
on your side. Like,
Yeah.
look, when the Caps won the Stanley Cup, they weren't
They weren't
a
the most
highly
talented.
regarded team.
Yeah.
They weren't picked by anybody to do any damage in the playoffs. Like the preseason pundits didn't give them any real credit. They just got great performances from obviously Kuzi, Ovi in the playoffs, and Braden Holtby played out
It's
of his
just
mind.
I'll say
funny.
this, JP. They're not the better roster in terms of talent. They're the better team.
Yes.
Maybe.
They're the better. They play smarter. They play better as a team. They're a better coach.
You could say that now, and I can't argue you, except that if Fox pulls it out or has one less turnover or Wemby makes his 2 free throws or any
It's
one of
2-2.
those instances that happen, they're down or it's 2-2 and I think the Spurs are going to win it at that point.
They just had to
But-
make one more play.
Just make
but
one
they're up
more
29.
play.
I mean, the Knicks. I'm sorry, the Knicks wouldn't have blown a 29-point lead.
Yeah, I think their
Wouldn't
youth
think
caught
so.
up with them. And I think they had experienced coach.
Yeah.
But the Spurs are going to be a problem for the Western Conference for a long time.
Oh,
with
yeah.
the trio of
Wemby's going to
Sure.
win a ton.
Wemby,
He's gonna win a
Castle,
ton.
and Harper.
Of course.
That's a really good young trio
100%.
that they trot out there.
They'll be competitive, but you just can't assume in the NBA.
Yeah.
Because last year people were saying the same thing about OKC. That
Yeah, but OKC will
OKC's
be back. They'll still be in it.
I mean, they
I
could,
know, but-
they could easily be back next year.
Every year there's a new champion, I think, for the last decade.
And Wemby always, just because of his body type and how he's built, there's always a risk of serious injury. So who knows about Wemby? It's not like he's going to be playing 75 games a year every season.
But to me, way bigger choke job. Great comeback. I mean, it's both, but you can't blow that game.
No.
A 29-point lead.
You can't score 30 points in the second half of an NBA Finals game.
You have a
It's
20-point
embarrassing.
lead with 9 minutes left.
Yeah.
You have to do the math, but just use 24 seconds.
Yeah.
You almost would be better off just using 24 seconds and handing them the ball
Yeah.
than jacking up the threes they were jacking up.
If you're in the huddle there, you say to your point guard, you pound the ball until there's 5 seconds left on the clock. Every possession.
Yeah.
We're bleeding this clock out and we're winning this game. And we're going back with this series tied.
And Wemby's got to be better. People want him to be the best player in the league and the face of the league, and they are drawing unbelievable numbers. So ABC and ESPN, I saw something where it was the highest rated or most viewers since like 1998. So they are crushing it because Wemby is a draw. He's an undeniable draw. But is he a consistent, give him the basket and give him the ball, he's going to get a bucket guy? He's not.
No, but they've got other guys that can score.
Well, also they've
got other guys you can do that
They've got
with.
the Knicks in the finals too, which certainly helps.
Oh, yeah.
If it's Wemby versus the Pacers, I don't think many people
Yeah,
are watching.
that definitely helps
people
their
want to
numbers.
see Tay on the side on the court side. That's why they're watching.
It was the most viewers since Bulls Jazz in '98. That's when everybody used to watch the finals.
Sure, of course. Required viewing back in the day. All right, when we come back, we will get into some of the comments that Knicks superfan Tracy Morgan had about teachers. We'll get your feedback on that as well. We'll play that audio next here on The Fan.
The world's biggest soccer tournament. It's here. It's arrived. We're fired up. And you can now trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Feeling patriotic? You can go with the U.S. men's national team. They're trading at 52% to best Paraguay. That means a $100 trade is going to pay you $189.56 if they win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. And contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Open Line Thursday is brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors? Search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. So we wanted to play this audio from Knicks superfan Tracy Morgan. He's causing a big stir after he dissed teachers during his Variety and CNN Actors on Actors appearance when he was paired with SNL cast member Marcelo Hernandez. Here are Hernandez and Tracy Morgan.
In school, I talk too much. No, I was excessive talking. You know who gave you that voice? They told me I did mischief. No, school, mischief. I don't think they didn't know. They didn't understand you. Right. Mm-hmm. You had a sense of humor. Mm-hmm. And they couldn't control that. Because God gave that to you. Nope. And now look at it. I'm getting paid for mischief. And they still making minimum wage. No. You know how much some teachers probably making right now? Man, not enough. And I can't stand teachers. You know why? Because they have a ceiling. They have a limit. That's all they ever going to be. Man. I teach my kids, sky's the limit. Amen.
You're going to piss off a lot of teachers. Oh, man, and we got a lot of teachers that are listening right now that are driving into school, and they're probably very... give us a call.
Yeah, I mean, there's teachers still working. Like
I just wouldn't take Tracy Morgan that seriously.
I wouldn't
At first he was making a joke, but he dug his own grave after the one-liner.
800-636-1067 if you want to weigh in on those comments by Tracy Morgan. Look, he's digging teachers for, not making a lot of money.
Well, that's because there are budgets. I mean, elementary schools, they're not working for a huge company that makes a lot of money. It's all based on taxes.
Also, people
state and local taxes.
Not everybody just does something for money. People do things because they think it's in their heart. It's good for the community.
There aren't many teachers that are in it for the money.
No one.
Right.
Yeah.
Teachers are not in it for the money. Trust me, I'm married to a teacher. If you broke down her hourly salary, along with what she's the work she brings home, like a lot of other teachers do. I mean, the minimum wage dig might not be that far off.
Did you see what Portnoy?
It's kind of the way it is.
You see what Portnoy tweeted last night too? He said, "I find the two most insufferable groups of people on the planet are lifetime educators and lifetime politicians.
Oh, I think I did see that.
Both live in a fantasy world that lack common sense and would not survive a day in the real world."
I think he tried to walk it back a little bit by saying he was concentrating on, people who are not your rank and file teachers, people who are in academia,
tenured professors, people
that might be different,
that have a billion degrees.
Yeah,
that might be different.
So he tried to. You know what? He's happy that Tracy Morgan made the comments he made because they're overshadowing his comments.
That's right.
Yeah.
I figured when you brought up Tracy Morgan's comments, it was going to be after the Knicks game.
Oh, I don't know what he said after the Knicks game. I don't know what.
He's just riding a high.
I don't care what he says about the Knicks game.
Yeah, I don't really. I mean,
it just goes back to, some people are pretty shallow. All they care about is money. That's all they're doing is chasing money. That's what gives you value, is how much money you make, how much money someone else makes. So,
it is, though, interesting that it brings up, Marcelo, who's awesome, by the way, that he was called out for his behavior in school. I can't remember exactly which person it was. I think it's Adam Sandler has a story about a teacher at NYU that basically said, you can't act. He's taking acting classes. You can't act. You might want to figure something out. And then years later, he runs into him at a bar or something, and he bought the guy a beer.
Yeah. That's the way you should handle it. That's
let's go to a couple calls to see.
I don't think he's wrong. Do you think Adam Sandler's a great actor?
No.
He just happens to make very funny films.
Nobody would ever,
He's definitely not a great actor.
I know he played the Gem movie or whatever that was. What was
Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems, but
he's had a couple movies.
He was salty at the end of that movie. I know that.
Yeah.
He didn't end well for him.
Let's go to Ryan in DC. Ryan, what's up, buddy? You on with the Junks?
Hey, you say Brian or Ryan?
Brian,
I don't know.
What's up, man?
Okay, I guess it's Brian. Okay. Yeah, what's up, bud?
Okay. Hey, I'm just thinking the context was taken a little bit out. His comments were taken out of context. I think he's not dissing all teachers. I think he's maybe just dissing the ones that he was speaking of, the ones that kind of held him back and said he would kind of be nothing or he would just be mischievous, I think he's kind of just digging in on them and saying, look where I am now, look where you are. I don't think he's kind of dissing all teachers.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It's possible.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Good point.
He said, "I can't stand teachers."
Yeah.
Yeah, he did
I
say
mean, he
that.
didn't say my teachers. Everyone's had bad
He
teachers.
has disdain for teachers.
Yeah.
Like he
Just
made
like-
it pretty
and
clear.
also just like every profession, I'm sure there's amazing teachers and then there's awful teachers.
I had a guidance counselor
There's
told
average,
me
yeah.
I was junior college material. Flat out.
Yeah. He says that, Tracy acting like he's special. I tell my kids, the sky's the limit.
yeah,
Yeah. You know who also says that? Teachers.
yeah,
They tell kids that probably every day.
right.
All right, let's go to Mark in Manassas. Mark, what's up, man? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
Dude, I'm a huge Tracy Morgan fan before this morning. Very disappointed in him, dude. I've changed so many kids' lives. I've literally had students tell me I've saved their lives. I've had a girl tell me that she was right before a holiday break on Christmas that she was going to kill herself, and that she decided not to because of me.
Right.
Wow.
Graduation just last week. I had a kid look at me dead in my eyes, as stoic as can be, and tell me that I changed his life.
What type of I'm
you know,
curious. What grade do you teach and what subject?
High school. I'm a high school PE teacher, man.
Gotcha.
And I'm a basketball coach in Prince William County.
Nice.
When I'm telling you that the work that I do goes way beyond how much money I make.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating that we get quantified by how much money we make.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
versus
think
the
most
impact that we make
people.
on young
I
lives
don't
on a
think
daily
most
basis.
people
You
think
deserve
that
to
way.
make more
I don't-
money.
Yeah.
A lot of people do not share the same opinion as Tracy Morgan.
Yes.
Look, even Marcelo responded with, because Tracy said, you know how much them teachers probably make.
Yeah,
Right.
And he said, not enough.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's when Tracy really got in trouble because then he responded with, I can't stand teachers.
100%.
Yeah.
You know why? Because they have a ceiling, they have a limit. That's all they ever going to be.
Good call, bro.
Yeah. I mean,
Good call.
listen, Tracy's an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, he sounds
What
so
are you gonna
stupid. so dumb.
Let's go to Dustin
He doesn't understand.
in Silver Spring. Dustin, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, Cakes?
Hey, Dustin, what's up, buddy?
John.
What's up?
I was just going to say, I taught Cakes' daughter, and I just know teachers put in a lot of work all year round to make sure the kids that we have become the best human beings they can be. Teach them how to read, teach them how to do math, teach them how to do work. And, for him to say something like that is really, really terrible. It's a terrible take. And it's something that, like, a lot of people think. I don't think he's the only one who thinks that,
No.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I'm
A lot of people have this misconception that teachers get 3 months off out of the year. Just do whatever they want.
Right.
I mean, that's
Right.
shrunk quite a bit.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
shrunk- I mean, it varies by jurisdiction, but
Yeah.
my wife will work until I think June 23rd or 24th.
And she's back mid-August.
She's back August 17th.
We should get
So
about
2
6
months.
weeks.
So it's roughly it's
6 or
almost
7
2
weeks?
months, but
Yeah.
it's not this big 3 week.
Well, some are on 12 month contracts.
but hold on. They
Junks might get more time off than teachers.
They also get all the
Why?
holidays off. They get a ton of holidays.
Okay, they do.
So you have to add that in too.
Sure.
But some are on like 12-month contracts, not like 10-month contracts or
Yeah.
whatever, right? So
Yeah.
it all depends.
How many times has your wife had to buy supplies because the county wasn't able to give supplies?
I mean, every year that she's been teaching,
Right.
for 30 plus years.
Yeah. Again, it comes down to values. That's why celebrity culture pretty much sucks. I'm willing to say celebrities suck. How about that? I think what was his phrase for teachers? What was it? What did he say?
They have a limit.
They have a limit. I think celebrities are like shallow, on the whole, awful human beings.
Yeah, here's his quote. I can't stand teachers. You know why? Because they have a ceiling. They have a limit. That's all they ever going to be. Man, I teach my kids, sky's the limits.
Yeah. I think
I'm also going to guess, I don't know, I haven't seen his educational transcripts. I'm guessing he wasn't a very good student, and he probably just hates teachers and has an axe to grind against them. He had an opportunity to lash out against them, and he did.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess he wasn't. Let me guess. Class clown, probably didn't do very well in school, probably got in trouble a lot. I'm just guessing.
Maybe he just
And
didn't have a good one in his life.
That's what he should have said.
That's possible, too.
He should have said, I couldn't stand some of my teachers.
Yeah,
My teachers were
he should have said,
bad
I
or
had bad experiences with teachers. Not all teachers are bad, but a lot of teachers I had growing up
That's what he should have
weren't
said.
very good.
Yeah.
And that
he was trying to react. He was getting a reaction too,
Right.
but that's probably what
I know Jason and I, we had incredible teachers in high school.
We had great teachers.
Not every single one, but
Yeah.
certainly certain ones stand out. I know my son had incredible teachers in high school. Just incredible. And coaches.
Mike Bray was a great teacher.
Great
teacher.
coach.
Well, easy teacher.
Great
Yeah,
coach.
great.
I was
easy.
being facetious.
Yeah.
He actually didn't graduate high school. He dropped out. Now his father contracted AIDS during his senior year, and he was living on welfare. He sold crack.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's necessarily your role model.
No.
I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah.
I'm guessing this is a teacher response. Somebody in the comments said, quote, not everyone can get hit by a Walmart truck and settle for multi-millions. End quote. That's a great quote.
That's definitely from a teacher.
It has to be from a teacher, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it definitely happened. He got pummeled.
When I take
How'd you become a millionaire?
When I take multi-millions for for being a DJ in a coma, for being hit by a Walmart truck, but then I come out on the other side. No way I come out on the other side.
He's so broken.
I probably wouldn't. Yeah.
I mean, half the time I see that
his
guy, he's on a
body's-
wheelchair
his
somewhere.
body's
He's always in the hospital. He's got like kidney lines, and I mean, you don't want anything. You don't want to be Tracy Morgan.
Eventually, his body's going to break down pretty quick.
Yeah,
I would think.
Pretty much has, I think.
Pretty much don't want to collide with an 18-wheeler.
Didn't he puke all over the
Yes.
courtside?
Yeah,
He
he's
threw
an
up all over the-
embarrassment. He's an embarrassment. He's a funny guy, but he's an embarrassment. Come on, let's be honest.
He's got a funny voice.
Yeah.
Let's go to Joe in
There's no
Warrenton.
chance I'm watching Reggie Dinkins or whatever that
Hey.
garbage is.
Hello.
Hey,
God.
Joe.
Yeah,
What's
watching
up?
that.
Yeah, you're
Hey,
on.
how you doing?
Hey,
What's up?
good. What's up?
All right. I'm just calling. I got done teaching last week. I closed out my classroom. But I wanted to chime in and maybe not necessarily defend Tracy Morgan, but when he said limited ceiling for educators, it's kind of true. Honestly, we're not in it for the money. Nobody in education does that, but it takes a village. So when we get our kids, there's only so much we can do. It's a sad thing that we kind of have to accept, but it doesn't beat us down. Like, you keep fighting that fight. It takes 3 years of good teaching to make up for one bad year. And that's a huge gap. And it's a sad thing that exists, but it, again, takes a village. So I teach at an alternative school where we have to provide just a different method. The last caller said that we teach reading, teach math. That's kind of true. But it doesn't take, one teacher doesn't teach a kid to read. You know?
Right.
So
Well, I don't understand
but-
what part is resonating with you.
So
what Tracy
why,
said.
Why are you defending Tracy?
Yeah, what part of what he said
You don't
resonates?
think you could? You don't think you could do something else?
No, we could, but like, we accept that limited ceiling. You know,
Yeah, of course, because you're not in it
but
for the
you-
money.
So much.
You're not in
could,
it for the money.
You could go into another industry and do well. You could do it.
The junks are in it for the money. Okay, we can wholeheartedly say that. Trying to be.
That's
in it for
not
the money.
why you did it, though. You did it because you loved it.
Loved it, sure.
Yeah. And we make good money. It's great, but that's not why you did it.
Can always make better.
Could always make more.
Can always
We're
make
making
more.
that much in the early years,
Oh,
Cakes.
I know the early years very lean.
In fact, our
years.
first year, we did it all for free. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
Earl, what's up, buddy?
I did kind of forget that.
Hey, B, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you, Coach?
I'm good. Hey, yeah, the one part I took offense to was that we couldn't do anything else. EB, I think you knew I was a high school coach in Northern Virginia for 35 years. I retired from teaching, started my own lacrosse business, and my joke is I put two sons through very expensive colleges with my second business. So I took
You got another
part
kid
me.
you want to put through college? Just hit me up.
not at your rate, EB.
Yeah.
Not at your rate.
Yeah.
And you know, the old joke about teaching was the three best things about teaching were June, July, and August. But as you just said, that's not true.
Now it's
that
like
ain't true anymore, buddy.
July and part
Now
of
it's-
August.
Yeah, it's June 26th through August 15th.
Yeah. Thanks,
that's
man. Appreciate you, Earl.
Hey.
All right, so we've had somebody call from Myrtle Beach and Australia. I think
That's right,
Australia
man.
wins.
Got all the bases covered.
Oh, he was out of Myrtle.
Yeah, he's out of Myrtle.
Australian beach is probably just a little bit better.
Probably a little
I'm
bit.
not sure anybody could beat Australia. Like where? Like at Mars? Like where could
Yeah, I
you
said
call
call
from
from
to
outer
beat,
space, you
to
know.
beat
Yeah.
Australia?
Antarctica.
If
Okay,
we got a call from Antarctica, that would be
that would be impressive.
something.
That would be impressive.
Maybe
we got,
technically New Zealand.
we got multiple calls from China. That's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
far.
true.
Yeah.
Pretty freaking far. But I would agree.
We have a
Australia's
guy
gotta
that
be-
calls from Indonesia, or no? Why do I think that?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know it's impossible to remember.
Well, we had someone call from Hong Kong.
That's right.
Maybe
What's
that's
the
what I'm
bottom
thinking.
point of South America?
Like Patagonia, like
The Cape of Good Hope.
Yeah, I thought there was.
Oh,
I
that's
thought it was
Africa.
a Cape.
Well,
I think
Maybe
it
I'm
is-
thinking Africa. I don't know.
Says the furthest place from Washington D.C.
Yes.
is.
Western Australia.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, he had
Well,
somebody
he-
called from the furthest place on earth into this show.
I mean, the
today.
guy said it was going to take 22 hours to get here.
22 hours.
Yeah.
You would
Well,
die
because I
on
think
that
it's
flight.
16 to San Francisco.
Correct.
And then it's 6 from there.
Yeah.
Correct.
Have
That's
you
a
guys
freaking nightmare.
received a tweet or an Instagram message
Yep.
confirming?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was it?
What
You
was
got
the
a picture?
confirmation?
No. He just sent a message that said, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
I'm telling
Yeah,
you,
but
it's
can
their-
you tell
their
if
national
that-
chant?
Does it have like the location thing or something? Like, how do you know where he's from?
You
It's
guys
the-
were the
it's the-
skeptics.
It's his same name. I mean, I'm sure.
You
it's
just
him.
believe him?
Yeah.
I still
He'll
can't
give me
believe
back.
you didn't know Joe Hatcham went heads up with Steve
That
Danneman
could've been
from
the wor- that
Maryland
could've- I can't
in
think
the
of a worse
WSOP
question.
Who was
final
it?
table.
Who was the guy
15
from
years
In
Maryland?
what year?
His name's Steve Danneman.
Danneman.
That's like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So he's supposed to be a national hero.
I mean, he
You think-
might have been 15 to 20 years ago. But
If you think there aren't statues of Joe Hatcham all over Australia, you're a crazy person. He's an Australian legend. He just is. All right, 800-636-1067. If you want to call us on an open line Thursday, you can call from the second furthest place on earth outside of Australia because we've already had that call today. And coming up in just about 20 minutes, we'll talk Nats with Jesse Doherty. He's now a sports writer for Notice, covers the Nats for them. He's on the show coming up at 8 a.m. So the World Cup kicks off today, 3 p.m. The first match, Mexico against South Africa.
All right, I'm putting my bet in.
So my fantasy football high stakes partner, Bikey Bots, reached out to me. He's like, "Hey man, you have to enter this online contest. It's a World Cup survivor pool, $2 million guaranteed, and there's this huge overlay." Now, for those of you non-gamblers who don't know what overlay means,
I don't know what that is.
Overlay means
there's not enough to support
if only
the
$1
pot.
million of entries come in, and they're guaranteeing $2 million, they have to cover the other $1 million. So
Nice.
it's like a huge
Getting good value.
proposition for gamblers. So I was like, okay, I'll light $100 on fire. And then I asked Bikey, I was like, how many entries are you putting in?
10.
150.
Really?
Well, he just won.
He just won a
He
ton
just
of money.
50.
He just won. I don't know how much money
Now-
he won
In the Survivor,
in
yeah.
the
He
Survivor.
won a lot. It was a lot.
I know how much he won.
As soon as he told me that, I mean, I knew I was lighting my money on fire already.
Now
but
you
then
really know?
Then it really put into perspective as I was scrolling down the entries.
So
And
how's
I-
he doing? Is he using? He's got to be using some sort of program, right, to
I
make
would
sure he's
imagine.
got all the
I hope he doesn't
bases
mind
covered.
putting his business out there like that.
150 entries.
150.
What is that?
entries.
10,500?
No, it's 15. Is that 15K?
Oh, 15? I'm so stupid. Yeah. What is it?
15,
It's $100.
150 times 100 is 15K.
15K. Yeah.
And I'm terrible at radio math, but I was able to pull that one off.
Yeah.
So what
you were able to
is-
add 2 zeros.
So what exactly is the bet?
He's got a bunch of
He's got-
World
he's got
Cup
a bu-
winners.
He's got a
Survivor
bunch of-
pool.
it's a
You
survivor
have-
pool. Oh,
at-
okay.
For the first round, you have to pick 4 teams to survive
Okay.
into the next
That
round.
seems like a lot harder.
Okay. And you have to obviously squirrel away all the big sillies. So, like, you're
Right.
not going to pick Argentina or France or Spain. So you have to pick teams that are going to make it to the knockout
Oh,
round.
so hard.
Gotcha.
Like,
This
So
is
you've got
really
to pick
hard.
4 teams that are going to be in the top 2 of their groups to
Correct.
advance to the knockout.
Yeah. So old Flakesy, I've got.
Did you take the U.S. in round 1?
I did not. I have to look and see who I've got.
That might
I've
have
got-
been a good pick.
I've got Morocco.
Okay.
Their advanced probability is 89%. Ivory Coast, they're at 75%.
You just played the percentage game with lower tier teams.
Austria at 81%, and I've got an Egypt.
What is USA? What are they?
Their
Probably
advanced
middle.
probability
So it's
is
below that?
79%.
Okay, so it was right there.
So their group, that's Group D. U.S. advanced probability 79%, Turkey 78, Paraguay 62, Australia 43. So they're
that's-
all
so you
they're all
wanna
a bunch-
so
So
you
that's coming out of the
close.
group,
Yes.
not winning the first game.
Right, coming out
Just
of the group.
just
All right,
getting
what about
to the,
the
knockout.
second round? What?
Then you
what
have
do
to-
you
You
have
have
to
to
pick. How
wait.
many do you have to pick then?
Let's see. The pick sheet's not available.
Okay.
We have to wait.
So
till-
you're going to obviously
I have
save
to wait till the group
the
stage
Spains,
is
the
over.
Frances, the Argentinas,
Yeah, you
the
got to
Brazils.
squirrel away all the world powers until later. I just got to hope these numbers make it through and out of the group stage.
I wouldn't even know how to fill out.
Why is
150
England the third favorite? I've been hearing all these experts saying they got no chance.
Yeah, but I see them at like 10%. You know what I mean? Like they just have a powerful team.
Harry Kane.
Harry Kane.
I think he's
Is
still
he
there.
still
right?
going at it?
I think he still is.
I don't know.
I can't.
Yes.
I'm not sure if Harry Kane's on the roster.
We just
No,
saw
he is, of
something.
course.
We
Yeah.
just saw something during the commercial break. They were
Soccer
talking.
cakes.
They were talking about the U.S. men's national team, and we had Sebastian Salazar fill us in the other day. But they were talking about the striker, and the ESPN analyst is like, he's got to score at least 4 goals in this World Cup for this team to be successful. And then he said the only problem is the all-time leading scorer for the U.S. men's national team. Do you know who it is, Cakes? You actually do know.
I do.
You've heard of Landon Donovan.
I have heard of that
Oh, yeah.
person.
So he tallied in 3 World Cups to be the all-time leading scorer, 5 goals.
Oh.
That's how tough it's been. For
Probably in about
America
12
to score.
games or so, maybe. Something like that.
Probably.
Something like that. Maybe 1 or 2 more.
Well, I put my play in for Mexico today. That's the first game, correct?
Mexico, South Africa.
3 p.m.
Yep. And then the second game is tonight, South Korea and Czechia.
But that's not until like 9 p.m.,
It's
right?
at 10.
10 p.m.? Oh, my God.
It says 10 here.
Why? Why?
I don't know.
I guess for
don't-
South Koreans. so
Where are they
can
where are they
watch.
playing that match?
I mean, 9 o'clock is the
Mexico.
prime
Oh,
time.
it's also
10
Mexico.
o'clock. It's 10 o'clock.
Guadalajara, I think.
Yeah, that's just too late. That's very annoying.
Yeah, but it's probably 8 o'clock their time.
Yeah. Well, who cares about their time?
Well,
I
mean,
can
they're not
remember.
playing
I
that
can
late.
remember back in 2002, whatever the hell it was, when I was living in my other house and getting up at 2 a.m. when it was in Korea.
Right.
Korea and Japan split the bid that year.
Yeah, I was getting up butt early.
Yeah.
Are we going to be alive
It was
the
miserable.
next time the World Cup comes back to the U.S.? Will we still be alive?
Well, what's the year?
When is,
I don't think there's
they
one
haven't announced
established
that.
yet.
Probably be
but
dead.
Like the last one before this year was 1994.
24, right?
Oh, I'm going to be in an urn
No, we're
somewhere.
done.
We're going to be taking dirt naps.
Yeah.
Oh, we're done.
Dead.
35 years?
Dead.
No, done.
Dead.
You're probably right.
Urn.
Sadly, you're
I
probably
think
right.
a couple of us will be alive.
Hopefully in somebody's necklace.
I wouldn't bet on all four.
Yeah, see,
And I wouldn't bet on which two, but
I'm not gonna-
I say a couple are alive.
I won't be.
I'm not
if
gonna have,
it's in 36 years.
I'm
or
not
what.
going to have this temple compressed into a diamond or some sort of trinket for somebody to wear.
No, I
wear
want.
around.
I want to be on everybody's necklace or bracelet or something. Yeah, just pass it down to the
I
generation.
just
too gruesome.
I just have to text Sebastian Salazar for daily fatties.
Get those pics.
But I,
Is that what he gave you? Like, did he? I mean, obviously, this one's an easy pick.
he hasn't given me any for
But
today.
what do you
yet.
do on the? It's minus what?
Mexico minus 240.
Just straight up.
Yeah.
Is there a goal line?
So I put
One of my accounts
Yeah.
doesn't have that much in it. This is prime time
If you
for
lay-
the just bet these massive favorites.
Yeah.
And just hope to make a little bit of scratch on each one. Build the account up.
What's the goal
bit
line?
by
Like
bit
1.5?
by bit.
2.5.
2.5.
But to go over, it's plus 116 to
Oh,
go under.
I'm not betting on spreads. That's insanity. I'm betting on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
dubs.
That was the total. Goal line was 1 minus 145.
I'm betting on wins.
But Sebastian told me he didn't expect a lot of these matches to go over 2.5 goals. He thought there were going to be a lot of low scoring games.
I can't bet on these floppers to score three or four goals in a game. Just seems like too much.
I just saw the analysts say like Mexico, they're still looking for their star. They don't have their breakout guy yet.
They're hyping up some kid named Gilberto,
Yeah.
and he looked like he was 14 years old.
Like he was
He's a
Unbelievable.
youngin.
Yeah.
I don't know how old he is, but he looked really, really young.
Do you guys remember the nickname of the Mexican star from JP might from over 10 years ago?
No,
Talked about him all the time.
we talked about him all
They're in the
on
World
this
Cup.
show. We
Mexican
talked about
superstar? What was his nickname? No.
what position did he play?
Striker, I think, or center forward.
I don't have any file on this.
Chicharito.
Chicharito? No, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Vaguely remember
What does
that.
Chicharito mean?
I don't know.
Well, you throw
I think
Ito at the end.
I think
it's
his
like
real last
little.
name was Hernandez.
Oh, okay, so it's just okay.
I don't know what his first name was.
Got it.
Little.
Little, whatever, Chicho.
Yeah.
Well, I've never
JP Ito.
I've never been a
Ramarito.
bigger Mexican fan than I am today.
Huge Mexico fan
Yes.
Right. Where are they playing that one?
in Mexico.
Yeah,
They are
Mexico
playing
City.
it in Mexico.
They can't lose to South Africa in their home country.
I don't think so. I don't think that's a
Watch it'll happen.
I don't think that's the thing. You're not putting a lot. You put probably $9.
No, I put $24 down.
What if your one entry beat Mikey's 150? Like you went on a
Oh,
magical run.
I would never
It's
let him hear the
impossible.
end of it.
It's impossible.
I would brag about that until my dying day.
Yeah, it's not impossible.
It would be my greatest gambling accomplishment
Speaking
ever.
of-
It's highly, highly unlikely. But you would have thought it was impossible last night for the Knicks to come back from 29 points.
It's a numbers
From the
game.
Knicks to
It's
come
not-
back
it's
from
different.
20.
I know it's not going to happen, but it would be great if it did.
Yeah.
Speaking of the World
They had
Cup,
a 0.4% chance to win
I
last
thought we
night.
were going to do some sort of a pool just to keep us interested, especially going into the
I
knockout
lobbied
round.
to just do 2 rounds, but the Drab lobbied he wanted to
I'd
do
rather
all
root-
48 teams. That's too much.
I don't know if we could do 48. If
Well,
there's
if you've
7
got-
of us,
if
we do 6 teams. We
Yeah,
leave-
well, you could do, yes.
We'll do
42 to
42
48.
countries out of. We'll leave the bottom 6 out.
Yeah, we'll leave the
Because then
Curaçaos
it
and
gives you a sweat
Cape
when
Verde's out.
when the numbers play.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the how are we scoring this?
I don't know.
TBD.
I'm letting Matt take care of that.
So maybe a certain amount of points if they get out of the group.
Yes.
Well, you just
And
got to
then
look up
just
whatever
points for
standard
wins.
scoring system would
points
be
for
a World
wins.
Cup pool.
Yeah, points for wins and
Scaled.
draws, and
Yeah.
then scaled up as they get to the knockout
Ask
round.
freaking Claude
Yeah,
or
ask Claude,
Grok.
ask some
I did. I already did.
Ask some
ChatGPT
dumb
gave
AI
me,
bot.
gave me the scoring system.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Oh, I'm putting names down to put in the hat right now as we
Oh,
speak. This is
no.
one of my
Yes.
favorite things to do ever.
I'm not doing it after the show.
EB,
No, got to do it.
JP,
We have
Commercials.
to do it during
Fish.
commercials or something.
cakes, Soccer
I mean,
Mike.
9:25 is pretty much open.
You could maybe do the first
We're
round.
going to recap it then, what we have.
Valdez. There we go.
All right.
Sweet.
Put these in a hat, love draft order.
I probably haven't heard of half the countries. But
Probably
some of
not.
the countries you were mentioning, I hadn't even heard
They
of.
started
before.
adding. I mean, it's not even Turkey anymore. What is it, Turkey?
I mean, they added
basically
like a Y.
Turkish.
They added like an E at the end. They're fancying it up.
They're changing the
What are we doing here?
The countries' names.
Yeah, I mean, it's
EB.
hard enough to remember the names of the countries originally. Now you're giving us country variants? We can't
I
keep
liked
up.
how when you asked your World Cup trivia the other day,
Yeah.
you were like, "What 3 countries do they play in?" He was like,
I don't
"That's
know."
hard."
It's hard for me.
They're all connected in the same
It's
region.
the Americas.
Of the world.
Well, I just haven't paid attention to it.
All right, when we come back, we will talk with Jesse Doherty, sports writer for Notice. We'll talk Washington Nationals with him. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the bottom of the ninth, with the bases loaded and no outs, the Giants were down 10-7 after rallying back from 9-1 in the bottom of the eighth. Giants rookie Bryce Elder received a slider from Mitchell Parker, and he smacked a walk-off grand slam to stun the Nationals 11-10. Eldridge is now the youngest MLB player in history to ever hit a walk-off grand slam. This is the first time in team history that the Nationals blew an 8-run lead in the 8th inning or later. Speaking of stunning finishes, the New York Knicks have pulled off the greatest comeback in NBA Finals history. OG Anunoby tipped in Jalen Brunson's missed three-pointer with 1.2 seconds left to give the Knicks the victory. The Knicks trailed the San Antonio Spurs by 29 points, but came all the way back to win Game 4, 107-106. From the Crop Medcat 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's head out to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome back in after too long of an absence. Jesse Doherty, sports writer now for Notice. He covers the Nationals for them. You can follow them at Notice Reports on Twitter.
Spelled
Jesse.
N-O-T-U-S.
N-O-T-U-S. Jesse, welcome back, man. It's been too long. How have you been?
Yes. Thanks, guys. I've been great. It's great to be on.
Have you been locked in throughout, like even when you weren't technically covering them?
Yeah, I would peak. I don't think I was watching every single night, but a lot of the guys on the team now I covered in Wilmington or Fredericksburg when in the really, 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 really bad days. So it'd be cool to check in and see them playing in the majors and in some cases doing well.
Yeah. So you were long time with the Washington Post. Now you work for Notice. Tell us how that transpired and what you're responsible for there.
Yeah, so my old employer decided that sports don't exist, really. Yeah. And I landed with this new website, Notice. It's going to cover the DC area. It's going to cover sports on Capitol Hill. My job's going to be a few different things. I kind of keep telling people it's like a mashup of all the things I covered at the Post. So I'll do Nationals coverage. I'm going to do some college sports in Congress. I'll do kind of a broader sports and politics when those overlap because we know they do, and it's going to be really fun. I mean, I was at Nets Park last week, and it was just like there were a few people who are still there, and I'm talking to them, and I'm thinking, what freaking year is it? So it's been a time warp, and yeah, it's cool. I feel really lucky. It's a place that cares about telling really good stories, and in this day and age, that's rare. So I think we're gonna do some cool things.
By the way, how crushing and surprising was it for you that the Washington Post eliminated the sports department? Like, did you ever envision that happening, even right up until when it happened?
Yeah, I mean, it was crushing, and we had heard rumbles in the month before that big changes were possible, especially for sports. I mean, in the week ahead, we were a fascination of the media reports. It ended up being more than 400 people, so it went well beyond the sports section. But, yeah, I mean, I was crushed. I mean, I was there 9 years. I made lifelong friends. I mean, it's all cliche, but it was one of the most important things in my life. And I think being able to serve, real people in a real city and, have stories delivered to their doorstep. When you say it like that, it sounds so analog and so crazy, but we did that at a really, really high level, every single day up until the end. And I guess I'm proud of that. Even in the last 6 months we were there when things were really, really bad and the rumors were flying, the work was as good as ever. And I know you get in this sort of moment and you kind of roll your eyes as you sound like a coach giving a locker room speech, but I guess you realize why that stuff works. We just kind of kept plugging along, and really the evidence is that almost everyone, and I want to say almost everyone because not everyone has landed at great spots. So you look around and you think, well, if you took all these people who are now at the Wall Street Journal and the Athletic and ESPN and ProPublica and Notice, that would make a pretty damn good sports section. You could probably make some money off that. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like we're all just sitting at home, twiddling our thumbs. There's real evidence that I think we're all could be really valuable to news organizations.
Sure. Hey, Jesse, I know that yesterday was a bad day for the Nats, blowing that huge lead. But just as a whole, I mean, and I talked about it earlier today, the two biggest surprises on the positive side in Major League Baseball, at least to me, in the American League, it's the White Sox leading their division. And they won 60 games last year, and they've already got 36 this year with a bunch of guys I've basically never heard of. And the Nats in the National League, they had a chance to go 3 games over 500 yesterday, but they lose that big lead, and they're still 35 and 34.
Yeah.
So the fact that the White Sox are doing what they're doing in the American League and the Nats in the National League, it's huge. It's huge, certainly here.
Yeah, I think the Nats, like, one of the biggest things to me is, like, it's not like Paul Taboni and his group and Blake Butera came in and went on the waiver wire or, went out and did trades or made small signings, and now those guys are all playing well. Like, they're doing it with players who've been around for 3-4 years in some cases. And to me, it's like this year was always about figuring out who from the old days could be part of the next foundation. And that extends to me beyond James Wood and CJ Abrams. Like, there are a lot of players now who are playing, Luis Garcia, Keibert Ruiz, who are playing at a much higher level than they were. So, the obvious pitching is a huge question. Yesterday, that came to fruition in San Francisco. But the fact that, like, some holdover guys are playing at a much higher level, like, to me, that shows you have the right group in place now development-wise, that when you start bringing in more players, when you add in free agency and trades in future years, like, there's actually a process there. Like, you actually can make guys better, too, in the majors. Like, that's not a novel concept. Like, that can happen, and they're proving that in a big way. So, like, I think you're right. I mean, as far as surprises, relative to preseason, I think Vegas had them at 65 wins.
Yeah.
They're already at 35 in early June. Like, that's a massive, massive leap.
Yeah. And, you were kind of mentioning the guys that are just pounding the ball. And, of course, they're leading the league in runs scored. And what's kind of crazy, and maybe this is just random, is how good they are away from Nats Park. 23 wins away from Nats Park, just 12 here. Again, maybe that's based on matchups, or I'm not going to dive too deep into it, but it's kind of surprising.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say on that, and you can't necessarily prove this because it's totally subjective and kind of theoretical, but like, it's a lot to play at home when you're just getting ready, like just getting your feet wet in the majors. Like, you might have your girlfriend or your wife or your small kids around. Your family often comes in more often when you're at home. Like,
right.
I do think there's a lot of responsibility that, like, maybe when you're 35-year-old Ryan Zimmerman or 36-year-old Howie Kendrick, like, you're a little more conditioned to, like, shut that out or know your routines. Like, I can see a world in which guys who are still super new to this, like, that being at home is an overwhelming thing. It's just so much, right? People are grabbing for tickets. People want your time. They want to get breakfast. And then you get on the road and you're like, oh man, it's so nice just to, like, play baseball or just, like, sleep in or play video games at the hotel before I go to the yard. Like, I do think, and again, that probably, like, they might just flatten out in time and the splits kind of become more normal. And it's like, what was he talking about? But I do think there is something, like, home games are really stressful. Like, I always, as a reporter, didn't like talking to guys at home because they were frazzled. They would get to the park later. They would sort of be, like, rushing around, have people to talk to, old friends. And then on the road, it was like you could get someone to talk for 40 minutes about their life because it was just, like, a totally different mindset. So I think that might have something to do with it too.
Jesse, why do you think it's not happening for Dylan Cruz?
Yeah, I mean, I think one is, like, I think he's chasing a lot, and that's just, it's hard to, it's definitely just, like, hard to excel when you're not swinging at the right pitches. That's just a very basic part of the game. And I think that's fixable. I mean, I think when you're not doing well, the numbers start to you start to chase, and then you start to crave hits, and then you see a pitch going to be a bit off the plate, and your eyes get big. You think you can handle it because maybe at another level when the stuff was a little different and guys weren't quite as nasty with their pitches, like you can dink a single or you can rip a double into the gap off something that maybe is like an inch or two off. And right now he's just not able to do that. So I think that's fixable just by sort of settling in more. And I know they've given him time, but if you think of the grand scheme of things, he hasn't had, like, a ton of reps, ton of plate appearances. And the reality with this team is it wasn't necessarily built to make a big run or make a big playoff push. Now, we'll see how the calculus changes if it continues to win, but, like, he should be afforded time to work through. And sometimes that can be tough as a fan or as a team to kind of watch a guy do that in the majors. But, there's tons of examples of guys going through really, really rough years, but clocking a lot of sort of mental images or mental reps and then going in the offseason and making swing changes. And, I bet on the guy who was one of the best college hitters, in the modern era and the second overall pick. So we'll see how that shakes out. But I do think it just really comes down to just bad pick selection.
I wouldn't bet as much today as you would have a year ago.
Well, that's true.
All right, so obviously they're way ahead of where anybody kind of talked about. You mentioned it. Yeah. The total was 65. They're way ahead as of yesterday. Before the loss, they were actually in the wild card spot or the playing game, whatever the hell you want to call it.
They're one out.
I know that they have young arms that they're looking towards, and they have some young studs, in the next couple years that should come through. They're not going to just the assumption is, while the learners here at this point, and you have the work stoppage ahead, they're not going to spend a lot of money. I don't see that happening, even at the deadline. Is there anything, though, in the minors that could help the bullpen or some of the pitching issues that they have?
Yeah, I mean, there's some top arms like there's Jackson Kent, and there's some other really impressive arms down in the minors. But teams have done that, and I think you're alluding to it, is when you're ahead of schedule, and you sort of surprise yourself, but you're not necessarily in go mode, or your free agency market isn't right in front of you like it would be if this was December. People take up starters and have them become long relievers, and this team uses openers in creative ways. So I think there is a way to take some of these top arms and start cycling them through. Now, this is, I think the front office would say, how much do we want to do that and shake up development curves, versus what we think we can be this year. But that's sort of the disconnect, or sort of the tension always between sort of a slow build, a methodical plan, and the people in the 300 level, right? Who are just I want to see a better pitcher. And you guys are one game out of a wild card, and you're telling me we shouldn't have our best players on this roster. Mm-hmm. So I think there's some dissonance there, especially because this group didn't come into, and by group I mean front office, didn't come into this year thinking okay, this is the roster that we're going to push the gas on, or we're going to really make a run, or once that guy shows he's even sort of ready, we're going to make sure he's in the eighth inning, even if we think he's a starter in 2028 or whatever. That's not the mode I think they came into this year with. Now, when I talked to Paul Taboni last week, he was you have to be willing to let the team make you adjust. Mm-hmm. I don't think one game over is quite that level. They have to go on a pretty good run here, especially pre-deadline, to make the front office say, maybe this team does deserve to, kind of a soft buy, get a few veterans in the door, and then also bring up some prospects. I think we're a little ways from that, especially given days like yesterday, which shouldn't be shouldn't set the stage for the rest of the season, but did show a lot of flaws, right, with the current roster. So I do think it's not unprecedented for teams that sort of make these sort of leaps really early, for you to actually pull from your own crop and stick guys into spots maybe that they're not going to be in long term. I think it's a great point, and it's something to definitely watch as the summer goes on.
So 69 games in to be hitting the ball that they are, it's not a fluke. So I don't think that's going to stop. Yeah. Do you think they're going to be kind of, at least offensively, still hanging around that wild card spot at the deadline, or do you think they'll slowly fall back?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think the offense isn't a fluke either. I mean, a lot of guys are doing well. I do think you wonder if it's extremely Wood and Abrams dependent, and I think that they're excellent baseball players. But I think if they tailed off even a bit, which would still mean they were having career years probably for both of them. If they did, then I do wonder if it keeps up at its current pace. And the reality is, it has to keep up close to its current pace to win games because the pitching just isn't there. I would say that they would fade a bit.
By the way, Lyle can hit.
Yeah, Lyle can hit too, and he's been really good lately. That's a good point. I think the pitching, they fade a bit with the pitching. I think you saw yesterday what happens is good teams that are not built to win. So teams that are not sort of have money pumped into them or kind of ready to go don't really have guys who can cover the 5th, 6th, 7th inning, and those are the guys who were in the game yesterday because they're end of a road trip. They're being really, really rigid and disciplined in not pitching guys 3 days in a row. So you saw some guys that sort of are in that middle relief role. There are not, in a lot of cases, there aren't enough, great middle relievers on the planet for all 30 teams to have 3 or 4 of them. So that's just the math, and that's why teams like the Nationals, find themselves in those spots sometimes. I think if they keep this current group, it could be a tough, July, end of June as arms start to wear down. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the offense is just going to be so potent that it covers for that. But I do think that it's going to become more of an issue moving forward, not just because of yesterday, just because as guys get going into the season, as the starters maybe wear down here and there, I think you're going to maybe see that part of the roster exposed more.
Real quick, once Brady House he figures it out at the minor league, he was sent down to try and figure some stuff, especially defensively. When he's ready to come back, do you think Cruz is going to be sent down, or do you think they'll keep Cruz back up on the big roster and send someone else down?
So I think they can keep both of them. I mean, especially just positionally, it kind of matters how you want to, situate your utility infielders and what you think you need from your outfield. But good thing for Cruz is he's a good defender. He can run. Like even if he's not hitting at the the way you kind of envisioned yet, or even if he never does. I mean, I think he still has some value in the other tools he has besides his bat. So that's why I don't think they're mutually exclusive to each other in that way.
Okay, all right.
Jesse, great reacquainting ourselves with you. Don't be a stranger. We'll have you on again soon, man.
Yeah, anytime, guys. I really appreciate it.
Yep.
Thanks, Jesse.
Good to hear from you. It's Jesse Doherty, now works for Notice. You can go to @NOTUS Reports on Twitter, and you can see his work there. Coming up at 8:45, we're going to give you a chance to win tickets to go see Dave Chappelle. Also tickets to the Black Crowes tour when it comes to Merriweather Post Pavilion. That is Tuesday, June 16th. So that is not that far off. 8:45. We'll give you a chance to win those tickets here on the Junks.
Summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfsides are awesome. They're made with real vodka. Surfsides are only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly.
By the way, sorry,
good.
Kicks. Was at Golfdom yesterday.
Okay.
Stopped by there just to see what they got. And,
Yeah.
And
You're perusing.
our good friend, I mean, I've recognized him when he came out of one of the the management office.
Okay.
And I knew it was a Cap.
Okay.
You're always with the sightings at Golfdom.
Well, there's a lot of Capitals go there.
Can I guess?
So
I know who it is.
I texted you.
Yeah, you texted. Yeah.
So and then so I went back in and Danny's one of the managers there. I said, Danny, what Cap is that?
Ryan Leonard.
Lars Eller.
Oh, Lars Eller. Oh.
Now he's not a current Cap.
You would. How would you not?
I know because
you had to
I just
ask.
hadn't seen him.
Maybe he
in
had
a
a
while.
hat on.
Little
He
bit
had a
of
hat on.
disappointment. You had to ask.
But he was back
I know.
in town.
I knew I recognized him. I just
Yeah.
couldn't put the name with the face.
You've hung out with him a little bit. Like we've had him in studio.
we've had
It's been
FaceTime
a while.
with him.
Look, we used to have him on the show every week.
Yeah.
But so I went up to him and said hello, and so he still has a house here. Who
saw
was he
him-
with this past year? Ottawa, or Pittsburgh, or Ottawa, or
Might have been Ottawa.
yeah. Anyway, so it was Lars Eller was at Golfdom, working out some new clubs.
The last time I saw him
He's a good
outside
dude.
of us interviewing him, he was filling up his, I think it was an Audi, at the Sunoco in Arlington, and he was wearing fancy jorts.
Oh, really?
Not like jorts John Cena would wear or I would wear like back in college. Like these are probably $200 like designer jorts.
Yeah. No,
Fancy.
he's a nice dude. Asked
Super
him how he
nice.
was doing, and he still lives here in the summer. So it was just cool to see Lars Eller, who of course helped the Caps win a Stanley Cup.
I believe he's probably salty because he doesn't have his country's team to root for in the World Cup. I don't believe Denmark is in the fold this year. Did not qualify.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, I couldn't tell
I could be right. I could have overlooked them, but I don't think Denmark is in the field.
But I think at some point today, stay tuned. We are going to do at least a first round or two of picks for our World Cup.
Oh, by the way,
pool.
would you guys like to know your draft order?
I'm sure I'm sixth. Go ahead.
Sure.
Here's your draft order for the
How
upcoming.
many people are in it? 7 of us?
7.
Okay.
Let me guess. Drab is first or second.
I mean, I'll just spoiler alert. It didn't work out well for the guys on this side of the glass.
Never does.
And it was the law firm of Cahill, Marr, and Auville overseeing the drawing. So everything was above board.
Oh, sure.
All right.
Picking 7th, Bishbucks.
All right.
Jeez. All right. I'm getting Belgium.
Get back to back though. Snake
You
draft.
get back to back. That's true. Picking 6th, Eric Bickle.
Of course.
Picking 5th, John Paul Flame.
All right.
Picking 4th, Soccer Cakes.
Oh, so we got the bottom 4.
Picking 3rd, Drab T-shirt. Picking 2, slightly under protest, Matt Valdez.
Why the protest?
He just salty because he never wins in any of these.
I'm very close to just being out on pools.
He's so close.
Very close. I'd rather
swimming
tip,
pools.
Yeah.
I'd rather
Somebody's
tip
jaded.
the bartenders at Hyde
Yeah.
$10
Somebody's
than
Then
do
waste
these.
it on the
Yeah,
pool.
it's literally ripping up a $10
So
bill.
he's picking 2nd.
Even though you're picking second. It's more for us. We're picking 6th and 7th.
and on
I
the
don't
clock,
think I'll sell you my pick for $5.
No, I'll swap it though for free.
kind of
If
intrigued.
it's just the same.
Well, why? I have leverage. I'm gonna give up my leverage.
And picking 1st, Soccer Mike. Soccer Mike officially on the clock.
Is he taking Spain or France?
As we speak, he's pondering who to pick at number 1.
All right,
So I think we'll do that at around 9:20. We'll do the first 2 rounds.
Nice.
On the air.
all right.
So we wanted to touch on some news coming out of Commanders OTAs. This is your headline from Heavy.com. Former first-round pick continues to shine at Commanders OTAs. His name? Traylon Burks.
I am quietly rooting for him and crossing my fingers for maybe something to pop.
It would be
with this
great
guy.
if that were to happen. So Commanders.com's Zach Selby reported this week that Burks has stood out again at the team's offseason workouts. Quote, Traylon Burks continues to make plays in Blau's offense. He had another pair of catches during practice today, and while the Commanders aren't in a rush to name a number 2 wideout, Burks has made his case that he should be the player going forward.
Are there guys like Traylon Burks who kind of floundered for a few seasons? You know, he's had injuries from turf toe to other things, who then eventually really blossom. So last year he tantalized you. He had basically the Odell Beckham catch, right?
Yeah.
He's got like this crazy physical ability, and he was drafted in the first round. So
18th pick
at
overall
some
in
point, people
2022.
believed in him. But it really hasn't worked out in the NFL. His best season was his rookie season, where he had 33 catches and 1 touchdown.
Yeah.
He's got 2 career touchdowns in 4 seasons.
I think the big problem for him is being staying healthy.
Can you think of another guy who has that type of potential and ability, a first rounder, who basically does nothing for 4 seasons, stays league, and then all of a sudden blossoms?
It doesn't. But here's the thing: it doesn't have to. Look, he's not going to be a star. Rule it out.
He doesn't need to be a star. He
But
needs to
could he be a guy that catches 40 balls? I think that might be possible.
I'd like to see a little more than 40. Like,
I mean,
50?
Yeah.
That's a big jump for him.
I mean, that's a big jump.
But if I feel like, given this opportunity, if he's on the field for 14 games, if he can manage to stay healthy for the bulk of the season, and he's given the number 2 wideout spot, I feel like he probably could give you those sorts of numbers.
I know he's been banged up, but he was an all-SEC guy, right, in college.
Oh, yeah, he was really good in college.
I mean, 66 catches his senior year for 11 touchdowns. He ran a 4.5 at the combine. He's got a pretty good vertical, for guys his size. It was 33-inch vertical. I mean, he's an athletic guy, not a burner. Good size for a receiver. We don't really have that many guys like that. I just think there's a role for him. And there's an opportunity, certainly.
Oh, the opportunity is screaming at him.
Yeah. And he knows it. And he's obviously playing pretty well in the OTAs.
He flashed for a moment or two last year when given an opportunity.
But is he a Rod Gardner?
I mean,
that would
at
be
this point,
that
he
would be a
is.
great contributor.
At this point, he is.
Look, the bar is low. Can he be better and more productive and stay on the field more than, say, a Noah Brown? I kind of equate him like he's now this team's
in that
version
role
of Noah Brown.
But if they go out and get an Ayuk or a Diggs or someone else, obviously his role diminishes a little bit.
And that's fine.
It comes down.
I'm sorry, Treylon Burks, you're a nice story, but if Stephon Diggs comes in,
Yeah.
you get pushed down the depth chart.
Yeah,
That's just the way it works.
You're probably like the number 4.
Right.
He's actually
And
not
that's
even.
okay.
He's not even Rod Gardner at this point. I mean, Rod Gardner did have 1,000 yards his second year.
Right.
Yeah.
Did have 71 catches. He had 46, 71, 59, 51. He'd kill to be Rod Gardner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point.
But overall, Rod Gardner as a first-round pick was
kind of a
it was
disappointment. But when you look back at it in fairness, all right, Rod Gardner had 23 touchdowns in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, you would definitely take 23.
242 catches, played 6 years in the league. I mean, not an incredible career by any stretch, but we've seen worse busts. But I just think that there's an opportunity for him. He has some unique attributes, and there's some obviously untapped potential because of injury. And, I heard J.P. Finley throw this out on his show. The assumption by all of us is that they clearly need to go out and get another guy. I do think ultimately they would sign Ayuk if he becomes available in a decent time frame.
Yep. It's been reported they're interested in him.
But I do also think that the room it could be good enough to win games. I think the room's better than it was in 2024.
And if Ayuk shows up, he would again have to take a back seat because Ayuk then automatically is your number 2.
Of course.
I think Antonio Williams is already your number 3. I think they have a role carved out for him. That pushes Burks down as like your 4. Like he's
4 or
competing
5.
with Van Jefferson, De'Ami Brown, kind of for the gristle.
I think you're sleeping on De'Ami. De'Ami has a chemistry with Jaden. He played very well down the stretch in 24. Didn't really work out in Jacksonville. They're bringing him back.
It would be great if De'Ami hits or Treylon Burks hits because they didn't pay those guys any money. Treylon Burks is making $2.3 million.
Right.
De'Ami's cheap.
But they can do it. I know no one likes it. Everyone wants Pro Bowlers everywhere. But they could do it kind of by committee, kind of like what they did with Oz, right? Zacchaeus came in. He caught 30, 40 balls, whatever. Then you had De'Ami. He did his contribution.
Yeah, as long as you have that true number 1, those other guys could be just all
roll.
They
complementary guys. You roll in and out. You have a bunch of packages.
We've talked about this before,
Chig.
too. Chig and Rashad White.
They're going to take a lot of balls.
They are going to catch a combined 100 catches this upcoming season.
Probably.
I think that's a minimum for them and what they've done in the past and the roles they're going to have in this offense. They're going to catch 100 balls. So I know that Quinn and Blau, as they're running through the numbers, they know they're going to get big production from both of those guys. They're going to be focal points
We've
of the
said
offense.
it a billion times. Maybe they think they're fine in that room.
And that could be the case.
Now, John Kimes of the world, the people that really cover this team closely, think it's a lock that Ayuk eventually will be here, but
Right.
I'm not so sure.
I mean, if you look at what they had in 24, they had Terry.
Yep.
Like, obviously, Zach Ertz was huge. But they had Oz, who gave him 45. Noah Brown gave him 35. So, I mean, Treylon Burks, if he plays 16, 17 games, he can easily give him 35 catches.
If he gives them that, that's kind of what he's getting paid to do.
Diami only gave him 30, but I remember it was kind of backloaded, and I feel like he had a good playoff run.
He had a really good playoff run.
Yeah, and towards the end of the
That's
season,
how
he
he
really
got paid.
blossomed. Yeah, so I think Diami can contribute. Luke did nothing really in that first year.
Yeah.
He really started to show something last year before he got hurt.
But he still didn't have how many total catches? I mean, he didn't
Last
have 20.
year? He got hurt, but he was first of all, he was some people thought he was going to go to Pro Bowl for special teams.
Right, return. But in terms
but
of as a receiver,
I thought he made some plays.
It was really limited. I don't have the numbers in front of me. You can punch it up. But, I mean, you make an argument they have the worst receiving core in the division. Cowboys number one, right, with Pickens and Lamb.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have stars.
The Eagles
they don't have stars.
lose A.J. Brown, so it's a little more unproven, but you still have Devontae Smith. They drafted Lemon, have Wicks, Hollywood Brown. The Giants, Neighbors, at least on paper, if Neighbors is healthy, Neighbors at 1, Slayton, Mooney. I think that they probably have the weakest wide receiving core in the division.
Maybe, but some of these guys aren't proven yet. So
yeah,
Antonio Williams could surprise a lot of people.
Luke only played in 5
Right.
games until the shoulder injury did him in. He had 7 grabs for 146 and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah. 7 catches.
Yeah. But he was averaging 21 yards a catch.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, it's not. You're not going to get a bunch of Pro Bowlers out of there, but I certainly think it's serviceable and good enough to win games.
It would be a great story, though, because Burks has the potential. There's a reason he was drafted that high.
But I think
he showed you some flashes. I think what would be reasonable, I was looking at what the Giants had last season. I looked at the numbers of kind of all the tandems. If he is indeed the number 2 last year, now the Giants lost Neighbors to injury. So Wan'Dale Robinson had 92 catches. Darius Slayton had 37. If you can get like 37 to 40,
right,
that's good production.
It's kind of like what Oz did. Oz and Noah Brown.
I've equated this year's receiving core to the receiving core from 2
I
seasons
think-
ago. I mean, a lot of the same guys are
Right.
there.
Yeah.
Not to mention how far you went and who you beat. I mean, the Lions have this explosive offense that everyone is salivating about, but you beat them with an inferior receiving core on paper.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not like bolstering the receiving core is almost like a luxury. As long as you have a number 1 guy and complementary people around it.
And you scheme them up. It's what we used to say with Jay. Like, he's just schemed up offense, even if they didn't necessarily have, elite weapons everywhere.
And Cakes, I think you bring up a good point about the running back room because in 2024 they did have Eckler, but he got hurt.
Right.
And he was their leading receiver out of the backfield.
Yeah.
But I think Rachaad White could put up much bigger
I
numbers.
feel like Rachaad White's floor from what he's done so far in the league.
He could put up much bigger numbers.
Is 40 catches. Like that's
minimum.
That's minimum of what you're going to get from him. It could be 50, depending on what the offense looks like, his health, the other pieces around him.
I mean, once Eckler did he get hurt late in the season? I think he did.
Well, remember you're talking about last season. And the season before, he was concussed a couple times.
Well, that's what I meant, the concussion.
He was concussed twice.
But
he only
they didn't have
started
any
6 games.
They didn't have any receiving threat out of the backfield once Eckler was out.
Right.
But they've got a couple.
McNichols can do it, but he's not as effective as Eckler at his prime. I mean, Eckler is one of the better receiving backs of the last decade.
Correct.
When he's healthy.
But I think they got more options this year.
Yeah. All right, you can call us right now at 800-636-1067. Get lined up to play. I believe the game du jour is who makes more.
Yes.
Whose salary is higher. 800-636-1067.
Is this going to be NBA related?
It is actually Nick Spurs related.
Very
Spurs.
good.
Okay.
All right, so call now for your chance to win tickets to see Dave Chappelle. Also, chance to win tickets to go see the Black Crowes in concert. 800-636-1067. We'll give those tickets away next.
All right, guys, when your next chapter already has a start date, when missing the deadline isn't an option, your home sale can't be a guessing game. Too many sellers lose money because their home isn't properly prepared, marketed, or launched. That's why Peter and Natalie reached out to my friends, Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Own Team with Keller Williams. Natalie and her family had military orders. They had a timeline. They had a home they needed to sell before their next move. And like many families in transition, they were trying to coordinate everything at once and avoid turning the home sale into another source of stress. Well, Debbie and Sarah took the time it took to understand Peter and Natalie's situation. They launched a proven strategy, created urgency, marketed their home to more than 1,200 different channels to get maximum exposure. And what happens? Well, Reynolds and Power Own Team typically sell their homes for 4.2% more than the average agent. It could translate into $30,000 more. So sell with certainty, people. Your home sold guaranteed. The winning strategy to sell your home. Call Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Home Team now. Memorize this number. 844-654-SOLD. 844-654-SOLD or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Going to give away Dave Chappelle tickets, also a pair of tickets to the Southern Hospitality Tour. Headliners there are the Black Crowes with Whiskey Myers playing in support. So, first prize up for grabs. Let's do the Dave Chappelle tickets. We're going to play Who Makes More. It's all about getting into people's pockets. It's one of my favorite pastimes of all time. I love to do it.
All right. We've given people clues here. This should be
they got
pretty
their lists,
easy
they
for
got
them.
their lists out.
Yeah, let's see. All right, let's go to Justin. Hey, Justin.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hey, Justin, who makes more? OG Anunoby, last night's hero with the tip in and the block, or De'Aaron Fox, who some would say is the GOAT of last night's game?
Oof.
I'm going to say De'Aaron Fox.
OG Anunoby makes $42.5 million per year.
I undersold him.
He signed a big
I wrote
deal.
down $27 million next to OG Anunoby.
I think he signed a $200 million deal.
But De'Aaron Fox makes $49.5.
That's unbelievable.
We have a winner.
Oh, so he wins. Okay.
Yes.
You win. You get 2 tickets to see Dave Chappelle Friday, June 12th at CFG Bank Arena. That's tomorrow. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation.
The irony of De'Aaron Fox and all of his fumbles down the stretch of that game is he once won Clutch Player of the Year in the NBA.
I mean, I severely underpaid them. I put $27 million next to OG's name. I put $31 million next to De'Aaron Fox.
Well, now I know
that wasn't
why.
even close.
Now I know why Fox didn't look that troubled after the game.
Yeah,
He's got $50 million
he's
a
making
year.
$50 million.
I mean, no wonder.
He signed a 4-year, $229 million extension in 25.
Yeah, that's
What are
why
his career earnings?
Career earnings?
Career
it's got to be north
Well,
of 300.
He's like 30. He's got these guys.
I don't
I mean,
know his career
Patrick
earnings.
Mahomes just signed a contract
Another
for
extension.
$500 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
They added
These
2
guys
years.
in the NBA, all the stars, they're all going to make $500 million.
Oh, easily. Easy.
His career earnings. You want to take a guess?
I'm going to guess.
Now, does this include the $200 million or just like
I don't think this includes.
this is what he's
No,
made
this-
just
so
up to a
far,
year? Okay,
yeah.
$365 million.
no,
It's not
that's
that
too
high.
much.
That's I mean,
250.
190.
Yeah,
Actually, 187.
and he's got
Pretty
another
close
what
to-
100 million coming.
He's
at
got another
least?
6-7 years
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
I think he's 29, 30.
Yeah.
He's got another 3 years. He's 28. Yeah, turns
I
29
mean, what,
December.
what a life.
The NBA guys are all going to be
That's-
billionaires.
Yep.
The top guys.
Pretty much.
So there's a photo of Josh Hart walking out after the game, and Darren Ravel retweeted it. It's him with one of the game-used balls from the game.
Okay. Yeah.
Ravel says that ball right there is worth $1 million.
Is it the bunny that he missed?
Wow.
Is it that ball?
He can get it authenticated immediately.
Yeah.
He's such a good rebounder.
If it goes to a reputable auction spot, he says those are basically the things that have to happen.
I saw a clip of him talking about when he was in high school. Like his teammates and his buddies, they go out to Chipotle.
Yeah.
And he was like, I don't have $6 to buy a burrito at Chipotle.
Well, you know where
I
he went to high school,
I'm
right?
down to the felt.
He went to
Sidwell
Sidwell.
Friends,
Sidwell,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. He's like, I'd love to come and get a delicious burrito, but I don't have $6
Yeah.
for my name.
He's a really good
and
team
he's probably
player.
making $25 million.
That's when you were saying this. When I was saying I think the Spurs are the better team in terms of talent, you
Yeah.
said, well, the Knicks are the better team. It's because they've got guys like
Josh Hart.
And you saw what Alvarado did last night. Those
Correct.
role players and step up. I mean, Josh Hart is an unbelievable rebounder for a guard.
He's really good.
All right, we
He
have
doesn't need to
dishes, too.
shoot, and they can still win.
He can dish it too.
got
Yeah.
Black Crowes tickets for the next contestant. Those are up for grabs. If they can
All right.
figure out who makes more.
All right, let's go to Colin. Hey, Colin.
How we doing?
Hey, bud.
All right, Colin, who makes more, Victor Wembanyama or Jalen Brunson?
Brunson.
Jalen Brunson
Gotta
makes
be
more.
Brunson.
That's a good one. That was an
too
easy
easy.
one.
Wemby's on a rookie
Hook
deal.
him up with an easy one.
Too easy.
Are you
Although
winning-
Brunson's a bargain at $37.7 million. He's
Yeah.
the
Compared
third
to Fox.
He's only the third highest paid player on the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you win a pair of tickets to the Southern Hospitality Tour, the Black Crowes and Whiskey Myers, Tuesday, June 16th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events.
Just think about Wemby's contract after it expires. So maybe they'll sign him to a new deal before it expires. But he's making $16.8 million 4 years, $55 million.
Right.
Just imagine what that jumps to.
Whatever the
after
highest paid player in the league is, he will be
He's
the
the-
next
yeah.
highest paid player.
Correct.
Because even his bad games, he puts up ridiculous numbers. And he regularly tips 3-point attempts when he's under the basket and he goes out the challenge and he'll get a fingernail or something on it and block 3-point shots. Do you think the Spurs, EB was saying that De'Aaron Fox looked unbothered. Do you think they could sleep? Like
Had to be
De'Aaron Fox, he's going to think about
I
that
thought-
for the rest of his life.
Maybe. Somebody said they investigate him like Terry Rozier. I mean, some of the turnovers are pretty bad.
Yeah.
Pretty bad turnovers.
Now, he hit a couple of shots for him.
Yeah, he did.
He hit some shots, but just that decision. You're up by 1. I'm pretty sure he checked. He checked over his shoulder. He saw Anunoby chasing him.
Yep.
I'm not going to kill him as much
He
as
can
everybody
dunk,
else.
by the way. I've seen Darren Fox dunk.
Well, he can.
And he just went up for a layup.
He's got a
and-
little bit of a bad ankle.
I think it was
but yeah.
just instinctive. He caught it, literally, he picked it up about 7 feet from the basket.
It was a breakaway. He figured
He's
it's
got
an
to
easy bucket.
dribble to the
I
corner.
know that's a smarter play, but instinctively I get it.
If he could do it all
You're not
over again,
always thinking.
if he
And
could
then-
do it all over again, he'd pull it out.
And then he's got to block out OJ.
He's gonna,
OG Anunoby.
He's going to think about it until he gets his next paycheck.
What are
And
you
he's
gonna
gonna look
say
at all the
about these?
numbers. He's gonna be like,
Pull,
oh my
also,
God.
pulling the ball out doesn't guarantee him the win.
No.
Sure.
For sure.
That's
For sure.
everyone
just
keeps saying that, but it doesn't
but
guarantee
it's just
him the
so
win.
But you kill
Instinctive.
some more time and you go to the free throw line.
It's the back-to-back plays because he, like you said, he doubles on
I blame him
on
more
Brunson.
for that. Yeah.
And,
And
you know,
also-
maybe that was the coach's decision. They were like, look, we know they're going to Brunson. We want Wemby to alter the shot, and we're going to double him.
If that was
But
the coach's decision, that's
OG has a clear
Yeah.
lane.
Yeah,
Just,
you're
that's a
you're blaming Fox for going out on Brunson. Why doesn't Wemby get any blame for going out on Brunson?
Wemby was man-to-man on him.
They wanted Wemby
If you
on
watch,
Brunson.
if you watch the way that they were lined up, they decided to put Wemby on Brunson.
Yeah, they wanted. That was designed. That's why I don't
And he did
understand
his
why
job.
Fox came out.
He altered the shot.
Of course.
The thing I keep saying is underappreciated is Karl Anthony Towns' tip on the last play with 1.2 seconds left, because if he doesn't, it's a wide open dunk. It's a wide open oop.
defensive stop.
It's
Yeah.
a wide
the
open
defensive,
oop.
yeah.
By the way, they also noticed that the clock didn't start, even though it was tipped, until Castle caught the ball. So even if Castle had somehow gotten a chance to get the shot off,
Right.
I'm not sure he would have done it in time, because they would have had to review it, and they would have seen they didn't start the clock on the tip. I mean, Karl Anthony Towns, to his credit, you know, people jump up and down all the time and nothing happens. He jumped up and down and actually got his fingers on it, and it ruined the play. He saved the game.
Here's why I think De'Aaron Fox, and I almost feel bad for him. He's going to be haunted by this forever. And some people go, oh, well, Spurs are going to be back. I don't know that De'Aaron Fox is going to be back. Like, he might be back next year. When they win, they'll probably end up winning a couple championships with Wemby. But Dylan Harper's your
legit.
backcourt is Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle.
Right.
Like, right now, De'Aaron Fox serves a role. And remember, when he was out, Stephon Castle in those first 2 games of the previous series had 20 turnovers in 2 games. So De'Aaron Fox, generally speaking, knows how to take care of the ball. But you're going to play Dylan Harper a lot more next year in that backcourt with
I'm
Stephon
gonna guess
Castle.
they're going to be looking to offload him to another team
Right.
during the offseason.
So if they don't win the championship, he might be he's going to be haunted by that forever.
Yeah, it's gonna suck. That'll be part of his legacy.
But let me say this.
That place is going nuts.
I think the Knicks win in 6. But I do believe the Spurs win the next one at home. And the pressure is going to be squarely on the Knicks in that game 6. The amount of pressure, they've almost lost.
yeah.
They almost lost both games at home, like the Spurs did, right?
Yep.
And if it comes back up 3-2, that's a must-win for them because they don't want to go to San Antonio for a game 7.
No.
Correct.
And I bet they kind of know. I mean, they're athletes, they're confident, but they kind of know the Spurs are better. The Spurs,
Well, I mean,
the Knicks
the
got to pull off
Spurs are
miracle shots.
I know the Spurs are very difficult to play because of Wemby.
Their defense is really good.
And the guards are really good, but still they can't close out games.
Yeah.
They just can't close them out.
It's not going to matter if they're having a ticker tape parade, okay, in the middle of New York City late next week. If they beat them, they're not going to care that the Spurs might be better on paper.
This I do
than they
know.
are.
When,
Can you imagine
when you posed
the
the question on Tuesday, are the Knicks clearly the better team?
Yeah.
No, this is such a tight series.
This is the most we've probably talked about the NBA Finals in a long time.
It's been awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Series that got some buzz to it.
No, they're fun to watch.
Yep.
I mean,
last year was
there's no
OKC,
chance
Indiana.
There's no chance I was getting up early to watch OKC in Indiana.
Although that was a great series.
I just
Remember,
wouldn't I didn't care.
It goes to Game 7, and if Halliburton doesn't get hurt, who knows?
I just didn't care. Didn't even realize it went to Game 7.
All right, when we come back, we'll take your calls on which blown lead yesterday was worse. The Spurs gagging a 29-point lead in the Garden, or the Nats completely collapsing against the San Francisco Giants. We understand the stage is bigger for Spurs, Knicks, but 800-636-1067. Which blown lead yesterday was worse, the Nats or the Spurs? We'll take your calls on that next here on The Fan.
It's boy Bish for Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC went out, I called my good friends at Foley Mechanical, specifically Dan Foley, because it's not just some franchise or giant corporate outfit. Dan Foley owns the company 100%. No private equity, no call centers, no nonsense. Dan and his team, they run a tight ship. It shows in the work. His team replaced my HVAC, my water heater, my sump pump all in the same day. I got to see firsthand how skilled and hardworking these guys are. They know what they're doing. They actually care about doing it right. Foley Mechanical is full service, heating, AC, hot water, boilers, and they specialize in older homes with radiator heat. A lot of companies don't know how to deal with that. Foley Mechanical does. They serve D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, proudly installing Amana HVAC equipment. So if you want quality work from a company you can trust, call Foley Mechanical. Ask for Dan Foley. Make sure you tell him Bish sent you.
This sports update is brought to you by Murray's Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Washington Nationals were about to sweep the San Francisco Giants. They led 9-1 entering the bottom of the 8th. That lead was trimmed 10-6 by the top of the 9th. But then they didn't even record an out in the bottom of the 9th. The Giants brought the tying run to the plate and then the winning run to the plate. Bryce Eldridge, who was born and raised in the D.C. area, delivered the closing blow with a walk-off grand slam. And moving over to the NBA, the Knicks trailed the San Antonio Spurs by 29 points. They also came all the way back to win it in Game 4, 107-106. The Knicks now lead the series 3-1, meaning they are one win away from their first championship since 1973. From the Grot MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Coming up around 9:25, we will do the first 2 rounds of our World Cup draft. Soccer Mike Marr holds the first pick. We will each draft 6 teams, and then we'll come up with some sort of scoring system and determine a winner at the end of the World Cup, which I believe ends 3rd week in July. I think it runs into 2nd or 3rd week of July. So
sounds right.
There's a lot of soccer upcoming for all of you soccer heads out there. We'll do that.
I can't believe
draft at 9:25.
How I'm looking forward to a Mexico-South Africa soccer game.
Because it's World Cup. It's big. You know, it's huge. It's a huge event, and you can gamble on it.
Correct.
Of course.
Which both of us will.
We definitely will. All right, so heading into the break, ask the question, which blown lead yesterday was worse? The Nats' utter collapse by the bullpen against the Giants when they had a chance to sweep that series in San Francisco, or the Spurs' gag job letting the Knicks come all the way back from 29 points down at home. They had a chance to go back to San Antonio with the series tied at 2. Instead, they're in a 3-1 hole after just collapsing and scoring 30 points in the second half.
Look, based on
that's an unbelievable
the percentages
downturn
of losing leads in both sports. I mean, both teams that were leading had an extremely high chance of winning.
Right.
But based on how important the Spurs game was, it's the Spurs.
I also feel like, I don't know if it's true or not, but I feel like in the NBA, big leads, now obviously, like you say, the moment makes it spectacular. But big leads are blown all the time.
True.
Maybe not 29.
Not 29. Not in the NBA Finals.
Not in the finals.
Yeah.
But I mean, like the regular season, you almost don't even need to watch it till the 3rd or 4th quarter.
But I would have to think that a huge majority of people, especially watching on the East Coast, saw what was happening at halftime and just turned their TVs off, went to bed.
Is that what you did?
Expecting to wake up to Spurs winning
What time
the game.
did you go to bed?
I went to bed at halftime.
It was 20, what was it, 20?
It was
I think it was 27.
Yeah,
27?
it's just a massive lead. And I know that leads can evaporate quickly in the NBA.
Yeah, but you went to bed thinking there's no chance the Knicks will win this game.
I was confident I was going to wake up, look at my phone.
Yep.
After I turned off my alarm, first thing I did was I pulled up the game, and I see historic comeback, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like, how do you let a lead like that evaporate on such a big stage?
Well, I'm going to be different. I went to bed at halftime, and I expected a comeback. I didn't necessarily think they would pull it off and win.
They'd make it
but
interesting.
There definitely would be a run. 1,000,000,000%.
I mean, I expected a run, but I just felt like the cushion was big enough to sustain any sort of run that the Knicks had in them. But I was wrong.
But they did it against Cleveland. To answer your question, though, and people can chime in, 1-800-636-1067. What was the bigger choke job? The Spurs blowing their 29-point lead or the Nationals bullpen blowing a 9-1 lead? Mathematically, it's the Nats.
Mm-hmm.
So with a 20-point lead with 9 minutes left, this is just the math. the probability chart said that the Knicks had a 0.4% chance to win.
Right.
So I believe that's 1 out of 250. I might be wrong on that. I think it's 1 out of 250. Meanwhile, in the Nationals situation, when they're up 9-1,
eighth inning,
in the eighth inning,
Yep.
teams were a combined one win
Yeah.
and 3,090 losses.
Uh-huh.
So just the math, 1 in 250 versus 1 in 3,090.
So much greater chance for the
As you
Nats.
said, I'm more blown away by what happened
it's
on the
stage.
basketball court.
Yeah, it's the stage.
And JP, like in the last segment, said, well, the Spurs could come back and win 2 or 3 titles with Wemby. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee they ever get back this deep in the playoffs ever again.
No guarantee.
Like this could be such a catastrophic loss. It just ripples through the Spurs for the next decade where they just never make it back to this spot.
I will say this.
True, but
Wemby's going to keep them relevant
Wemby's
for
like
10
it
years.
should, but there's no guarantee they
How many
make it back
finals
to
did
the
LeBron go to?
I mean, like, 10. Yeah.
10. I'm not saying he's going to go to 10, but when
I
you
think he's
have
gonna keep him
when you
relevant.
have Kobe Bryant, when you have Wemby, when you have LeBron James, when you have Michael Jordan, you
go to a
usually
lot.
go to more than one finals.
Right.
True.
It's a major disappointment if you don't.
But the Spurs, I mean, look, the Spurs have some serious competition in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
They do. So it's not going to be as easy as people think. I would bet on it, but it's not going to be easy. But in terms of this series, I mean, every game is. I mean, I think the total point differential has been 16 points in 4 games. Mm-hmm. So game 5 is going to be tight,
And they've all been big runs, big Spurs leads, generally, right?
They always get off to an early lead.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I would say that game 2, the one where Wemby had a potential chance to win at the end of the game, felt like the Knicks, that was one where the Knicks had more control of the game and the Spurs fought back in the fourth quarter. But before last night's game, you could have made an argument. The Spurs could easily have been up 3-0 because they have a 14-point lead in game 1.
Yep, they did.
Yeah, but 14 points is nothing in the NBA.
Yeah, but when it's a 14-point lead in your home and you're a really good team, you're the San Antonio Spurs, you should be able to close that out.
Maybe with about 2 minutes left, but I think 14 points inside 2 minutes is still
Their probability
comebackable.
was still like 96%
Yeah,
that
I don't
game.
care about that stat. That stat gets blown up in your face all the time.
Yeah, it's just the percentages are just very low. I mean, extremely low.
And the
That you're
Spurs are good. That's the thing. They're a really good team. They beat Oklahoma City. Nobody thought that was going to happen. They beat Oklahoma City. They won 62 games this year. You're not supposed to blow, forget the 29. 20 with 9 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Well, the number that blows me away, we've talked about it, is the 30 total points in the second half.
I mean, that's
when you
a stunning
scored
number.
76 in the first.
Again,
how does that happen?
Well, it's the nature of the game. They didn't realize the moment that all the threes. It's a product of the way the game's played.
Yeah,
And
it's a product of the way that they played. They played some dumb basketball.
And I saw
in the
you
second half.
retweet the De'Aaron Fox montage. You can see it at EB Junkies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, bonehead decision after bonehead decision.
I mean, some of the turnovers are brutal.
Like you said, it almost looks like he's throwing the
almost
game.
Looks like he's throwing the game.
But I don't believe a guy who's making $49 million is throwing a game. in the
Terry
NBA
Rozier's
Finals.
I also
throwing it.
wouldn't
He's
have
making
thought-
25.
He's making 25 or 26, and he was throwing a game that was going to net somebody like $100K payoff.
Yeah.
But I do think the Spurs can fight back. I think it's unlikely. I'd pick the Knicks in 6 right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're the type of team that they don't seem to be bothered. Most people counted them out when they fell behind 3-2 to Oklahoma City. Took care of business at home.
And then went
on the road in game 7 to win. So I expect them to win at home. And then the pressure's on. I mean, the Knicks, right? You wouldn't, I mean, obviously the Spurs just did it, but you wouldn't like the Knicks' chances to win a game 7 in San Antonio.
I mean, I would bet against them, yeah.
Although they've won 2 games
I just
in
don't,
San Antonio.
just as a whole, I don't think the Spurs can win 3 straight against this team. I just don't think they play smart enough for 48 minutes to do it. They play a lot of times they play like inexperienced, 2 second-year players.
All right, 800-636-1067.
In key moments, anyway.
If you want to chime in on either game, obviously the Spurs game, Spurs-Knicks game, more impactful, more meaningful in the grand scheme of things. But, pretty devastating loss by the Nats, and they find themselves kind of in the mix.
I mean,
65 games.
mathematically, the Nats loss was more improbable.
Yeah.
But like that one person who tweeted us said, it's the Nats bullpen.
You'd be expected
Can
it.
you imagine if you bet on the Nats? You're counting your win. You're counting that as your account is going to go up.
Well, same thing if you bet on the Spurs
in the 8th or 9th inning.
You went to bed without. You went to bed thinking impossible that the Knicks come back to win.
I went to bed thinking series tied at 2.
Right.
It's going to go 7. And then I literally had to do this thing with my eyes to look at the result.
Well,
it was stunning.
It was absolute cinema.
Yeah.
Like, for years you guys have killed me. I love the NBA Finals. I can't remember the last time I missed an NBA Finals game.
It's your one seed.
It's
your baby.
I watched, since we were growing up in the 80s, I think I've probably watched every NBA Finals game. And I'll stay up to watch them. That was, and I didn't have a dog in the fight. Like, I'm not necessarily, I'm kind of rooting for the Knicks, but it's like 51-49.
You're rooting for a long
care.
series.
Like, it was absolute cinema. It was awesome.
You absolutely want San Antonio to win Saturday night.
Yes.
Because you want to see a Game 6 back in the Garden.
Yes.
I know I do.
Yes.
Next week.
And then I would want the Knicks to lose.
See a Game
To
7?
have a Game 7. And then I kind of want the Knicks to win games. Do you understand? Had they lost that game, the New York, those fans are brutal. They were egging Wemby last night.
I mean,
So Wemby got out of the bus.
They are classless.
Yes.
We can agree on that. Knicks
But
fans.
imagine had they lost that game. If
Yeah.
it had stayed the route, you went to bed, it was a route.
Yeah.
So they lose 2-2. It'd be 2-2 in the series.
Yeah.
But they would have lost 2 games, and all that thought and optimism of we're going to win a championship for the first time in the 70s, everybody would have thought we're blowing it.
I mean, Knicks fans,
Everybody would have said we've blown it.
Knicks fans are animals. There are videos of them like ripping Spurs jerseys off people just walking down the street in the middle of New York City.
All right,
just
let's
like
pass some
assaulting
calls.
people.
I know. They would have torched cars and
Well, I think they would
buildings.
have lit the Ritz-Carlton on fire.
Yeah.
Obviously,
MSG.
as you guys have said, the Spurs bigger stakes yesterday. But that loss yesterday for the Nats is one of those losses that completely destroys momentum.
Yeah.
Clary and I were talking about a little bit ago about how in 2021 the Nats were like 500 and they blew an 8-run lead in a game that Max started.
Yeah.
They went on to lose their next 7 in a row.
Yeah.
And everything since that day has been horrible until this year.
I think this team's a little bit better, though.
I know,
they're a
but
little
that's
bit
how
more
baseball
resilient.
works. Sometimes you have a crushing loss and then you lose like 12 out of your next 13
It's a
games.
turning point game, is
And
what
then,
you're saying.
and then they've got to
hope
play
that's
them.
not true.
They got to play the Mariners, who have been hot.
Yeah.
And the Nats play worse at home, so they're going to play the Mariners here, a better team. I could easily see that happen.
It's a kind of loss that can put you in a tailspin.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden
Put you in
you're
a funk.
Yeah, you're fighting your way out of losing 5 of 6.
Yeah.
Plus, Cakes is going to games. I mean, Cakes
Oh,
jinx.
I'm just definitely going to put a big old hex on them when I walk into the stadium.
I'm definitely betting on the Mariners.
I think it's probably smart.
You got to go to the bullpen before? I'll give you the name and number.
I think I might be going. I might have a different hookup, but yeah, that's a great option.
You're
too.
doing the Terror Club, right?
I don't have the
You don't have the Terror Club.
first world problem. I do not have Terror Club tickets, but I've got very good seats.
All right, okay.
But they're not.
No, he's gonna go-
You're not going to see my face
Are you going
behind
to
the
Circa?
He's going to go to
screen.
Circa.
Are you going to Circa?
I think that's
Just
the
let me
plan.
know.
Well, it has been done before where you go to bullpen and then you go to Circa.
You could do both.
I mean,
or you go to Circa,
you
then the
act like
bullpen, then
I just have all day. I'm bringing my wife, who actually she has a job.
Yeah.
She has to come home from her job, and then
Yeah.
we have to drive back into DC. So I've limited time.
Okay.
Is it just you and your wife?
We're bringing my guy Greg, who you know, and his
Oh, yeah.
wife.
Okay, so 4.
Tell him I
Yes.
got
Double date.
Tell him I got another car.
I have told him, if you want to ride with me, I'm happy to bring you. Just know there's a good chance we'll be leaving early. Probably won't be
Well, if you got
until the
free,
end of
if
the
you got
game.
free Knicks tickets to sit courtside, you're not allowed to leave.
Well, I
early.
don't have Knicks tickets. I have
Yeah.
Nats tickets. There's
But
a
they are
difference.
free.
They are free. Yes.
All right, let's go to Kevin. Glory Days Kevin chiming in. Hey, Kev, what's up, bud? Kevin, are you there? Is he listening? My God.
Probably having some cheesy
He's on
fries
for
right
10
now.
minutes.
Kavina.
Are the phone's not working? Let's go to Don. Don calling from Hong Kong.
He's called back.
There's our guy. He's upset.
So we've had Australia and now Hong Kong.
It's a battle.
Yeah.
Don.
Hey, I could tell you guys had a good time with me on the show last week, Cakes and Lurchy. By the way, it's not a surprise that a French guy is getting cooked and losing. But I want to talk about Drabby for a second. I call in. It's open line Thursday. I want to talk about Drabby because I'm also a hair transplant guy.
Okay.
People call me Benjamin Button now. They say I'm silly.
You're reverse aging.
That's
All right.
a funny nickname.
All right.
Yeah.
We're going to do
I
that with
wasn't like a
JP with his
normal
hair
infinity.
color.
Yeah, well, I need to do that too, by the way. I do that too. But anyway, I'm silly now. That's not the point. My doctor in Thailand is a Golden Follicle Award winner. That means he's the best doctor of the year, according to International College of Hair Surgeons.
That's
right?
hilarious.
Yeah, it's funny.
Extra silly.
That's
He's
a
got the golden
It's a
follicle.
prestigious award.
Yeah. So I called him and I said, "Hey, doctor, would you put a pubic hair into this guy from America if we could find a way to get him out there?" He said, "No chance."
Oh, you would not?
He's ethics.
Yeah, I mean, he's a
Well, turns out
Then
our doctor,
I mean, he's
same
a
deal.
golden follicle winner. You think
Dr.
he's gonna do
Burka
that?
has the same standards. He wouldn't do it.
Yeah, he's a golden follicle, so he wouldn't do it. But then I hit up the fellow who assisted during my procedure, who now has her own clinic.
Yeah.
It's a woman, which I feel like adds a little bit of extra spice. And I said, "This guy's got a gray pubic hair. This other guy's got a big hole with no hair on his head. Would you take the pubic hair out and put it into the other guy's head?" And she said, "Yeah, I'll do it."
Oh, wow. Okay.
Look
So-
at that.
She's a little loose
Yeah.
and fast with
No,
her
just-
morals.
Fun girl.
So, and she's kind of, I mean, she's not silly, but like for a hair transplant surgeon, she's silly.
All right.
It's a sliding scale.
I hear you.
White Lotus, isn't that what happened?
Stereotypes.
Take me the fastball. Right down the middle.
Where does that come from?
Did you watch White Lotus?
No.
That's quite a scene you're referencing.
What were you watching to get yourself to sleep last night, JP?
I was watching a
Hey,
Wemby
Don,
Price.
we got to run.
Oh,
I mean, JP said that with a lot of fervor,
Jason
too.
likes that. Nice.
I like that. All right, thank you, Don. Thank you, buddy.
All
All right, when we come
bye-bye.
back, we can continue to take some of your calls, and we'll also do the first two rounds of our World Cup draft. Mike Marr on the clock, so he will kick it off. We'll do that next here on the Junks.
All right, guys. EB here on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Open Line Thursday brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors? Search windownation.com. There are windows that are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. We're going to do
All
our
right.
World Cup first 2 rounds.
All right,
Draft.
Matt, you've come up with the scoring system. All right, we're going $10 a man, right?
I believe
Sure.
that's
We
the
do it
case,
from
yes.
Winner take all.
Yep.
And all right, what's the scoring system?
I can't believe I got a draft
So what
Qatar or something.
what we did was we said 42 teams are going to be selected.
Yes.
So out of the 48 teams, 42 teams will be selected.
Right.
And then after that, Drab put into Chat GPT to figure out a way to do a pool.
Okay.
So for the first pool play round, I believe you are awarded 1 point for a draw.
Yep.
And then you are awarded 3 points for a win.
Oh, big. Okay.
And then 5 points for advancing to the second stage.
Okay.
All right, so we can just stop there for now. We can
Okay.
we can fill in the
All right.
scoring as we continue. I just printed it off for you guys.
Okay,
But
cool.
I think that looks pretty fair. Obviously, you get a big points for picking the champion, but really the 3 weeks matter a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
So
All right.
It's not
I love it.
weighted. It's not weighted to where if you pick the overall winner of the World Cup, it's an automatic win for you.
Right. All right, so your draft order is Mike Mars picking first. Valdez, under protest, picking at number 2. Grab T-shirt picks 3rd. I will pick 4th. JP picks 5th. EB picks 6th. Jason picks 7th.
Yeah.
I mean, we got really boned in the luck of the draw here. All the junks picking 4 through
That's
7.
okay. It's just you gotta draft depth.
Oh, okay. If you say
It
so.
just makes me think how dumb we were when we did this in 1994 and we picked countries out of a hat instead of drafting them.
2002, I'm guessing.
Or I don't know when it was.
I think it was probably.
Yeah, what am I thinking? 94.
2002.
I was still in college. 2002.
That was the last time it was held here
and we
in the States.
And we actually picked countries out of a hat.
What's wrong with that? It was just. I mean,
it was dumb.
This is just as dumb. You
No,
don't
we're
really know
drafting.
anything. You know about 9 players.
No, because out of the hat you could pick France and England and Spain, and I mean you can get a juggernaut every time you selected a team. Right. Now you draft, you get a little depth.
Yeah, you can study the groups.
When I was wooing now Mrs. Allville, then Amy Wertheimer, back in 1994, summer of 94.
Yeah.
What was the first date when you wooed her?
Our
Do you remember your first date?
First real date?
Yeah, first real date. Like first time you took her out somewhere.
It's a great question.
Didn't just meet at a bar.
Third base.
Great question.
You can't remember your first date?
Don't know that I can really remember the first. I'm sure it was like going out to a bar, like after our initial
at least
hookup.
second base
on the first date.
Yeah,
I don't know if I want to kiss. I'm not going to kiss and tell.
Oh, that means
it was a good first.
That,
even if it was our connection.
That means
whatever.
Anyway,
that means rounding third.
Well,
close
you
to
usually
home.
use the word woo her, so I wanted to know how you wooed her.
Here's how I kind of wooed her. Summer of '94. We were in Ocean City. Took her to Valdez. What was the name of it was a famous, at least Ocean City famous, a rib spot.
Nick's House of Ribs.
Nick's House of Ribs to watch World Cup, and I believe it was Knicks Rockets in the NBA Finals, like at the same time.
That was
I was
like the OJ
baby,
era.
I was like, baby, I'm going to show you a great time. We're going to go eat ribs and probably some seafood, and we're going to watch the U.S. hosting the World
And
Cup.
nothing like
and we're going to watch Patrick Ewing and Akeem Olajuwon.
and nothing more seductive than a full rack of ribs.
Just barbecue sauce
He's got
everywhere,
pouring all over his mouth.
drinking beer. I mean, it was a great time.
Just cleaning them off the bone.
It was just a great time. I don't know what to tell you.
All right,
Hey, it worked.
It worked.
You're how many years?
32 plus.
32 years of marriage. That's amazing.
31 plus married.
All right, am I going to Kevin or are we doing the draft? What do you want to
Doing
do?
a draft.
Kevin, no.
Kevin is finished. He can listen to us do the draft while he's sitting on hold.
All right. Well, then, Mike Marr, you're on the clock.
Yeah, a lot of people call me World Cup Mike. I have to dust off that nickname.
Yes. I have you as Soccer Mike, but I'm Soccer Cake, so maybe I can't have you.
And when
same
this
nickname.
team is raising the trophy next month at the Meadowlands, you'll be calling me Meadowland Mike, MetLife Mike, because that game will be played where the Giants play. I was talking with some of my friends who are soccer heads, and they said this is a layup. You can't pass on this team. They have the best player in the world. He'll probably end up winning the Golden Boot. So give me the favorites Spain plus 450 to take it home.
Are you a big Yamal guy?
Yeah, I'm sure he knows who that is.
Yamal, is he the
Is that
best
the guy
player?
he's referring to? I think Sebastian talked about
He
him.
can't even find Spain on a map, let alone tell you who
I couldn't.
Lamal or Yamal is.
I couldn't.
You could find
I don't know the
Spain on a
map.
map.
I don't know the map. So I'm telling you, I couldn't. I'm telling you, it's a fact.
Spain's a pretty easy one. Now, there are some countries where I'm going to struggle.
I'm just telling you, I couldn't.
Spain is one I'm going to nail.
You're lying.
I'm not. I know Italy.
You're just I don't believe
He's
you.
doing the dumb down bit.
I'm not.
We need a map in here.
Hold on.
We need a blank map of Europe.
If I gave you $100 right now to go find Spain on a map, you couldn't do it.
I might get lucky.
Well, he's not going to get
I don't know
100.
what you guys don't understand. I didn't learn the map when I was a kid.
He doesn't care about the map.
I don't care about the map. I never took geography.
He's
I wish
never
I
go-
did.
he's never going to Spain.
I mean, I wish I knew it. It's a life leak. I don't know maps.
All right, who's up two? Who's up two?
Valdez on the protest.
Valdez is on the clock.
In honor of Awad's French green bean call yesterday, I'm taking France.
Not string bean, green bean.
French green bean.
All right, so Spain and France are
Only
both,
thing I know, Mbappe. That's the only thing I know.
both on the board.
good one.
So two European powers taken first and second in our 2026
So there's
World
12
Cup
groups,
draft.
correct? 12 groups, yeah. 48.
All right, next up, draft T-shirt on the clock.
All right, I think this team has a easier path to the final. I'm looking at both England and Portugal here. England's got a lot of firepower with Rashford and Bellingham and Harry Kane up front. I am worried about them, the Heat.
Okay.
For those pale pink redcoats.
Fair
But
you still like them.
I still like them. I think they have an easier path to the final. It's coming home. England and drab T-shirt together.
All right, so drab T-shirt. 3 for 3
All right,
European
chalk.
powers: Spain, France, and England. I'm just going to go with the highest ranked team odds-wise
I
on
know
the
who it
board.
is.
I'm Team Ronaldo, baby. I'm taking Portugal. Portugal off the board. Got a bunch of Euros here through the first
Was it JP
4
next?
picks. JP now on the clock. And he can't pick Italy. Well, I hope he picks Italy. They're not in the field.
Remember,
So
he
they're
took
not.
Sergio Garcia in the U.S. Open when he wasn't playing.
I'm going to go with the defending champions, Argentina, Group
I knew
J.
you were going to do that.
I'm going to go with the team I like.
Yeah. I can't go with Brazil because Sebastian talked down about him.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. If you remember.
All right.
Yeah.
So Brazil scratched for you.
For me, I'm going to go Germany.
Ooh.
All right. So we have
Florian Wirtz is their best player.
5 of 6 teams from Europe off the board in the
You're
first
writing
round.
it down, right? You're keeping track.
Got it right here, right in front of me.
All
All
right.
right, so now Bitchbucks back-to-back picks.
All right. Well, I'm going to go. I think I got to go Brazil, even though Sergio blasted them. But they could still win a lot of games. And
You mean Sebastian?
Sebastian.
yeah,
I said Sergio.
It's all good.
because
Sebastian.
he said
We've been throwing out a
Sergio.
lot of.
We got too
All right,
many
so I'm going
S's.
to take Brazil,
Okay, Brazil off the board.
and I'm also going to take. Do I take Belgium or the Netherlands? You know what? Going with the
Two more
Nethers.
countries EB could never find on the map.
The Nethers. I'm going Netherlands.
That's something I studied.
All right, Netherlands. Okay.
All right.
What's another name for Netherlands? You know this.
Holland.
Holland. Hey, see, you got it.
Yeah.
Easy. Easy.
What do you
peasy.
call their people?
Oh, I know what
Dutch.
you. Dutch.
Hey,
The
all over it.
Dutchies. All right.
I just don't know the map. That's not a big deal.
EB, you're up. You
I never
took
had a
Germany.
globe. Did you ever have a globe?
Definitely had
I did.
a globe.
You know? Yeah, a lot of people had globes. I didn't have a globe.
We should bring globes back. Globes are silly.
Globes are modding.
I actually think they are kind of cool. And
Kids
actually, my
love
father
globes.
had a nice, he had a classy globe, like it
Fancy
was
globe.
in his office.
Yeah.
It was like
Never
a
really
brown
looked at
one.
it, but it was classy. It was like
Yeah.
it wasn't like a red, white, and blue
like,
one.
No, it was
like,
one of those brown
It
ones.
was like a brown one. Yeah.
I remember it.
All right, is my turn?
Yes, you have Germany as your first pick. Now you need your second.
And Jason, of course, he took Netherlands. He
I
went
took
chalk.
Yep.
I will go chalk Belgium.
All right, Belgium off the board.
I'm liking my squad.
All right, JP, you're up next. You took Argentina with your first pick.
All right, I'm going to get some early points. I'm going to head over to Group A, and I'm going to take Mexico.
All right, you got Mexico. So you
All right.
JP has a Latino flavor to his
Yeah.
first two, Argentina and Mexico.
Right. I see what he's doing over
Both
there.
off the board there. All right, I'm going to go with another team that's just comprised of a bunch of guys who are fair-skinned, like drab T-shirts, the English crew. I'm going to go with, these guys are probably going to get sunburned a lot over here, Norway. They're the highest team I
All
still
right.
have left on my board, odds-wise, 33-1 to hoist the World Cup. Norway off the board.
All right.
Now, drab T-shirt, back to you.
I'll be honest. I haven't. Can you recap like the second round for me?
Sure. So far, Netherlands went with the first pick of the second round to Bishbucks. EB took Belgium. JP took Mexico. And I just took Norway.
All right. Well, I like Latinas. I think I'm going to take Colombia.
Okay.
You got to take Colombia over Japan. Yeah.
That's my only reasoning.
Yeah.
All right.
Did you
all
like
you
Latina chicks?
I mean, come on.
But you
Who was the
can't-
Colombian soccer player with big hair?
Oh, Valderrama.
Yeah.
Who was the
Silly
Colombian
soccer cakes pulled that.
How did you pull that one?
Valderrama.
Wasn't it a Colombian guy that got killed for
Yes.
the own goal?
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah.
legendary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feel bad for that
That,
dude.
that I think was in the 94 World Cup, right?
In that era.
After that, yeah.
In that era. All
Yes,
right.
same year we did the picking out of a hat.
All right, Valdez, you're up
is
next.
it me?
Yes, you took France with your first pick.
Well, you're starting to get to the doo-doo now.
Well, you keep thinking USA's doo-doo. I'm the only patriot here. I'm rooting for the red, white, and blue.
All right. All right. Yeah, you can't
All right,
take
so you have
Japan
France and
over
the
this.
USA. Pretty good 1-2 punch there. Now back to
World Cup
Mike. He took Spain with the number 1 overall pick.
No, turn your mic on, stupid.
I think all I need is just Spain, but I guess I'll pivot here because I was going to go USA if Valdez didn't. Give me Croatia because they were in the World Cup in 2018, the World Cup final.
Okay. All
So
right,
I'm just
I
hoping
like
they
it.
can turn back the clock a little bit.
You sleep
All right.
a little bit on the fact that I believe Croatia chose Alexandria as their training base
They
while
did.
they're over here in the United States.
Yeah, there was a bunch of people out
You
there.
didn't know that nugget, did you, EB?
No.
Now you know it.
Weren't they at Episcopal?
I
Training?
Yeah,
don't, I
that's
don't
where
know.
they were?
I
Yeah,
don't know
pretty
the
sick.
site of where they're training, but
Yeah,
I know
Episcopal
pretty
High
sick.
School. There's a billion fields out there.
very good. All right, so to recap, Mike Mars got Spain and Croatia. Valdez has France and the U.S. Drab has England and Colombia. I have Portugal and Norway. JP selected Argentina and Mexico. EB, Germany and Belgium. And Bishbucks with Brazil and the Netherlands. We will do rounds 3 through 6 off the air.
Like right now.
Yeah, like right now.
Between, yeah, during the commercial
Like
break.
super fast, guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if you want to weigh in, 800-636-1067, you're welcome to do that on an open line Thursday here with the Junks. 800-636-1067 is the number if you want to weigh in on the last segment of an Open Line Thursday here with the Junks. Our World Cup draft was continuing during the commercial break.
Go Senegal.
You're a big Senegal guy.
Yeah.
I just took Ghana.
I may or may not have placed a wager on Mexico to beat South Africa at pretty heavy odds.
All right, let's go real quick. We're going to give Kevin a shot.
Okay.
Let's go to Kevin. Glory days. Been on hold for half an hour. Kevin, what's up, buddy?
He was tweeting last night during the NBA game.
What's
Morning,
up, Kev?
Junks. I'm doing good. I'll take Italy and Czech Republic.
All right, why'd you call, Kev?
What I called because I was listening to Dave and Charlie on the way home, and they had insurance running the bottom of the ninth. I'm like, oh, they got this. And then I went to bed.
Yep.
Because I was working late.
Right.
And the first time I heard about them blowing the lead was on your line.
Oh, so you couldn't believe it that the Nationals bullpen blew the 9-1 lead?
No, I think they're in line for a closer and a setup, at least one.
Oh yeah, they need new
bullpen upgrades. No doubt.
Yeah, I mean the question is, are they going to really actually go out and get one, or are they going to just try to manufacture something from the farm?
Well, they have to. They have no choice. They have no choice.
Well, the good thing is bullpen help really isn't that hard to get.
It's not that expensive.
It's not
right?
that expensive in terms of prospects. It's not that expensive in terms of signings, but it's something that you can do around the deadline. Whether it's pick up somebody on the cheap, it's somebody that you can find that just needs a new change of scenery, or just needs a new pitching coach because their controls all over the place.
Pick up a contract that expires.
Yeah, pick up expiring contracts. It's an easy leak to fix.
Right, but what about what Jesse said when you take a young prospect? Now, you might take them off their development plan a little bit, but you kind of convert them into a reliever to get some innings out of them at this level.
Kind of just depends on what their goals are the rest of the year. I mean, do they want to stay in the hunt and possibly be in that mix for a wild card at the deadline, or are they just trying to keep developing guys?
Plus, there's plenty of scrub teams that are willing to deal their bullpen.
I know, but you just don't want to give up much.
Bullpen's not it's not something that you really have to give. You can give some of the nubbiest prospects out there to go get bullpen help.
All right, let's go. I don't know. I can't even see.
He needs your readers.
No, it doesn't have a name. Yes. Hey, what's up, buddy? He wants to talk about the Nats. What's up, man? You're going with the jokes.
Nats.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about last night's game 4.
Okay.
Yeah, so I went to sleep with 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter thinking that the Spurs won the game and all. And I woke back up. I turned on Inside the NBA and I saw that the Knicks came all the way back. I couldn't believe it.
But with 6 minutes to go, couldn't you feel the momentum?
Sometimes you're so tired.
Because
what was it, like a 12-point game at 6 minutes?
Yes, but I just feel like that the Spurs lost because in the second half, they missed 14 out of 17 threes, and they should have just gave the ball to Victor Wembanyama in a post-up game and all. Just like they did. In my opinion, I feel like the Spurs should be world champs right now because all these games, the last 4 games, have been close.
There might be something to that, to be honest with you. And now they're going to lose the damn thing.
They've
in my
blown
opinion.
2 games, which they should have had for sure. Game 1, 14-point lead. It's at home, and they kind of fell apart down the stretch. And, of course, last night, I just can't believe. Look, it's a 20-point lead with 9 minutes to go. I can understand maybe going to bed then. Mm-hmm. But once the Knicks started chipping away and that.
Well, he was tired.
Madison Square Garden was so loud. Dude, the momentum was completely on the Knicks side.
Eyelids are getting heavy.
You just wondered if the Knicks had enough time to pull it off.
One eye open. Of course, I don't blame him for going to bed.
So he woke up for Inside the NBA.
I told you.
He probably had to go pee.
Fitful sleep.
I was asleep, went to bed at halftime. My wife came up so excited with about 4 minutes left. She woke me up and was doing play-by-play on her phone.
She thought she was Dina Breen?
Yes.
You shouldn't put it because you don't have a TV in your room. That's the flaw of the bedroom, no TV.
I try to go. I really only go in there to sleep. I'm not trying to linger.
I thought you had a TV in your bedroom.
I did at one point. All right, let's go to.
I couldn't live without a TV in my bedroom.
I need it.
Let's go to
need
Brandon.
That thing, like
in
oxygen.
Arlington. Brandon, what's up? Going with the Junks.
excited for all the World Cup talk. Flying to LA tomorrow, going to the USA game.
Oh, nice.
Going to New York on Tuesday, taking my kids to France, see Mbappe. Hey, so the botched World Cup draft was actually 2010. The reason I remember, I've been a P1 for 20 years.
Is that the one where they
to
cheated?
South Africa. Yes, EB got boned. EB had like Germany, Brazil, Argentina, and he was up 20 points, and they just pulled the plug on you.
They pulled the plug and did like a redraft.
Yeah.
So it was the most,
Yeah.
honestly, the most reprehensible thing in the history of the show.
It was deemed unfair.
It was worse than when the crick.
You should protest your buy-in until they repay you.
I agree.
So I went 2010. Cakes, didn't your brother go to the World Cup?
And this guy is good. Yes, my brother did go to the World Cup in South Africa.
So me and like 4 P1s, we went to the World Cup. This was before streaming. We would download 4 hours of Junkies podcast and listen to it every day as we went to safaris and the beach and in between the games as we were following US around. Valdez, you were looking for a throwback 30 clip. Go find Jason, June of 2010. Can you imagine him doing this today? He got sights for the Corner Club, went out to happy hour, was so excited to see the Lakers and Celtics, stayed out drinking with his boys all night till like 2 a.m, missed the first 2 hours of the show, was calling in from the toll road. Brett and TK couldn't find him. He's like, sorry, guys, I just got sights to watch the Black Mamba versus the Big Three.
Man, I don't remember that. That is back in the day.
I don't remember that.
That's
but
funny.
Was that one?
Dude, we listened to that segment like 5 times.
I think
we're in the middle of Africa.
Hold up, so he got in a fight with CK about it?
Didn't you get in an accident that day?
I don't remember.
No,
this guy,
no.
See what stay out late drinking does to you?
So I just overslept.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine Jason doing that in 2026?
No,
not
in this
wanna
day
go
and
watch
age.
Bed by
Tatiana?
6:30.
Staying up till 2
He was already complaining about the U.S. World Cup game being at 9 p.m. on a
He's got
Friday.
very good sleep hygiene, this guy.
Oh, that's funny.
All
That's
right, well, I'll
good
be there
memory
waving
though.
my flag, red, white, and blue. Let's go.
Have fun out there.
That guy loves
Are you
him some
predicting? Are
soccer.
you predicting easy get out of the group for U.S.?
Yes.
Okay.
FIFA ruined the tournament. They expanded it to 48. It's a cupcake to get out of your group now. If we don't get out of the group, it'll jump over 2018 when we missed the World Cup. It's the greatest disappointment in U.S. soccer history.
Right.
We got to at least get to 32. I'm pretty confident we're getting to 16. And then who knows?
This guy knows more about soccer than Sergio Salazar.
He
I
knows
know
a
it's
lot.
Sebastian. Throwback.
All right, thank
Here's
you,
a callback.
Brandon. Thank you, buddy.
All right.
Sebastian has texted me.
Yeah,
Sergio.
Sebastian / Sergio.
Sorry, I mean
Yes.
I said Sergio because he said Sergio. I had the Sergio in
It's
my
a
brain.
joke.
He's a
Nobody
good sport. He said
Sebastian.
Sergio Salazar has a nice ring to it.
Yeah. Let's go to Chris in Clarksburg. Chris, what's up? By the way, we will talk World Cup over the next because I know it's not a big soccer show. I know I personally get consumed with the World Cup.
It's fun to watch,
I
man. It's
love
a great event.
the World Cup. Yeah. Chris, what's up?
Hey guys.
Hey.
So wanted to get your take on listening or watching sporting events from the golf cart while you're playing around. So
I'm not big on it.
Last night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last night, so I play in a Wednesday evening league at Whiskey Creek.
Okay.
And we're playing. We start at 5, and we're playing great. I'm a 7 handicap. I'm 2 under through 7.
Ooh, you're balling.
And we're listening to Matt's game in the cart.
Uh-huh.
And literally, we get through 7 holes right when the Grand Slam gets hit, and we lose. And I was 4 over the next 2 holes. we had
total collapse.
We lost. It total collapse after the Nats collapsed. And so now we're thinking of instituting a ban on sports.
I mean, if you want your scorecard to look good, you might want to ban it.
Yeah. I mean, that's why, honestly, that's a great story. Thank you, Chris. Honestly, when I'm playing golf, I try not to check my phone because it can send you on a spiral. I really don't want to read texts. I really don't want to see what's going on, you know.
You're locked in.
Wait till you're done.
Now,
Wait till you're done.
if the Skins are drafting in the second round or something, or third, you know, they're going to do that. But on the whole, I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
On Saturdays at Hidden Creek, when I'm playing with Wacky Jackie, we'll mount both our iPads up with a power block, and it looks like a Caesar Sportsbook.
Yeah.
with
football,
Boomer
right?
Sooner playing and the Terps.
You guys have rolling David Buster's.
It legit looks like a sportsbook in our cart.
Well, we walk, right?
Yeah.
When we have our old man push carts, but Squirrel will put like the Terps on, on his on
I gotta
the push
see what
cart.
Buzz Williams
Hey,
is
there
gonna
is
do.
there is something like if there's a day baseball game and you're walking and
To have it on.
Yeah, it's kind of soothing.
It's probably better than, I think, honestly, checking text messages is super tilting when you're playing golf.
Yeah, I kind of lose track because I kind of hide my phone underneath the where the cup holder.
I don't recommend
It disappears into that black void.
Yeah, and I don't check it for a few hours.
And you really shouldn't check Twitter and see how all the people are just roasting you.
Oh, the people.
It's not good.
And then my buddy's playing Bob Seger on the speaker. Or Yacht Rock.
Your buddy is clearly
All
in his 50s.
So I've got
He's playing
four.
Bob
I got
Seger.
four teams. I need two more, right?
Yes.
I could barely get there.
Got 4. I think only have 3. Do I have 4?
You have
No,
4.
no.
You have Argentina, Mexico,
You have
Canada,
4.
and Ghana.
He has.
What's my 3rd team?
Canada.
You have Canada. Ricky,
Oh, that's right, I
you
forgot.
drafted Canada.
Forgot.
Yeah.
I've got it all right
All right,
here.
but we'll tweet it out from the Junks account. Each
Don't
team.
you worry. I've got
right?
all the teams
JP
right here.
will tweet it out.
I'm
from
not
the
tweeting
Junks
that
account.
many names.
No, I've got it.
Just take a picture
I
of
will
it.
tweet out this chicken scratch
Okay,
as
perfect.
soon as we're done with the draft.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
we have to get out of here. We have to finish our World Cup draft. We will see you again tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next. Turn on the news. There's a new headline every single day. Inflation's climbing. Interest rates are shifting. New tax laws being proposed that you don't know about. It's enough to make anybody nervous about their money. But here's the thing. You don't need to chase every headline. At Trajan Wealth, that's spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors help you tune out all the noise and focus on the big picture. They'll work with you to build a long-term financial strategy based on your goals, your risk tolerance, and your time horizon. Peace of mind starts by calling Trajan Wealth. Instead of constantly reacting to market swings, you're going to have a plan designed to keep you on track no matter what the economy throws your way. Check them out right now, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Just like in sports, it's not about one play, it's about the entire season. So call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or visit TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, Nats fans, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. The Nationals, for the first time in franchise history, blew an 8-run lead in the 8th inning or later. San Francisco was trailing 9-1, top of the 8th. The Nationals about to sweep the Giants. Then the Giants scored 5 runs in the bottom of the frame. So headed into the bottom of the 9th, it's now 10-6 Nats. And then the unthinkable. Bryce Eldridge hit a game-winning walk-off grand slam. On to some better news, unless of course you're rooting for the Spurs in the NBA Finals. San Antonio was going to return to Texas, having regained home court advantage and evening up the series, until they didn't. The New York Knicks pulled off the greatest comeback in NBA Finals history. OG Anunoby tipped in Jalen Brunson's missed three-pointer with 1.2 seconds left to give the Knicks the 107-106 victory at Madison Square Garden in Game 4. The Knicks trailed the Spurs by 29 points, but they came all the way back, now leading the series 3-1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCown, The Fan.
Go flat for Jalen Brunson, allow him to operate at the top, 101.
Brunson gets it, fires up a three. Shot no good, the chip, it's gone! It's gone! It's gone!
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, and the New York Knicks have authored the greatest comeback in NBA Finals history. Holy moly, B. What a game.
Yes,
I
it was.
have been so excited to just talk ball with you this morning. You were at MGM National Harbor, correct?
Yeah.
At TAP or in the sports book?
I started at TAP because it was a little event Gary Clark had. And then I left there and went to the sports book and watched the rest of the game. And
you were with your son-in-law, Deshaun, massive Knicks fan.
He was a Knicks fan. He was rather quiet throughout the game. And at the end of the game, he was like in shock. And then he woke up.
Dog.
Bruh, that was a great. Listen, that was a great game.
Absolutely. Great game. I think equal parts Spurs choke, Knicks come back. Like it was at halftime.
Yeah, you're right.
At halftime, so I had all ears last night. I got home, call it like 9:15, 9:30, hang out with Lauren for a bit. I have the game on. Now, I've been watching all these games at my boy Greg Papa's house, right? Like he's a New Yorker, Knick fan. And at halftime, it is such
Pop.
It's such a blowout at halftime that I texted him. I was like, "Are you going to stay up?" He's like, "There's always a chance." And I'm like, "All right, dude. I will be on the porch watching."
See, I like that he said it because Stallion said something over here, and I say, see, that's the difference between the average person and the athlete. Athlete always believe there's a damn chance.
At halftime, I couldn't help but think, how many mornings this season, this past, like the previous season, have we come in and been like, damn, the Wiz gave up 75 at halftime? Like, what are you doing? And for the Knicks to do that in Game 4 of the Finals, to the Spurs' credit, their shooting in the first half was unreal.
When you're shooting over 60% from three-point range, it's kind of hard to stop that.
Dude, I think they tied a Finals record with 14 threes in the first half of that game. Everybody was making everything. And my only thought was, you're not going to keep shooting like that.
You're going to get cold.
I don't know that, like, whether it comes down some or comes down a lot, you're not going to keep shooting like that. And so I thought the Knicks had a chance to kind of claw it back. And then we're watching the third quarter, and the Spurs just, White Brian just said this to me in the hallway. He's like, it seemed like it was a college team that had a big lead and just kind of let it go. You know what I mean?
It's not that they let it go. I'm going to tell you exactly what it was. Youth on their side and stupidity on the coach side. If you're the coach, you call them in and say, we're going to start doing this thing. Listen, I know y'all call Jeff a hater, but Wemby 7'4", he's the biggest, baddest dude on the court.
Get to the block.
He got to stop thinking, oh, yeah, see, he has this mindset of, I'm just going to demoralize you. That's what he thinks. You can't keep pulling up those threes from that far out, especially when you're winning like that. Run some time off the clock, throw it down low to him. Nobody can really stop him. And if they foul him, he should hit the three. He missed 2 in a row last night, late in the game.
Him missing the 2 free throws last night was unbelievable.
It was. But what I'm saying is, like someone, I think, texted on my text thread from my college guys that someone say they need a leader. Yes, they do. You watch the Knicks, all that stuff happening, you didn't see them fussing at each other. They stayed calm. But every time something goes crazy, OG either makes a big shot or Jalen Brunson takes it and calms everybody down. Josh Hart does it.
Brunson's a real leader.
Nobody does it on the Spurs side. Everybody is trying. And De'Aaron Fox want to be the story. That's what I believe.
De'Aaron Fox did hit the big three. The play at the end where there's a turnover, he gets the ball. They have a lead, and there's like 12. He gets the ball with like 11 and a half seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And he has not a clear path to the basket. And Barkley, I thought, was phenomenal post-game. Just killing him. You got to go towards the basket and then dribble that to the corner.
Yeah.
Make him foul you. Go to the foul line. For Anunoby to make that block, and that's a clean block.
Hell yeah.
You could be the biggest Spurs fan in the world. Michelle Beadle. I don't know another famous Spurs fan. You could be the biggest Spurs fan in the world.
Big Trav.
You watch that block. Completely legal. That was a clean block.
Clean block.
And then I love, you could say it's a good shot, a bad shot. I don't know. But I love that Brunson, there was never a doubt who's taking that shot for
Hell
the
yeah.
Knicks.
Hell yeah.
And I don't know, B. Like, you're the San Antonio Spurs. Steph Castle had foul trouble throughout this game. I think that's a really underrated part of how the Knicks were able to come back is when Castle had to go to the bench with 4 fouls. He's their best defender and he's their best playmaker. Harper's right there as a playmaker, but Castle is just phenomenal on the defensive end. If to your point about Mitch Johnson's coaching, if you're the Spurs and you know they're going to try to get a shot up early enough so that they can get a chance at an offensive board, why the hell is Wemby 35 feet from the basket? OG got a complete free release to the hoop, and some of that is the universe, some of that is the basketball gods. It was the perfect play for him to tip in, but that tip in was impossible.
That's a hustle, man.
Dude, he's flying to the basket and then required like an incredible amount of touch.
He hit it and he kind of
guided it in. Like that was not a putback dunk. That was not easy by any stretch.
Bad man though.
Dude, and then listening to OG postgame. What a class act and just
he's
like
a
calm
bad dude,
person.
Bro. Hey man, he plays like that though. You watch him in the games. He doesn't get like this is the one thing that listen, you know how I am, so I tell you how I feel like Castle, Vassell, they are super hyped when they're winning. When they're losing, they disappear. I need them to get to the point where they could be even killed the whole damn game.
And some of it is their youth and inexperience.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. But OG's not very old himself. But he's been like that the whole. When you watch him, you don't know if they're up or down.
Totally.
But he just goes through his game. Brunson is unbelievable.
Dude, for the Villanova crowd, Bridges and Hart weren't very good last night. Josh Hart needs to buy OG Anunoby a house because if the Knicks go on to lose that game and he misses that bunny layup, that will be the replay that goes on forever.
He was too much worrying about the dude chasing him instead of.
I think he took off too early to dunk. Then
you can see him looking. If he just goes in and dunk the damn ball, I've always felt when you're around the rim, look, George Gervin was the Iceman. He was the one that did the finger roll. Everybody else just dunked the damn ball.
Yeah, I think some of it is the NBA has gotten so foul driven. I think he was trying to hesitate a little to maybe draw the contact to get a foul. Whatever it was, he owes OG Anunoby a house, a car. He owes him something significant because otherwise that play goes on forever. B, I want to run through some of these numbers because the Spurs deserve credit for how good they were in the first half. 14 of 26 from three. Everybody was making every three in sight. But perhaps more impressive than that, they only had 2 turnovers in the first half. That number jumps to 9 in the second half. Their 3-point shooting goes 3 of 17 for 18%.
From 60 to 18%.
And in the third quarter, when they had the big lead, they just kept jacking it.
But see, the
Go
thing
to the basket.
That is it where you watch them in the third quarter. Their shots, normally you're shooting it foot from the 3-point line. They're shooting that thing 5, 6, 7, 8 feet from the 3-point line. Everybody got to see who's going to hit the longest 3-pointer, I guess. Instead, just win the damn game. It's not about how many 3-pointers you hit. Win the game. And listen, bro, I'm just saying, the coach sat there in one stretch, and I'm like, dude, call the timeout.
That said, as incredible as the Knicks comeback was, the OG tip-in was. Spurs have a real chance at the buzzer there. The play they drew up for Steph Castle on the back screen, it was there. Credit to Karl Anthony Towns, who did not have his best game, I would say.
He scored in the fourth quarter, though.
He made Wemby have to defend him.
Yeah.
You know, and that's when things kind of opened up for Brunson, getting to the hole, getting those little pull-up jumpers. But if Karl Anthony Towns doesn't tip that inbound pass, I think the entire conversation could be, who knows? That's still a high degree of difficulty play to pull off, but it was open. Like, the play was there.
But like, the thing about it, like, sometimes when you look at Karl didn't have the point production.
Yeah.
But the fact that Wemby had to leave that area and start checking him, that changed the game.
Totally. Just because when Cat was out with the foul trouble and you had Wemby in the paint most of the time, it was remarkably different. When Brunson can't get to the bucket and then Bridges isn't making threes, Hart's not making threes. I mean, Jose Alvarado gave them some minutes last night, man.
They scored 30 points in the second half?
They scored 30 points in the second half. Like, the point totals are staggering. They went, just listen to this. The Spurs by quarter, 41, 35, 14, and 16. They scored fewer points in the second half than they did in the second quarter.
Damn.
I mean, and there was a point, like, the text thread last night was kind of fun. And I know you, when you're like watching a game, aren't too worried about the text thread, but I was just going.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it was at 10:51 p.m. So this is when the third quarter ends.
Mm-hmm.
I texted, Knicks had a chance to cut it to single digits there. Because remember, they kept getting it to 15. And they had the Spurs had one possession where they had a good look at three, missed it, get the offensive rebound. Have another good look at three, missed it, got the offensive rebound, and then finally got like a lay-in at the bucket. But I followed that up with, but they got a chance. And it felt like, credit to the Garden crowd, and I think a lot of people wondered why we had to see so much Taylor Swift. I would be one of them. But like, the crowd, that energy, I think in a lot of capacities kind of willed them back in.
Mm-hmm.
I think the foul trouble for Castle was huge. But
hell yeah.
Because when you go from Castle out there with his incredible shot-making ability, but also his defensive presence, to Champagnie guarding Brunson, that's a big change.
Yeah.
And I'm not knocking Champagnie. He's just not the player.
No, he's not the same player.
And dude, De'Aaron Fox, like, are we sure Dylan Harper shouldn't be getting those minutes and those touches?
Listen, Dylan Harper, he might be the second best player on that team.
Totally.
He may be better than Castle and Vassell. He's better than both of them. The way he comes into a game, knocking down threes, getting to the hole, and his defense is astronomical. But they insist on playing Fox. But I tell you this, Fox may be on the move next year.
Fox out of town.
He's gone.
He's gone.
Yeah.
It was that comeback. You got to give that Garden crowd credit because you can feel the electricity in the air from the
but
television.
you know who gave them that energy to get the electricity? Them people on the court bringing it back, starting to score.
Wemby, his breakdown.
He needs to stop throwing elbows.
Sure.
Or somebody from the end of the bench is going to the game and split his wig.
You wonder eventually when I kind of thought Mitch Robinson might do it. Mitch Robinson seems the kind of dude to do it. But Wemby, 6 of 11 in the first half, was really, really good, really smooth within the flow of the offense. 3 of 14 after halftime, including the missed pair. When he missed the front end, I was like, all right, he'll knock this one down. When he missed both of those free throws under 2 minutes left, I understand Wemby has never played this much. He's never played this many minutes. He's a young man.
He's
like,
tired.
You wonder about the fatigue. But, dude, Castle, in both game 3 and 4, with the Garden going nuts as they're at the free throw line in huge moments, Castle knocks down the pair in game 3 to kind of ice that game. Castle knocked down a pair last night. And then Wemby misses that pair. That's up here, dude. That's in your brain. And Wemby talking big S in the first half.
He does.
He's pointing to Mitch Robinson saying, I'm in your head.
Hey man, you remember in what was it? The show with Michael Jordan talking about the Bulls stuff? And he go,
Last Dance.
Yeah, he had a cigar, he say, yeah, don't take a big man to talk when you're up. Talk when you're down. do that same thing when things are different. He disappears.
You and I were talking, Mitch Johnson. I understand he's like the handpicked successor to Popovich, and maybe he, like this young team, is learning a lot on the fly here. But when they had the big lead, when they were up 29, and then it was like 22, and then it was 17, he was calling lots of timeouts. If the Knicks would get like 2 buckets in a row, he would call a quick timeout. Maybe that was to not let the crowd get into it. Maybe that was just to slow the Knicks down, who were trying to create tempo. But to your point earlier when we were talking, B, so Johnson was calling timeouts when the Knicks when the Knicks cut it to 95 to 80. He called a timeout. Then he called one when it was 99 to 95. But during that 11-0 run, he didn't call.
He didn't call one at all.
It was bizarre because earlier in the game he was calling them all the time.
Everybody that was sitting in the area I was at and people around were like, "Call a damn timeout." Why is it that everybody else could think that, but he wasn't? It's weird. Like sometimes we sitting in the press box and we calling the plays.
Right.
So we figure the defense has to know that. Defense coordinator on the other team knows it. I think he just got lost.
I also like this thing like, Wemby's just fatigued because they're playing every other day. In football, if there's bad weather, right? People are like, oh man, the road team's at a disadvantage. They're playing in the same weather. Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns, they're all playing on one-day rest. Steph Castle, Dylan Harper, it's all one-day rest. Like, if you're going to be the guy, one-day rest is not a valid excuse. I want to open the phones.
Who said that?
Like, the story with Wemby is like, oh, he's been better when they get 2 days rest. So what?
Everybody playing like that. And he's young. He's younger than all of them.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Knicks comeback, Spurs choke, one of the absolute best basketball games I've ever seen. I put this in the text thread last night kind of immediately. The only thing I could think of that matches that moment and that level of comeback is Falcons 28, Patriots 3.
Well, that's what everybody started posting last night, talking about the new Spurs logo. And
that was funny.
It was a Falcon. It was the Falcons logo. That was hilarious.
Dude, I mean, San Antonio shot 5 of 22 from 2.
Yeah, they went down
22% of field goals.
Their regular field goals was 22%. The 3-pointers, you say, with 18%. They were shooting 60% from the 3-point line in the first.
Listen to some of these numbers in the second half. The Spurs had more turnovers than made field goals. They had 9 turnovers to 8 made field goals.
Not gonna win on a lot of those.
Fox, Castle, and Dylan Harper had more turnovers than made buckets.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just...
See, the thing of it is, we watched the Spurs pick up the intensity of their defense. When New York picked their intensity up, it affected the hell out of them, too. And they could go down the bench and have guys come into play.
I think Castle foul trouble is a very underrated part of this. I want to let people chime in.
What did Vassell do last night? What was his numbers?
I'll pull it up. 800-636-1067. You want Vassell's numbers? I'm on the Knicks. Hang on. 18 minutes. He scored 40 minutes, 18 points.
Okay.
He hit 5 threes. I bet all of them were in the first half. I'm sure it wasn't, but it seemed like it.
All right, so
it was unbelievable to watch that. And I just remember sitting there. So I'm sitting with Pop, and then our buddy KB comes over, and he's like, dude, they just got to get it to single digits. But they were at that 15-point cap in the whole third quarter. They couldn't get closer to 15. They had opportunities. Then they start the fourth. Then they cut it to 9. Then they cut it to 6. And it's like, holy moly, we got a ball game.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And all I wanted going into this game, I just wanted more hoops. I just want this thing to go 6 or 7. You get to that point in the summer where all you got is baseball and it just gets a little depressing. But then I haven't been rooting for the Knicks in this series, but damn if you couldn't last night. Mm-hmm. If you were watching them come back from that game, it was like, oh my God. It was, and when Josh Hart misses the bunny, you're like, that's your chance.
Yeah.
That was your chance to take the lead. It was.
With all those things happening, though, they kept striving.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Dude, Jalen Brunson afterwards, I thought was so compelling. He just said belief. We maintain a belief.
There you go.
I'm going to let my guy Chris and Bowie chime in. We're going to keep the phones open about this game. Chris, what was worse, the Spurs or the Knicks were better?
Oh man, that Falcons Patriots Super Bowl was worse. Excuse me, the Spurs Knicks game was worse. I sat down and watched the Super Bowl, and it was incredible how the Patriots were able to come back. But last night was awful. For them to hit so many shots in the first half, the Spurs was great. But what I told people last night at the watch party at halftime, I said, everybody calm down and relax. Because in the NBA nowadays, the three-point shot will have anybody come back. And when that lead cut down to 15, 2 separate times, I said, watch. Remember, we're at MSG, and you have these Knicks that can see the lead dwindling. And I think, Bemis, you already mentioned it earlier before you open the phone lines, was that the Spurs coach did not call a timeout. He could see the lead draining, but would not call it. To me, that's not sufficient enough to see your 27-point halftime lead essentially be cut in half.
Yeah, it was crazy, man.
Josh Hart missed that layup because he knew that somebody, now we knew it was Stephon Castle, but he knew somebody was coming down his back. And Stephon knew he couldn't touch him or he'd easily be fouled out the game. And so that's it. And one last thing I'll say is this. When De'Aaron Fox was able to get that loose ball,
dribble to the corner. Just dribble. We got to run here, Chris. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much. Phone lines are open. We're talking about this game. I do want to talk about the post-game broadcast. I have a lot of thoughts. This is B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley here for my friends at Closets by Design. You've heard me talking about it. They came to the house for a free in-home consultation. The designer met with my wife, and they re-envisioned her closet, and my wife could not be happier. She's got so much more storage space, so much more functional. She's got shelving for the winter when she needs sweaters. She can hang up dresses in the summer. She's got space for the 8,000 pairs of shoes she has. Working with Closets by Design has seriously helped my family. We also redid the coat closet in the living room, which gives my daughters a space for their coats, so we're not all just piled up on top of everything. But Closets by Design can do way more than closets. They can do offices, garages, laundry rooms. Whatever it is you're looking for, hit them up, closetsbydesign.com, or call 800-BY-DESIGN. You can schedule your free in-home consultation today. The designer will come out. You can work through whatever you want. Of course, my wife wanted some upgrades. Whose wife doesn't? But seriously, they did tremendous work at my house, and they can do the same for you. Hit them up, closetsbydesign.com, or call 800-BY-DESIGN.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs blew a 29-point lead at Madison Square Garden last night as the Knicks pulled off the largest comeback in NBA Finals history. The Knicks now lead the series 3-1, and the Spurs are on the brink of elimination. To make matters worse for San Antonio, Wemby was assessed a flagrant 1 foul. That is his third this postseason, putting him 1 away from an automatic suspension. Also, happy World Cup Day. From now until July 19th, 104 matches will take place across the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. First game is 3 p.m. between Mexico and South Africa. And you know what? We are not going to talk about the Nats game and how that one ended. You can look off that walk-off grand slam all on your own. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Energy for the boys here in the studio and in the aquarium after watching that ball game last night. Just like incredible. And for all the talk of Karl Anthony Towns, who had 2 fouls early, you can argue the accuracy of one of them, but I honestly thought they were both fouls. The third foul he got in the first half was incredibly stupid when he just threw like a hard forearm shiver. So for all the talk of Karl Anthony Towns, who I thought in games 1 and 2 was excellent, but he didn't score in the fourth quarter. He didn't have a fourth quarter bucket.
Yep.
He didn't get a lot last night because he was on the bench a lot last night. He did finish the game with 13, but damn if he didn't make them count.
Oh, yeah.
So about midway through the fourth quarter, he scored 5 points in less than a minute. Remember he had that crazy step back kind of falling down 3? That was one of those, everybody's like, no, yes. You know what I mean? Kind of shots.
Yeah.
That cuts it to single digits. Those were huge minutes. And I thought Cat being on the court late and making those threes sucked Wemby out a little bit more and allowed Brunson to kind of get to the bucket. And how about my man Alvarado? New York City kid. They picked him up for nothing, I think, at the trade deadline.
He was a Nat.
Dude, he scored 5 in a row last night.
He was a Nat last night.
And dude, it was like, I think they were down 6, and then the Spurs made it 8, and you felt like if they can get it back to double digits, I don't know that the Knicks could keep coming back. And then Alvarado goes 5 points in a row and like cuts it back down. Mm-hmm. He was a baller last night.
He was balling, and at one point they had him checking Wemby.
I think that was hysterical. I love it though. Like to your point about just go throw bodies at Wemby and get in his head.
Hell yeah.
All 5'10" of Alvarado did it last night.
The thing about him, he gets irritated. Wemby.
Oh, yeah.
And if you just keep sending people at him and they're fresh, he tries to fight with them, and then you watch him, and as the game went on, his pace slowed way down.
But Brunson, I mean, he scores 36.
Brunson's a beast, man.
Yo, never too high, never too low, keeps his cool. As the great Steve Sands would say, keep your poise. Jalen Brunson embodies that on the court.
Yeah.
So with 2:30 left, the shot clock dwindling, because the Knicks offense a lot of times was pretty damn stagnant, especially when Wemby was kind of in the paint. Brunson had Wemby on him, and I don't know which coach wants that matchup, but it kept happening, and he hits him with the step back 3 that you're like, there's no way Wemby's not blocking this. The ball must have cleared Wemby's forefinger by a quarter of an inch. It barely cleared, and then it was nothing but net. It was, and that cut it to 1, I think. But I think even the bigger shot was to give the Knicks their first lead. It was 104-103 with like 90 seconds left, and Brunson was able to hit that floater over Castle, and it was like very well defended by Castle. I mean, Brunson, dude. Brunson
is an assassin.
Just poised. He scored 15 in the second half. It was, you know, he was about 50% from the field. I think he was like 48% from the field. But to me, last night's the OG game. He had 33. He had 7 threes. The tip in at the end. I mean, just incredible.
OG has been efficient the whole series. He's always doing something. And the thing about him, he plays very good defense. And the one I watch him whenever a few times Wemby is on him, he just attacks the basket on him. He's dunked on him twice.
Yeah.
He just taken him to the hole and dunked it. And I think when Wemby runs out on him, he has to be more cautious because he'll go right past him.
So I want to ask you, because everybody's making the comparison, what was worse, Falcons 28-3 or the Spurs up 29 and losing?
28-3, that's a Super Bowl.
Right. It's not one game.
If this was game 7, last night would have been worse.
I also, scoring is so much more difficult in the NFL, and a 28-3 lead, help me with the math on that, 25-point lead?
Yeah.
The basketball equivalent of a 25-point lead is 40. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is, but the previous caller said three-pointers have changed.
The thing about football, you have 11 new people playing defense.
Right.
Wemby can play offense and defense. He can affect it both ways. It's easier in basketball to affect the game. Football, 11 people go on, 11 people come off.
Right.
And it's totally different then. Because your defense has to play as well as your offense.
We'll let these callers weigh in. Brian in Alexandria, what'd you make of that game, dude? Holy moly.
Exactly. How do you go right to sleep after that? You don't. But to answer your question, I got to go with the Super Bowl because, like B. Mitch just said, it's the stakes, man. This is the bowl. You don't have a game before nor a game after to make up for any choke jobs or any bonehead plays. This is it. And I think it's more so of how both games will be framed. So, anytime you have a game like that and a game like the Super Bowl, you have a comeback, but you also have a collapse. I think the story from last night will be more about the comeback, and we'll remember the OG play, whereas the Super Bowl, I bet you a lot of casual fans won't even remember specific Patriot plays because it took so many of them to get there. I think that will be more about the collapse. So I think that's just a bigger choke job, man, that Super Bowl one. But I also wanted to ask you guys, speaking of the OG play, I know you mentioned a shot that Brunson hit over Wemby, but on that last shot, if I'm De'Aaron Fox, was it smart of me, and I'm not trying to rag on, I hate ragging on athletes, I'm just asking, was it smart of me to leave the inbound passer who was OG, who had hit
a completely free
already?
Race.
Yeah, to get to come and double Jalen Brunson, who is an assassin, but Wemby is a 7-4 defensive player of the year. I'm taking my chances one-on-one with that one versus leaving OG open if Brunson had wanted to hit him for a 3 or an open lane to the basket. I'll listen to yours answer. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, dude.
I don't know. If they dial up to leave OG open, he had a 3, and then when he misses it, he had a free run to the basket.
The Knicks on the subsequent inbounds pass, though, put a defender on the inbound. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cat on the inbound made the play there.
Yeah.
And I believe, I don't know if there was a little pressure on OG and then they just went to Brunson as soon as he got the ball, but it's one of many significant questions coming out of this game. Let's hit Davis in Dumfries. Davis, what's up,
Davis?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. I've got a few points to make, and this is about the Spurs just totally blowing it last night. And I totally throw this on the coach. You have a 30-point lead. How many times have we seen teams come back just in all sports with a huge lead? So you have to come out of the half with a strategy to not let the other team in the game. That should be their first thought. So you go out in the first part of the second half. You're not raining down threes. Maybe try that for 5 minutes. Okay, well, we got to keep the offense going, but let's work a different strategy, work the ball inside, like I heard someone say. Create some fouls, get to the foul line. You're just working the clock at that moment, And then also another strategy, we just want to get to the end of this game. We have an incredible defense. So then start working the clock and just, what am I trying to say? It's just, I'm frustrated, guys, because I always root against New York teams. And it's not like I love the Spurs, but I like the Spurs.
Yeah.
Let me comment. I have one more point to make. Mitch Johnson. I don't know much about him. He doesn't seem like a real animated coach.
No.
But, I've coached youth sports, And I know, regardless of your personality, there are moments when, as a coach, you have to get some emotion and be emphatic and bring your team together. Bring them together at halftime and be like, guys, first of all, we got a huge lead. We cannot collapse. We have to win this game. We have to win this game. And then emphasize it, at the end of the third quarter. I mean, he's got to pump them up and get them playing well and say, look, this is our strategy, man. We got one quarter, work the clock. We have to win this game. And that's all I got.
All right, man. Appreciate you, man. That dude is mad at the coach.
Yeah. I think he got a point.
Dude, I agree with you. How does this happen when you have – now, granted, the foul trouble for Castle was a big deal. Harper can get to the bucket, and you've got Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
In Game 4, last night, the Spurs missed 14 consecutive threes.
Stop shooting threes. But let's be real, though, Jay. They couldn't hit twos either.
That's true.
So
we're taking your calls when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley. I'm really excited. At 1 o'clock, Danny Green, former NBA player, is going to join us to talk through that game last night.
Oh, yeah.
1:30, Peter Rosenberg is going to join us from New York. I cannot imagine how crazy that city is going, dude. Right now, I want to...
They're accurate with their eggs.
They sure are. That should not happen, for the record. I don't
Yeah, it shouldn't happen, but, it's New York.
That shouldn't
I've
happen
seen
anywhere.
people walk around in diapers. Different things will happen up there.
I want to let folks on the phones weigh in. Lap, what up? Lap, you there? All right, Lap's going back on hold. Great job, Stallion. Joe is in Springfield. What's up, Joe?
Hey, JP, what's up, B-Mitch?
We're good, man. How are you?
Oh, man, I'm still, I can't believe I had to wake up early this morning for work. I didn't sleep much last night that I'd win.
Yeah, dude.
But I would say the comparison, the Super Bowl, when you have a 28-3 lead and you don't run the football, you don't know how to manage the clock at the end, is big as that's for playing for a championship. But losing a 29-point lead on the road when you have the momentum, and technically the Spurs have been the better team this series. They've outplayed the Knicks. The Knicks have rallied to win a lot of these games. That was big too. But I would have to say the OG Anunoby putback last night, was the Garden of Frenzy. That definitely is bigger than the Larry Johnson 4-point play from 1999 that when they beat the Pacers. But I will say one quick point, though. Don't you all think that when Wemby elbowed Towns in the mouth and got a flagrant one, I believe that kind of sent got the Knicks back in gear and saying, all right, we got this. You know what, Wemby, you want to do this to us? We got it. And they took off because that flagrant one kind of got the Knicks back on the track if you think about it. So what do you guys think? Take care.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. I appreciate you, Joe.
It did ignite him.
It did.
But listen, man. Okay. There was the foul that they missed with Brunson.
Yeah.
That had been called. He's out the next game.
Right.
They have to make those calls, and they got to stop tampering, like playing with them.
Yeah.
Flagrant. Listen, I saw a flagrant 2 called that was less than that last night in a previous game. The dude, your elbow always ends up on somebody. It's too many times to say it's just accidental.
How about this? We keep talking about the 29-point lead. They were up 20 with 9 minutes left in the fourth.
Yeah.
It was 95-75. Mm-hmm. Like they were up 20 points with 9 minutes left in the fourth. We got somebody calling from San Antonio, B. What's up, Byron?
Hey, gentlemen, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Hey, enjoying life. San Antonio got Victor won his mommy. The dude is he whines too much to be 7'5" and shoot too many daggone jump shots. But you got to give it to the Falcons because all they had to do is run the ball. Just like all Wemby has to do is get down low. But, hey, such is life. Go Knicks because I hate San Antonio.
Even though you live there?
Dallas. No, sir. I'm a Washingtonian.
You're just down there.
Oh, you're just down there. Okay.
What are the people down there?
The cost of living is cheap.
Is the sky falling for Spurs fans?
You know what? They're just like Cowboys fans. Every year they're going to win the championship. They got flags flying. You got people down here. They're heck of depressed, and I'm loving every minute of it. Can't stand the Spurs, man. Just like I can't stand the Cowgirls. Same thing. But yeah, the temperature here after they lost last night, I don't see too many flags flying today. But the last couple of days, flags everything. I think everybody took their flags and get ready to burn them.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
All right, brother.
Let's
Take
get
care,
on
man.
that. I'm going to get these last 2 in here. Lap, what up, dude?
Hey, what's up, JP? What's up? What's up, B-Man?
What's up, brother?
That game was crazy, bro. And Darren Fox, he better wake up because he made the playoffs one time when he was in Sacramento, bro. You don't get these opportunities.
He's about to go back to Sacramento. He's going somewhere.
Exactly. But if I had to choose, I'm glad the Knicks won. I know. Shout out to Paulie. I know Paulie is pumped right now. I think that Super Bowl, man, with the Falcons, man, and this is why I don't trust Dan Quinn, man. It's he did it in the title game 2 years ago. He did it in the Super Bowl. He did it with Dallas 3 years. That's why I don't trust Dan Quinn. So that's my pick. And it's so hard with the Super Bowl, bro. you can blow a 25-point lead, bro. So
Appreciate you, bud.
They should have beat the Patriots. Yep.
All right, bro.
Quick aside. That Super Bowl loss has to haunt Dan Quinn damn near every day.
It does.
He's talked about it. He's open about it. He's the head coach, and it falls on him.
Yep.
Period. Kyle Shanahan
has more of a blame than him, to be honest with you.
He could go tell him run the ball.
Yeah.
You're the head coach.
I can go tell you run the ball, but still, you got to call the plays.
But
we know he was telling somebody last year to do certain things that he didn't do.
That's my question. Do you think that's why he had a much arguably quicker trigger with Cliff?
100%.
Because that's in his head.
Because he's seen it. He now knows. But but think about it. Kyle has gone on, and people don't even discuss that no more. That's part of his past.
Oh, yeah. Let's let Shane round us out. Hoops. Shane, how about that game? You there?
What's up, man?
Hey, Mitch, JP.
Hey, buddy. What'd you think of that ball game? See you later, Shane. Phones must not work in Bulgaria.
What's about Croatia?
I do want to circle back at some point and talk about the post-game broadcast because parts of it were incredible and parts of it were crazy annoying. That game last night is truly one of those why you watch sports moments.
Yeah.
So when we woke up this morning,
That's why you play. It's why you do all that.
It's why you care.
It's why you work. It's why the athletes work out so hard and put their bodies through certain things because that type of moment takes a lot, mental and physical.
So I mentioned it. I was at my boy Papa's house, and his oldest son is probably 15.
Mm-hmm.
And usually he would make him go to bed. I'll go over there and watch Monday Night Football or whatever, and he kind of makes him go to bed at, 10:30, 11 or whatever. And as the comeback's going, he's obviously letting him stay up. And then as Greg and I sat up and watched postgame, he made him go to bed. And I was like, dude, he's going to remember that for the rest of his life. Mm-hmm. That's a game you remember exactly where you were, exactly who you were with. And that's the power of sports.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, for you, I'm surprised the cops didn't get called last night because when OG tipped that in, we were screaming in a very quiet neighborhood. It was that scene unfolded in millions of living rooms, sports bars, wherever you were. That's the power of sports. That's
when
why
we started watching that game last night, it wasn't tons of people there. And we start talking, and then all of a sudden you look up, and that damn place was shoulder to shoulder, wall to wall, everybody in there. And when they tipped that thing in, I'm talking about loud. I think the whole damn floor in the MGM erupted.
I bet.
It was crazy, dude.
It was absolutely crazy and just such a great reminder of what sports can be.
Oh, yeah.
Just it's never over till it's over. That's why you stay in the fight. B. Mitch and Finley going to talk some football next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Brandon Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Stars were out at MSG last night, and boy, did they get a show. The Knicks were down by 29 points and rallied all the way back when OG Anunoby tipped in Jalen Brunson's missed three-pointer with 1.2 seconds left to give the Knicks the victory. New York is a win away from their first championship since 1973. And the Chiefs are adding 2 years to Patrick Mahomes' contract in a reworked deal that ties into Kansas City through 2033 at a value that makes it the first NFL deal valued at over $500 million. Beginning in 2027, when the new money begins, the deal averages $64 million per year, which sets an NFL record for average annual value. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Grotman Camp 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. So we've talked for an hour about that basketball game. We're going to circle back to it. I specifically want to talk about the post-game broadcast. I want to talk about some of the comments people have made about the Spurs and how they handled everything. But yesterday was an interesting day. So we were here, obviously, for radio. Then I got in my car and drove to Ashburn, Virginia.
Okay.
The NFL has strict rules about coaches talking to the media. The head coach talks to the media kind of all the time. The head coach has to address everything, whether it pertains to him or not. I remember during the Jay Gruden days, we had to ask Jay all sorts of screwed up questions about reports about Dan Snyder. And
he worked at a weird time.
But yeah, we had to ask Ron about these reports, and Ron had nothing to do with it, but that's the only person we get access to, right? I mean, even with Dan Quinn the other day, he got asked about Brandon Ayuk, even though that's not his decision to be making. That's just the way we always get to head coach. They got to face the firing squad, right? But once a year, you get to talk to all the assistants. That was yesterday. So the Commanders actually, it's smart. They divided it up. Offense was yesterday. Defense is going to be tonight. And why that's smart is when you have all the coaches in one room and the media kind of circles around, inevitably one coach doesn't have anybody talking to him for like 10 minutes. And then that coach is like, all right, I'm out of here. So they leave, understandably. So you break it up a little bit. There's more time with the different coaches, and it'll work out better just from a conversation perspective. And I don't know how well everybody understands the job of a reporter. It's not just about like asking a question, posting it for social media. Like that's kind of what it's become. But ideally, you build relationships with people and you talk not just about football, but you share like life moments. Like there's a number of coaches all over the NFL that like I know when their kids were born, and we talk about real things in addition to football. And not everything's about a scoop. You know what I mean? Like, what's going to happen here? It's about having insight and context into football.
Normally, if you are the person who asks about personal things, the player and the coaches are willing to give you more time. Because they understand that you're not here just to get the got you or just here to do a story. You're here because I got to be here. I understand you got a job. I have a job. But you also make it like a personable type thing. It's a respect, a level of respect there.
Totally. I remember this moment kind of clicked for me over the last like 3 months. So my daughters are 10 and 7. And my little one, she's been reading for, well over a year, 2 years. Like she can read, but she's now like reading books kind of on her own. And I remember when I found out I was going to have my second daughter, talking to Trent Williams in the locker room because he had 2 daughters. And I was like, man, I just found out another girl coming. I'm going to be a girl dad. And he's like, man, it's great. I was like, yeah, like, where are kind of the challenges or where does it change? And I remember him saying, he's like, just wait until they can both read. And they can both start to like present information they've learned to you. Because that's one of the craziest parts about being a parent. And over these last couple months with my little one, like reading full on books, it's just like this, like our conversations, our our cultural dialect has just shifted. And I always go back to that moment with Trent that had nothing to do with football.
Yeah.
Just people that are around each other all the time. So anyway, last night we're all in the practice bubble talking to the coaching staff. And I had a great talk with Anthony Lynn, great talk with Bobby Ingram. I mean, David Rye has been my guy. Rye was joking that when he first did this, whatever that was 3 years ago, he had never done an interview until he and I started chatting. And now he's like a hot commodity. Everybody wanted to talk to David Rye last night. He's a pass game coordinator, all this stuff. And he was just joking with me. He's like, dude, I remember when you're the only guy that would talk to me. So it's funny to watch the progressions of some of this.
Yep.
Wes Welker has been a part of the Commander staff for 2 years now. Wes Welker had like kind of this quasi front office, quasi coaching staff role last year.
He worked with the defense more last year, didn't he?
And he was on the defense, but they kind of listed him on the scouting side of things.
Yeah.
This year, he's on the offensive coaching staff. And because he's Wes Welker, everybody's put a request in to talk to him. And they were like, you know what? Let's just roll him out for the coaches meeting. So it was cool to get to talk to Wes last night. And obviously, he achieved a level of play in the game at the receiver position of real significance, I would say. He was one of the best slot guys for probably a decade in the NFL. So it was cool to get to talk to Wes about the new offense and specifically the receiver position because there's so much angst surrounding the receiver position, correct? And I just asked him, what do you think of this receiver room?
I love this wide receiver room. We got a lot of talented guys, got different sizes, different skill sets. I think they all complement each other really well. They're all working hard, and they're really fun to be around.
He went on. I asked him about Antonio Williams, the rookie, and I thought he gave a really good answer. He's like, man, really like him. There's so much to like with that kid, but he's got a long way to go. And he said he believes wide receiver is the toughest transition to make from college to the pros. And he kind of explained it that the level of defense you see on the outside and in coverages in the college game is nowhere close to what you see in the pros.
True.
And you could probably argue that at lots of positions. I asked Bobby Ingram the same thing, and Ingram said, well, it's probably quarterback, but after that, it probably is receiver. I also think, Wes entered the league, I believe, as an undrafted guy. So maybe that's a more significant, kind of uphill climb, whereas Williams is coming in as a third rounder. But Rich Chandler always said, don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. We
100%.
know they went after Alec Pierce. We know they went after Romeo Doubs. It looks like they dodged a bullet with Alec Pierce, a dude I never thought should go top of market for the dollar amount he got. He just had to have ankle surgery. And at least is going to miss parts of training camp.
Yeah.
At least, if not into the season.
Smart man. Get all your stuff first.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But we know they went after Welker. We know they went after Pierce. We know they went after Dobbs. And then Carnell Tate. I don't know where this came from. So if you guys know, please alert me. But Carnell Tate did an interview.
I thought he was doing like a podcast or something.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's podcast. Yeah. Carnell Tate, Ohio State wide receiver, who I think was a very real option for the Commanders at 7, gets drafted way earlier than anybody expected, goes to the Titans. This is Carnell Tate talking about kind of the pre-draft process.
Other teams, you felt like they were targeting you, that wanted you?
Cleveland, I thought they weren't going to pass up on me. And then also Commanders. So I think I was locked in with the Commanders. And then they were like saying that, the Chiefs, you're not going to get past them. If you're there at 9, they're going to take you. But I thought I was going to the Commanders.
Well, you didn't, young man, because you went way earlier.
Be happy you went where you went. Because
I think he is. I don't think he sounded remorseful for getting drafted earlier.
Saying, just wherever if I am at the Titans, I don't care who's picking me later. They picked me 3 spots earlier. That's what my focus is on.
Smart by the Titans to not tip their hand.
Hell yeah.
Well, I also think the Titans wanted Love, and then he went earlier.
He went early. So you got to adjust, and they had their plan.
So here's, I guess, the question. If we listen to what they say, and this is Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, David Blau, everyone we've talked to really likes this wide receiver room. And I talked to some coaches off the record, and I was honest. I said the same stuff I've said on the radio. The injuries really killed you last year. Some of the guys that were getting a lot of work probably weren't good enough to get that work at this stage of their careers. And they're like, yeah, man, we lost our top 4 guys, and then you've got dudes running routes that wasn't the plan in critical moments, right? And I think bringing in Diame, bringing in Van Jefferson, it raises the floor of that room significantly. Now, if you get to your 6th, 7th wideout, you're probably in trouble, regardless of the team. But if we listen to what they say, they really like the room. They really think Diame can show them something. There's a lot of excitement about Luke and Lane and all these things. If we watch what they do, Carnell Tate says, I thought I was locked in going there, which he probably was. He just didn't get there. They were in on Alec Pierce. They were in on Romeo Doubs. For better or worse, it sure seems like should Brandon Ayuk get released, he's coming here. Do we believe that they believe they've got enough at the receiver position?
See, that's the thing. Like, I'm not shocked that they are still looking, because one thing I know a team do is always try to improve. And if there's someone that pops up, you have the ability to go get that. It's better than something. You could be happy with what you have in the room. Don't mean that you're not trying to improve it. I don't think there's a team in this league that say we can't improve our room. Your top 2 guys may be legit, but the next 4 you may want to improve that. So I understand what's happening. I saw it happen a lot.
Sure.
We see people we feel good about, and then they draft the same position. So yeah, I'm not shocked at that. I think, yes, they could be happy, but I think if they can improve it, they will.
That has to be the mission.
Yes.
Right? Like,
yes.
It's interesting because 2 things I heard over and over last night, speaking with a number of different coaches, was increased competition.
Yeah.
I don't know if this was just to support their guy, or I honestly wonder if there was maybe a directive, but all the offensive coaches said how excited they are that David Blau got the job, and how excited they are to watch him through this process and how impressive he has been. The receiver position, to me, I think they feel comfortable with the depth. I think they would like somebody to relieve pressure off Terry. And maybe that could be Chikakonkwo. Maybe that could be Rashad White. Like, there's a lot of things to like. I also think the offense is going to look so much different, and that's going to help. One thing that stood out with me, and I talked to, I don't know, however many coaches were in the room, 7, 6? They all talked about how much getting the quarterback under center helps, right? Yeah. If we all know that, if everybody knows that, why didn't you do it?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Jay, you've been around football. You've been around reporting a long time. And you've always seen people who think they know more than everybody else. And right now, there's a person who's out of this job here who's now a consultant somewhere else. And we know where he's a consultant at, and we know how that guy thinks totally opposite of what Cliff thinks.
Yeah.
Did it finally hit him that I got to learn another way? Is he going to go to Sean trying to tell Sean, man, just watch.
Sean's like, we're going to line up in 13 personnel
watch what I do.
And run the hell out
of
the
football. They do both of them.
Right.
And see, what I'm saying is, I go back to Joe. Joe came from the Don Coryell system.
They're Coryell, baby.
Where they supposed to throw it through there, throw it through there, throw it through there. But Joe walked in here and found out we can run the football very well. And he ran the snot out the ball. But guess what he did too? Play action you to death. And became damn good at that offense. But there's some level of it where even in today's game, all the numbers that Jackson Smith and Jigba and my man put up in Seattle last year, they ran the football.
Totally.
When the Patriots were winning, Tom Brady, great guy, they ran the football. So if you don't find out that play action pass works and you got to learn to run the football, and you got to run the damn ball to be able to run play action pass off of it. If you don't run it, you're not going to affect the linebacker. You're not going to make a safety go flat-footed or start taking steps up. So everybody knows, but that one person didn't know. I guess he knows now.
Some of my other notes from talking with the coaches, I got to talk to DJ Williams, and I very much made a focused point of asking him about football for like 5 straight questions, and his level of excitement, what he brings to the room, what's it like working with Jaden, all those things. Because I do think he got that job on his own.
Well, I was told that about several people,
but
even his daddy.
But
he didn't know.
There is the emotional element of what does it mean to come here. And when I asked him about it, it appeared that it struck an emotional tone because he stopped for a second and kind of paused and collected his thoughts. And he's like, yeah, of course it means a ton to be here in burgundy and gold. And I walk through the lobby of the building and I see a Super Bowl trophy. And I know my father was a huge part of that.
Right.
And it was just a touching moment.
For him to work here, knowing what his dad did here, there's no way you can be. You know, you have. I don't know if anybody could do that and no emotion come over you. You have to feel good about that.
Totally. It was just neat. And I think, especially with the offensive guys, Bobby Ingram says you're going to see motion and shifts from everywhere. So people understand this in Canadian football. You can't have 2 guys in motion at once, but you can have 1 guy in motion and then another guy shift to the backfield.
Well, you got multiple guys shift.
Right.
And they all come still for one second, then the other one can go in motion. He can go in, if you start it early enough, he can go into motion, stop, and then somebody else can come across the other way.
Right.
So all kind of stuff you could do.
I think we're going to see all of that stuff. And
I think you do that because the defense will have to tell you what they're doing. When you just line up and do nothing, you don't know what the hell they're doing.
Totally. I think I asked David Rye, I asked what like the functionality of the pass game coordinator is, right? And he explained it as such that he is in every meeting room and making sure that everybody understands their role in the pass game. Because you know who we think of the pass game, we think of the quarterback and the receivers. The O-line is incredibly important. Tight ends are incredibly important.
Totally.
And he described it as the perimeter and the interior, which I thought was a really interesting way and to describe that. And I think to try to coordinate all that, I said, well, you know, you guys are so early in the installation of all this. Like, are there benchmarks you're trying to hit along the way? Or is the focus week 1 in Philadelphia? Like, is it a finish line or are there steps? And he's like, both.
Yeah.
He's like, we got to be at certain spots, but
you know who says that all the time?
DQ.
Yeah. He always talks about they have benchmarks and they're reaching these benchmarks, but there has to be a final. Like, I'm sure they want to be at a certain point by the end of the mandatory minicamp. Our last OTA thing. They want to be to a certain point. When they hit their last minicamp, then they want to be at a point then. When they get ready to take their break, they want everybody to be at a point. So when they come back, they expect them to be here to hit the ground running once training camp starts. And the ultimate thing is hitting it when week 1 comes, but you also need to make sure that thing keeps growing as you go through the year. So,
yeah, it's like you have a goal for what you want to accomplish in June, but that just is like one thing. When I was at the University of Maryland, I didn't know there was a math placement test the morning of orientation. So the quick story, college orientation, you go there like a Tuesday night and you stay in a dorm for a night. And I had no idea there was a test the next morning, a math test. I didn't stay in the dorm Tuesday night. My buddy's older sister went to Maryland. She took me to a frat party. I got bombed. Wake up. Oh, my God, math placement test. Well, Brian, I didn't do so well on the math placement test. I placed in the math 001.
You sure about that?
Non-credit math. And then I was like, my freshman year of college, I was like, oh, this is non-credit? I ain't going to this. So then I just stopped going to math for a year. I failed it twice. A non-credit math class. Failed it twice. Eventually, though, I got in a lot of trouble, and they said, you have to pass math now. Yeah. And I realized it's building blocks. Like, if you skip class for 2 days, you're not going to know what the hell comes on in the third day.
Yeah, and if you don't go to the non-credit math, you can't go to the credit math.
Indeed. Now, I ended up getting an A when I finally had to because I finally went to class. This is what they're building right now. You got to nail the blocks to get to week 1 and go beat Philly.
Totally.
So that's where we're at. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B-Mitch here. The sun's out and the roads are calling. But before you fire up that bike, make sure Law Tigers is riding with you. They're the real deal. Law Tigers are not just lawyers, they're riders too. They understand the freedom, the community, and what families go through after an accident. When I ride, I know they have my back. And if something happens, they'll fight for you too. Right? Ride smart, ride safe, and enjoy every mile this summer. Visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Kalfas and Nachman, Olivia Donahue.
So Victor Wembanyama got another flagrant foul in the Spurs loss last night. That means if he gets another one, he gets an automatic suspension. A flagrant in Game 5 would automatically lead to a suspension in Game 6, and if there's a 7 and a foul in 6, it eliminates him from Game 7. So Wemby has to be extremely careful. If he crosses the line once, gets a little bit too physical or frustrated, that could cost him a finals game. And San Francisco Giants rookie Bryce Eldridge made Major League Baseball history yesterday, but he did it at the expense of the Nationals. In the bottom of the ninth, with the bases loaded and no outs, the Giants were down 10-7, crawling their way back. Eldridge received a slider from Mitchell Parker, and he became the youngest MLB player ever to hit a walk-off grand slam. The record had belonged to Hall of Famer and baseball legend Roberto Clemente until yesterday. From the Crop Makeout 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Hopefully, I don't know if this is the instrumental or not. The lyrics to that song are so wildly aggressive. Like when you hear what the gentleman is saying. I just told a story about my college orientation, to which I got a text from the judge, B.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "You should teach motivational classes. You were a mess as a young man."
Hey, Judge, as a young man, you call him young still today? He's still a mess.
It's a lot more dialed in, B. It's a lot more dialed in.
Yeah, but you're still a mess, dog.
We're in an interesting spot with this Commanders season because nationally, people think very little of what the organization has.
Mm-hmm.
And we talk over and over about we want this to be a ball club that does not have to be overly reliant on Jaden Daniels being Superman. But how much have they evolved from that?
I think they've evolved because of the defense. Everyone just keep looking at the receiver. And when you asked me this thing before, I think last week, about what positions needed to be better to help Jaden, and I said the defensive line. And I believe if they can go and slow people down and get the ball back and pressure all the quarterbacks, and Jaden have more opportunities, and Jaden has more opportunities, instead of feeling like, oh, they give up a touchdown, I got to score a touchdown. They gave up 2, we down 14, I got to really try and score. That helps him out. And I believe if they're doing that, the other guys now get a chance to develop and play. You know, if you're always going out on the field and have to just air it out, you're not going to get to where you want to go. So I believe that you can't judge everything based off of what the outside people think about this team. In 2024, the outside people thought they didn't have nothing either. But they performed.
Yeah.
I believe inside the building, and when you and I talked about this stuff, as soon as the schedule came out, first thing I said is the intensity has to go up in every damn thing that they do. Because you can't wait till the season starts to get this done. And if they're practicing at a high level and getting themselves prepared, all these guys that are here that haven't even made a name yet, guess what? They're upper echelon athletes because they're in the league. They have to be tested so when everything starts, you know who you can trust and you know who you can't trust. Because as a player, when we stepped on the football field, we knew who we didn't want to play. And that's why when the guy was 80%, he played instead of letting that other guy play because we know that was going to be a problem.
I mean, defensively, just by the numbers last year, was so off. Like, you know how there are times where the numbers don't validate the eye test?
Mm-hmm.
Like, frankly, the Chicago Bears defensively last year, the eye test versus the numbers, like you can't just depend on turnovers like that.
Mm-hmm.
They were dead last in the NFL in yards allowed, 27th in the NFL in points allowed. And I can think of 2 games top of my head where they could have given up 60 if the other team didn't call it off.
Mm-hmm.
The Dallas game in Dallas and then the Seattle game here. Didn't generate barely any turnovers. They were 31st in takeaways, and that's only because they weren't dead last because the Jets haven't had an interception in 2 years, which is astonishingly terrible. I mean, I can keep going. 31st in the NFL in first downs allowed. It was just awful. And I think offensively last year was clunky and injury riddled. And even the rare times where Jaden was considered healthy, he didn't look his best. But offensively, they still moved the ball decent, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of hard because if you look at the entire season numbers, you start talking about 3 games with Josh Johnson starting. That's going to limit some stuff. Yeah. But still, they ran the ball decent. They just didn't run it enough. They were 31st in the NFL in pass attempts. Now, some of that is driven by getting your ass kicked all the time and having to
when
throw
you're down
it
by 30, you're not going to be
right.
So, but the thing of it, Jay, football, everything matters. You spoke about the Bears just now. And I know you can't depend on the turnovers every year. But if they're better against the run, they don't necessarily need to have all those turnovers. If they're better at giving up points, they don't have to worry about the turnovers. But they were able to get the turnovers with those horrible things and still, what were they, 10-6 last year? 11-5. What were they?
I think they were 11-6.
Yeah, 11-6. See what I'm saying? They still had opportunity to win games because they kept putting the ball back into the hands of that offense. And as Caleb didn't have the highest percentage completion thing.
Unbelievable.
But he has a knack for the big play.
He does.
All those little things add up. So if this defense is much better against the run, much better at giving up points, Jaden gets the ball more times, you believe he's a top 10, top 5, can be top 5.
Sure, I do.
If I give the ball to that guy that many times, he's going to make somebody around him better.
And I agree with that. And I think you're playing an offense, you're deploying an offense anyway, with more balance and more. Listen, it was interesting because talking with Bobby Ingram last night, he said, I asked him just kind of about the new offense and how that should help the receivers. He's like, definitely. Play action helps receivers, period. Mm-hmm. Playing the receiver position is about getting separation.
True.
And play action helps us get separation.
Mm-hmm.
But he said repeatedly, and I think the best coaches say this, players make plays.
Hell yeah.
The offensive scheme doesn't make plays. Players make plays.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of this is just going to come down to what happens on the field.
True.
Can you beat the press corner in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
Can you? One knock on Diami, I would say, earlier in his career, he rounded his routes.
Yeah.
He rounded things out at the top. That allows the DB to get right up on you.
True.
Because you're not pushing the route. You're not forcing him onto his back foot. You round that thing out. You don't get in front. You don't cross the face of the safety. You have to play the receiver position like an ass. You have to be physical and tough. Mm-hmm. It's not all precision and poise.
Yeah.
And you have to show the ability to be tough out there to make them defend the entire route tree.
You always have to make them think you're doing something you're not doing.
Right.
Just like if you're running just a regular old comeback route, when you take that 2 steps up that stem, they need to be getting ready to turn. Or you need to make them turn. And then you put that foot in the ground and come back down the stem. If you're running a square in, you want them to, you run full speed, you still want them to think, I'm going deep. And then you, boom, hit the right foot in the ground and go across the field. You go across at 14, 18, whatever your depth is. But you don't want to start at 14 and end up at 20. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So all of those things matter, but I still look at it like this. If you have the other positions playing well, the guys on the offense get more time to play, more time to develop. And if Jaden is out there, his accuracy, if he keeps hitting somebody in the chest and they keep dropping the ball, they won't be on the football field.
What you hope, right?
Yeah, and I just think that what they've started, and as they go, intensity, intensity, intensity. And that doesn't mean reckless. I mean, be precise, run fast, because when the game starts, and I understand, in practice, you can't go all out like you do in a game. But you can get as close as you damn possibly can.
That's what Rye told me, because I asked him about like increased competition, and he's like, listen, I recognize we're not playing real football, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have pads on. There's no linemen hitting each other like that. These are simulations, but these simulations have to be full go.
Yeah.
This has to be as hard as we can go all the time. And I think that's a real change. And I don't know that DQ has to publicly own that he didn't push it hard enough last summer, but there's almost like a tacit acknowledgement that we didn't push it hard enough last summer. This has to be increased.
Yeah.
And I think that's a positive for the organization. I think it's a positive for the players. I mean, if you just look,
I think all these players have to understand, dude, you play football. So all of this stuff about taking it easy on it and no. Get ready to play football. Because football is not like the other sport. Football is like hockey. Hockey is like football. It is way more physical than the other two sports. And you better get ready to play it. Because if football was not as physical, you could play 4 or 5 games a week. Try doing that. It won't work out for you.
I'm not going to name the player, but I saw a player after a game who these guys still get random drug tests, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what happens is like the dude comes into the locker room and doesn't leave until you pee in the cup. And I saw a player after a game. I mean, this is like what time do you figure the locker room clears out after a game? Loss, sometimes it happens a little quicker, but there's like a 45-minute period generally before all the players are gone, maybe an hour before all the coaches are gone, and then like the staffers kind of clean up and stuff. We were at the period where the staffers were cleaning up, and there's a player still at his locker, and in each hand he has a Gatorade and a water, and not the Gatorade we drink. They have those super Gatorades that they have, right? You can't buy it. Like they dump electrolytes into it. And this dude is just chugging it. I'm like, dog, what are you doing? He's like, I got a drug test. And I was like,
gotta pee.
He's like, I can't. Like I have nothing left in my body after that
you
game.
drain yourself.
So he's literally chugging water and Gatorade simultaneously just so he could pee enough for the drug test.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think people realize how the level of everything left on the field following an NFL game.
But like what I would tell him, he got to drink more during the game.
Yeah.
See, that's the same thing when I ride this bike. There are people who like, okay, we got a rest stop at 18 miles. You don't wait till you get to 18 miles to start drinking. Every 10 to 15 minutes, you need to be doing something. And you keep yourself hydrated. When you let yourself get to that point, if that game had to go to overtime, he was going to lock up.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We're going to open the phone lines up at noon for Bleep You Thursday. Also got to talk about the Nats have been playing really good baseball. Yesterday, for 2 innings, they did not. Nobody go anywhere.
Dumbass.
Just got a video sent to me, B. Last day of school for the girls today.
Oh, shucks.
You know what's funny, dude? So last day of school, I usually drop them off.
When you gonna let them come hang out with Uncle Brian?
Here? No, like in this place?
No. I say you can come out to my house, hang out.
We can do a pool party.
I
Get
want
you on the grill.
I didn't invite you.
Get you on the grill.
I say the girls come hang out with me.
Maybe when the grandkids come up, get you grilling.
No.
Gumbo.
You're not getting this. I never said anything but you. I said the girls. And I'm going to take them out with my girls, and then we're going to teach them certain things and send them back.
Oh, boy.
Teach them how to spend daddy's money.
I figured that was it.
My girls
I know
how to
you're
spend
youngest.
Money. Oh, yeah.
Joey says he's down for a pool party.
Who?
Joey Sabat.
I don't know Joey.
Okay.
Who is Joey?
You'll laugh at this. So I won't say every, but I'd say 95% of the time I drop the girls off at school. It's something I really like to do. I feel like it's important to like have traditions, whatever. And the drop-off's really easy. You go around this little circle. They got like the patrols. They open the door for you. Kids get out. They run off, drive home. Last day of school, though, Lauren wanted to go too. And you can park and walk your kids up if you want to. So first thing I did, Ainsley, guess what song she likes right now?
What?
Whoop, there it is. So I put on Whoop, there it is in the car, and both Lauren and Shelby are like, oh my God, Dad. And so then I just turned it up louder. Shaka, laka, shaka, whoop. So that was the vibe. And then Shelby, 4th grade, 10-year-old girl, did not want Dad to park and walk her
Yeah. And that won't be very long before Ainsley starts telling you to stay in the car, dog.
Lauren did not really want to walk up. And I'm like, well, we're walking up. And I just go and park. And then as Shelby's kind of trying to run away, I'm like, come back here. I make us all stop for a selfie in front of the school for the last day of school, at which point she sprinted away. She was done with Dad.
Hey, man. They grow up real quick, Jay.
I know. It's crazy. It's just.
Yeah. And you know what? When they start, just get the hell out the way.
Yeah. Every once in a while, I get to be.
Sometimes you can be involved with the movie, but you got to start learning to take a back seat, step back a little bit, because you got to let them go do their thing.
Fair.
You teach them enough at home so when they out away from you, they'll know what's going on.
Yeah, that is the plan.
And then when you see the little people that they may like, you just put the fear of God in them.
That's when I pull out the shotgun.
Call me over.
Yeah.
Now, just call me. I'll bring Raven and Ray. We'll come over and talk to the little dudes if you want us to.
We might have to do that.
Like, you'll say, hey, we're their uncles. And they gonna look like what? We all there? Yep. They got uncles just like us too. Yeah.
I think and hope that's a ways away, but we'll find out. Probably isn't. But so yesterday I'm leaving Ashburn to drive to NBC, and I get in the car, I turn it on, and it's Charlie and Dave on the call of Nats Giants. And what's the kid's name? Eckridge? I want to give him credit.
Bryce Eldridge.
Elkridge, right?
Eldridge.
Bryce Eldridge is a Virginia kid. Grew up in Fairfax. I literally get in the car, and they're like, Mitch Parker now pitching to Bryce Eldridge, and that's a walk-off grand slam. And I'm like, what the hell just happened? So then,
you got in the car?
You think that's my fault?
Your fault, man.
You know my boy Sinai?
Jeff fellas went to sleep last night and made the Knicks win.
I know. Thank God Jeff went to sleep. You know my buddy Sinai? He sent me this. Now, everybody loves showing the parlays that don't come home, but he had a 4-way parlay, Dalen Lyle to record 3+ hits.
Okay.
James Wood to record 3+ hits. Foster Griffin to get 5+ strikeouts. All 3 of those hit. The 4th leg was a Nats win. And then they
gave
give
it
up
at the end.
So he didn't win, obviously.
They scored 10 points and lost. Was it 11-10?
Take us through it, Stallion.
I mean, yeah. So the Nats, they were up 9-1 in the 8th inning. 9-1 in the 8th inning, and then obviously
it's kind of like the Knicks.
Yeah,
coming back.
Fast forward, they let 5. Exactly. It was 9-6 after the bottom of the 8th. Nats put in an
Who's
insurance
pitching
run.
the 8th?
I believe it was Gus Varlin at that point in time.
He's blaming someone named Paxton.
Paxton Schultz, yes. He came in and he definitely dropped the ball early on in the 8th inning. And then in the 9th, it was Gus Varlin who started it out, and then Mitch Parker gets brought in the game to face a couple of left-handed hitters, and he's the one who just let it unravel. But it's I cannot say this enough.
Did they score in the 9th then to make it 10?
Yeah, the Nats did. They added an extra insurance run there. And then it comes the 10th inning.
Didn't have enough insurance.
But by the way, catch this out. Catch this stat out. Entering that game yesterday.
I never heard that.
Catch this stat out. Okay, we're here.
1 in 3,090 when trailing by 8+ runs after 7 innings over the last 20 seasons. And the Nats just made it 2 in 390.
They're not
3,090.
They're not
3,090.
They're not the other one, are they?
No.
Okay, good.
They're not the other one.
Yeah, but that's just
They
like,
got to be off today, right? Traveling back from the West Coast.
They're off today. They have the Mariners at home tomorrow. But even then, it's like I was talking about this with Drab earlier. That loss yesterday is like one of those losses that I feel as if could like kind of spiral the season.
I feel like Stallion is just constantly waiting for the shoe to drop with the Nats.
Yeah.
Because he was saying the same thing after they got swept by the Marlins.
Yeah.
And then what did they do? They had a West Coast road trip where they won both series.
Yeah, they were 4-2.
Stallion's a hater.
You might be a hater, Locked On Stallion.
I might be a hater, but then
I
again,
just listen, man.
this
You get
group-
10 runs, you're supposed to win.
Right.
And I told you their bats are live. And I know Stallion see one guy go out and pitch 4 innings, and he's like, oh man, the pitcher's getting better. The pitcher's not good. Point blank. Their hitting is absolutely good. Their pitching is not. Nowhere close. They got to get better.
I mean, yes, and I think eventually they will get to a point. But like after watching yesterday's game with the bullpen, you have to make a move. Like I don't know what it is, but you have to make a move.
There are things that require money, and they don't spend money. And if you look at the collection of bullpen guys, like there's not a high dollar player. There's not a medium dollar player in there. And so whatever move is coming, I think Taboni's done a heck of a job of making trades and acquiring players. But like, I don't know, man. I do not think, however, that this sends them into a spiral because to B's point, the bats are real. And they're like, when you have James Wood in the middle of the lineup, he's going to continue to produce.
I get that. And I think it's straight. I think back to 2021 when the Nats were actually like a good team and they had expectations. Kyle Schwarber was going off. They were up 8-0 in San Diego. And they were, I believe at that point, 2 games out of leading the NL East in July of 2021. A few weeks before they traded away Trey Turner and Max Scherzer and all those other guys. And they blew an 8-0 lead. Max Scherzer gave up a grand slam against a rookie reliever. And that was the moment they went on to lose 8 straight games. And right now, the Nats cannot win at home. They are one of the worst home teams in baseball.
The difference there, though, is everybody knew that team was going to get blown up. Or at least, maybe you didn't know it, but it was at least a conversation because they letting guys walk.
But it wasn't a conversation at that point until after that, until they lost that game and lost 8 straight. Trey Turner got COVID. Juan Soto got COVID. Schwarber had his hamstring blow up. Like, I'm a doomsday guy. Yesterday felt a little like doomsday for 2026.
Well, we're going to stop talking to him. I don't like doomsday guy. I don't like people that always think something's wrong.
Up next is Bleep You Thursday. High noon in the District of Columbia. 800-636-1067.
Somebody please bleep Stallion.
That's exactly what I was going to say. First caller that calls in and says bleep Doomsday Stallion, you get a free hug. Bleep You Thursday next. 800-636-1067.
OG Anunoby etched himself into Knicks and NBA lore with a performance that put New York on the brink of winning its first NBA title since 1973. His tip-in off a Jalen Brunson miss, barely getting his fingertips on it, was the difference in the Knicks' 107-106 comeback win over the San Antonio Spurs that saw them rally from a 29-point deficit. They're now leading that series 3-1. And the 2026 World Cup has finally arrived. Co-host Mexico will take on South Africa later this afternoon, and the other match on this opening day of the 2026 World Cup will take place later tonight when Korea and Czechia meet. All of those teams are in Group A. The United States is the favorite in Group D, where they will face Turkey, Paraguay, and Australia. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
I can never.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia, and it is Bleep You Thursday. Phone lines are lit up. Everybody is welcome.
I have a Bleep You.
Fire away.
Bleep Stallion.
Fire away, Jeff. Bleep Stallion?
That was me.
B. Mitch in the books. First Bleep You of the day. Bleep You Stallion.
For being a
doomsday.
A dude who's 26 who acts like he's 75. I always think something's going to be wrong.
Bleep You Stallion.
God.
Jeff, I'll get to you in a minute. I'm going to start these phones. Let's go to Ben in Bethesda. What's up, Benny?
Hey, guys. First of all, Bleep Stallion.
Yes.
The real reason I'm calling is to bleep the previous owners of the Washington football team, because it's ridiculous that we have this terrible stadium in this terrible part of the suburbs or outburbs or whatever the heck, in the capital of the United States, and we can't even host a World Cup game. I'm getting so excited for this tournament. We can't even go see a game locally. I got to drive up the armpit of the East, Philadelphia, sit in the green seat and watch, whatever terrible Chorus Savers, Ivory Coast. No. Build a stadium. I can't wait. Can't wait for the World Cup. Can't wait for the new stadium. Have a good day, guys. Peace out.
Hey, come watch the game with me tomorrow, man. I'm going to watch the game.
Where are you going to be at?
I'm going to Northside 10. Come watch the game with me.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
If you want to watch the World Cup game with me, go to Northside 10 in Arlington, right?
Yeah.
He's right, though. We should have a World Cup game in D.C.
Yeah, we should.
And there's a lot of people to blame, but it just sucks.
But you know what? When they roll in, boy, they change everything.
Yo.
I don't care what your stadium name is.
The New Jersey Stadium. It's crazy. These FIFA people, man, they are next level.
They are straight gangsters.
They really are. Let's go to our boy Los in Severna Park. What up, Los? Who you mad at?
I am mad at all those people that say that the World Cup is boring and all the bleep all those people. I can't wait. I'm actually going to the game on Sunday. I'm Ecuadorian. Let's go, André. Let's go Ecuador, man. Bleep all those who think the World Cup is boring. This is the best sport in the world. This is the best sport in the world, okay? There's no sport that brings everyone together. One FIFA game will probably get more views than the Super Bowl. And believe me, I love football. So bleep you to all those who think that the World Cup is boring. Let's go Ecuador.
Let's go Ecuador.
All right, bro, let's go.
I think we've evolved past is there a real significant portion of people out there that are still on the soccer is boring tip? I feel like we've kind of evolved in 2026.
I think it's more people just don't care.
Yeah.
I heard this on a podcast. I think it was Rob Stone, like the main host of the World Cup for Fox, on PFT comment on Pardon My Take. He said one of the big differences why there hasn't been a huge World Cup buildup this year is because the U.S. didn't have to qualify. If you're the host country, you just get in. So we didn't have that buildup of watching, the U.S. versus Jamaica and the U.S. versus Mexico in the qualifying stages. So I do think maybe that has led to a lack of excitement already. But I think people are into it now. I'm ready to watch it. I actually talked with my wife yesterday. So the U.S. plays tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Generally, my kids are in bed by 8:30-ish, maybe 9 if we push it. And I'm like, let's let him stay up. The school's out. It's a Friday night. Like, let's let him at least stay up till 10. And generally what happens, they kind of fall asleep on the couch anyway. So I think there's some excitement. Look at my Diet Coke. Everybody watching us on Monumental and on the YouTube stream. Diet Coke's got the spirit. It's an American flag soccer ball.
Nice.
I also think, as I often say, multiple things can be true, right? There's excitement for the World Cup. I'm very excited to watch the games. Tell me when I get to watch, the Netherlands against France and some of the best players in the world. Like, I will watch that. And then there's a separate excitement for the U.S. team. For like, what can
our Scottish team?
Hey, you're damn right. We're going to take down Haiti. Watch. But
Haiti going to beat y'all 9-1.
The excitement for the U.S. team, I do think is kind of muted because they bombed out the last couple times.
It's muted.
And it's like,
I
there's
think
all this weird infighting amongst USA
They're more
soccer.
excited about the ladies team than they are the men.
Because they're awesome.
Yeah.
But if the U.S. gets out of the group stage and gets to knockout play, vibes will be high. People will be in. Nobody's going to not know how to say Pulisic's name. Like, we're going to be on this. All right. I got Rusty in Delaware. Rusty, what up, dude?
Hey, fellas, how you doing today?
We're good,
buddy.
man.
Who you mad at?
So, I got a few bleep yous. I mean, despite doing an awesome shoey, it's a bleep you to Stallion.
Yeah, exactly.
The second bleep you is to the state of Delaware. I just got in the mail. I got a speeding ticket on the Nassau Bridge there, Jay. You might be you're about to ride over it. So there's a camera there. They got me going 7 over. And
7 over should not get you a ticket.
I know, and I'm not happy about it. But I'm making a phone call.
Taxes, though.
Should be 10 over is when you get a ticket.
And the last bleep you is to me because I fell asleep last night with that lead in the fourth quarter, and I also fell asleep at halftime of the 28-3 Super Bowl.
Oh,
so bleep you to me for not being able to make it through these big events.
Bleep you. And you know what? But thank you. Bleep Stallion again for doing the shoey. Anybody that do a shoey, bleep. That's the nastiest ish in the world.
Hold on, Rusty. Yo, so we connected with the lacrosse coach. I appreciate you tracking that down for me. Thank you very much.
Awesome, man. Good to hear.
All right, brother. Take care, buddy. Stop speeding up
talk
there.
to y'all later.
All right.
I'm bleeping Stallion because he drank the shoey out of somebody else's shoe.
Disgusting.
Totally disgusting.
Stallion just getting dunked on. Doomsday Stallion, Shoey Stallion.
Listen, I didn't have a wet shoe the rest of the day. I feel like I wanted to.
You drank Mike Mars' foot.
I was already drunk. I didn't care.
You weren't drunk at that moment.
I don't care how
I
drunk.
was so drunk from the night
You
before.
had foot beer in your stomach all damn day.
I don't care how drunk I am.
in my stomach.
I'm not drinking nothing out of another man's shoe.
I'm not drinking out the woman's shoe.
I was gonna say a
think
person's
that's a
shoe.
fair stance.
Yeah, I'm with that.
I wonder if Dub B's crazy
Who
drunk
came
ass-
up with this? Idiot.
I think it was hockey guys or maybe UFC guys.
I've never done a shoey.
What?
The first time
I'm
the
with
first
you,
time
bro.
I saw it, it was some UFC fight.
Have you ever done it?
No.
If
Left hand up.
JP hasn't done it, it shouldn't be done.
Now, if I was 25, I'd probably be ripping shoeys. But
You were
luckily
25
not.
at one point. You didn't drink a shoey.
Wasn't a thing then.
I promise you, when I was 25, I never thought, let me pour some beer in a shoe and drink it.
My big thing, I would just dump beers on my head. We'd be at the bar and I would just dump a beer on my head.
I've done stuff
Or
with
ch-
beer,
or
but it
chug an
wasn't
outrageous
no
amount.
shoey.
Right. Let's go to Jake in Woodbridge. Jake, what's up, dude? Who you mad at?
I want to give a big bleep you to the Nationals owners. How can we have the bat so hot, but we cannot throw the ball over the plate? It is insane to me. I've been going to games for years. I sit behind the owners, season ticket holder, and I just want to heckle them every single time, but I'm afraid they'll kick me out. Also,
You got to have pretty good tickets. You're sitting
I
behind
wanna
the
play
owners.
B-Mitch, also, I want to play you in a golf money match, so I'd love to do that.
What's your handicap?
1.1 right now, currently.
Give me my strokes. We good.
I'll put you on hold, Jake. Give Stallion
Thank
Stallion
you.
your info.
All right.
Doug, it better be a real one.
Better be.
He's giving you what, 5?
No, I'm at 10.9 now.
Excuse me?
Look on the thing. It changed over the days. Nah, I'm a 7.1.
That sounds
7.1.
Suspect. So if he's a 7-1, if he's a 1-1 and you're a 7-1, that's 3 aside.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in that match.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Are you ready, B? Are you sitting down?
Yeah.
There's a man of the cloth on the line. Hello,
Oh,
Rev
boy.
T. How do you do?
Your eyes may shine and your teeth may grit, but always remember I'm the king of S-Talk, and that's the one factor or bleep you, but you know that. But anyway, though, let me start out. I want to bleep you to these Bammers that been fighting at these graduations. All these Bammers, bleep you to the mama, bleep you to the daddy, to the sister, to the uncle, the aunties, and the aunts that's sitting there fighting at these damn graduations. That don't make no sense that y'all taking away from the moment so y'all can sit there and fight somebody over a damn seat. But hold on, I ain't finished yet. I want to bleep some pigs in the blanket. Did I just say that? Oh, no. But hold on, before I let y'all go Frankie Beverly style, I want to bleep that old goat named Jared Jones who smell like piss with a dirty diaper who always talking on the microphone. Y'all know what this is. The people hype man. And bleep you and Stallion. Bleep you because you keep asking me a whole bunch of technical questions. Bama, when you see this Rev T, just say, okay, I'm going to put you on hold. Bye, Bama.
Goodbye, Reverend. Always good to hear from you. Part of that confused me. He's mad at Jerry Jones?
No.
All right, let's go to Jupe in the DMWV. What's up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, bleep you to Doom Shoe Stallion. He's the only guy running around with athlete's foot in the mouth. That's trifling, drinking beer out the shoes. That's real trifling, my guy. I'm sorry. My real bleep you goes to co-workers, people you work with who think they own a business, but they ain't nowhere near a manager, not a boss or nobody trying to think they can run and dictate to you what you need to do. You don't get to tell me what I need to do. So cut that out. And my last bleep you is to all these people putting their stock into IU, Traylon Burks, but people still bashing Terry, a man that's been here, been doing this thing for the longest, never complained or whatever. People still bashing Terry. Bleep you to all those people. You putting your fandom in the wrong person. You should be propping up Terry right now. That's all I got.
Are people still going at Terry? Is that a thing?
Yes. I'm seeing it all on X. And I know, B-Man, you say we shouldn't pay attention to it, but you know that's my guy. So I'm gonna stick up for him.
Hey, man. I'm like Terry. He not paying attention to it. I'm not paying attention to it. And half of those idiots who saying that, they don't have a damn clue. So I don't really pay attention to them.
Appreciate the call, Jupe. I can't believe that still exists. That's really stupid.
Jay, a lot of stupid people in the world, bro.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go to Charlie in College Park. Hello,
Charlie,
Charles.
what's
How you
up,
doing,
brother?
buddy?
Gentlemen, good afternoon. It does my heart good to talk to you guys. You guys are lifting my spirits up. It's nothing better than hearing from Rev T. Nothing better. And shout out to Rusty 2 callers ago. I want to shout out, and he will bleep himself on the air. Rusty, you're a man. I got two quadruple bleep eaters. The first one, I'm tired of hearing about Brandon Ayuk. I don't care if it's sports talk. I don't care who it is or what their credentials are. I don't want this to be a distraction for JJ, and I don't want it to be a distraction for this team. Shut up. I don't care if he comes or not. I personally don't want him. But shut up. My God, shut up about Brandon Ayuk. The second quadruple bleep eater to Iron, who called in Chris Russell yesterday, and did everything but accuse Brandon Ayuk of murder and rape. Do you know this guy? Are you a part of his family? Did you grow up with him? You trashed every part of his life. Not dare say you don't know a damn thing about him. Iron, get a life. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate it, bud. Passionate. Jeff, did you have a bleep you?
Yes. Had a couple. First off, bleep Ryan. Keep it going. Second, bleep Victor Wembanyama. Bleep him. I'm gonna take pride in this hater role till he show me what I want to see. And also, bleep the guy who called in here yesterday and told Brandon Ayuk to go up to the facility. You know the rest.
All right. Big Tony is on the line. Big Tony, the usual reminder to keep it clean, bud.
What's going on, fellas? First of all, Red T, you know good and well you ain't the king of S-Talk, so you take your mumble mouth, funk mouth, and you just get back in the hole, boy. Now.
Mumble mouth, funk mouth.
Yeah, that's what he is. And look here, old Mitch Johnson or whatever his name is, why is he scared to put Harper in the game? He's obsessed with you got to run that ball in the corner and make them come foul you unless you scared. And Jeff, you're right. I can't stand Wimby. The Bama be bowling, folks. Somebody gonna put him to sleep. Oh, I'm in your head. I'm in your head. That's what I do. Choke to put the bow right in your damn neck because you talk too much, but yet you miss 2 free throws and you scared to get. Hey, B. Why that Bama out there trying to double up on Brunson when he should be boxing out? I'm gone.
All right, brother.
All right, Tony. Thank you, buddy.
He kept it clean.
He kept it clean.
Can't believe
he know he didn't want to.
Still scared me when he said Fox.
Kenny is in Largo. Kenny, who you mad at, bud?
I ain't mad at nobody. I'm mad at this heat. This heat out here, man. It's kind of hot out here today. Y'all know, I told y'all I'm a mailman. I be delivering. Got me in this ringy-dink truck with no AC. You know what I'm saying? So, bleep this heat, man. And bleep our bullpen and national front office, bro. They blew my whole day yesterday with that.
Yeah,
Can't believe it.
that's a tough one.
How y'all 9-1? I look back up, 9-6. I'm like, ooh, okay. Look again, 10. I'm like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Oh, my God.
Appreciate the call, Kenny.
Yeah,
Good luck with the heat, man. It is this morning.
All right, Kenny. Be good, brother.
So last night after the rain, you know when it gets so humid that your car fogs up? Like, that's what I noticed last night. And then when I came out this morning, I was like, okay, it's summertime. Like, this is hot.
Very hot.
It was legitimately warm. Another rousing edition of Bleep You Thursday.
Love it.
I enjoyed that. It was a lot of fun. A lot of people very angry at Stallion particularly, which has my
I don't
full
blame them
support.
for that, though.
AJ DeBonsa, B-Mitch. Talking. He was at the game last night. He has a lot to say.
Mm-hmm.
Wizards are holding the number 1 pick. We're fewer than 2 weeks away from the NBA draft. Cannot wait for this. Really exciting. Let's hear what AJ DeBonsa has to say about Washington.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? With 13.1 seconds remaining and San Antonio clinging to a 1-point lead, veteran point guard De'Aaron Fox sprinted to the rim for a layup that could have put the Spurs up by 3 points. As Fox scrambled toward the bucket, OG Anunoby closed fast, eventually blocking that layup. The play opened the door for Anunoby to complete the comeback for the game-winning tip for the Knicks. But the Spurs never thought it would come down to that, not when they had a 29-point lead. Now it's a win-or-go-home Game 5 for San Antonio on Saturday. Engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and the best value. At Mervis, you will find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What a song this is. Thank you, Jeffrey. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Got to send some shout-outs. Thank you to everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Thank you to everybody checking us out on the YouTube stream. Thank you to everybody listening via the apps. Thank you to everybody in their car. Shout out to Kenny in Largo, driving his mail truck, listening to us. We appreciate you all. And don't forget, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. All right, B. Especially during the first half of last night's game when it was like incredibly one-sided, not much rhythm to it because there were a ton of foul calls, and not boring, but it was just like an ass kicking, right?
Yeah.
So I was like kind of checking my phone out a decent amount of that game because I have adult ADD. And what was blowing up really throughout the first half, AJ DeBonsa was at Game 4, wearing a suit again, and kind of telling anybody that would listen about the Wizards and what he thinks is going to happen and if he likes Washington. So let's let AJ DeBonsa, the BYU forward, 6'9" scorer, I believe led the country in scoring, an absolute baller, a very real prospect to go number 1 overall to Washington. Let's let AJ DeBonsa talk here.
After Dallas and Atlanta went back-to-back, I knew I was going to DC.
So we're taking the bus.
I knew it, bro. Dallas was 8. My mom next up Dallas today. I'm like, oh, all right. Atlanta 7. I said, I'm going to DC. John Wall looked at me, bro. John Wall looked at me. I was trying not to laugh. I said, it's quiet, bro. I'm going to DC. Bro, you know how many people on Twitter was calling Wizards? I mean, they had highest odds, though.
He went on to say of Washington, I don't know how much how much time he has spent here, but he went on to say, I know that's a basketball town. It's a sleeping volcano, or maybe he said dormant volcano of a basketball town, and how he can't wait to get here. He is certainly operating in a fashion that suggests he believes he's going number 1 to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Do you care?
I don't care about talk before. When it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, then he got some egg to eat.
I wonder, and I don't know, but like, we had Chris Miles on yesterday.
He has assumed that he's going number 1 no matter what, because he say, I knew I was going to Washington because he figured Washington was going to get the number 1 pick. He is not acting like somebody told him anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I find it interesting that he seems so confident. Meanwhile, Chris Miles was on with us yesterday and it said in certain terms that he knows the Wizards are at least checking out Darren Peterson, the Kansas guard. And I think with Peterson, there is some thought he might be the highest ceiling guy of everybody. I don't know this. Have we heard or seen Peterson at all?
I mean,
No.
I think he did one interview on ESPN, and that was really it.
Like the day of the lottery? I feel like we haven't seen him at all.
Yeah, he's kind of just been quiet.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just kind of his style. I don't know.
It may be.
But I find it interesting, the difference in approach. I'm not sure. I don't think there's a right or a wrong approach, right?
Yeah, be who you are.
Totally.
Yeah.
And if Dabanza is kind of an out there guy, like out and about talking, just, discussing that he wants to go one, whatever it is, like that's cool. I wonder if, I don't know. I'll open the phone lines on this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Is it off-putting at all?
Huh?
Is it off-putting at all?
What do you mean?
That Dabanza's just like openly talking about, I knew John Wall looked at me like, I'm going to D.C., I can't wait.
But
I don't think it is, but I'm just curious.
I don't know what it is. I think this is all in his mind of what he thinks, and he's talking like, well, okay, I knew who had 8, who had 7, and he knew the Wizards was going to get it, and he said, John, look at him. You remember when John talked to us? John didn't know until they called who was 2. So when he looked at him at 6 or 7, John was just nervous as hell because he didn't know where the pick was coming.
Agreed. It's interesting. I love, if you're drafting somebody number 1 overall, I want them to be confident, right? like I want that level of confidence. I find it interesting that this dude feels so confident that it's what's going to happen. You know what I mean?
Have you heard much from him prior to the draft stuff? Throughout the year, did you hear anything from him?
Now that you say, I don't know that I did. I mean, I saw him play enough. He's certainly.
Has someone told him you have to start being more outgoing and stuff like that?
That's kind of what I want.
Sound like a PR person to me, right?
It kind of does.
Hey, you wear the suits, and nobody else gonna wear it. Gonna make you look different. Nope, nobody cares. Just play. If you can't play.
Like, I wonder if there is an effort to. I'm looking at his social media right now, and he's got almost 1 million followers, and I don't know. He seems like he's active on social media, but there's no wrong answer, right? Was he White Brian? Nobody watches more college hoops than you. Was he like this outgoing, confident guy?
Yeah, so his recruiting story was pretty widely covered, and he ended up going on First Take to announce he was going to BYU. It was like a big deal. It wasn't LeBron decision level, but in terms of college basketball prospect hype, that was kind of the deal.
So not scared of the limelight.
Yes.
Okay. Nick is in Leesburg. Nick, what'd you make of AJ DeBonsa Game 4?
Hey, what's up, guys? I think AJ DeBonsa is honestly he's confident he's going number 1, whether it's the Wizards or I think if the Wizards think Darren Peterson is their guy, they should trade back to 2. And I think he understands he could go number 1 either way. And I think his confidence really shows that.
Did he say anything about Utah? Like, was he asked about Utah? Was there any of that conversation? Like,
not that I saw, no.
I guess here's my only.
I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think he knows in his mind he's the best player in the draft, and I think from what I've seen from him throughout his whole career, his confidence is he thinks the Wizards should take him number 1.
That's what I get.
I think he wants to go.
It's cool to think that way, but he doesn't know.
Right. I also wonder. The tone to me has shifted from.
He's a guarantee to. It could be somebody else?
No, maybe that. But the tone to me has also shifted, I'd say. Remember the day of the lottery, he was there and I think Chase Hughes talked to him. Like, he did some media that day. And it seemed kind of muted at the time about Washington winning the lottery. Like his excitement didn't seem what it was last night. Because maybe he thought he was going to Utah or Utah got 2. I don't know. But when was the lottery? About a month ago?
Yeah, about a few weeks ago. I think like the most exciting part about this is that this is now a couple different players in the last few drafts that are excited to come here. Alex Sarr forced his way here. Last year, Ace Bailey tried to force his way to Washington. I'm not saying DeMonts is going to force his way. The Wizards have the number 1 overall pick, but he sure seems excited to come here. Trae Young forced his way here, wanted to be a Wizard for whatever reason. And like, people are excited about the future and the players and these stars. They want to be here. As a Wizards fan, we have never had that in our lifetime. And now we actually finally have that cool, sexy cologne that the Lakers have or the Spurs have, the Celtics have. We kind of have some of that at this point. That's exciting.
You're going a little far, but anyway. The one guy who they really hope they want to be here, he don't want to be here.
Anthony Davis?
Yes.
I mean, do they want him here, though?
He's a social media guy. He knows a lot of stuff. You know who said they want to be here and the fans have lost their mind? Brandon Ayuk. Maybe he said, oh, hell, that's the way you get him on your side? Let me change my little mindset a little bit here. It's a stretch, but anything happens. Kids think differently these days.
I think he wants to go number 1. Here's my read on it. When the Wizards won the lottery, I think he kind of wanted to go to Utah. Now I think
he just want to be number 1.
He wants to be the number 1 pick. Yeah. And so I
hope he wants to be a champion more than he just want to be the number 1 pick. Because sometimes people put so much emphasis on where they go in the draft and then they don't do anything else afterwards.
Totally. I don't think, though, this is the type of dude that dogs it later. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care who it is. I just want them to be right. Same thing I said about the Commanders with the 7th pick.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this team can use help everywhere. You just got to nail the pick. Whatever the pick is, you just got to nail it. That's my only requirement. My only rule is you got to nail this pick.
Mm-hmm.
And if A.J. DeBonsa now wants to be here, I'm good with it. Like, talking about this draft for me, is it like A.J. DeBonsa or nothing? I don't feel that way.
I don't feel that way.
I think there's a lot of ways they could go. I still think
I definitely don't feel that
you
way.
could trade to 3, get a whole bunch more picks. Like, Oklahoma City, as much as they've built, they still have a boatload of picks.
Hell yeah.
And in a crazy NBA salary cap world, there is nothing you could do better to build your team long term than not having to pay every good player that comes up.
Yeah.
Because if it's all about draft and develop, more picks helps you draft and develop. Like but if they keep the pick and go with DeBonsa at 1, I'm cool with it. I do not think the door is closed on Peterson. I do not think the door is closed on even Boozer. I do not think the door is closed on a trade. I think all of that remains in play, and we'll see how this all shakes out. I want to circle back to last night's game. Game 4 of the NBA Finals was so electric that like there was no way I was going to sleep after that, and I got to watch the post game. I think Inside the NBA, Ernie, Shaq, Charles Kenny is one of the greatest sports shows of all time. There were moments last night I loved, and there were moments last night that drove me crazy. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Eating some. So, whenever you're going to try a new Cajun place, Cajun cooking, New Orleans style, whatever you want to call it, Creole, whatever, I always try to get the same thing to determine how good I think a place is. I get the barbecue shrimp dish. It's so good. It's so unique to that type of cooking. What's the place we just tried? Catahoula?
Yep, Catahoula, DC.
The barbecue shrimp passes the test. That place is good, man.
Yeah, Ryan, we need a food drop. Do your job.
Yeah, I mean, we just gave him a free plug, but it was good. So last night was an incredible, incredible ball game. And when a game's that good, you don't change the channel. I'll tell you what's tough is the game's on ABC, and then they go to local news, which is great for the local news. I imagine those ratings are good. But then you got to quickly switch it to ESPN to stay on Inside the NBA. I thought Charles Barkley as an analyst last night was just so brilliant. One, he just said what everybody was thinking. Like, why are the Spurs shooting so many threes? Why did De'Aaron Fox shoot that? Like, he just says the obvious, but in such blunt and, like, somehow endearing terms. I thought Barkley was fantastic.
Charles normally just speaks his mind. He's real. And all of them are basically
all
real.
All of them are. Kenny and Shaq too, but
Charles he's been known to not care about what you think.
Right.
I have a job to do, and I'm going to do it whether I hurt your feelings or not.
Right.
But he was right.
He was right.
I mean, you're up that. He said they're probably the dumbest team he's ever seen in history. Because you're up that much, you don't keep giving them a chance. You know, that's why teams love, in the NFL, the offense that's up that keeps throwing the ball, you're giving me a chance. If you can run it effectively, I don't have a chance. But if you keep throwing it, you give me a chance. So throwing the football is just shooting three-pointers all day, whether contested or too far out, is just like throwing damn passes all game.
I also think the star of that show was Madison Square Garden. And Kenny summed it up great. He's like, I'm from New York. I've been in this building my entire life. People try to beat traffic. People try to get out of here, sometimes before the whistle and certainly once the buzzer goes.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was still in the building.
Yeah.
And at one point, Kenny, who's just brilliant, obviously, you could tell the producer is telling Kenny to go to the highlights. And there's no way to communicate with the producer when you're on air outside of just talking to him. And he's like, I think he said the initials KT. He's like, listen, KT, I know you want to get to these highlights, but we just got to take this in. We have just got to take this in. And I thought those were the truly like brilliant elements of what is such a great show.
I think the producers sometimes follow a script. But the actual folks that are involved with it, the people in the arena, per se, they feel something that the producer don't feel. Producers get stagnant sometimes to where it's just, hey, I got to go with the certain things. Dude, do you not feel this?
Well, to that point,
we can cut this stuff.
To that point, Brian. So we're having this incredible, as a viewer, I felt like I was there. I was experiencing what they were experiencing. And that's what you're trying to create in a postgame show, right? And then they get Jalen Brunson to come sit down with them.
Yeah.
The hero of this game. And all I want to do is hear Brunson talk about belief and how they clawed their way back in. And then Kenny goes, all right, Jalen, if you don't mind, maybe you could talk over the second half highlights. And in my head, I'm like, keep Brunson on the screen. Why on earth are you going to highlights here?
Mm-hmm.
And what I know a little, right? They then, at this point, you're going 6 wide on this shot because you have Brunson, Draymond, Shaq, Kenny, Ernie, Kenny,
and then Charles, yeah.
So this shot is that wide. Wherever the return monitor, wherever the screen is for Jalen Brunson to talk through the highlights, and they're like Wemby highlights, it was just the second half highlights. It wasn't like specific to Brunson or specific to the Knicks. That screen's probably 6-8 feet away from him. Mm-hmm. This dude just won the wildest game of his life. He's not really going to sit there and narrate the highlights. Like, push that further back in the show and let us see Jalen Brunson.
Mm-hmm. But that's a producer.
I know.
Trying to force the script. when people that have sat there in front of the camera, this is too good to let go. You know, like you go into an interview and you got 20 questions, and you get to that third question, and that guy goes down the avenue where you like, to hell with the other 17, I'm going to explore this. And then you get through, you probably have a producer who helped you write it. You didn't get to the other questions. I don't give a damn. We got a masterpiece. That's what you got to go for.
It's funny, when young people ask me for advice or whatever, I always tell them, never go into an interview with a list of questions. Never, ever, ever. Have some bullet points if you need, some things you want to make sure you touch on, but you got to let conversations happen organically.
Yeah.
And frankly, I think interviewing is like the best of my journalistic skills. You got to let that stuff come naturally. And then B, you and I may disagree on this. I think Ernie, Kenny, Shaq, and Chuck is as good as it gets. I think it's as good as it gets. They bring Draymond in for the finals. And I'm not saying Draymond's not good. He's a provocative. He'll say what he means, all of those things. But I don't think you need that addition. They don't have much real estate. You see the desk they're sitting at? Like, there's not a lot of space. And then twice, I thought this was just so lame of Draymond. He tried to insert himself and his experiences into the moment. Like, he said one thing about, is this loss worse for the Spurs or when I was in Golden State and we lost to Cleveland, up 3-1? And Barkley, to his credit, he's like, man, we're not talking about you in Golden State. Like, they just move forward. But what I thought was so lame, you have Jalen Brunson in this moment. And maybe this was heartfelt, but it didn't feel it. I don't even know the backstory. And if I don't, I'm guessing millions of people watching this that aren't NBA hardcores don't know it either. But Draymond gets to his question with Jalen Brunson, and he's just like, listen, man, I want to start by apologizing. Eventually, I'm going to get on my podcast and on my platforms, and I'll apologize there too. But I'm apologizing to you right now, Jalen. And Brunson just looks at him. He's like, okay. Like, whatever that was is an off-camera thing. Like, just ask him a question about the game of his life he just played.
But I think sometimes if you've said some stuff and you come to the conclusion that you were wrong, saying it in front of people is way more of a thing than saying it just you and him behind closed doors. Because there are people that are saying right now, when you start talking, oh, yeah, you're saying all this stuff about him, but if you're man enough to say it in front of the guy, in front of everybody, I think that carries a lot of weight.
Perhaps. To me, it just felt like inserting himself into the moment that didn't need it. But that's a fair point, too. Overall, I thought the broadcast was great. I'll never, ever understand why you go to highlights when you have Jalen Brunson sitting there.
That is absolutely stupid. It's just like you've seen me. If we are about to interview somebody and the person walks up, that's like after the games and stuff, I don't believe in people waiting.
No. Whatever
I don't care what we're talking about.
Totally.
If this dude just played in this game and we're getting him on, what he has to say is way more important than the crap that we wrote down on the script. Let's go to break and get him in here and get this stuff done.
Speaking of that, we're going to go to break and bring in Danny Green, 3-time NBA champion.
He's not waiting.
No.
This sports update is brought to you by the Pentagon Memorial Fund and the 184 Tribute Golf Classic on June 15th. San Antonio was so close to returning to Texas with home court advantage in the 2026 NBA Finals. That is until OG Anunoby. What did he have to say after his massive moment in Game 4? It felt cool. But that's kind of an understatement. His play led to the Knicks being a game away from capturing their first championship since 1973. They are up 3-1 in the 2026 NBA Finals. But yeah, that's cool. The Nationals get an off day, and that is exactly what they need to shake off yesterday's loss. They were up 9-1 headed into the 8th inning, and they let the Giants come all the way back to walk it off with a grand slam. Tomorrow is a new day, and they come back home to play the Mariners. Join the Pentagon Memorial Fund for the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac on June 15th. Proceeds support the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Learn more and register today at pentagonmemorial.org. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. In a few minutes, we're expected to be joined by Danny Green, 3-time NBA champ,
DG.
breaking down the action from last night. So,
Find out if he's in relation to Darryl Green.
I don't know, but I don't think so, but I don't know. He's from New York.
That don't mean nothing.
Green is a fairly popular name, B.
I don't know. I'm just asking. You never know, Jay.
You should ask him.
Harriet Tubman started in the South. She went all the way up north.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point. I'd like to tell a brief, while we're waiting for Danny, just a brief look inside the mayhem that is working at this radio station. So
I just found out the producer don't know the name of the show.
Yeah, that's true too.
The Brian Mitchell and JP Philly show.
I think Statty's having a tough day, dog. Statty's having a tough day. Now, so Chris Russell does his show, starts at 1 o'clock on 980. I also found out, apparently we've been on 980 the last 3 hours.
We have?
I guess Sheehan was sick, so we were on simulcast.
So why didn't nobody tell us?
I don't know.
We could have like
AMAC told me in the kitchen at like 12:45. I meant to shout out to people on 980 listening. Now they're probably listening to Rooster scream.
Yeah,
but
we were hearing them scream.
So the Junkies had generally we do our show with the door to the studio open.
Yeah.
But the Junks had like a World Cup draft or something after our show, so we closed the door just because we knew it was going to be loud out there.
Mm-hmm.
But Rooster is a pretty loud individual, and generally he
just ridiculous.
Generally, he does his show with the door closed, and we still hear him.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, we're standing out in the hallway, and Rooster opened his show with the door open, and it was quite loud.
Yeah.
So I dared Jeff to throw a football down the hallway and see if he could
That
get
was a football or
a soccer ball.
Soccer ball.
But like a miniature soccer ball.
Yeah. It looks big when Butchcom has it.
I did not think Jeff was going to actually do it, but he did it, and he threw a rope. It landed just short, though, knocked over a ton of electric equipment.
If you say anything about money, Jeff gonna try it. Run head first into that car.
Right.
He'll do it.
All right, right now we're really excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Danny's joining us thanks to Hyundai. Discover what's next at your local Hyundai dealer, official partner of FIFA World Cup 2026. Danny, thank you for joining us, man. What a ball game last night.
Yeah, that's one way to describe it.
Have you ever been in something like that, Danny, where things look so good in the first half for you, and then second half, or just watching it,
Yeah.
That was drastic.
I knew something was going to happen at some point, but I didn't think it was going to happen to that extent. You knew there was going to run be made. But like first half, I'm like, this game is over. But I have not been a part of that type of on that stage. We have been in the playoffs. We were up 20 with Kawhi, and the ankle happened with Zaza. That was at halftime.
Mm-hmm.
But not 30, not in the fourth quarter. That type of collapse. So. I mean, regular season, I've seen it happen. In Philly, we're up pretty big and lost 2 games. But again, I wasn't on the floor but yeah, I don't think I've seen anything or been a part of anything like that on that type of stage.
I don't think. I mean, it's the biggest comeback in finals history. I don't think anybody has. Something to that magnitude.
Yeah.
I'm curious for you, and maybe the answer is both. But do you think that was more of a Spurs collapse or a Knicks incredible comeback?
More of a Spurs side thing than the Knicks side. Give the Knicks credit, but I think it's more of a Spurs side, and they're taking their lumps in real time right now. And I kind of, after thinking about it, I feel for some of those kids, this new stage, but there's a lot of learning lessons to be had or to be made or to from this series. Because there's 3 games now where they could have won. It could be it could be 3-1 San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that one was one that is going to stick. It's going to stick with them forever. Kind of like our Game 5 in Miami. So, yeah, but you learn from them, you bounce back, and then, hopefully become champions at some point because of it.
You played 15 years in the league, 3 championships, and as you play, I'm sure every year or every experience came a little easier. I have a tendency to always tell people that people have to learn how to win. The Knicks have been through a lot of battles over the last few years. Is it their experience level that's just giving them the edge a little bit over the Spurs, who seem to be more talented?
I don't even say they're more talented. No, I think Knicks, have a really good deep team too. They cut their rotations, but when you have Shaman and Mikal Bridges, they didn't play well the last 2 games, but they have a deep rotation with Deuce McBride, Shaman off the bench, Mitchell Robinson, and then you got Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby outside of Cat and Brunson, 2 franchise guys. They're a really good team. So I said before the series, I picked them because I thought the Knicks were playing just that good of basketball, and they're really deep. So, but your question was, do I think they're more experienced?
Yeah, I'm saying
they've not been on the finals either. They've been through some bumps, though. They've got to take their lumps.
That's what I'm saying.
They failed a couple times to get there. So, they're definitely, that's what's helping them. The Spurs' inexperience is what's hurting them more so than anything.
There you go.
Because if they had more experience, I think a lot of these issues, a lot of these plays would not have happened.
Danny, I know you spent kind of the bulk of your career in San Antonio, won a ring in San Antonio, had some heartbreak there too. Are you surprised at, like you said, they could have won 3 of these games. They were in control and then kind of coughed them away, last night being the biggest example of it. Are you surprised that these star players, De'Aaron Fox last night, not just dribbling into the corner, or Castle getting in foul trouble, which I really think impacted that game. Are you surprised the moment seems to be getting to San Antonio and particularly Wemby?
No, I'm not too surprised. I won't say getting to them, but also a lot of it does have to do with the Knicks. You have to give them credit.
Absolutely.
But I know at some point it would get to them. And I thought in the OKC series it would. They showed up in Game 7. They proved us wrong. They proved a lot of people wrong. And I thought they had gotten over that. Dylan Harper is not scared of the moment. Castle's not scared of the moment. I don't think any of them are scared of the moment. It just happened to be a domino effect of some bad possessions, of bad shooting. And how do you win a game when you're not scoring? You got to rely on your defense, right? You got to rely on taking care of the ball. Those things got to happen. You got to get to the free throw line. You got to do small things, and that's where the next step or the next level is for a guy like Castle, Harper. Fox is supposed to be the guy, but he's also, this is his first time in the playoffs. It was his first playoff run, really, or second time. He hadn't gone deep in the playoffs before this, so this is things that they're all learning.
But looking at Harper and watching him as he's played throughout this series, I think he should get more time. He's offensively, he's been very good over the last 2 games for sure, but defensively, he straps people up. Do you think that he should, moving forward, get a little bit more playing time?
Mitch is short in the rotations. I don't know how much shorter he's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Dylan is playing a good amount of minutes. His time has pretty much upped. I don't know what his minutes was last night. I'm looking at it now. I thought he, he was great. He was great throughout the series. I think he definitely, when he's playing well like that, deserves more minutes. He played 32, out of the 40. I guess he could have played, 5 or 6 more minutes maybe.
Yeah.
But who do you cut? Vassell had a great game too. You cut down his minutes. Steph was in foul trouble. He only played 26 minutes. So with him being in foul trouble, again, I guess maybe Julian, but Julian, they both played the same amount of minutes. But you got to play your shooters. Their rotation is down to 7 guys, really.
Wow.
Keldon, so I think he played good minutes. I mean, maybe in that fourth quarter, they could have said, some people like, why doesn't he have the ball in his hands? He's still a rookie. Like, if you're going to trust somebody, it's going to be Fox. Fox makes the good decisions. He knows at the end of the game what to do. Sometimes it's going to go good, sometimes it's going to go bad. That happens with any player, not just, a rookie or a veteran. Because that's probably less likely to have bad happen. But rookies, you just don't want them learning on this stage. They make a mistake, or like learning through mistakes on the finals where it could traumatize them, So, but yeah, I guess he could play a couple more minutes. But I thought he played amazing. He played great for the minutes he was in there, and I thought he was in there down the stretch when they needed him to be in there. Could he have the ball in his hand some? Yeah, I think him and Steph probably could have made some more end of game decisions. But I thought Fox did what he was supposed to do. They just didn't make any shots.
Talking with Danny Green, Odyssey NBA Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. Discover what's next at your local Hyundai dealer, like our next generation EV, the Ioniq 9. Hyundai is the official partner of FIFA World Cup 2026. Danny, you mentioned De'Aaron Fox. You have the hardware to prove you know what to do in big moments. What did you think of Fox? And they did not lose that game on one play, certainly. But
no, they did.
But just kind of the decision-making process there to go up against OG rather than maybe just try to dribble out some more time.
That was one that I was shocked by. In the moment, I was like, I thought, if you're going to do it, you better go get the basket or get fouled. But in that moment, you got to dribble it out. But, the casual fans are like, it's blaming it on one player. And I'm like, come on, man. And they're like, oh, we got Harper now. We can get rid of, what? No, these guys none of them are ready. And you don't trade a guy off one possession, one player, one series. He's still a very good player, and he's going to help not only your team win, but he's going to help develop those younger guys that you think are going to replace him. So, again, they're all taking these lumps and these learning lessons in real time. Last night I was very disappointed, still disappointed, but a little more fired up and like, damn, this is lack of leadership all the way down the line. Mm-hmm. But after today, it's like, damn, these are still young kids and you don't expect this to happen, but things are going to happen.
That was the 11-0 run, and looking at the coach, he didn't call a timeout. Did you think a timeout was needed in that little stretch?
Man, I don't question Mitch. Mm-hmm. I think Mitch did a good job. I mean, obviously, no, I wouldn't say good job, but he's done a good job all year. Last night was on everybody. Mm-hmm. And I think people are acting like it's a Cleveland situation. It was not a Cleveland situation where they just ran 22 straight off, Mm-hmm. There was stoppage. There was timeouts. There was TV timeouts. There was challenges. There was things that stopped the game. It wasn't a smooth just Brunson going to get baskets and OG going to get baskets. There was a lot of possessions where it stopped, and they had 2 timeouts. But yes, if it was Pop, I think he probably would have burned his timeouts to cuss us out multitude of times, tried to run out of timeouts. But he trusted in his guys, and a learning lesson from him. Maybe this early, too much trust on some of those guys.
Speaking of learning lessons, Danny, Wemby, obviously there's more eyeballs on everything now, right? But he's trying to play physical. The Knicks are playing very physical with him. But the flagrants are starting to pile up. You see the frustration piling up for him. And there's more and more people that are questioning if Wemby's kind of a dirty player. What is your response to Wemby's increased physicality at this stage of the NBA Finals? And I mean, he's now in a situation, if he gets another flagrant, he's going to miss a game.
That flagrant I thought was silly. It was inadvertent. It wasn't a egregious play. He was swimming through, caught Cat in the face. Of course, Cat sold it. But he's not a dirty player. People have been beating him up all year, all playoffs. So, you expect somebody to have reaction. But it's silly to say he's a dirty player when he's not initiating anything. He's retaliating to most of it.
Do you think they need to get hit? It seems like when things are going well, Wemby gets the ball near the basket, and then they just kind of get away from it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing. We know they're successful when he stays near the basket. So, they kind of stopped doing that. They started shooting jumpers and settling. But when he's at the rim playing volleyball, you need to find a way to get back to that or do that more to keep the lead. So, I mean, it's not rocket science.
with the last play, Brunson gets that shot off from from 30 feet out or whatever. Do you think they defended?
Yeah, that was a terrible shot.
Do you think it was
That
smart
was a
to
terrible
double
shot.
him
There's no way
there
to say that.
and then just let
Yes.
OG get to the rim?
Nobody. It's easy when you have the remote control and you're rewinding in slow motion. Nobody knew that. Like you get the ball out of his hands. It's Jalen Brunson. You've seen the shots that he's made throughout the playoffs, throughout the season, and against them here in San Antonio. You do not let him go one-on-one with anybody. I don't care if it's Victor Wembanyama, who's one of the greatest defensive players projected to be of all time. He knows how to get a shot off. And, maybe you do trust him in a situation, but no, you get the ball out of his hands, you make him take a terrible shot, and you live with the results. I thought it was a bad shot. And they got, lucky bounce that OG had a straight line go to the rim, but if it bounced any other way, it might be time was out, or they get a rebound. But nobody expected him to shoot that shot like that. They thought he was going to dribble it or swing it out to where they can rotate, and somebody else has to beat him from a shot. So, but the decision is to trap Brunson, and I think most coaches in the NBA would do the same.
They did it. Do you think the Spurs have a chance of coming back?
It's a tough one, man. Very slim. Anything is possible. Seen some strange things in my day. I'm just going to say it's very, very hard to come back from that. It's very slim. Not only is it like you have to win one, it's like when we lost in 2013, we had to just win one game. They have to win 3.
The only other thing I wanted to ask you about is kind of the way Wemby is becoming like a villain. Did you see that somebody threw an egg at him?
I did. New York fans are out of pocket. They are
all the time
ridiculously disrespectful. Beating fans up. This is uncalled for. It's unnecessary. It's ridiculous. And I feel bad for the departments that have to try to police this because it's hard to even do that when there's so many of them acting out. Beating people up. Like this is assault. This is basketball. What are we doing here? Why are you beating people up? Why are you throwing eggs at players? Respect the game. Respect the league.
Yeah.
Respect the players.
Yeah, I agree.
Totally agree with you on that, man. I've always asked the question, like, they won the game last night. I can't understand why when the fans win, they lose their damn minds. That's the dumbest thing in the world.
Okay, yeah. That's what I was worried for. Like, what happens if they look like they lost the one game and start going at fans? And they said, if the Knicks win a series, the season gonna look like? I said, what's gonna look like if they lose the series? I don't know what that's gonna be. Gotham City for real. Like, if they end up losing.
And what's crazy is
like,
the fans in
for
the
everybody's
arena.
safety, it might be better for the world if they win.
The fans in the arena seem to be handling it right. They're loud. They're cheering and booing and handling it. But like, you don't see like Spurs players having to complain to security or anything in MSG. But outside the gates, different story. Danny, thank you for the time, man. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys, man. Enjoy the rest of the finals. Hopefully we get some more good ones out of it.
Oh, yeah, man. All right, Danny, be cool, brother.
That's Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green, brought to you by Hyundai. Discover what's next at your local Hyundai dealer, official partner of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Reigning back-to-back Cy Young Award winner Tarek Skubal will return to the Tigers and make the start on Saturday against the Guardians. He had surgery to remove loose bodies from his left elbow 5 weeks ago, so this is a very quick comeback when he was expected to be out at least 2 to 3 months. Moving over to the NFL, Patrick Mahomes did the Chiefs a solid when he signed a 10-year, $450 million contract back in 2020. So now the Chiefs are returning the favor. They're extending Mahomes' contract by 2 seasons, which will run the total value of the contract just over $500 million. Mahomes is now the first player in NFL history with a total contract value of over $500 million. And his new contract's average per year salary of $64 million puts him back atop the league in that metric as well. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B-Mission Finley 1067 The Fan. All right, get ready, folks. Caller number 10 right now. You get to win a 4-pack of tickets to Dave Matthews Band at Jiffy Lube Live this Saturday. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Caller number 10 right now. You get a 4-pack of tickets to Dave Matthews Band at Jiffy Lube Live. For more tickets and event info, at least he was smart enough to not answer the phone.
I saw what you did there, Brian. Call. It's a no.
What do you mean? It's Keith Mitchell calling. He don't work here.
It was Brian Mitchell on that phone.
Dave Matthews tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. The show is Sunday, June 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. There's a lot of people calling now. We'll see.
It's very obvious. I called 2 times in a row. He saw my number. Nobody was calling. I was supposed to win.
I remember once I was messing with Stallion, and I called in, and my phone's an NBC phone, and I said I was Hamas in Bethesda, and he had no idea who it was because he's an idiot.
100%.
B, you were asking about Mahomes' contract earlier.
Yeah.
And so
I want to see what was really given, because I know like 2 years ago they gave him a lot of money because they had to do that to try to get some space, and they gave him a ton of money. So free here, boom.
Right. So it's interesting what they've done to this deal. He now has void years going out through 2035.
Okay. Because those two took it to 2033, right?
Yeah. So what is basically his new annual per year is $60 million a year.
Okay.
Like he got basically $120 million in new money
for 2 years.
Yeah. Why do you think they did it now?
I don't know. Because like he had signed a 10-year, $450 million, got whatever up front, and then they came back, I think 2 years ago, and they gave him a lump sum of money to try and work some salary cap stuff out. Now you come back, you give him another 120. Are they giving it to him now?
So
are they like? Does he have to wait, or are they giving him something that has guarantees? Because Pat got a lot of money. I know Wichita is $330 million after him. Pat might have that already in the bank.
It's pretty interesting. So he signed in 2020. He signed a 10-year, $450 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember at the time, people that don't understand NFL contracts were like, "Why would you ever do a 10-year? Like you're locking yourself in. Everything's going to go up." But it was always what matters is when and where the guarantees are. Like it was always going to get adjusted. So he's already earned $200 million off that deal.
Mm-hmm.
And now the new deal is adding 2 years to the contract at a value, which now puts him on the Chiefs through 2033 at a value of over $500 million. The new money on that deal is about $239 million.
Okay.
So it averages out to $64 million a season.
Okay.
It's that's
for anybody that wanted to say anything about what he could have got. I'll just say this: ain't too many people gonna make that amount of money.
No,
and I don't think he's hurting anywhere. If he's not making money from the Chiefs, he made it from Jake from State Farm. I mean, but that dude.
I do wonder. He was going into a season without guarantees on it. At his value, he's not going to play without guarantees on it. Then you add the injury coming in December to that, and that's probably why you get this done. There's quotes on this from Andy Reid and from Clark Hunt, who's the Chiefs owner. He said, over the last decade, Patrick has become one of the most iconic, beloved sports figures of all time. He has helped lead our franchise to 5 Super Bowl appearances and 3 championships. He's been instrumental in shaping the Chiefs brand and putting Kansas City on the world stage. And on top of it all, he's been an outstanding role model in the community. Patrick is a generational talent and an elite human being, and I'm so excited he will continue to lead our team into the future. If you're Clark Hunt, you know how much money Mahomes has made you?
If you're paying him $500 and something million, he's made you some billions. Believe me.
Well, and then the only dude who maybe has made Clark Hunt more, and this seems crazy, but it might be real, is Kelsey, just because of Taylor Swift. Like, turning her fans
I don't
into...
know if Taylor Swift has rolled in and brought more to them than Pat Mahomes has.
I don't know.
She brought some eyes and stuff like that onto it, but as far as this outright Kansas City Chiefs following and all in the merchandising, I don't know if she exceeds Pat.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's definitive one way or the other, but like that's its own freight train that probably the thing with Mahomes is like Chiefs fans are buying the gear already, and then that's amplified by Pat. She probably bought a gang of people that weren't interested in Chiefs games, that weren't buying Chiefs gear into that fold.
Yeah,
and
but
will they
that's
stay there? I don't know.
That's the NFL spread, though, what she was doing.
Like the revenue? Yeah. But tickets became more popular. You know, like everything became more popular. Everything at that stadium. Like you wonder, who the hell knows? But the Chiefs are apparently moving to Kansas. You know what I mean? With some sweetheart stadium deal. You wonder if the popularity of Taylor Swift coming to games is a part of that. Like, it's incalculable. Like, we're not really going to know those numbers.
But once Travis is gone and done, Taylor ain't coming through more of them games.
Well, I totally agree with that. And
Pat will still be there.
And you know what I wonder, too, is for Kelsey with what was pretty clearly diminished production, like, they brought him back. He said he wants to come back. He's coming back. Do you think any of that is a factor in of course we want to keep Travis, or is it just the level of play he has shown over the years?
I think it's the level of play, and they feel like, listen, he came in, he was not in shape last year. If he comes in shape this year, Travis Kelce still knows how to beat linebackers. And he has a quarterback who knows exactly where to put the ball. So he can have a level of success, but he's going to have to come in here serious this year. You know, if he's making wedding plans for Madison Square Garden and all that type of stuff, you need to make sure you're not eating all of the
hors d'oeuvres.
What the damn meal's supposed to be.
What'd you think of the amount of Taylor Swift we saw last night at that game?
I mean, listen, one thing about the NBA, NFL, any professional league, if you got someone who has a broad reach, you're going to show them. Because the thing about it right now,
they showed all the celebrities.
They showed all celebrities, but I'm saying she might have a better reach than every one of them that they showed.
Totally.
You know, right now she's hot, and you got to use that.
Who was her crew? Who were the people she was with?
That's all her friends.
Because I'm sure those people are famous in some capacity. I couldn't name any of them.
One of them was a pop star, Tate McRae.
She dating an athlete too? I feel like I've heard that name.
I think she's dating one of the Hughes brothers in the NHL.
The hockey guys.
Yeah, the one who had the winner, Jack Hughes for the New Jersey Devils.
Oh, that's cool.
So she's dating him, I believe.
The toothless dude?
Yeah, the toothless guy.
Who was the other one?
I couldn't tell you who that was. I don't know. I know Tate McRae. Ben Strober just said it was Hailey Bieber, Justin Bieber's wife.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. But the thing of it, like, let's just say society is this way. Whoever has the biggest following, we're going to try to find a way to have them around.
According to the New York Times, you're both incorrect. According to the New York Times, she was there with the Haim sisters. I'm talking about the girls she was with that were all wearing like
the overall looking stuff,
like
the bluish,
the Knicks T-shirts that were puns on various Knicks things. But according to like all the news, it was Taylor Swift and Alana Haim. Alana and Esty Haim. Anybody? I got nothing there. I think sometimes we show how much pop music we listen to, B.
None.
One thing I was curious about, have we seen Jay-Z at any of these games?
I haven't seen him.
He was at game 3.
Was he at game 3?
Yeah, he was game 3 courtside. I think he came in a little late or something like that.
He can.
He got stuff to do.
I tell you who seems like a legit Hoops fan? Chalamet.
Oh,
he's at all of the games.
He's at all of them. Yeah.
And somebody was telling me, you know, the Met Gala, which I want nothing to do with in my life. Apparently, he had like tickets or whatever for that, but there was a Knicks game that night, so he blew off the Met Gala and went to the Knicks game.
I like that.
Me too.
Yeah.
Also, if you're a dude like Timothy Chalamet, you could probably just go to the Met Gala after the Knicks game. Like, they're going to let you in. You know, if it's a gala, Knicks game's over, call it 10:30, 11.
It was a regular season Knicks game?
No, it was a playoff game. It was
Okay.
a couple weeks ago. It's probably, might have been the Detroit series. I don't know what series it was, but like, he can either go to the gala or the after party or the after party. Like, he's going to be all right.
You're fine, man.
Peter Rosenberg will join us next. I have no idea why, but there's a rugby ball in the office, and we were all just throwing it around.
And Jeff messed up,
Jeff
as he
messed
always
up.
does.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Let's do a quick World Cup preview, B, as Stallion's working to get our friend Peter Rosenberg on the line. We got official real World Cup games today, right? Mexico's playing South Africa?
South Africa.
Who do you got, B?
Boy.
Mexico is the favorite.
I'll take Mexico.
And then Korea versus the Czech Republic. Who you got?
Oh, man. That's basically even.
Yep. I'm going with South Korea.
I think Korea would probably be it, bro.
There you go. That's the official Beamish and Finley World Cup preview. Joining us now via the Rude Guest Hotline, our friend Mr. Peter Rosenberg. Dude, tell us about NYC right now.
Why did you throw that egg, Peter?
Yo, can you believe my accuracy?
Best throw of your life.
I don't know exactly what to say about what is going on. It is magic, man. It is just absolute magic. I can't say it didn't cross my mind. You know, they said at some point during the broadcast, they said, oh, well, you know, the Celtics had the record for a 22-point comeback in the finals against the Lakers in 2008. And I just thought, it's a whole different league now, right? And like 22 seemed insurmountable in 08. But with this Knicks team, who we saw them already eliminate 22 in the fourth quarter, you had to think that with a whole half, there was a chance. So I kept thinking, oh, if they get it to 15, maybe they do this. And then they got stuck at 15.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys have discussed this, but I think the underrated big moment of that game was the falling down Cat 3-pointer to cut it to 12.
Yeah, we talked about that one. Crazy.
Yeah, I just think that shot from a guy who had not done anything in the fourth quarter this whole series, to then see him hit that, and they could not get over that 15 hump. And then it's Cat who hits the 3 to cut it to 12. It's just, I'm serious, guys. Like I've brought up on the air up here the 91 Redskins bandwagon. And that bandwagon ain't got nothing on what's happening in this city right now. I have never in my life seen a city where every single block, every day right now is just people wearing Knicks stuff everywhere. I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is the time they should be doing it, though. How long did they won a championship?
Not in my life.
53 years.
53 years. So most of the people, they're like, hell, about time. But I'm telling you, my son-in-law is a big Knicks fan, so I've been pulling for him because I want to see him smile. But man, look, last night I was at the MGM and that thing went crazy when they won that game.
Well, you know what I find interesting about it, guys, is that, you know, you just generally speaking don't think of New York in any way as an underdog situation.
Yeah.
Like New York is it's such a we're the greatest, we're this, we're that the rest of the country tends to say screw New York. And this is a situation where it feels like everybody watching has been naturally gravitating towards rooting for the Knicks. You know, I was texting with my cousins last night who are big Celtics fans, and it's generally our Celtics kind of group chat. And everyone's like, I can't help but be in on the Knicks right now. Like, it's just that sort of, they are a team with that sort of personality. And the other sneaky, incredible thing I thought, guys, how good is Jalen Brunson?
Oh, he's good, man.
Even when he misses, the sort of touch he puts on a shot from 40 feet, it doesn't go flying straight backwards and clang. It pops straight up in the air to give them a second chance. Like, I just don't think you could say enough about the level that Jalen Brunson is playing at right now.
I totally agree with that. You're right. Like, you know me well enough. I don't root for New York teams at all, but the Knicks have always been a little different. I think part of it's just like the magic of MSG and being actually in the city and all of it. And the Knicks have been, when we were like in high school, the Knicks were good in the 90s, and then there was a prolonged period of them just being terrible. But this Knicks team, it is easy to root for. And Brunson as a superstar is easy to root for because a lot of people say he's too small and he'll never get it done. And
he's a
just
baller,
got
dog.
Such a great attitude and like just confidence, but not arrogance. And it's bizarre. Wemby is turning into the villain, and the Knicks are turning into like America's team.
Well, let me ask you a question, because obviously, being in market, we haven't even mentioned, I don't think the other teams in this city, of which there are a lot, as you know, I don't think they've gotten a combined 5 minutes in the last week. So let me ask you guys in D.C., did you do anything else today? Or is this like one of those things that takes over even in D.C., basically? Like, do you spend time on the Nats' horrible loss yesterday? Or is it basically just constantly breaking down that insane game?
We spent a little time, but we've been on this game for the most part.
Yeah. I think our clock. We did a 45 on the Nats, what was a really terrible loss. It's still D.C., Peter. We did an hour on the Skins, but it's been mostly this game, dude. We did an hour on the Commanders' receiver room because I talked to some coaches yesterday. But we had Danny Green on earlier. Calls were going nuts on it. I think if last night, if the Spurs had won, say the Knicks kind of came back, because there was a time, I'm with you, it was like 15 was this magical number they couldn't get past. Then they kind of cut it to 6, and then the Spurs hit a 3 to get it to 9, where I wonder if they had gotten it back to double digits, if the full comeback doesn't happen, and it's just like a good game 4, and now we're all knotted up. I don't think it would have driven our program, but the fashion of the win, I think, made it that much more of an exclamation point.
Totally.
And, I had that moment, too, where I thought, hey, you know what? They made a good comeback. I texted some people. I said, win or loss. Now that they'd cut it to 5, I said, I think they're now back in the series. I think that just with making the comeback, even coming up short, they wouldn't feel decimated going into Game 5 in San Antonio. But I still didn't really think they could do it, even though they have made you kind of constant believers. There's a reason no one left that building. I mean, that's the kind of team they've been. But then, guys, the one nightmare moment that gave you shades of the missed finger roll, 25 years ago, was when Josh Hart misses that layup to give them the lead.
Dude, Josh Hart needs to buy Anunoby.
I tell you, Josh Hart was still a rebounding nut last night.
Oh, well, listen, listen, obviously I love Josh Hart for his Commanders love and DC representation, but that moment, guys, when he missed the layup, I thought if they never get the lead, that's going to become this kind of terrible moment. And then, 2 seconds later, they find a way to get it done. And, the athleticism of that final play, and I don't know what the hell they were trying to draw up on the last play for San Antonio. How does the ball not go to Wemby? They didn't throw the ball towards Wemby on the final play.
It's crazy. He was like a decoy, and the play was designed for Castle. I mean, the play was there. Like, the back screen was there.
I think they figure everybody's going to be looking for Wemby. We're going to try to use him as a decoy. But I don't think he wants to go down there when he needs to go down there.
That's an interesting take. Whether that's not really where his game is at this point, because I would have thought, even though 1 second is enough time clearly to catch and shoot, I would have thought, because I could see the way Mitch Robinson was attempting to D him up, I'm like, if they go towards the bucket and chuck it up to Wemby, Robinson's fouling him. I really think they would have drawn a foul. But it is what it is, and here we are. I still think the Knicks will have to get it done at MSG in Game 6. I think San Antonio will hold court on Saturday, but we'll see.
I mean, lost in all of the amazing plays was Karl Anthony Towns getting a hand on that pass at the end, because Castle was there. If that pass isn't tipped, Peter, we got to run, man. Hard out here. Thank you for making time for us, dude.
All right, boys. Talk next week. Thank you.
That's our boy, Peter Rosenberg. Check him out on ESPN New York. That city is going absolutely crazy. Enjoy it, Knicks fans, but come on, man. Don't break stuff and throw eggs.
Don't do what Maryland was doing back in the day.
Don't destroy people's taxi cabs. Tremendous day on the program. Thank you to Danny Green. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg. Thank you to all the callers. Grant and Danny headed your way next, and they're live in Williamsburg. Any of our Williamsburg listeners, go check out the boys. No bets tonight. I'm taking Mexico. World Cup fever is here.
I'm taking
Grant and
Mexico.
Danny next.
South Korea.
The Knicks came back from 29 points down and moved on the brink of their first championship since 1973 by beating the San Antonio Spurs 107-106 in Game 4 of the NBA Finals on OG Anunoby's tip-in with 1.2 seconds remaining. As for the Nationals game yesterday, it was also stunning, but in a bad way. Mitchell Parker allowed a walk-off grand slam as the Giants came all the way back. The Nationals were up 9-1 headed into the 8th inning. That is the first time in franchise history the Nationals blew an 8-run lead in the 8th inning or later. Over in the NFL, the Broncos have signed head coach Sean Payton to a new 5-year contract. He had 2 years remaining on his current deal, but this one will replace that contract. No financial details were given. And today is the start of the 2026 World Cup. You've got Mexico taking on South Africa, and later this evening, Korea playing Czechia. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCown, The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan on June 11th, 2026, and the boys are out and about and on the road. A little hike from our normal studios in Navy Yard, D.C. over in Southeast. We are broadcasting live from Williamsburg today, the world's largest living history museum, meticulously recreating the 18th century capital of the Virginia colony, a historical Grant and Danny radio program. If you're watching on YouTube, we appreciate it. You can see that I'm wearing my colonial hat. Although I will say it does not mesh well with my headphones. I've got to just place it right on top of my head.
It's more sitting on top of your head than you are wearing it, I would say. But it's not your fault. It's the headset's fault. So if we're going to blame one person, you could blame our engineer, Tim Parker, for all this setup and this elaborate work thing that he did. It's like, oh, thanks, Tim. I can't wear my fun hat.
Colonial Williamsburg, pretty much, yeah. I wanted to wear my fun hat.
I have a goofy fun hat to get into spirit, and Tim's like, not you, idiot.
He's like, you got to be on the radio and all that.
Yeah.
But this is such an awesome place. I got the family down here.
Oh, it's so gorgeous,
Stayed at the hotel last night. We went up and down Gloucester, and we're going into different shops. We hung out with the gunsmith, the blacksmith. We have seen different animals throughout the course of the day today. We're sitting in Merchant Square outside the Christmas shop and the Tea and Spice Shop, two of the many places where we have spent some money today, me and the wife, which has been very, very good as well.
It's just been something.
Yes, but we are fired up to be here, man. This has been very cool, and they're getting ready for. I've talked to a few people out here today that are laying the groundwork for their 4th of July celebration in Colonial Williamsburg, which is going to be absolutely incredible.
Well, so 4th of July, that's why I'm wearing my 4th of July style attire.
Yes.
I don't know how you guys 4th of July. I do Hawaiian shirt and flip some dogs and burgers on the old grill. That's kind of the vibe I was going for. I got one, oh, look at this guy, and then everyone moved on. So it didn't have the effect I thought because I got trumped by you guys' hats.
No place better this year for the 4th of July than Colonial Williamsburg, though. They got the drone show. They got the fireworks. It's going to air on PBS at 8 p.m. if you can't come out here. But, yeah, we came out a few weeks early to do a little scouting, see what's what out here.
Do a recon.
Thanks to our friends at VA 250. You can go check out all their activations for the 4th at visit.va250.org. But, Danny, it should be a very hot and a very fun day. So if you're in the area, listening either on the Odyssey app or on the 106.7 The Fan in the DMV, if you're in our Richmond audience and you are making the trek down here for the end of the week, the weekend, come on by and say hello. There were 2 egregious losses yesterday.
Yes.
I do have to thank the San Antonio Spurs, the second of those 2 losers, because they made the Nationals' day look a little less terrible.
It bumped them right off the top of the list there, didn't they? Good gravy.
Joked last night that the worst loss of the day was the Nationals and second was the Spurs, and a lot of people yelled at me about how, well, one's a regular season baseball game.
The other one's the final, sir.
I get it. It was a joke. Yes, the finals loss was worse.
Do you think it is, though? Compare them.
29 points. The Spurs led the Knicks by. I've never seen anything like that. I could not believe what I was watching. It was one of those moments where you will remember forever where you were when the Spurs, up 29, lost a finals game. And frankly, we'll see, but it looks like lost any shot they had in this series to win a championship.
That's the way it felt, man. That was the If you can't win that one, what can you win? If you can't capitalize on being up 29, I get it. Listen, the NBA is different. It's a league of runs, and they withstood a couple of the early runs from the Knicks. Right? They punched back, made a couple more shots. Got out and ran with their defense a little bit. And you go, okay, they'll find a way to survive this one because that's what it's going to feel like. If you're up 29, you get outscored the rest of the way. You still win by 15, right? You could see it slipping away when that last gasp, that last punch started with, whatever it was, 6 or 7 minutes left there in the fourth quarter, where all of a sudden the clenching happened. All of a sudden, De'Aaron Fox turned into me after like the 5th run at the YMCA, where he's just punting out of bounds, not penetrating at all, and heaves up bad threes. Just terrible decision after terrible decision. It was gut-wrenching if you're a Spurs fan, or even someone me. I have no rooting interest. I don't care either way who wins. I just kind of want some good basketball. I want it to go a couple more games. My heart was breaking for the Spurs.
Wow.
Watching those guys tighten up like that, watching Wembanyama brick 2 free throws with about 1:40 left. That probably wins you the game. I mean, if anything goes different, you win the game. My goodness gracious, what an egregious loss.
I don't ever remember a team having a 7 or so point lead with a couple minutes left and being so sure they were going to lose. Because it had been this, like that comeback was 90 minutes, it felt like, in real time. From basically halftime on, it was just the entirety of the night was culminating with the final 2 minutes of the game. And yes, at any point, the Spurs could have gone on a 4-0 run and put it away, or as you said, knocked down this shot or that shot, or made a stop, or hit the free throws. But it was so clear and obvious they weren't going to. It was quicksand. They could not stop themselves from going under the sand more and more and more. And not to pat myself on the back, but one of the things I said going into Game 4 that has become very clear to me is they do not have a half-court reliable plan. They don't really have a look. They don't have a go-to philosophy. It's basically like Wemby taking somebody off the dribble, making a nice shot from 20 feet or whatever. The occasional pick and roll where he gets rolling to the rim and finds someone or rim runs and gets a bucket. But they cannot consistently hit shots from the outside. That's been a case throughout this entire series. Champagnie last night was 1 for 7 from 3. Castle only hit 1 3-pointer. De'Aaron Fox actually hit 4, but he needed to take 10. I think he's been awful, by the way, and they're standing by him. This is very reminiscent of like Dusty with Jason Worth in the World Series, where Dylan Harper's getting fewer minutes in these games than De'Aaron Fox, inexcusably, inexplicably. And you either want to put your best foot forward here and try to win these basketball games, or just go with the horses that got you here and let the chips fall where they may. And they're doing B, not A. Which brings me to my other point.
Oh.
Throughout the entirety of the night as I'm watching the collapse, and it starts with 29-point lead becoming 22, and you're like, they're fine. And then it's 15 going into the fourth quarter, and you're like, they're fine. Mid-fourth quarter, it's down to 7, and that's when I started to think they're going to lose this game. This head coach, Mitch Johnson, those of you that watch the NBA all season long, watch the Spurs 65 of their 82 times this year, you know more about him than I do. God bless you. You know more about the Spurs than I do. Cool. I am a casual NBA fan who happens to really like the Wizards. So I get in the postseason. I'll watch some of the national TV games. This guy has had as bad a championship series as a coach as I can remember anybody having. What does he do? Call a timeout. Draw something up. Get your players a look. I mean, he's just kind of standing there like the rest of us going, I hope we do something good here. Do something, man.
He's mastered when the timeout finally does happen, the two clap and like, let's look positive face. He's got that from an NBA coach. But, man, is he getting circles run around him in this one.
He's getting destroyed by a guy the Knicks were furious to have hired. Like,
right,
do you remember when they hired
yes.
Mike Brown?
Yeah.
Knicks fans thought, it's over. This was the worst search ever. It
Cancel
landed
it
on
all.
Brown. A year ago at this time, they had just been eliminated. Everybody thought that they were cooked and that they needed to basically detonate, their entire operation.
Yep.
And, on top of both of those things, that their search led to Brown because nobody wanted the job. He's about to win a championship.
He's on the doorstep thanks to that loss last night from the Spurs. And again, it's going to take away, and I hate that. When we talk about incredible moments in sports, there's always a loser, right? And I like it a lot better when it's just a couple of great plays and whoever's got the ball last makes the great play, and it's go, wow, what a competitive thing. The story here to me is the collapse of the Spurs. That's going to take away from OG Anunoby what should be his I'm such an unbelievable player. The things that I did down the stretch here in these final sequences should go down in all-time lore. This should now supersede, as far as I'm concerned, Willis Reed playing 3 minutes and hobbling onto the court, which I know is so legendary among Knicks fans. That happened 53 years ago. But what he did last night was remarkable. He was the best player on the floor. And the story is the Spurs collapse to me. And that's all I can think about, all I want to talk about.
Yeah.
I just think about De'Aaron Fox being so clueless that he just throws the ball out of bounds between two players because one, if I caught it, would have been a backcourt. And the other's going, who's this for? What are you even doing? You're the point guard, clown shoe. My God, he was a disaster.
Before we talk about the Knicks, because you're right, we're focusing on the wrong thing, and this is kind of a sign of the times where here we are breaking down the collapse and the team that blew it, not the team that did the amazing thing. And I don't know if that's how the radio show would have gone 25 years ago. Everyone's just talking about the cool thing. But just to bash De'Aaron Fox a little bit more, because I cannot believe how useless he was at the end of that game. The take he had where he lost the ball out of bounds. So it was 11 seconds left.
Sure, yeah.
Great possession defensively by the Spurs, including him, by the way.
Yes.
He did a nice job where I think it was Jalen Brunson who was amazing, trying to get a shot off, loses the ball. Fox actually, with blazing quickness, which is the attribute he's going to provide, tips the ball across half court, across the timeline, all the way down the floor. He wins the race to get it. There's about 9 seconds on the clock as he gets the ball. You have a 1-point lead. You now have possession of the basketball again. Grab the ball and get fouled. Or buy some time or throw it to someone. Let's play keep away. Do anything other than what you did, which was out of control, attack the rim, and just throw up a wild shot. Weirdly, the Knicks got the ball back down by one with a chance to win.
Anunoby, incredible play again, pins it.
So good.
But you're right. Now, I have some sympathy there. Not much, but a little, like an ounce of sympathy in a 100-pound bag, where that's in the moment athletic play. It's a reaction.
I agree, but Danny, it felt like you would see that in the NCAA tournament because you're like, the 19-year-old.
Yes, and that's where I was going.
Makes $200 million.
And the money kicks in next year, by the way. Those $50+ million paychecks, and they're going to stand by him. In that moment, though, that's the heady veteran. You need to know and understand the one thing that cannot happen in that circumstance, because you've earned it. You've earned it. You now have the advantage.
You did
the
hard
one
part.
thing that cannot happen in that circumstance is what happened. So what's the risk reward? And it's all going to happen very quickly. It needs to be maybe a reverse slip where you use the rim. But if you miss and they got the ball back, you lose the game potentially. If you want to play it safe, want to play it smart, you do what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That to me is the instinct that I would try to have is I dribble it out. I waste another 4 or 5, maybe 6 seconds if it all goes well. Let Anunoby chase me, the intentional foul, etc. Take that, and then you either have possession of the ball. I think they were in the bonus at that point, but he goes, I'm alone. I can make this, and gets it pinned and is now out of the play, and you just lost the game basically in that moment to me. I mean, that is, again, that's an aggressive action. You go, that's fine. It's risk reward. Not there. There are too many options that were too good, and the one thing that you couldn't have happen was that. It reminds me of a huge clutch moment in baseball where you got a really good hitter up, and it's a 3-0 count. And you're like, that's risk reward. He takes the fastball. What if he makes an out on 3-0? That's the thing that can't happen, right? So that's why you probably take that one. The conservative, smart thing to do would have been to dribble the timeout there. But it was like it felt typical of his fourth quarter and his collapse.
No, there is something to be said. There's a man in the arena element here where there's no doubt. It is really easy for me as a fat to just sit here and say, this is what you should have done.
Right.
Do the thing that was the right thing to do. That's easy. But at the same time, 4 years, $229 million. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
This is not some random. This is not Harper, who's 20.
Yeah, if you're Castle, you go up and dunk it on Anunoby's head and get man one.
That guy does not play like he's 21, by the way. What an awesome player he is. All right, let's go to the Knicks because I think we should focus on the team that came back from being down 29. So
down 29, dude.
A few things. Jalen Brunson, dog. What a star.
Yep.
And I'm so pumped that he finally had this game. He had shot terribly in this series. I thought he was getting to his spots. He was getting some of the looks. They weren't
credit
calling.
to the Spurs, too.
Yep, they played everything correctly and hard over the first few games. 44 minutes, 36 points, 12 of 25 from the floor. He hit the 3 that blew the roof off of the building. I think on the call, Breen was saying, this building is shaking. And they were down 1 at that point.
Yep.
And then it was Brunson again with the bucket in tight where they took the lead.
Their first lead of the game, and you go, oh, my God.
9 of 11 from the foul line. Like, he was so great. But the guy, man, is OG Anunoby. And you think about it, on that stage, he's been great for them. But, like, even if he hadn't, that is a performance. You are a legend forever. The tip. Where they didn't
Just
defend.
the tip.
What do you think of teams not defending on the inbound? Like, they don't defend the passer so that they can double or grasp and chip away with everybody else. Because here's the problem, and I didn't think about this, but he had the free run all the way from the inbound pass, and nobody boxing him out.
So again,
he just got to go play the tip drill.
Mitch Johnson, that's a coaching decision. Because their concern is, I'd rather play scramble with a lesser player than let Brunson beat me.
Yeah, they basically doubled Brunson.
Yeah, so you've got but in that moment, I'm basically going, if I've got Wembanyama on anybody, but let's call it Jalen Brunson, 35 feet from the rim, I'm actually in a pretty good spot there, right? Because if he wants to try to go by, the long arm of the law is going to block anything. You want to pull up and shoot.
The Wemby effect was very obvious
100%.
there. He pulled that shot from so far behind the line. It was a terrible shot, I thought.
Yeah.
And it was also with like 5 seconds left. But maybe his thought was, we'll get a scramble rebound.
And that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I think he took it early for that reason. I actually thought it was a decently smart play from Brunson. Now, the real smart
you don't want to hold to get a better shot?
Well, if I'm getting double teamed and the design was for me, I need to get it up there, and I've got a free runner. Now, maybe the smart play would have been
low percentage. It worked out.
Yeah, maybe the smart play would have been to kick it right back to Anunoby, who's can charge towards the rim. But I think he got it up there with the idea that maybe we get a scramble.
Did you see OG's line at the end of the game? So he hit the 2 threes at the very end of the comeback to help put the exclamation point, but he went 7 of 9 from 3. Plus he had that chase down block.
Yep.
Plus he had the tip. And after the game, his interview, he was so calm. It felt like he had just played a preseason game when he was talking to Lisa Salters, and she's asking him about his performance, and he's like, we did what we came here to do. It was a fun game.
It was a fun game.
We've got another one coming up. I'm like, dude, you have no idea what just happened. Your whole life just changed. Like, your name is now synonymous in New York with this game, and it's the greatest game most people have ever seen. Really, really cool for the Knicks to be up 3-1 and on the precipice of winning this thing now. And the narrative's going to be the Spurs are done because you can't come back from that kind of loss. I don't buy that, but I do think they're done, A, because you're down 3-1, and B, because we've watched 4 games. I don't know that the Knicks are better. I think the Knicks are just a bad matchup for them, clearly, right now. Like, when you're up 29 on a team in Game 3, they had a huge lead in Game 2 that they almost blew.
Oh, sure, yeah.
As well. So you can't tell me through 4 games that the Knicks are, like, decisively better. The lopsided scores have actually been to the Spurs' favor. I mean, the
largest margins of
the largest leads
winning,
last
so to
night.
speak, yeah.
Spurs 29, the Knicks led by 1 once.
Yes.
It was the end of the game. But they can't finish. They can't put them away, and I keep coming back to, in the half court, do you trust them? Do you trust their plan? This Mitch Johnson decision making. I think they had their shot here. That these were the bullets, and it didn't go.
I think that's the right assessment. Yeah, I mean the Knicks are up, so it's like so someone will just go, well, they're better because they're up 3-1. Yeah, okay. There's a lot of ingredients that they are better at, certainly, and they've manifested themselves for this 3-1 lead now that they have in this finals. But the more dominant runs of play, one could argue certainly that the Spurs have had those. Again, the MO of most of these games have been Spurs come out hot, the Knicks just get punched in the mouth, lay in wait, and eventually make that run to make it close again, and then kind of gut it out and win it down the stretch with some heroics from Brunson. That's a pretty good formula, by the way. It's got them up 3-1 in the finals, and had them winning every game they played for what was it, 6 weeks over the course of these playoffs. But yeah, I mean, to me, that was the death knell for the Spurs last night. Just because, as you said, the math doesn't work on your side, and if you can't win that one when you're up 29 points, it's hard to feel like you can win any of them.
That was not the only egregious loss of the day. The Nationals may have had their worst loss in team history yesterday. And I don't think that's hyperbole. We'll talk about that next. We are live on Grant and Danny today, out and about in Colonial Williamsburg. This is an amazing place. And if you don't have plans for the 4th of July or the days right around the holiday with America celebrating 250 years this year, you might want to think about Williamsburg. They've got a drone show and fireworks, performances throughout the day. If you can't get down here, you should watch the event that they're putting together, 8 p.m. on PBS on the 4th of July. Why tune in and watch New York City or Boston? We've got all of our own amazing history here in Virginia. Check it all out at visit.va250.org. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Last night in the NBA Finals, the Knicks came back from a record deficit to beat the Spurs 107-106 to take a 3-1 series lead. Game 5 going to be on Saturday. Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Finals, Golden Knights and Hurricanes. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. The Nationals also suffered a terrible defeat after being up 9-1. They fell to the Giants in the series finale 11-10. Day off today for the Nats. He'll take on the Mariners for the first of 3 starting tomorrow. And the World Cup about to get underway, about 30 minutes away from the opening match, Mexico and South Africa. That's going to kick off just after 3 o'clock in Mexico City. South Korea going to take on Czechia at 10 o'clock tonight. The United States will get their World Cup underway tomorrow. They'll take on Paraguay in L.A. at 9 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Bases loaded, no outs, 2-0 the count. Pitch to Eldridge. Swing a high drive, right field, deep toward the corner. Cruz back on the warning track. It's gone! Eldridge flips the bat to the sky. And the Nationals have lost a game they led 9-1.
That was a very professional radio call from Dave Jagler. I think this is how my call would have sounded. Crushed to right. It's got a chance. It's gone. Everything sucks. Back to you guys in the studio whenever you're ready. I mean, that game yesterday was an all-time pull your hair out, you've got to be kidding me, this is not okay loss for the Washington Nationals. Final score 11-10. Here's what you need to know, though. They led the game 9-1. They led 9-1, not like in the second inning or the fourth inning. That was going into the 8th inning. They led 9-1. They even, after giving up a 5 spot, so the lead shrinks to 9-6 going into the 9th, get an insurance run from Curtis Mead, who's been fantastic. Hits a home run, gives you a 4-run cushion. That's not even a save situation yet. 10-6 lead. And for the second time in as many innings, a 5-run inning for the Giants. They win 11-10. And maybe what's most amazing is there was still nobody out at the moment of that grand slam.
I know.
That was a 5-run inning. The Nats give up their 4-run lead, and they didn't have any outs. So let's say that had tied the game. They would have just had to start the inning over, still with nobody out. And it was Bryce Eldridge from Northern Virginia out in Fairfax, where he played at Madison High School for Pudge Jorman, who did the dirty, who hit the grand slam to beat the Nationals.
I thought everyone was pranking me. So I'm driving down after the show yesterday. I just get outside of radio range, but at that point, from 106.7 The Fan, before I kind of switch over to different things, I'm trying to navigate, make sure I'm finding all the different stuff I need to find. I think it was 8-1 when I kind of left the range. And I'm, following loosely as I'm putzing around. I charge my car, and I, stopped here, there, and everywhere. And then I start to get the texts. They start flooding in. And I'm going, cool joke, guys. That's impossible. There's no way that happened, ... And, of course, looked it up, and I was in utter disbelief. Those sting more than the average bear, I would say.
14 hits, 10 runs, and they lost. Little bit of a microcosm of the season for this team because the Nationals are the number 1 offense in the sport. They score at a rate that you would think would lead to like 107 wins, and yet they find themselves a 500 ball club at this point. How is that possible? Well, your starting rotation substandard statistically, and your bullpen's not good. And the bullpen yesterday, Paxton Schultz came on and gave up 4 hits and 5 runs earned, walked the yard, 3 walks for him in his inning. He pitched the 7th, so he gave up those 5 runs, but it was a 1,000,000-run lead, and you go, let's get him some work. We'll just get him through the inning. We're not going to try to play matchups here. They bring on Orlando Revolta, who's been their best reliever. Him and Brad Lord are the 2 guys right now in the bullpen that are both trustworthy,
kind of
reliable.
Sneaky carrying this thing, yeah.
Yeah, you can count on them, right? Those are the 2 guys that you kind of can set in stone. They're going to pitch well for you. Revolta pitched the 8th, and he did so with elite efficiency to the point where he only threw 10 pitches, 7 strikes. So, hindsight, wisdom here, Monday morning quarterbacking. You could have left him in the game to finish and just let him pitch the 9th, but he's not commonly going to be used with up downs. He's not going to be, getting back up for a second inning, but they could have done that. They chose not to. They went to Gus Varlin. He faced 4 batters. They all reached. a walk and 3 hits, including back-to-back doubles to start the inning. And then they did the thing they've been doing that I just can't abide, that I just can't keep pretending is okay. They did there are 2 lefties batting. Mitchell Parker is our lefty. Let's go get Mitchell Parker. Left-hander faces left-handers, and we have left-hander ready. And then I want to go, but it's Mitchell Parker, dude. And they go get him. First lefty gets a base hit. Second lefty hits a grand slam. Let's all get on the plane. That bullpen performance was just a disaster. Revolta, thank you. Everybody else, go sit in the other room. We're going to have a quick conversation.
There's no... This is the downside. A couple people were tweeting at Matt Fundy, Danny, Grant at Grant H. Paulson. Sort of the, like, this is on Blake Butera, and they're kind of pretty upset, and I get that, kind of post this loss. The way I think of this one is this is the downside of playing to the spreadsheet, to your point, where you said it. It's like when you do the Manager Tron 3000 voice, where you're going, computer, it says lefty approaching, must summon lefty from bullpen. And you do that AI bit, you're stuck in it because that was the plan. There's got to be some balance. And, you lose a couple of these games. Not that there are tons of these that happen where you lose an 8-run lead. But when you get burned a couple of times, maybe the computer ain't right every now and again. There is still some feel that's needed to manage a ball club. And I'm not ripping Blake Butera at all because, again, look where they are. Look what's happened. Look at the improvements in a million different areas. But that's one of those where, God, I wish there was a little bit of feel there. You know what I mean? I'd probably rather have a lot of other options. And again, this isn't this isn't the Nasty Boys of Cincinnati in 1990.
Well, let me ask you this, because I think you're onto something that's interesting here as a talking point. Divvy this pie up. What percentage of that collapse, a 9-1 lead in the bottom of the 8th inning, turning into an 11-10 loss after 10 runs in 2 frames? What percentage do you put on Butera, and what percentage do you put on the pitchers themselves?
This is a great philosophical question because it's more than just, the answer to the question, right? I mean, this is the, if you're in the Chris Russell school of coaches don't matter at all, the players do everything. And if you're of a reasonable, sound mind and body, you would say, well, maybe putting them in good spots probably helps them. Putting them in bad spots maybe hurts them.
But specific to yesterday.
Yeah, 50-50.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So I'm like 95% player, 5% Butera on this. When it's 9-1, you pitch whoever you want to pitch. You could put a position player in there, essentially. But at that point, Paxton Schultz is your mop-up guy. He gives up 5 runs. You're not just going to start running through your bullpen as he's struggling on a getaway day. So I had no problem with him in the 7th basically getting obliterated and being the guy that gave up the 5. Then Meade goes out there, and he ends up hitting the home run, so it's a 4-run lead. It's 10-6 going in to the bottom of the 9th, even before that, the 8th inning, Revolta pitches. First time you can critique Butera is say Revolta should have pitched the 2nd inning and pitched the 9th. But, again, that is not how they normally do it. He has not been asked to be a 2-inning reliever. It's not really the plan. I just think because they had the off day, you could have reasonably made the case, run him back out there. It was only 10 pitches. So if you want to put 5% there that he didn't stick with Revolta, even though that would be abnormal for a guy who hasn't done a lot of that, you could do that. So then Meade hits the top of the 9th homer, and it's a 4-run game going to the bottom of the 9th. Varland pitching in the bottom of the 9th is normal. You and I typically compliment going to Gus Varland. I don't even know how good he is, but I like his stones. I like that he kind of throws strikes, attacks.
Generally has been pretty good attacking downhill.
Absolutely. Yeah. Lives in the strike zone. He did not have it yesterday. So the one time that I was frustrated, the one time that I didn't love what Blake Butera did was when he went to get Parker. But at that time, Varland had faced 4 batters. He had allowed all 4 batters to reach.
All had reached.
So you probably have to go to somebody else there at some point anyway. And the play is the lefty for the lefties. I believe the issue is not really Butera going to Parker. It's the plan before the game started. When you are doing this bit where you're opening with Richard Lovelady, one of your lefties, and so he's thrown consecutive days and can't really throw a 3rd straight day.
Even though they only faced 1 batter yesterday, or from yesterday's yesterday, so 2 days ago, right?
But my point is, you're probably trying to stay away from him, right? So the lefty to get the lefties and leverage at the end of the game is Parker. He's the only other lefty you got. Alvarez has become a starter, had just started. He's down. Lovelady, you're probably trying to avoid, is essentially down. The plan is wrong. If you're going to do this have to get lefty for lefty thing, then you need another lefty. I don't care if you call up P.J. Pullen. I don't care if you claim someone off waivers. Mitchell Parker is a multi-inning, kind of the Paxton Schultz guy from yesterday, honestly. Now, it's on the left side, not the right side, but he is it's a 9-1 game. Let's let him go pitch 2 1/3, whatever it is, right? He is not a guy to come into the game to slam the door, to get the big out, to pitch in high leverage. They're acting like he is, but I just think it's because of the personnel that they don't have. So that brings us then to the philosophical question of, well, why don't they? And that comes back to, they didn't try to build a 100-win roster. You know, we're all watching this game yesterday because they have a chance to get to 3 over 500 and they're in the wild card spot and we're living and dying with every pitch. But the fact is, Paul Taboni put together a roster in a rebuild where he's like, maybe we'll win 78 games. And you had your 78-win bullpen blowing up yesterday. You see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying.
So
no, it's a good point. It's a good counter.
In the moment, and it doesn't make it less painful. I was livid. I lost sleep over this. I was furious last night. I was apoplectic in the moment. I almost broke my phone. I was at my kid's Little League game when the ball flew over the wall, and Dave Jagler was like, professionally, like, what a moment for Bryce Eldridge, the Virginia boy. I wanted to slam my phone so hard against the concrete wall 3 feet from me, and all these Little League kids would have looked at me, and I'd been like, sorry, kids.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Right. Don't look at me.
Well, Daddy lost his temper there, son.
But having said that, when you take the step back, you go, we're in over our skis a little bit here. We're starting to have the juice of, like, every inning matters, every game matters. We're looking at the wild card. I'm looking at the Padres score yesterday, like, are the Nats going to keep the wild card spot? I need to just smack myself in the face and wake up and
take
be like,
it easy on yourself, Grant.
Wait a second. What are you doing here? This is not what this is. You know what I'm saying? This is not the year for that.
I didn't like seeing that, the abuse you just took from yourself in that
Thank
Colonial Williamsburg hat. I mean, you're authentic in costume and you're smacking yourself around. Don't beat yourself up over it.
We just got a bunch of drinks brought to us, by the way. What was that about?
Very nice.
Was that just random people doing that?
Yeah, I think it was just random people being super nice.
They go, you clowns look like you're hot.
Yeah. I mean, we are just sitting out here baking in the sun.
No, but those were
I think they were just being nice.
Just nice people?
Just nice
super
people.
nice people in Colonial
Delicious
Williamsburg.
ice water?
Nice people.
Is everyone like that in Williamsburg?
I think so.
That would never happen in D.C. With respect to everyone listening back in D.C., that would never happen. I mean, has anyone ever brought us anything once while we were doing a show in Northern Virginia? That one lady stole my popcorn that one time.
At Cap One Arena.
But that's literally the opposite of bringing me
Popcorn
water.
was in your lap, and she reached across and just sort of ruffled around in there. But the part you sleep on with the stealing of the popcorn,
where are those people? Are
is
they gone?
she had a mask on. This is the part you always disrespect about that story.
Yeah.
She was very worried about germs until she wasn't, until she went and ate your popcorn.
Like, I get the sense, the people that delivered us these waters were like very old people. They were very nice, very sweet, older people.
Yes.
There's no chance they have ever heard our show or know what's happening here.
No, they're big fans.
Are they?
No,
Oh.
not at all.
I think they were just like, oh, these boys out here in the heat working.
These two pudgies are flapping their
Yeah.
gums incessantly.
They were looking at us like I look like when people are like working on my house that have like real skills.
Yeah.
I'm like, can I get you guys a water or anything?
I always ask.
It's always so embarrassing.
Well, the guy's like, no, I'm good, man. You know, like I'm an actual grown-up.
I try to act like I either actually leave so they don't know that a man lives there, or I try to act super busy because it's like they're here to fix my sink, and if I'm just standing there like,
What are you going to use the wrench on that?
like
one?
what
do you got?
fixing
What do you guys
a
have?
sink, huh? And you know he's like, what is this fat loser doing not fixing this sink?
There's a 10 out of 10 Nate Bargatze bit
Why
about
am I
that,
here right now?
where the guy expects Nate to know stuff when the fixing dude comes to the house.
Yeah.
He's like, where's your water here? And he goes, we don't have one, and I want to buy it from you right now.
Yeah.
That's why you're here.
That's also so humbling. When the person that has to do the job at your house shows up because you have no skills, and they ask you the most basic question, they're like, "Where do you turn off your water?" And I'm like, the 9, it's the 6-9 valve.
You know, I think it's
over at the 247 store.
Oh, I'm trying to remember.
Like what?
Outside, back, front, around the front side, back. It's outside.
Am I over? Like, I can't believe they just brought us these waters. Because we have an amazing staff that's hanging out with us today that's, like, taking great care of us and giving us... I have a delicious Gatorade. I don't know how they knew lemon lime was my favorite, but I got lemon lime Gatorade with electrolytes.
By the way, nobody... You're on fire consuming liquids.
Thank you.
Now, no one else is going to care about this.
You want me to cough into your ear or with the cough button?
Into my ear. Let's do it one more time. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
3 of those before the show. I had to turn my I can't hear myself anymore. I had to turn my headphones down. Anyway, the point of the dude's story is generally you go entire shows without consuming any liquid. You are like a camel. I've never seen anything like it.
Right.
And you are, gallons of water going down your gullet today. Proud of you.
You know I don't sweat. You know how I am incapable of sweating?
Yeah.
Today is the unstoppable force and the immovable object. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I actually, you're not going to believe this, I feel some sweat.
You do?
On my back. I feel it.
Wow.
Yeah. More like, kind of like a glistening situation.
glistening,
or like
sure, yeah.
It's almost like condensation on a cup.
Yeah.
But it's right on my back.
I passed the glistening threshold at about 9:02 this morning. I've not looked back since.
11-10, the Giants beat the Nationals. I can't get over that.
Can I tell you something, and I'm going to tell the listening audience too, something that I promise you none of you are going to care about, but I care about it so much?
Well, tell us as soon as we come back. We're
Okay.
live in Williamsburg.
There's your tease right there. None of you are going to care about this.
If you don't want to come back to hear about something you definitely don't care about,
You're not going to be interested, I'm telling you.
what a tease. I mean, that is the great.
That's such a good tease.
Coming up next on Grant and Danny, something you definitely won't care about and don't want to hear. You're listening to The Fan. Back live on Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. We are on the road today, broadcasting from Colonial Williamsburg at Merchant Square. We're outside the Christmas shop, the Tea and Spice shop. An amazing setting for radio. Feels big, feels cool. Really, really excited. A lot of work went into this as well, so shout out to the staff that put the tent together and all of the technology that was needed. But it's been an enjoyable day. The family got out, walked around downtown here and up and down Colonial Williamsburg. You will be happy to know, Danny,
Yes.
that my kids went to the toy store within like an hour, and we walked out of there with 3 bags. They are good to
they're
go.
in. They are in.
With all their little trinkets.
Love it. All right, so I promised this. I teased this. We're going to pay this off. And I let everyone know in advance. I let Grant know, let Darius know, Tim know. The assembled masses here. There's, what would you say, we have 15, 16,000 people in front of us here?
20,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told all of you guys, you're not going to care about this at all. Here it is. In December, right before Christmas, okay, we came down to Williamsburg as a family. A bunch of families came down. It was under the idea was that we were going to reunite with some good friends of ours who had moved away a few months before, right? They moved to Charlottesville. This was kind of like a meeting spot. They just kind of came 64 East. And my oldest son, one of his best buddies, was in that family, and he moved too. So it was a great chance for them to all reunite and went to Busch Gardens, right? So it was an awesome trip to Williamsburg. We stayed at the same hotel we're staying at now. Is that it? No. Listen to this, okay? I'm checked out, so no one's going to bother me in this hotel anymore. So, like, I'm all gone. We stayed, okay, this time here in room 4314. Last time, we stayed in room 4316. Can you believe that? And again, I told you, no one was going to be interested in that detail. I couldn't believe it. As I'm pulling in, I go, oh my goodness, Williamsburg Lodge! And to no one. And I'm texting my wife, like, we're staying at can you believe this place? We're staying at the same one. I took a picture of it. She's like, that's amazing. Let me live my life. All the kids are here.
I'm just going to go on living my life.
And then the lady behind the counter, this poor woman, receptionist, gives me our room key. And I did the thing that I promised myself I would never do. This is what dads do. You get to a certain age, you become that awkward. I was like, last time I was down here in December, I was at 4316. I heard myself blurt it out.
You just couldn't stop yourself.
I couldn't stop
You're
myself.
Like, stop yourself.
She goes, well, that's wonderful. Glad to have you back. Like, so professional about it.
Did not care.
Didn't care at all.
Do you know why she didn't care?
Because it's so stupid.
It's because of how uninteresting it is.
So uninteresting.
So there's a couple choices for me.
Yeah.
I could play ball.
You don't have to.
I could play ball.
Put your Colonial hat on and ridicule away.
I could be a good teammate.
Nope.
A good pal. I swore to you many years ago that I would never Holden Kushner you. There used to be this thing on you before Grant and Danny. You were on Holden and Danny.
Yeah.
And you would say things, and then at the end of your soliloquies, Holden Kushner would look at you and he would go, riveting.
Yep.
This is a great time for me to pull a Holden.
You could pull the riveting
I
out.
could just look at you and go, are you done? And then you say, yep,
Are
done.
you finished?
And I go, riveting. I'm not going to do that, but I could.
I was going to say, it's well within your rights on
Somebody
this.
else might do that.
Now, those moments, those actually when I was like doing something good.
Yeah.
Like, this is not good. I'm fully aware of that. I know what's happened here. Okay, I've derailed everything. So the riveting was extra hurtful when it was like, I finished doing I don't know, for sake of argument, do like a Trump bit or do some sort of like Stephen A. Smith bit or something funny. It was actually, I thought, pretty entertaining. And he'd be waiting for me to be done and go, riveting.
Yeah.
And then there's like a 5 count, and then he would talk again. This
would work.
This would be a more appropriate use of riveting.
Here's what I got for you on the hotel front. So we're in a lovely hotel with adjoining rooms because the kids came.
Sure.
There's been a lot of talk about how we could arrange the rooms, right? It's me and it's the wife and it's the kids and there's a baby and there's a lot of people,
Sure.
right?
A lot of moving parts.
Do you go with like an adult room and a kid room? That'd be pretty fun, maybe. That could be cool, right?
That'd be interesting.
No, we don't do that, do we?
No.
Let's go with the baby and a couple of the kids in our room. And then less people in the other room. But anyway, it's just an aside.
Wasn't reasonably set up, huh?
So here's what we did, though.
I see.
The kids they'd never been in a hotel, so there's a million questions about staying in a hotel and how excited they were. And that was the whole thing. So today, my son jumps on my bed at like 5:52 in the morning, knee right in the junk. So that's always fun. And he's like, Dad. And I'm like, hey, bud. He goes, you know how you like to take a shower? in the morning? And I was like, yeah. He goes, this hotel has a shower. And I said, no way. He's like, it does. Come see it.
You didn't see it on check-in?
And I was like, I'm going to see it in a little bit. I'll see it in just a little bit, man.
Yeah.
And he's like, I want you to see it. It's got a shower. I swear, I found it.
Found it.
And I was like, all right, I'll come see it. So like I walk over and he shows me the shower and he's like, the only problem is it's attached to a kid's bath. Because I think because we have like a shower that's like the door and a big nice like master
With a
bedroom.
tub too, yeah.
And so, but this is like a bathtub with a shower, like a normal shower.
Right.
And he's like, will you still use it? And I was like, I'll still use it, man. He's like, oh my gosh, there's a sink for you to brush your teeth.
There's a sink.
He was fired up,
What did
man.
you think was going to be?
So
what did you tell him about hotels?
I just want you to note that you guys got us. As far as my son thinks, like we are staying at, I don't know, what's the nicest place in America? We have a shower and a sink. But it was an awesome stay last night.
43-16, 43-14.
Right.
You can't make that up. You just can't.
Riveting. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Sean Payton got an extension from the Broncos. He's going into year 3 just like Dan Quinn. What can DQ do with the Commanders that would lead to extension conversation at the end of this football season? We'll get to that next. We're live today on site at Colonial Williamsburg in Merchant Square. Check out visit.va250.org for all of the activations they've got coming up on July 4th. It's going to be an amazing few days down here. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by the Purple Heart Open, presented by Green Drop. It's back Monday, June the 22nd at International Country Club. World Cup about to get underway. Mexico and South Africa just getting set for kickoff in Mexico City. That'll kick off the 2026 World Cup. One other match tonight. South Korea going to take on Czechia at 10 o'clock. United States, they get their World Cup underway tomorrow in LA against Paraguay. That'll kick off at 9 o'clock. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off today, and they need it after a tough loss yesterday. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Mariners at home tomorrow night. The annual Purple Heart Open, presented by Green Drop, is back. Join them Monday, June 22nd. At International Country Club. Enjoy a day on the fairway with fantastic food and prizes, all supporting our wounded veterans. Register today at purpleheartfoundation.org and help make a difference. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny from Colonial Williamsburg. Out and about and on the road, couple-hour hike from D.C. I will say this drive could not have been easier when we made it last night. Pretty seamless getting into the hotel. We're brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad. They will draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. This is not the fun stuff that anybody likes to think about, but it's
grown-up stuff, man.
Important, and they will take good care of you. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. It's kmlawyers.com. The song Toby was playing on the way in there, our crew working hard back in studio in D.C., was the official World Cup song. The World Cup is kicking off as we speak.
No pun intended, right? It's kicking off. That's a lot of fun. What's the song? I had no idea.
I don't know. It's the official World Cup song. It's the theme song, I guess, for the World Cup. It's probably produced and put together for the World Cup.
How about that?
Toby, you got any intel for me on that song? What can you educate me like you're a DJ in the 80s or something?
Yeah, it's by Shakira and Burna Boy. It's called, I guess, Dai Dai or something like that. I'm not 100% sure, but I just know that it's the official World Cup song. That's all I can help you out with.
Is it a new song that they did for the World Cup, or is it like previously existed and they just made it the theme?
No, this is a new song for the World Cup.
There we go. Okay.
That's pretty sweet.
That's neat.
Tomorrow, United States of America, tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, dude.
Playing game 1.
All in. I love it. And it's one of those things where for so many years, you think of sports radio, it was so fashionable to be like, whatever, I don't care, it's soccer. I don't care, whatever, it's soccer. Never understood that, never been that way. It is something that quite literally the world does. Quite literally billions of people care. Like he didn't need to throw the shade the way that he did, but the boss of FIFA, when he was like talking at some press conference the other day, was like talking about the NBA Finals and you know how it pales in comparison. He didn't need to do that, but he was trying to illustrate a point. Like, we're obsessed with it, and we should be. It's the highest level of a sport that we invented. 2 great teams are going at it, and you get great storylines out of it. 6 billion people are going to watch the World Cup in some capacity. Ain't nothing like it, man. It is incredible. I love it. I've wanted the U.S. to be great my whole life. The best it's been was 2002 when they got to the quarterfinals. That run was amazing. It was in Far East Asia, so we'd wake up at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, whatever, to catch those games, and it was so much fun. It was a blast. Have not been back since.
We welcome in our listening audience in Richmond, who's with us, starting here at 3 all the way up to 6 this evening on The Fan. If you're listening to us on AM 910 or FM 1051, we're a little closer to you today. We are in Williamsburg doing the show from Colonial Williamsburg, where we're hanging out right now at the Merchant Square outside the Christmas shop and the Tea and Spice shop. So if you're in the area commuting by for some reason this evening, come on by and say hello. A rare opportunity to see us in Colonial Williamsburg, where they've got an amazing event they're putting together for the 250th celebration on the 4th of July for Virginia and America. Of course, America's made right here in the Commonwealth. They are going to have an amazing drone show and a really, really cool firework display. They've got all kinds of things all day long, poetry readings and performances. Check out all the details at visit.va250.org. That's visit.va250.org. I think I'm going to bring the family back out here for the 4th of July because I don't know, where else would you rather celebrate 250 than this is one of the OG, really neat kind of living museum.
That's the turn of phrase. It's the living museum part of it.
It's the recreated 18th century. I mean, it's the capital of the Virginia colony. So how many people have that ability or that luxury? We talk about it sometimes in D.C. where we don't take advantage of the monuments or the memorials or whatever. We're right here, man.
Well, it's also so gorgeous too. Like the number of kind of beautiful natural things, like whether it's a river walk or kind of like a forest path or different things like that, just kind of in and around Williamsburg that sort of surrounds, as you said, the Living Museum. Campus of William and Mary is gorgeous that we're 100 yards from right here as well. But yeah,
you sleep on how many things are right here.
Yeah, it's all right here, as you said.
I could not believe it. So I drive through here a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I had always said that I'd been to Colonial Williamsburg when I was in grade school. And now I think I'm wrong about that. We came to Jamestown for sure. But I don't actually remember walking this, Gloucester or this strip or seeing any of these things. So I'm starting to think maybe I've never actually been here. I just assumed I had checked that box.
Oh,
and
I got
hadn't.
you.
It's gorgeous. It's so cute, so nice. And like Christmas time, I've always had friends that say they're coming down here. Everything gets really beautifully decorated.
Dude,
and
Busch
everything.
Gardens is phenomenal. They do the holiday lights. I forget what the actual turn of phrase is, but it's the proper term is. But it's gorgeous. It was awesome to stay down here. Again, when I was here, I stayed in 4316, and I'm staying in 4314 this time at the same hotel. Just amazing.
I wonder what room you'll stay in next time.
If the trend continues, 4312, right?
Wow.
Anyway,
I'm just blown away.
I
by
know,
that.
pretty remarkable.
So before we move on, because we do have a lot of things to talk about that are more important than this, but I do just want to bring this up.
Mm-hmm.
It's from the same drawer as how much weight did Danny gain on vacation. So today we walked a long way to go see some animals, and then we checked out like the blacksmith and the gunsmith, I guess it would be called.
Sure, yeah.
Some like different little cool little things the kids wanted to see and really enjoyed. And then immediately, because they're 7 and 5 and 3 and 1, there's
Sure.
a lot of like, I need air conditioning, I need water, I need, to not be at 100 degrees or
The
whatever.
old I needs, sure.
Yeah, there was a lot of that. So I said, let me just find a place where we can grab some food. So we duck into Mellow Mushroom, which is a pizza spot right here. And I haven't been to a Mellow Mushroom in a minute, but damn, are they good.
I love Mellow Mushroom.
It's so good,
I love
bro. It's so good. I've done one. It's like a college town thing, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And we're here at William and Mary, basically, on campus, essentially. But they have them in Charlottesville, and they have one, I think, in Blacksburg. But anyway, we go in, we plop down, we order our food. We got a large pizza, half cheese, half pepperoni. And I've got 4 kids, me, and my wife. We ate less than half of it. It's the biggest large pizza I've ever seen, okay? Like my kids, for all of my kids, we split like 1.5 slices of the pizza. It's gigantic
Yes, it is.
slices, right? I ate a slice, and I was kind of full because I got some wings. And my wife got some pretzel bites and stuff, so I had a few pretzel bites, a couple wings, had a slice of pizza. I was tapped out. It's too hot. I'm just like, I'm good on this.
Uh-huh.
I find out from Danny
Yep.
after this that Danny ate this entire pizza by himself last night. When he told me that via text, I asked my waiter, I said, hey, have you ever seen anyone eat one of these by themselves? He's like, oh, no one would do that, no. And I said, but have you ever, has anyone ever eaten one of these alone, ever? He's like, no, definitely not. Like, this isn't something you would eat by yourself. I'm like, no, I understand, but you haven't seen it. He's like, no, I have not. I'm like, okay, cool.
Like he was indignant about it.
He
No, I
didn't
have
think
not
it was
seen
possible.
it. Yeah.
And you're claiming it was the large at that same restaurant
That's
last
right.
night. When you got down here, you went out by yourself and ate that pizza.
That's what I did. So I went to Mellow Mushroom, and a couple things happened. Number one, I love Mellow Mushroom. I had a whole routine planned about how you sleep on it, but it sounds like you don't. Good for you. But I know Darius does. And I damn sure know
definitely
Toby does. Toby, sound hibernation.
But Tokyo
on Mellow Mushroom.
Altizer's probably been there. Isn't there one in Blacksburg?
There has to be. They're awesome.
Toby, have you been to a Mellow Mushroom?
I have not, no.
Yeah.
Wow, the hibernation.
Oh, my God, they're so great. Why is the crust so buttery and flaky?
By
I
the
love
way,
Mellow Mushroom guy.
the
Yeah.
crust is 4 inches tall.
Sure is.
On these.
But it's puffy. It's not a thick crust. It's not a deep dish.
I understand, but there's no way you could have eaten a whole pizza.
So I did, and so here's what happened. The hostess is like, "Hey, there's a seat." When I checked in, I said, "Just for one," and she's like, "There's a seat at the bar right now, or the wait's about 20 minutes." And I go, "I'll wait 20 minutes," and she could not believe that.
That's a crazy thing about you. I am team eat at the bar. Now, I got my kids, so I couldn't.
Right.
But when I'm by myself, I would say at an 85% clip, I'm just sitting at the bar.
I will do whatever I have to do to not eat at the bar. That includes waiting. That includes going to a different establishment. Eating at the bar is miserable. You have to raise your elbows up super high, and there's always that little weird bump that's right in front of you. And the bartender wants nothing to do with giving you the food. They want to serve you drinks, and they want to ask questions. And then now I'm next to a stranger who's having a beer. I don't want any of that. I need a table. So I said, I'll wait the 20 minutes. I went for a quick walkabout and got myself back there, and I was nice and hungry, ready to go. And my thought was, I'll get the large. I don't need the large, but I'll get it, and I'll have some leftovers for the next day because I wasn't sure, what the timing was, the plan was, whatever. I'll have some extra.
And you have a fridge in your room.
And there's a fridge in the room.
What number room?
4314 this time. 4316 last time. And so I go, I'll do the large, we'll do the mighty meat because obviously it's not my first time. And that's the one with all the delicious meats. And there's no veggie nonsense. There's no waste of space.
That's the other thing about this, Tim. So I get the large today with the family.
Mm-hmm.
It was either cheese or on one half it was just pepperoni. He had like 5 other meats thrown on.
Yeah, so it was the sausage, the bacon, the sweet ham. Now, I generally don't go for the sweet ham, but I will tell you, it works with the Mighty Mushroom Mighty Meats pizza because now all of a sudden it's a compliment to some of the saltiers. You got your pepperonis, there's salt, there's bacon, there's salt, there's some of the sausage, a little bit of salt there. So now all of a sudden that sweeter ham plays a little bit. So anyway, I'm eating it by myself, drinking my iced teas because that's what I do. And once I passed the midway point of the pizza, okay, so I'm at 4. There's as much left as that I've consumed, and I'm like, I'm going to go for that 5th slice. I'm feeling just fine and dandy. I was hungrier than I thought, which happens to me a lot. Pummel 5th slice, and now there's more behind me than there is in front of me. And now I'm like, do I even want to take the leftovers? Do I even want to do that? I had the 6th slice, and the last 2 slices, if I can be frank, were about as big as 1.5 normal slices. It was just the way the cut went. You follow me on that? So I go, this is really one big slice left. Saddle up, partner. Let's do it. Don't be what about it. And so I ate it. And I think a couple that was a couple tables away from me noticed it, and they were disgusted. I think they talked quietly. So the really nice gentleman who was taking care of me last night comes over and he says, I have to tell you, I've been here for 6 years as a server. I've never seen anybody do that. Eat an entire large pizza. And I went, never? He goes, no. A lot of people come in here all the time, or people are hungry. They walk around all day. I've never seen that. One man ate a large pizza. Huh. And then he walked away. Clearly, both impressed and disgusted.
I was blown away today.
He was dispressed or imscusted.
I assumed you went to a different pizza place.
No, the Mellow Mushroom right there.
Because that isn't your normal large. It's like a bigger, it's not quite Pizza Hut Bigfoot large, but it's closer to that than it is not that. So, congratulations to you, I guess.
We're going to play How Much Weight Did Danny Gain, and it's just from that.
Right.
Now, there's also a breakfast. I had breakfast this morning.
That was 3 pounds right there.
I had breakfast this morning, and we did your full body workout thing. Darius didn't show, but I did it at the fitness center. Then I went for a swim here in Williamsburg Lodge, where I've stayed before when I stayed in 4316.
Sean Payton got an extension with the Denver Broncos. Payton is a future Hall of Famer. He's a Super Bowl champion with the New Orleans Saints. He's got Denver now turned around. They were in the AFC Championship game, and who knows, they'll probably get to a Super Bowl had it not been for an injury to Bo Nix in the playoffs last year. But over the last 3 seasons in Denver, 8-9, 10-7, 14-3. He's basically a year ahead of where Dan Quinn is in that Quinn's going into year 3 and Peyton's going into year 4. But he got this extension, and it got me to thinking about a Dan Quinn extension, which he is not at the moment near at all. So I'm not suggesting that that's the case. But I think there's a fine little conversation to have here on, we've talked a lot about the warming seat, how he gets himself into some hot water, how the seat heats up, like what that looks like if the Commanders struggle, if they start slow, and what would lead to him being in jeopardy of losing his job. What about the flip side of that? He did get to the NFC Championship game in year 1, 12-5. The bottom fell out with a lot of injuries this past season, 5-12. What would have to happen this year for the dialogue to change completely going into the offseason about an extension? Presumably you got a 5-year deal. I'm still trying to see if we can find that, Darius. The terms, we never get money, but sometimes we can find out years. I'm assuming it was 5. At max it'd be 6. But if it's a 5-year deal, then this offseason is essentially when he's going to come to you with his agent and start putting his hand out going, hey, I'd like a few more years here. I mean, Peyton just signed a new 5-year extension, essentially, to go deep into his future. So is there at all a path to an extension this coming offseason for Dan Quinn, do you think?
Yes, there is. There definitely is.
How good do they have to be?
And I think that's the rub. Now, again, who knows what internally they think? They could be over the moon with everything that he does and has done. They could have looked at last year where no one made any changes for months at a time while they were having one of the worst stretches in the history of the league and gone, yep, that's our guy. We love Dan Quinn because that's what he's about. He's the stone in the tempest, right? He's not moving anywhere. He's not going to be moved off his spot. He's going to keep being Dan Quinn, good, bad, or indifferent. Come rain, come squall, come burning sunshine. We love Dan Quinn. Or they could have been horrified like the rest of us. I don't know. And that's always an interesting dialogue. But to me, on paper, just trying to call balls and strikes from 30,000 feet, I would go, last year has to look like the aberration. You need 2 years where you are an 11 or 12 quality win team where you are clearly better. The decisions that you make clearly need to result in a lot better circumstances than they did last year, where, again, you're watching this team go down and go, yep, no changes. We're going to move Joe Witt from one spot to another to keep calling the same nonsense.
I think that they would look at a playoff season where the Commanders win double-digit games with improvement at the two most critical areas on the roster, which is your quarterback and Quinn's defense. And that might be enough for this ownership group and Adam Peters. I think they like the idea, I'm sure, of continuity. They don't want to pay another coach. They don't want to have to go shopping. So you're going to be looking through the lens anyway of probably some positivity and things getting better into the future. So if they were to go 10-7 this year, Daniels has a bit of a bounce back, and defensively you're in the middle of the pack and you make a progressive leap forward, I actually think they're going to be talking extension with him. Now, that's not rich enough for me, with still multiple years left on the deal, presumably. But I think that opens the door to the conversation. I would predict he gets an extension. At that point, think about it. Just comparative to the 10,000-foot view of what this organization has been for 25 years, 2 playoffs in 3 seasons, 2 10-win seasons in 3 years, franchise quarterback in tow for the first time in my lifetime, improving defense as a defensive-minded guy. You've done the thing.
Right.
It's over at that point. You got the right guy, so let's...
We literally signed up for this,
Yeah, keep him around. That's not how I would grade it, but that's how I think they will. For me, I think it's got to be probably 11-plus wins and like another year where they win a playoff game and make a little bit of a run.
Yeah, because I'm not doing it that you have to be in the NFC title game. You could be better than you were 2 years ago and not make that. You could lose that game to Detroit, right, or whoever the team that you end up playing is. You could be, again, we talked about it a bunch. What they were doing in year one was awesome, but a lot of it's unsustainable. You don't always win games with Hail Marys. You don't always go, whatever it was, 23 for 26 on 4th downs. It's Jaden Daniels in a cloud of dust in a million different circumstances. That doesn't always go your way, right? Regression happens, bad luck happens, you lose the fumble, you don't, it hits an upright, it doesn't, the tip pass doesn't fall into Noah Brown's hands, etc. And if you're an 11-win team but with some better mechanisms or margins than you were when you were a 12-win team, you know what it looks like when you see it, right? And the schedule's really difficult, and I think that's got to go into it as well. But if they're really good, that's kind of what it looks like to me, right? There's good decisions made with Daniels. He's healthy. You don't have him going, talking about Dan Quinn going, yep, we missed it. I don't want you to miss anything. I want you to be correct.
I wonder
where the
if
operation looks good.
Daniels in the defense outweighs the record a little bit to that point. Like, could they be 8-9? Maybe that's a losing season, but could they be? Could they be 8-9? Daniels is clearly more durable and the guy. Like, there aren't the same questions about him somehow. And the defense in the second half of the year made major strides, and you're like, okay, we think this is a top half of the league defense next year. We know Jaden Daniels is the guy. Let's just keep the whole band together. Let's just lock up the coach now, move everybody in the same direction at the same pace going into the future. Is there any way they don't win a ton of games and they still say, we like where this is headed and have a longer view?
That's a tough – I know exactly what you're talking about, and I think it's a good exercise to try to pin down that hypothetical.
Ted Leonsis has done a lot of that with his coaches over the years.
I just think that's such a hard scenario, what you're talking about. If all those things come true and they're still 8-9, then what leaked? You know what I mean? What was it? how did they get there?
So that's the toughest part of the exercise is like, is it even possible that Daniels proves he's the answer, the defense gets a lot better, and you still go 8-9? But just assume somehow it happened. Like, they're 8-9, but also you're sure about Daniels and the defense is a lot better. Then shouldn't they consider just keeping him around? Because clearly the program's in a really healthy place.
Yeah, and people, the players, there's buy-in. I mean, that's kind of the end. At the end of the day, we talk about this all the time. Certainly with pitching, the hitters always tell you, right, like how effective or how nasty somebody is. If the at bats are uncomfortable, then you know you got something going that's correct. The buy-in from players, where those sort of windows that we get to see in terms of OTA attendance, in terms of everybody pulling the rope in the same direction. Again, that I don't have a better phrase for it, but that buy-in level has been really high under Dan Quinn. As much as I kind of roll my eyes at just the utter cheesiness of Tell the Truth Mondays or Tuesdays or whatever day you're supposed to tell the truth, and Workout Wednesdays and Competition Thursdays and Mini Bar Fridays, I have no idea. But the players seem to like it, right? And that matters, honestly. So, yeah, if that scenario happens, hard to see how it would, but let's just say that it does for the point of the exercise, then you could definitely consider it. Because, again, what Peterson Company thinks, I think, is instrumental in all of this. That's obvious. They'd be the ones deciding. But they could be thrilled with the 2 years combined.
Yeah.
Whereas the fans and people like me are going, that was such a disaster. I need so much more apology and heads rolling and contrition and promise me it'll never be like this ever again from you guys. That I'm not getting.
Players love the Dan Quinn shtick.
They love it.
And it's one of those things you just got to say, I'm not in it.
Right.
That's something I can't relate to. I'm on the outside looking in. There's a lot of things at every job like that.
Yep.
There's things at the radio station where somebody sitting in for a day would go, wait, this is a thing wait, you and Strober every commercial break play actual baseball in the hallway of the radio station and like hit batted balls off of framed photos? And it's like, yeah, we do. And
right.
Like,
we do.
And you're grown-ups and you're like, yeah, we are.
In this, yeah.
So it's just you don't get it because you're not in it, and that's fine. And I don't have to get that I can be 29 years old and he's going to do a Tell the Truth Monday or a Wacky Wednesday or let's all wear blue hair wigs on Thursday, and you're in. I mean, Logan Paulson says this is the most fun he's ever had playing for any coach, was playing for Dan Quinn because of the competition stuff and bringing two guys up in front of the room and having them see who could blow a bigger bubble with guns. It's like stuff from when you're 10 years old. But players love it. It's still fun. And that's what it is at its core, right, is a game. But I want to open up the phones on this for you guys at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. The question is, Dan Quinn's coming off of year 2. It was a bit of a debacle. They got blown out by 20-plus points for a month straight and 4 straight losses. They ended up 5-12. It's a little wacky to talk about in the moment, but if they're good this year and they win 10, 11 games, he's done it twice in 3 seasons, and they're on their way up. Is it time to maybe open the door to an extension? It's happened for Sean Payton coming off of a playoff run. What would have to happen for you to feel okay about that? About proposing to DQ, to hang around a little longer, to make this not dating and keep him as the guy for the long term for the Commanders? That's next. We're in Colonial Williamsburg, live on Grant and Danny on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana Systems. The World Cup is underway. Mexico has a 1-0 lead over South Africa about 25 minutes into the opening match of the World Cup tonight. Another match, South Korea going to take on Czechia at 10 o'clock. And tomorrow, the United States will get their World Cup journey underway as they'll take on Paraguay at 9 o'clock. In hockey, Stanley Cup Finals, Game 5 tonight, Golden Knights and Hurricanes. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. 8 o'clock puck drop for that one. Last night, NBA Finals saw a record comeback from the Knicks, winning 107-106 to take a 3-1 series lead. Game 5 going to be on Saturday. In baseball, the Nationals have a day off today. They'll take on the Mariners for a 3-game series in Nats Park starting tomorrow night. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana Systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
If you're checking us out today on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, and you're wondering why I look like one of the characters in The Patriot, it's because we're in Colonial Williamsburg, people. That's why. You know, the people that are all dressed up like it's...
Yeah, they're in character.
A couple hundred years ago, they're like fully in character, Daniel Day-Lewis style. They have to be so hot today. Because they've got just like...
These are the days I wonder about.
Hot clothing and the tall socks and the whole works. They've got to be so hot. And they're doing it for us. They're like making our experience better, right? Not you and I personally, although us too, but like everybody. They're just in character and they're like, "Which way are you going, sir?
Like, ha, ha, ha.
Would you like to see the blacksmith? He's right over there.
The smithy. Yeah.
And it's like a little bit of a Disney feel to
Yeah,
the whole
that's
deal.
exactly what I was going to say. It's the times I've been to like a Disney or King's Dominion or places where they're like doing the act outs for the kids, and I'm like, that's awesome. That's what the whole point is. That's why you pay the admission. But my God, the heat. Can you imagine just being in costume right now?
So hot.
Anything other than shorts and a T-shirt, or in this case, a Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it?
The guy who makes the guns was like great in answering a lot of questions for us. And my son couldn't quite grasp that he was like in character. So he was asking questions over and over again, but as if he was just talking to just like a person back home.
Mhm.
And the guy was like answering. He's like, "So how long would it take you to clean one of these?" And the guy's like, "Well, I'm cleaning it now." And he's like, "But yeah, if you had to clean one of these, like how long?" And he's like, "You're looking at it about an hour." And he's like, my kid just couldn't grasp it.
Interesting. So, like, when you say he was talking, it's like he was talking to a normal person.
Right.
Didn't understand that he wasn't. That we're creating an illusion, a scene. We're doing something here.
He didn't know that we were like going back in time
Right.
by just stepping foot.
He's like, "This seems impractical, old man."
He's like, yeah, there were questions that he had that he thought he was just going to get answered in a normal way, right? And it was more like, you don't understand, we're in a time machine.
What an inquisitive young man. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah.
Grant and Danny on the fan. We were talking Dan Quinn and a possible extension for the head coach of the Commanders if things go very well this year. So the question I've got is, how well would they have to go? What does he have to accomplish? What does this season have to turn out to look like for him to do what Sean Payton did today, which is put pen to paper on a brand new deal? Payton just finished his third year. Quinn going into year 3. So it's a relevant, I think, question about two guys who have had their teams play in conference championship games without getting to the Super Bowl. Quinn obviously went in the wrong direction last season. Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067 is the number. Talk to Jared, who's in Maryland. What's up, Jared? How are you?
Hey, guys, I'm good. Thank you. Hey, Danny, congratulations on the pizza finishing. First one ever. That's quite an accomplishment.
Thank you very much. And a lot of people don't see it that way. They see it as I'm a disgusting farm animal, and you see it for what it is, an accomplishment. So thank you.
Well, I'm proud of you. You got a great. Any update on your pizzas? I've been wondering for days at this point.
It's a great question, actually. There is an update right before we left.
What?
Yeah, this is true. Right before we left my house to come to Williamsburg, somebody drove up to my house with a box of what appeared to be like the kit of a Joe Corby's pizza. and they asked if this was an address. Unfortunately, it was not my address. And I had to say, no, that's not this house. And they went somewhere else to deliver those pizzas.
No.
So I hung out for a few more minutes just in case they were going to come back by. They didn't. We had to go to Williamsburg. So for all I know, sir, those pizzas are sitting on my porch ready for me as soon as I get home.
Well, let's hope. I can only hope for you. So, Dan Quinn, I have found, and I'm a diehard Commanders, Maryland football, all this stuff, and I have found you can tell what a coach is in about 2.5 years. So Dan Quinn, I find around Christmas time, will really know what it is. I think if they finish at 500 or better, he will get an extension. But I also just don't see the point of it in pro sports as much as it is in college. At least in college, you plan for the future with recruits, whereas in pro sports, it's like we have to win this year. Maybe we focus on next year. But when it comes to 3 or 4 years down the road, I don't necessarily see the huge advantage of extending him after 3 years, especially if you have more years on the contract as it is.
But you think at 9-8, let's say they miss the playoffs, they're just over 500. You think it's in play that Peters and ownership goes, okay, we're going in the right direction, 2 winning seasons. Here's your new 3 years to tack on.
I do. I absolutely think it's in play. Is it likely? No, but is it in play? Sure.
That's probably right.
But also,
probably right.
Yes, I would think so. But also, you know, do we really need the contract? I don't know. I mean, Dan Quinn might want it, but do we as fans, should we care about that as much?
So it's a good question. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, thank you.
And I actually like his juxtaposition to college as well, where you have to keep coaches under contract and keep upping the deal because, number one, if you're not at a high enough level in terms of program, conference, whatever, they've got eyes on elsewhere. They're looking, they're like in a relationship, but they're like, oh, you know who looks good over there in that dress? Oh, okay, it's the University of Texas. So you have to keep kind of upping your game a little bit.
Yep.
There's something to that. In the NFL, you don't. He's not going anywhere. I think what you get, though, is you've seen this specifically, I remember like Jim Riggleman in baseball. There is this disrespect. It's almost like a formality that a coach does not ever really go into the lame duck season. And while Dan Quinn wouldn't be there yet, you'd be a year away from that, on the verge of that. So the closer you get to it's time to make the decision here. You're either paying him or he's walking. I think after the 4th year, it's almost too late for a 5-year deal. So it's no different than like a running back or a receiver. You know, Jaden Daniels is an example.
Yep.
This is his 3rd season. So if he's getting an extension, it should probably come next offseason, after this year. It's no different for Quinn. The longer you wait, the more money. There's no rush. You got to make sure you're right, and that's why I think it's more likely that they do not have an extreme enough season, good or bad, that he's either fired or he's extended. You probably kick the can down the road for 1 more year, but that's the last look you get. I don't think you can do another 5th season without an extension. You might give him a 1-year deal.
Right.
And then
tack on a year, tack on another, like they did with Gruden.
You could tack on 1 and then blow him out after that and pay him, but we know that Harris, like most owners, doesn't want to pay a guy not to work for him.
Yeah, again, I also wonder what their metrics are. I know I'm hyper-focused on that, but again, I keep feeling like had they – again, I would say they, for like Peters, Newmark, the brass, the people that are in charge, it even includes the ownership as well. But if they felt like we did after last season, then I think it might have been more dramatic somehow. I don't know exactly what that would look like, right? But, I know 2 coordinators are gone, and they went out and had a spending spree this offseason. But it just, I don't know, not panic, that's not the right word, but just more reaction, more up in arms. And it just sort of went, no, we're just, we got a tight end on offense. We did it, and we had a whole bunch of salary cap left. It hasn't been that big of a paradigm shift to me, even though I know they went and got younger and got faster, especially on defense. But just one of those things where, so that's what leads me to wonder, how did they see it? Are their metrics going, hey, they went 9-8, they would have been 11-6, but Terry McLaurin missed 2 games with a quad injury. Or, we didn't have a running back healthy for a couple of weeks. Or we were missing Laramie Tunsil because he was banged up. And that's why. What are their metrics and how much different are they than the fans?
I just think that if your ownership or Peters, you are just praying for continuity. If you're Peters especially, because you're linked at the hip with Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
Now, you're a GM, so you probably get to hire multiple coaches in the same way a head coach probably gets to pick 2 quarterbacks or something. There's like that trickling down effect of you have the ability to hire a couple times. But at the same time, you handpick Dan Quinn. You really want the Dan Quinn thing to work. And one of the reasons you chose Dan Quinn is because you have a great relationship with him, and he's going to work well with you, and he's not going to push back a ton. He's going to see the world the way you see the world a little bit. So it matters to Adam Peters that this works. But from an ownership standpoint, similarly, it is easier to have just gotten the right guy and have him in your building already. You're going to see the best in that person to not have to start all over. It's like, you're 40 years old, you've been in a relationship, you can either get engaged or you can, start anew or something, and you're like, well, this is pretty fine. I can keep doing that. That's, I think, how this team's going to feel about Dan Quinn. Now, if he gives you a reason to actually feel like we could have a great future together, 10, 11 wins this season, now you're ready to get down on the knee. I think it's probably going to be a season that leads to discussions but not action. I'm in that 9-ish, 10-win mode. I don't think that gets it done. Like, if he wins 11, 12 games this year, that's very, very big ask. It's bullish. Now you got to re-sign him. I don't think he's going to do that. And it's certainly not going to be a disaster to me. If it's 5 and 12 again, he's fired. But I don't think they're going to be that bad.
What about 7 and 10? I mean, then you get to the how did they get there?
7 and 10 is now a thorough investigation on Daniels and the defense. I promise you this: if they go 7 and 10 and their defense stinks, Dan Quinn's not going to be back next year. I really do believe ownership went to Peters and Quinn and said, "Fix the defense." We hired a defensive coach. They now spend the 6th most money on defense. They just used their number 7 overall pick on defense.
Mm-hmm.
10 of the 13 key free agents they signed are on defense. They want to fix that side of the ball. So if they can't and they don't and they have a losing record, I wouldn't want to be Dan Quinn at the end of the year.
That's smart, too. I wonder how good the defense has to be also, right, for them to say, all right, expectations are fulfilled, right? If it's not a top 10 unit, but it's significantly better than last year, is that good enough? Again, the metrics, I think, kind of within the record, I think are going to be really interesting.
Grant and Danny with you on The Fan. We are broadcasting live today from Colonial Williamsburg, a gorgeous, really neat spot to do a show. They're going to have an amazing 4th of July celebration the days leading up to, and then on the 4th itself, drone show, fireworks. They're going to have all kinds of activations all day long. It's part of their America Made in Virginia special. It's going to air on PBS at 8 p.m. on the 4th of July. Visit .va250.org for more details. Grant and Danny on The Fan. live from Colonial Williamsburg, Grant and Danny on the Fan on this Thursday, June 11th, 2026. It is time for our double play. Sponsored by FH Fur. For 45 years, FH Fur has set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium Environmental IAQ 5-inch filter, absolutely free. FH Fur Plumbing, heating and air conditioning, and electrical, absolutely the best.
What else could we do for the double play other than Williamsburg shtick? So poor Courtney, who's our brilliant AE who set this whole thing up and has been so good to us and is so kind and takes care of all of our needs and wants and how impossible, you, me, Darius, everybody is to wrangle. I got her text last night where she asked, anybody want to grab a drink or something? And I'm like, oh, you poor thing. You poor normal human being. You poor normal social adult who's free of kids for a night, so you probably want to go hang out. Oh, I'm in bed. I'm in my underpants. I had a full pizza by myself, and I'm already resting. And I'm watching the Spurs game reluctantly, by the way. I was hoping it was going to be over enough where I could actually get some shut-eye, but no, I sensed a collapse. So, of course, I had to watch the entire thing. But, I felt bad about that for a split second. But, that's kind of the way it goes. But that's travel with old Randy Douye for you. If you're not there for the meal, that's the last chance you're going to get to see your guy.
Well, she's got to learn the hard way. I mean, I have been traveling and doing events with you out and about for many, many years.
Many years.
This is kind of the way it works, I would say, Darius. If you're doing something that Danny would enjoy, and that is eating at a restaurant and nothing else, he will take part in it.
Oh, yeah. Enthusiastically, if I can say
If there's anything else planned, he's not going to do it.
It's very unlikely he's going to be there.
So West Palm Beach, as an example, it's not like bad stuff. It's not hard stuff to do. It's we'll go to dinner, and then we'll go to a bar after to sit there and have a drink. We're just sitting. We're just going to talk about baseball with Dave Jagler and Charlie Slows and reminisce about the 2019 World Series. Danny's not interested in that.
How about Top Golf? How about going to Top Golf after dinner?
That was my next one.
Well, wait a minute. No, that's something. Nope, not that either.
Nope. Let's go drive golf balls. Let's go to a movie theater.
Let's drive Danny back to the Airbnb.
It does not matter what it is. Is Danny going to get to eat food? He will accompany you.
Dinner.
I would say like at an 89% clip, maybe even 95.
The only times, in fairness, I'll say the only times I've missed it was like very strange occurrences. Like my cousin-in-law was having a bachelor party 10 minutes from where we were staying.
But what I was going to say,
went to that.
I think if we chose a place that you just didn't want to eat at, I think you would just not come. Like a lot of times, and this works out because you care to do it, and I think everyone else is cool with it. But like you'll pick the restaurant, right? You're like, I really want to go to this place, or we got to go to this place, or whatever. And that's fine, that's great. In West Palm, as an example, I have a place that I love, that we always go to, that I think everybody loves.
We all like it. Yeah, we love it a lot.
City Cellar, and so it's perfect. But if I was to you're not very picky, which is nice.
Right.
But if I was to pick a restaurant where I'm like, hey, we're going to go to this Mexican spot.
Let's say that I didn't like that. Yeah.
I don't think you're just going to go sit there and find something on the menu. You view every meal as too important, and you're going to choose something else that you like better. So as long as the Venn diagram works out that we're eating something that you're excited to eat, you will go there. But there's just nothing else.
But it's also, I'm not picky, so I don't think I've ever turned down. I mean, whereas when we were in San Francisco forever ago, we went to grab some lunch, and you, me, and Brendan Darr were inside a noodle place, and it looked like you had just seen a ghost that was chasing you and knew you by name and all your fears, and you skedaddled out of there and found a very mediocre sports bar to have some wings.
Right.
I'll never forget that moment.
You guys were eating pho.
Yeah.
No.
Well, yeah, I mean, yes.
Not for me. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. I do. And it was
Tim just nodded and gave me a thumbs up on
it was one of the craziest moments I've ever seen in my life. And so, but I've never done that. I've never said, I'm not going there. Have I?
No, because I don't think you're picky. But the example would be, it would be more like a timeline thing. Or, hey,
dinner's at 10.
We're going to go out to this restaurant. You're like, yeah, but how long of a wait? Like, I'm just going to get something quick and go back to the room or whatever.
Yeah,
you know
dinner's too late. You could lose me. I think that works better for your thesis.
But just don't expect any fun. So dinner and then room.
Dinner, yes. I will say that same San Francisco trip, I will never forget the look on Grant's face when, again, it was the three of us. It was you, me, and Brendan Darr. And you were like, hey, there's a bar right here. Do you want to, grab a beer, like right next to whatever restaurant we were at? And I went, no, I don't want to do that at all.
Right.
You're like, wait, what? It's literally right here. And I went, yeah, you guys are welcome to go there. I'm hoofing it back to the old hotel.
But I've learned, and like I don't even. It's not like an anti. I just don't even invite. Don't bother.
Right.
Like I didn't text you last night. The last thing in the world I would have thought to do when I got into Williamsburg was ask Danny if he wanted to meet up.
Well, sure.
I mean, it's not even. I consider texting Derek's, but I figured Derek's would be like walking around some weird neighborhood looking for Gatorade or something.
And you would have had to wait till 3 a.m. to see him out.
Did you do the thing where you leave your room at like 2 a.m. to go find a drink?
Because you needed a cherry Pepsi or something?
End up in like downtown Richmond.
No. So, I mean, this time I was able to drive myself here. Normally I'm tied to, you guys or tied to Kandori Murad on one of these trips.
Oh,
This
so
time-
you stopped on your way.
So I stopped on my way.
No one has ever cared more about drinks.
I found a spot on the way. I was like, this is where I'm going to get my
Tim,
drinks
I
and
swear,
some snacks.
This guy, I don't think
he risked his
in
life.
the history of my life, I have ever planned around getting drinks to take to my hotel. Now, there might be a time where it's like I'm a little parched at the end of the night. Great thing, there in every hotel that's ever existed, you could just walk downstairs and get a bottle of water or something from the cooler or whatever. Darius will leave the hotel to go find a gas station in these random ass downtown cities.
We're in Philadelphia.
At 1:50 in the morning, and he doesn't know. He's just walking down weird streets. He's
It-
like, I had a weird experience last night. Yeah, at 2 in the morning, walking in downtown South Philly, bro.
We were in Philadelphia, born and raised, on the playgrounds where he spent most of his days. Now, walks out of the hotel with no discernible plan other than somewhere, something will be open where they sell beverages. In search of a tea or a soda or something like that. He walks in concentric circles around the hotel, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. The journey took over an hour.
Do you
we
know
sleep
that
on that fact.
If like a police officer was talking to you, he wouldn't believe you. If you said, he's like, what are you doing out here, bud? You're not supposed to be out here. This isn't a good area. You're like, oh, I'm just looking for a drink.
I'm looking for something to drink.
And he's like, what? He's like, where do you live? You're like, no, I'm staying at the Courtyard. He's like, that's 17 blocks away. What the hell are you doing here?
I'm just a guy looking for a Wawa or a 7-Eleven. That's all.
They're just not on every corner.
I mean, there's maps. The best part, again, he just wandered the streets of Philadelphia, like the Bruce Springsteen song.
But imagine
hoping to find a place that sold beverages at 2 a.m.
Imagine pulling over and ruining your momentum trying to get to the place you're going to last night so he could get like a vitamin water or
No,
whatever.
I mean, it was 5 minutes from here. So it's not like,
But what did you get? Can I guess?
Well, yeah, go for it.
First, you got 2 bottles of some type of weird drink that's super obscure.
Mhm.
It's like a juice that's disgusting.
Yep.
And then you also got candy. Like you always weirdly get like
First team all candy.
He loves. It's like a bag of like nerd ropes or something ridiculous, stupid. What did you get?
So I got 2 bottles of Minute Maid juices. One was like a strawberry kiwi. The other one was like a fruit punch.
I mean, do I
So
know
you were
my
spot
guy?
on. You were spot on there.
Nerd rope, show me nerd rope.
I did also get a bottle of water.
Yes.
Okay.
And then
It was water, not water. That's good.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it turned out that the same bottle of water was $7 in the hotel. So
Yeah,
glad
there you go. Good
glad I
value.
saved $5.
Good value.
Not in the lobby. That's just if you grab the one right off the counter
Right,
there.
yeah.
But go ahead.
And then for snacks, I got a bag of sour cream and onion chips. And then I did get candy, but I'm going to disappoint you. It was actually Sour Patch Kids.
Same trough.
I mean, your feet out of the same trough.
Literally right next to the nerd rope on the shelf. You know that.
Oh, my God.
Noah Furtado covers Brandon Ayuk and the San Francisco 49ers. They'll be on the show at 5. Next, though, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, let's give away some tickets on G&D, shall we? We've got tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle. Somebody is going to win a 4-pack next.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. World Cup, the opener of the World Cup is underway. Mexico has a 1-0 lead over South Africa at halftime of the opening match. South Korea going to take on Czechia tonight at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow, the United States gets their journey underway. They'll take on Paraguay at 9 o'clock. Baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series with the Mariners tomorrow, looking to bounce back from the tough loss yesterday. The Nationals blew a 9-1 lead and lost to the Giants in the game with a chance for the sweep. Hockey playoffs tonight, Stanley Cup Finals, Game 5 for the Golden Knights and the Hurricanes. 8 o'clock puck drop for that one. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The Beltway Blitz coming your way in moments. We'll cover the NBA Finals. Game 4 was an all-timer last night, and a fun night if you're a Knicks fan. The Defenders have a UFL championship game this weekend at Audi Field, Saturday afternoon, and the Nationals are coming off of now maybe their worst loss ever. We'll ask Mark Zuckerman about that from Nats Journal. Up 9-1, going into the 8th inning, and lost 11-10 on a walk-off grand slam. About as rough as it gets. Right now, caller 10-800-636-1067. Congratulations. You're winning a 4-pack of tickets. 34th Annual Giant Barbecue Battle, June 27th, 28th, Pennsylvania Avenue. Enjoy barbecue, live music, celebrity chefs, free food samples, and more. For tickets and event information, go to thefandc.com/events. We're out here in Colonial Williamsburg today on Grant and Danny, enjoying ourselves.
We are hanging out. It is beautiful down here. Right in the heart of Colonial Williamsburg, Merchant Square, right in front of the Christmas shop and across from the cheese shop, a bunch of places that you can come hang out in. Every time I come down here, I'm refreshed and I'm reminded how awesome it is, right? Everything from stuff to do for families, stuff to do if you have any interest in, in American history, Virginia history, etc. Just a beautiful, beautiful place that's so easy to get around and welcoming.
Let's get you ready for the Blitz and start you off on the hardwood. What a game last night. And to talk about it with us, we've got our buddy Keith Smith of Spot Track. So, Keith, 107-106, Knicks win. That does not tell the story. A 29-point deficit erased by New York. What do you make of the Spurs collapse and the Knicks not quitting?
Yeah, unbelievable. I have no rooting interest in this, and I was on the edge of my seat yelling at the TV last night because it was just so crazy. I mean, I think if you're the Spurs, this is a tough one to bounce back from, especially now you're down 3-1 in the series. Victor Wembanyama said it better than anybody else. Is, hey, we either decide do we want to fight or do we want to give up and call it a year. And then on the other side, I mean, this Knicks group they're going to be remembered for just how tough they were. This is multiple comebacks they've had this postseason that were huge, but none bigger than last night, and absolutely incredible stuff.
Keith, you remember the movie Mission Impossible with Tom
Sure.
Cruise? Do you remember when, after he broke into the CIA, Kittredge said about the one guy that flubbed the job, I want him manning a radar tower in Alaska by the end of the day?
Yep.
I feel that way about De'Aaron Fox at this point. Oh my God. The throw of the ball across the court where two guys looked at each other and if one had touched it, it would have been a backcourt violation and the other wasn't sure who it was to. Him punting the ball out of bounds on a huge play, the settle challenge threes. I mean, what is going on with him down the stretch? What a disaster.
Yeah, I don't know, and this is what he's there for, is to be the veteran guy, and all throughout, up until now, he's been the one who settles them down, gets them in a better place, gets them where they're, not so frantic and all that, and I get why he was trying to score, at least why he said he was trying to score was to put them up 3, but yeah, I think there was room there to, either dribble the ball out or, take the foul, whatever it may be, but tough. But I liked that Wembanyama had his back, and he's like, hey, it's not on him. I missed 2 free throws too, and, I think that shows, good togetherness. But yeah, rough, finals here for De'Aaron Fox.
Keith, am I off base when I say I think Mitch Johnson's been brutal? I mean, when you look at the coaching discrepancy through 4 games, it feels like Mike Brown's just handed him his butt on a platter.
Yeah, he's had some rough moments for sure, where especially there were various times where it's like, why is Dylan Harper not on the floor more? What is happening here? I think he's put faith in his veteran guys and said, hey, they're going to bring us home. I think there's been times where Stephon Castle has played really rough on the offensive end, and they've got other guys who can defend, but he's stuck with them, and that's, you know, the big thing. And part of me wants to say, hey, it's a learning experience for him too. He's a young coach trying to figure it out, but when you're trying to figure it out on the biggest stage of all, that's a tough place to be.
Where do the Spurs go from here?
You just got to do your best, right? Try to fight. I think if you're the Spurs, you're going to look at it and say, you know what? Hey, if we were up in 3 of these 4 games, we had the games, you know, in hand, and we couldn't finish it. What do we have to do those things to start off again, and then to hang on and hold in, and then hopefully you can get there. And the big thing is you can't win 3 right now. You got to win 1 at a time. You're at home, win 1. That puts a little bit of pressure on the Knicks because you know they want to get it closed out. They're not going to want to go back to San Antonio. So just put everything you can into winning Game 5 and then come back and try to do it again a few days later.
How much of a shot do you actually give them to come back in this series?
A little bit, only because they've got the 2 home games. I think that is going to be helpful for them. So I think that is, you know, something that is good, but I don't give them much of a shot. I think there's a chance they win Game 5, but I think the Knicks would know what it would mean to close it out in 6 at home in front of their home fans and all that, and I think they'll get it done. So I think we're going to see the Knicks eventually finish this thing off. But yeah, it's good. You know, we'll see, but I don't give the Spurs a whole lot of hope.
Keith, appreciate you, buddy. Have a good weekend.
Thanks so much for having me.
You got it, dude. Let's talk defenders, please. And talk about them. What better than a defender? Tight end Briley Moore joins us here on the Beltway Blitz. Briley, congrats, man. You guys are going to the championship. Hope you guys win it. What are you thinking?
I appreciate it. We just landed here in at the airport on our way into the DMV right now, so we're excited to get here, see the fans, and then get this thing going on Saturday.
This thing that you reference is the UFL title game. What kind of atmosphere are you anticipating? Home game for a championship, couple of years in the making after you guys couldn't be at home for the conference title last year.
Oh, yeah, we're expecting a pretty fun and rowdy crowd. We've been seeing everything on social media right now saying it's almost a sellout, so to be able to go and play in Audi for a championship, even though we're the visiting team, we're fired up about that.
How weird was it to play Orlando like 17 straight times? And do you kind of wish you were playing them again?
It was crazy. We obviously lost to them twice, so it worked out in our favor. Hard to beat a team 3 times, so it worked out. We got a tough task ahead of us this week in Louisville, but
Briley Moore, the DC Defenders, with us on our Beltway Blitz. They're getting ready for the UFL Championship game. 3 o'clock kick this Saturday over at Audi Field. No Jordan Ta'amu. He was lost for the season with an injury. It does seem like by way of you guys breaking the losing streak in the playoffs and advancing to the final, you've gotten further removed from that injury, and it seems like you're more able to move on without him. Just give us an idea of the transition you've had to go through offensively and going to Bean.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard whenever you're starting quarterback. Been here starting here. This is the 4th year. I'm a leader, a good person on the field, so super hard. And I mean, it takes away. It was already, being in a trade midway through the season for Mike, who's now on Louisville. From Louisville, he gets the chance to line up against his former team. The writing on the wall is pretty crazy, but Bean came in here from day one, learned the offense quick, been a good, calm, cool, collected guy. So I'm excited just for him to have this opportunity against his old team.
What challenge did that old team bring?
They're a good team. They're hot right now. They've 7 games straight. I think they started the season off 0-3. So it's hard to play a team that has a bunch of confidence like that. Last week I think we knew if we got out early, Orlando was going to fold. They were going to tap out, and that's kind of what happened. This team's not going to do that, so we're going to have to play a full 60 minutes of DC football and find out if they want to do that or not.
Appreciate you, Briley. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good luck,
Riley
buddy.
Moore coming off a tight end in the playoffs. The touchdown, I should say, is a tight end in the playoffs for the D.C. Defenders. They've got a championship game looming this weekend. Let's talk Nats baseball. One of the statistically worst losses in team history. 9-1 lead going into the 8th inning, and the Nationals can't finish it. They lose 11-10 on a walk-off grand slam from local high school legend Bryce Eldridge of Madison High School of the San Francisco Giants. Danny, statistically, they've had a 8-run lead blown before. It was way back several years ago with Scherzer on the mound against the San Diego Padres. I don't know, though, man. With a chance to get to 3 over 500, feels like all the momentum and everybody talking about this thing having turned a corner yesterday felt about as bad as I've ever felt after a Nats loss.
Yeah, I tell you, on paper, 4-2 road trip, take 2 out of 3 in both series. You take that sight unseen, but how it happened, good googly muggly.
Let's bring Mark Zuckerman onto the program, Nats Journal. I mean, Mark, how did you put yesterday's loss in words? Those shouldn't be possible.
I will admit I was not, pre-writing that article as it was playing out. I had one all set to go about how they had just swept the Giants and were going to come home 3 games over 500. You just don't ever assume something like that can happen. And I understand that there were, specific set of circumstances that kind of led to it with who was available in their bullpen and the Giants, who just had not hit all week, suddenly turning into the 27 Yankees. But you just don't expect any team, I don't care what your bullpen makeup is. If you got a team of big league pitchers, you don't expect them to give up 10 runs while recording 3 outs in the 8th and 9th innings combined.
So, Mark, I remember a loss, and I know you were, I'm pretty sure you were covering the team at that point. No, in fact, I know you were. 2012, when they were in first place and the Braves came to town, the Braves were chasing them, and they relinquished a 9-0 lead. It wasn't as late, but I think it was going into the 6th or 7th inning. And I remember at the time thinking, this is what's going to lose them the division. They will not be the same after this. Like, they are going to fold, and this will catapult the Braves, and this is it. Mark my words, here's a deal. And I think they won the next couple of games and, split the series with the Braves, never looked back, won the division, and, we know about the playoffs. But still, they weren't affected by it maybe the way fans are. Your thoughts there? I know that was a veteran group, and this one is not decidedly. It's one of the youngest teams in the sport. But how will they react?
Yeah, that was late July of 2012. Yes. I remember it well. And you know who pitched the next night to help save him? It was John Lannon, called up from AAA because it was a doubleheader. And it was kind of like the season was on the line. I think the lead was down to a game and a half or something like that.
It was, yep.
And he pitched to Gem, and they were off and running. So, yeah, that was a very different team than this one, and that's why I think it's going to be really fascinating how they respond to it. Now, that said, a week ago we were talking about how they got swept at home by the Marlins and thinking, oh, well, this is the beginning of the end. And then what did they do? They almost won 5 out of 6 on the West Coast, should have won 5 out of 6. So they have shown themselves to be pretty resilient so far. I know we all kind of, in the back of our minds, keep waiting for something to happen that exposes them and shows that they really aren't as good as they've played, and maybe that will happen. But I give them credit. To this point, they have been able to brush this kind of stuff off. Blake Buter's message after the game was pretty simple. While you're still in this clubhouse, you should feel awful about how that game went. But the moment we walk out of here and get on the plane, it's over with. Forget it. We move on to Friday against the Mariners. It's a tough opponent this weekend, but I'll be really interested to see how they do respond. So far, they've done a good job. They haven't really gone through any major losing streaks so far. I give them credit for that.
So maybe these two things are antithetical, but hopefully this works. I am not a call for heads guy. I don't think I'm an overly reactionary, screamy radio guy. That having been said, I have a hard time with the let's just go get Mitch Parker because lefties are at the plate thing. And it also feels like one of those days yesterday where at some point we kind of got to go, all right, do you make some type of adjustment? Does something have to give after a day like that in your bullpen? Where are you at on that?
Yeah, no, I'm there. I'm actually almost finished writing an article for Nats Journal. It's going to go up soon with some ideas of things they could do, and that does not include, trading for some experienced all-star closer. That's not going to happen, at least not yet. What they can do, first and foremost, they can call P.J. Poulin back up from AAA. It's been weird. He's been down in the minors. They have to keep him there for 15 days tomorrow or today was day 15. He should be allowed to come up tomorrow. I think we'll see that. That'll at least give them another matchup lefty instead of, and I don't know if they'll send Parker down or keep him, but if Parker's going to be on this team, he's a long man. He's not a late inning, high leverage lefty. So I think you have to give yourself another option there in Poulin. Some other things I think they could do. Brad Lord is so valuable. He's been great for them, but he's pitching 2-3 innings at a time, and that knocks him out for several days. Given their makeup of their bullpen, I'd like to see them use him more as a true setup man, pitch 1 to 2 innings, and then hopefully he can go more regularly and be available. He was one of several who were not available yesterday. So things like that, they're small, but they can make a difference. And we'll see what they do. I don't think it's going to be dramatic, but I do think they're going to do a few things at least to try to position themselves a little better.
Is there the Poulin move? I think is obviously a thing that makes sense. I think that's coming, Mark. But is there also a potential usage where it's not the spreadsheet? You know what I mean? Like, let's say for the sake of argument, it may not have been available last night, but let's say Clayton Beater's throwing the hell out of the ball. Is it okay to have him face a left-handed hitter in a big spot every now and again? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, will they ever? And that's not being critical. Again, they've exceeded expectations. But is there ever room for feel here where it's not on the spreadsheet?
Yes, I think there should be, and that's one of my other suggestions is you don't have to be wedded to the lefty-righty platoon matchups. To me, a quality right-hander is better than a subpar left-hander. I think that's true. And if you really think about it, a guy like Beater or Orlando Ribalta, the two of them have kind of become their top late-inning arms. They're going to pitch the ninth inning no matter who's coming up. That's the way it is. So because they're better than the other options. So yes, I think that's absolutely part of the equation. I think they've been a little bit too wedded to the idea of, well, the other team has lefties coming up. We have to bring in a lefty to face them. Well, that's fine if you have a proven lefty who can get lefties out. Mitchell Parker has not been that. Honestly, Richard Lovelady hasn't been that. He's been much better against righties. So that's where I think Poulin comes in again. But yes, absolutely set it up where you're using your best available arms late in the game, even if that isn't necessarily the lefty matchup.
Yeah, I am team go get the lefty for the lefty. I think people are starting to think I hate that because I complain about going and getting Parker all the time. But you got to have a lefty you can trust. I mean, just to do it to get your fourth best reliever available in that moment is kind of the part I don't love. So if you're going to play that game, you need to have the personnel perhaps to do it. Let's talk quickly about the homestand coming up here. This has not been their strength, but they get back home. Should be a tough customer in their series with the Mariners, who have great starting pitching for 3. The Royals have not been very good. They have them for 3, and then they hit the road to go to Tampa. So what should we expect over these next 6?
Yeah, this weekend is big. Like I said, they haven't played well at home. The Mariners are on a roll. They're playing really well. We know how talented they are. Let's see how they respond to this. You would hope that at minimum you go 3-3 at home with those two opponents, and at least kind of hold serve, and then go on to Tampa, who's going to be very good. Let me just close with this. I do love the fact that we're having these kind of discussions now, that we actually care about this, that it does matter.
Agreed.
Late game matchups and blowing a lead and that stuff. Like, we haven't been able to have these conversations in a while. And I, as hard as yesterday was, it is a sign of how far they've come in a very short amount of time, that we care so much and are trying to find ways to fix an issue with the team because they are competitive.
You know what, Mark? Not now. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still wallowing and complaining and feeling sorry for myself. Don't come in with all your reasonable opinions and takes and 30,000-foot views. Oh, look at me. I'm a veteran reporter with great knowledge base.
Have you ever seen the movie? You ever seen the movie Swingers, Mark?
Yeah.
Vince Vaughn? There's like the line where he talks about eventually you're going to miss the pain of the breakup.
Right.
It's kind of nice to feel this pain again. I have not been that mad after a loss in a long time. It's kind of nice.
I agree. You don't want to go through it repeatedly, of course, but it's a sign of how far they've come that it did hurt that much yesterday.
That's true. Thank you, Mark. You're the best, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Mark Zuckerman, Nats Journal. Check him out there. Grant and Danny on the Fan. I do want to quiz Darius before the end of the day on the World Cup and some soccer terms. So don't go looking those up, Dad. We got Toby putting the quiz together for you.
Look at his face.
I think this is going to go really poorly for him. I'll be very honest. I don't see this ending well.
Like, he looks so panicked and uncomfortable. That was great.
That guy right there looks exactly like my 6th grade history teacher.
What are the chances it was? Decent, right?
I wanted to say Mr. Bradley to see if he looked over. He looked just like Tom Bradley.
Mr. Bradley!
Like I would say 46%. I don't know.
He didn't turn? He was within earshot. That was a good yell.
Then I'll lower it to 39%. Right. But I don't think Mr. Bradley would have heard it anyway. Just based on he was like losing his hearing when he taught me.
Oh, so he didn't have his hearing fastball then?
Yeah, that guy looked just like Mr. Bradley. You remember Mr. Bradley?
I don't.
He was a good dude.
I don't.
Giant Barbecue Battle tickets. We gave those away at 4. We'll have one more 4-pack for you tomorrow on Grant and Danny. We'll be giving those away on G&D at 4 o'clock exclusively, so make sure you're listening at that time. We're live in Colonial Williamsburg. Next on The Fan, I want to get into excruciating DC sports losses. Not for the reason you think, not because of the Nats loss yesterday, but because the Spurs did something that San Antonio fans will never, ever forget. You're listening to The Fan.
World Cup is finally underway. The opening match currently in the 65th minute. Mexico with a 1-0 lead over South Africa. South Africa got a red card early in the second half, so they're down to 10 men the rest of the way. Mexico 1-0 lead over South Africa. Later to come today, South Korea, going to take on Czechia. That'll be at 10 o'clock this evening. United States will get their World Cup underway tomorrow. They'll be in LA taking on Paraguay at 9 o'clock. Baseball, the Nationals have the night off tonight. They'll take on the Mariners for a 3-game series starting tomorrow night at Nationals Park. Hockey tonight, Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Finals, pivotal one. The series tied at 2 games apiece. Golden Knights and Hurricanes. That'll get underway just after 8 o'clock. NBA Finals last night, a historic comeback from the New York Knicks. Ends in a 107-106 win over the Spurs to take a 3-1 series lead. Game 5 on Saturday. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Yeah, it was a Daniel Powder kind of day for the Nats and the Spurs yesterday. I guess it felt a little better last night watching San Antonio lose that game because the Nats had just suffered one of the worst losses ever, and it gives you a little perspective. It's 1 of 162. It's June 10th. You're a tick over 500 in a year where you're going to finish hopefully close to 500. Could be worse. You could have just had your finals chances go up in smoke.
Up in smoke.
When you were up almost 30. I was walking into a chat with one of the event coordinators out here in Colonial Williamsburg. You'll be able to see the interview on some of our social accounts. But I saw someone came up to you, I think that was from San Antonio.
Yeah, three different nice ladies who were visiting. And, because you said this is something San Antonio will not soon forget. And she said, we are from San Antonio, and we will not be forgetting. And I said, oh, that's tough.
It is just words. But think about it, man. Think about being a diehard fan of the Spurs and how excruciating last night would have been. God forbid, being one of the fans that went to Madison Square Garden for $10,000 for your ticket, or worse, Maybe you were crazy and you sat in the lower bowl, and it was the experience of a lifetime, and you spent $20,000 on your seats or whatever, and you're up 29, and it's Euphoria starring Zendaya and Sydney Sweeney. Fast forward a half hour. Now you're only up 15. Fast forward 45 more minutes. Now you're only up 6. Fast forward another 10 minutes. Whoopsie daisy, I just lost the game.
And the tip in and all the shoddy shows and, the New York is the media epicenter, fair or not. But that's all that everyone's talking about now is the Knicks and first time since 1973 and this and that. And it's at your expense. I mean, think about this. You lost both games 1 and 2 at home. And if you go on the road to that raucous atmosphere, the get-in price is $7,000, or people are spending $110,000 to sit next to Ben Stiller, whatever the hell, right? You are absolutely in a great place where you gave away games 1 and 2, but you go on the road to even it up. Now it's a best of 3. You got all the momentum. You've won 2 straight games, and you squandered it. It's all gone. One of the great choke jobs ever, and there's no consolation. I mean, you could sit there and tell the fans, hey, your 3 best players are 22, 21, and 20?
Yeah.
And you guys will be back? Not today, dude. Not today.
So it had me in my feels last night, and I was thinking about the most pained I'd ever been by a DC sports loss. From a childhood standpoint, one stands out, which is odd, and I don't know why. But there was a year when the Redskins got eliminated from playoff contention late in the regular season by the Cardinals. It was a 4 o'clock game out west in probably like a week 16. I don't think it was the ultimate week. It might have been the penultimate week of the season, like a week 15, 16, but it could have been a 17er. And they lost this game. It might have been the same year they went 8-7-1 when Michael Westbrook, if you remember, ripped off his helmet. And they lost that game against the Giants in overtime.
Okay.
I think it was a tie or whatever. They could have won the thing, but he cost them dearly. They started like 7-2 that year and then collapsed. But I would have been 8 or so years old, and I still remember sobbing in the living room when they lost that game because they weren't going to make the playoffs. They got beat by like Jake Plummer. And my dad calls me into the kitchen, and he's like, sit down for dinner. Everyone's sitting there, and I'm like watching post-game, and he like turns off the TV, and I just start crying. And he's like, you have to grow up. Like, this is football. Like, his empathy was basically like, this is football, man. Like, eat your dinner. And I just still remember the taste of, like, mashed potatoes and tears at the same time. The other one would have been my beloved 99 Redskins when they were in the playoffs in Tampa Bay. They're up 13-0. They lose 14-13. Brian Mitchell, our colleague, rips off a kick return to go up 13-0 in the that ball game, and then they lose to Sean King and the Bucks on a missed snap. Bad transfer from Dan Quinn from Dan Turk to Matt Turk.
Freudian slip there on Dan Quinn.
Thank you.
Yep.
Dan Quinn missed it.
He missed it.
But Brett Conway couldn't get the kickoff. And they lose that game. That's another one that's high on my list. The one other one I came up with last night was a Caps 3-1 collapse. And
There's a bunch of those.
They had plenty of those to choose from.
Yeah.
But do you remember the one where they were playing the Rangers?
Yes.
In the peak
6 seconds away.
Like Backstrom, Ovechkin era of just greatness of those young guns.
Oh, yeah.
And they collapsed. They're up 3-1. They end up losing that game within a handful of seconds from the horn. The Rangers send it to overtime and win, and then they lose in 7. That series stuck with me for a long time. It took years for me to get over that.
I've got countless ones of these that have broken me and made me the cynical fan that I am.
Does it make you feel any better that I don't think we've had one as bad as what the Spurs fans endured last night?
Well, because not in the finals, right? That's the difference.
That's
is
like
the
the Super
stakes.
Bowl and you lose a 23-point lead or something.
Yeah, who would lose a 25-point lead in the Super Bowl? Any hoodles, I'll go down a couple. 2012, Game 5, Cardinals. I'm there. It's euphoric. The place is electric.
That's a good one.
It's jumping because Mike Morse has gone yard, because Bryce Harper has gone yard, Zim has gone yard. Gio Gonzalez is cruising. They are up 6-0, and to date it is still the largest lead lost in the history of the Major League Baseball playoffs. That game stings. I will forever loathe Paul Descalso. I will forever loathe, I'm blanking on his name all of a sudden because it's so hot out here. The son of a you-know-what, Pete Cosma, thank you very much.
I think Daniel Descalso.
What did I say?
You said Paul. I think you're thinking of Paul DeYoung, who ended up playing for the Nats.
Yeah, I'm combining my St. Louis Cardinals middle infielders there. Yeah, Daniel Descalso can rot, so too can Pete Cosma. So that one stinks. I'll take you back.
By the way, let me just real quick on that.
All out.
6-0, bro.
6-0.
That's not quite 29-point lead in basketball. That's pretty damn close.
It's pretty good.
What is the equivalent? 29 in basketball to a baseball playoff series with a good, 20-game pitcher, a 20-win pitcher at one point, and Gio Gonzalez on the mound. I mean, what, 8-0? So you're close. You're knocking on the door. You're on the precipice of that. But yeah, they got off to that great start. It seemed like a formality.
I mean,
right after the Worth homer, the previous game,
yeah,
and then it all came.
All the
crashing
momentum, the place. I'm telling you. It was electric that night at Nats Park until it wasn't, until they pulled the power out. I've spoken of this loss before. This is a tough one. Led me to never believe in the Washington Capitals. See, I'm from D.C. here, the D.C. area. And the then Washington Redskins would win a lot. They won the Super Bowl. They got to the Super Bowl. Lost one when I was a kid. I still resent Marcus Allen because of it. But it still felt fine. Even that previous winter, moments before this, when they lost to the Giants in the NFC title game, which is another one I'll bring up here in a second, you still knew, we'll be back, and of course they would win after the 1987 season. Talking about your then Washington Redskins, 3-time Super Bowl champions, sorry about it. Islanders, Capitals, speaking of 3-1 series collapses, this is an all-timer. This game goes to 4, not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 bleeping overtimes.
Easter epic.
I've got an unbelievable set of seats, courtesy of the Tremonti family. They run the Italian store, which Dare sleeps on, Ryan sleeps on, you sleep on, Toby sleeps on, and so does Strober. But we're there. It's Mr. Tremonti, my dad, me, I think one other person, friend of Mr. Bob Tremonti. We're about 5 rows behind the goaltender. And I will swear to you that Bob Mason, the goaltender at the time, fell asleep. Something I believe since I was 7 years old. I have no idea if it's true or not, but I know that there was an extended power play down at the other end. And if I excuse my language here in Cologne and Williamsburg, that son of a bitch, Kelly Rudy, made save after save after save after save after save. Golden chances. Mike Gartner hated scoring at that point. I love Michael Bavaca so much, but he refused to score. So many people did. It's a long power play at the other end, and Mason's head nodded off. I swear it did. Moments later, Pat LaFontaine took an innocuous puck on the high slot, sort of rolled it very casually, about 1.5 miles an hour, numbers approximate, Trokus between Bob Mason's legs for the season-ending, dream-deflating goal that ruined everything. I no longer believe that good things were possible.
How old were you?
8 years old.
So, and this is kind of the point, I think, with the Spurs last night. If you were 8 years old watching that game, getting to stay up, maybe either out of school or you're going into school late today or whatever, you'll never be the same as a fan. Something was taken from you.
Yep.
You grew up in a sense. It was like you saw a thing you shouldn't see.
It's like the beginning of Bambi.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Where it's like, come of age right now.
You're supposed to be protected of that type of heartbreak and finding out that bad things happen and life isn't that fun all the time. And we're still talking about your memory from when you were 8 or my memory. Mine was when I was 8. There's something about that age. So that's the question we've got for you guys. It doesn't have to be from when you were a kid, although I think that's the idea for me and you is those are some of the losses that stick out. But what was your Spurs fan blowing the 29-point lead last night's L from your past that you can't get over? 800-636-1067. We're in Colonial Williamsburg today on Grant and Danny, out and about on what is a very hot but very pretty day in a historic and awesome environment. Have not been here in a long, long time. We're in Merchant Square, outside the Christmas shop and the tea and spice store. You're locked in on the Fan. in Colonial Williamsburg at Merchant Square. Grant and Danny out and about and on the road. You're listening to The Fan. This is the place to celebrate the 4th of July this year. They've got an amazing several days planned leading up to the 4th, and then an incredible night starting at 8 p.m. Firework display, I was told, is going to be the biggest they've ever done here. Their first ever drone show at Colonial Williamsburg as well. It all starts right at 8. You can watch it if you can't get down here on PBS. So why tune into New York City or Boston? You're in the DMV. We got our own history. Commonwealth of Virginia. Go to visit.va250.org for details. That's visit.va250.org. Last night, the Spurs lost in unthinkably, I would say tragic, honestly. Like
sports tragedy, yeah.
Sports tragedy kind of game where you said today, and I kind of got it right away what you meant. You said, I felt bad for them. I don't think I've watched a team lose a game that I didn't really have a horse in the race on in a long time, where I actively sat there and I was like, oh, please don't lose.
Yeah.
So it felt like you were watching a high school game where you're like, I don't want this kid to commit this error. That's how I felt because it was that embarrassing and kind of unacceptable.
I think it's a great way to put it. I mean, I'm thinking about the games that were painful for me. It's a me feeling. I feel bad. I'm upset. I'm a fan of this team. I'm not a Spurs fan. They're innocuous to me. But watching that happen, watching that meltdown go, I feel sad for them. I was moved. I'm upset on their behalf because it was that, as you said, it's a sports tragedy.
So one of the many losses on my list that were the most painful as a DC sports fan, Slichter Victor Ferreira just brought up from the Nats radio network, who's like the man behind the operation, does all the in-studio producing for all the Nats games. And he said, honorable mention, Jordan Zimmerman being pulled out of the game after 8 2/3 innings and a one-hitter.
Yeah.
Completely untouchable against the Giants. They somehow steal the game in 18 innings. He says, I still think about it every time we play the Giants. I do too, bro. That's such a good one.
Tanner Roark to Brandon Bell. There's a drive, and it's out of here by 7 million miles, and it's 2 degrees
There's
outside.
A few things about the game I remember. The first is that's the coldest I've ever been in my life.
Uh-huh.
It was not quite as hot as it is out here before that game, but it wasn't that far off.
It was really pleasant outside.
It was, honestly, 80 degrees. I mean, I wore khaki shorts and a polo shirt and sweated through our pregame show before that division series game. And by the end of the night, after 18 innings, the temperature had dropped in October so terribly that it was like maybe low 40s, but it was windy.
Yep.
I have never, ever, ever, ever been that cold at a sports game, based on just being ill-prepared and not dressing correctly. But most people hadn't. I mean, it dropped probably, 40 degrees or something crazy like that.
I'm blanking on the name, but the incredibly nice lady at the team store was like, you guys are going to freeze to death.
That's right.
And my Red Nationals pullover was courtesy of her kindness, knowing that the temperature was dropping. No, we'll be fine. It's nice out right now.
I also made the mistake the next day. It was early in our time together as a show. Might have been year one.
Because it was 2014 playoffs.
Took the Nationals fan base to task on leaving that game early. Because, 65% of fans maybe rolled out before the end of the game. Now, in fairness, it was an 18-inning game at the time. It was the longest playoff game in history. But the important word I just said was playoffs. And so it was a playoff game, and it looked like a rain delay regular season game by the end of that thing.
Yeah.
And so I had the audacity and the nerve as a jerk afterwards. I didn't know what I didn't know. You can't tell me.
You remember the term that they used to describe us?
Fan shaming.
Fan shaming.
Yeah. You can't tell people how to fan. So I've gotten smarter about this. Because you could just be, it's like people still hate me for this.
Yeah.
Like every Nats Twitter account ever where there's a mom or anyone that runs an account or a blogger that, only wants people to talk about the Nationals, but then if they do, they hate you for talking about the Nationals. Mm-hmm. All those people. Yep. They got very, very upset that I was bothered that 87% of the fan base left in the middle of the playoff game.
So I'll never forget this. Right,
so that was my fault.
As a quick addendum, the lady that called us and said, I had to pick up my son from the airport.
Well, it gets worse than that. So if she's still listening, I love you, and you're
yes, thank you for
a
listening.
Great Nats fan, and thank you.
Yep.
She was crying. And I just remember feeling like such a jerk, but I was like, no, stand your ground. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I was like, number one, they make so many, there's so many caps.
What should I have done? She's like, I had to go pick my son up at the Metro. And I'm like, tell him to get a damn Uber. How old is this person? 4? Have you ever heard of a taxi cab, Beth? What are you talking about? She's like, I had to leave the game. I'm like, the playoff game? To pick up your son?
You don't make plans for after the playoff game. The playoff game. You go to that.
But so that game was terrible.
The fan shaming.
Matt Williams, bro. That was the beginning of the end. I mean, the end was nigh already. But as Vic said, very funny in this text exchange, He said he wishes Danny would have interrupted him before he got out to the mound to take out Jordan Zimmerman. Am I bothering you guys?
Bothering you guys?
Yes, actually. Leave the guy in who's almost throwing a
I've
no-hitter.
told the real version of that story, haven't I? We know the real truth?
Several times, yeah, I think so.
People know the real truth about it.
Well, I mean, they do know that, yes, you walked. Yeah, I think they have.
That I'm actually innocent and I worked all those years to protect somebody?
That is your truth, for sure. Having been there, I think there's probably another way to see that story, too.
That I was going
No,
as the door opens and...
It's not the way I remember it.
Well, because you want to remember where I'm the villain.
Let's go to Chris in Maryland. Chris, we're going to go rapid fire. The loss that has hurt you the most over the years. What do you got?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. It's the Orioles in the 90s against the Yankees playoffs. Jeffrey Mayer.
Yep.
Jeter hits
Jeter flew out to right.
field. Jeffrey Mayer sticks his hand out. Tarasco standing right underneath it, and they call it a home run. And what drove me nuts is right after that game, they had the ump on TV, and he said even after watching replay, he still thought it was a home run. And then to rub salt in the wound, freaking Jeffrey Mayer was on every late-night TV show. He was on Letterman, it was everything. Well, why would he be celebrated? He would be celebrated because he caused it to be what was called a home run. Obviously, he was cheating, and it just drove me nuts, and to this day, I still get fired up.
It was the most routine warning track fly ball in the history of fly balls. Thank you, buddy. Tony Tarasco was the outfielder.
Yep.
I believe the umpire was Richie Garcia. Is that right? That's
that
the guy
that I don't know.
That's the guy that comes to mind for me. See if you can look that up, Dad. Was Richie Garcia the umpire that blew that? Joe and Ashburn, you're on G&D. Game, the loss, you can't get past.
It's 52 years later. I still can't get over it. Clint Longley coming in off the bench with the Washington up against the Cowboys, and Roger Staubach goes down, and it's a lock. You think I got $2 on the game with my dad, which is huge money for a 10-year-old, and he runs around and scores however many touchdowns, wins the game, never plays football. I don't think another down after that because he didn't play the way that Dallas wanted him to play, and then he becomes a country western star. Never get over it.
Was he actually a country western star? Or is that a bit?
I couldn't speak to it.
That's funny. Thank you. Good call. I can relate to that. I don't remember that. I know the story.
My dad still
the
talks about
annals
it, yeah.
of it, right? But my being able to relate to it is I was at a primetime game where the Steelers were playing Washington, and I think it was Ben Roethlisberger got hurt, and Byron Leftwich came in, and I'm like, oh, thank God. Like, they actually are going to steal a game from the Steelers, and then Byron Leftwich just annihilated Washington's defense for like 3 quarters, and I'm like, well, never mind. The Steelers are just better. Jamie in Virginia, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Good, buddy.
What's the L that you can't shake?
Well, there's a couple, Grant. I can't remember the years. They're both capitals. Shocker.
Yeah, there's a long list, aren't there?
How about that Sergei Gonchar turnover against the Penguins that led to the win? I don't know if it was a series clincher, but he never heard the end of it. Every time he came to Capital One, they always hooted him like Larry Murphy. And then my second one was I was at the overtime game, and I think back in the day it was MCI before they switched over. Peter Nedved for the Penguins might have scored a goal in the third, maybe fourth overtime there.
I don't remember. What was the...
There were so many, because that happened so many times against the Penguins over the years.
That's
right.
The
I believe
thing
it was
is, like,
Peter Nedved, though.
Yeah,
sounds right.
Yeah, which time, which game, so they're known as, like, that's the Nedved game. I remember being at a game 7, Caps-Penguins. They ended up getting beat. It was like 7-3 or something. But they got just blitzed, and they were down like 4-1 8 minutes in of a game 7. Or like 5-1 after 1, and you're like, all the excitement, all the juice, this entire season, this entire day, this entire series leads up to this moment, and you can't even enjoy it because the game just
Stolen
started.
from you right away.
Yeah, it's over. Bill in Maryland, what's good? Bill, are you there?
Bill, Bill's here. I'm in Purcellville. At any rate, just to add to the Longley, the caller that called about Longley, there was a lot more to that. We had a great lead in the third quarter, 2 touchdowns, and Longley comes in after Dyron Talbert had said he was going to kill Roger Staubach, and he almost did. He knocked him out, and they won with 20 seconds, something like that. And the caller was right. I mean, that guy, we never heard from him again. But Drew Pearson was the guy who caught the ball, and Ken Stone, I'll never forget it. I mean, I'm showing my age, but I was probably, I was 1974. I was 10. and it was Thanksgiving Day. Ruined Thanksgiving. I remember my father just being physically upset. By the way, I just came back from Williamsburg from a conference. Hope you get to play. If you do play golf, go play the Golden Horseshoe. Very cool town, and I listen to you all the time. Thanks very much.
Appreciate you,
Thanks
brother.
for the
Thank
call. That means a lot. Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic.
you. The course where we're staying, I don't know if you saw across the street, it is immaculate.
I can't
Gorgeous.
believe how many things are right here.
Yeah, it's all right here.
There's, Busch Gardens and then this gigantic water park across from it. The golf courses around here are beautiful. Obviously, we're right here at Colonial Williamsburg, the world's largest living history museum, meticulously recreating the 18th century capital of the Virginia colony across 300-plus acres. It's sprawling. It's beautiful. It's been an amazing day. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're with you until 6:30. Next, Noah Furtado covers the 49ers. I want to talk to him about the future of Brandon Ayuk on G&D.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture, fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The opening match of the FIFA World Cup is finished. Mexico winning 2-0 over South Africa. A wild game, 3 red cards in the match. 2 for South Africa, 1 for Mexico. The Mexico's goals coming in the 9th minute and the 67th minute. One more game tonight. South Korea will take on Czechia at 10 o'clock. The U.S. men's national team will get underway tomorrow against Paraguay at 9 o'clock. Tonight, Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Golden Knights and Hurricanes. Series tied at 2 games apiece. That'll get underway at 8 o'clock. NBA Finals last night. A historic comeback by the New York Knicks to win by 107-106 over the Spurs to take a 3-1 series lead. Game 5 going to be on Saturday. No Nats baseball tonight. Night off. Then they'll take on the Mariners for the first of 3 at Nats Park tomorrow. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVIPVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Back live on Grant and Danny. Colonial Williamsburg. Merchant Square is where we're broadcasting from today. Outside the Christmas shop and the tea and spice shop. It is hot. People are very, very nice, though. We've had some good conversations.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
And by the way, I guess I shouldn't be surprised by this, but it's very cool. The amount of people that I've bumped into or just asked where they're here from today, that are here from all over the country on like trips, field trips, whatever. Kids that are walking around from Wisconsin, just different states. You don't think about it because we're right here, but it's like, oh, let's do that next weekend. It's an hour and a half away. People are like flying across the country to be here to experience.
That's what it's like in D.C. too, where it's like look at this tourist group from Louisiana. Here's a tourist group from Kansas, California. It happens all the time, and kind of similar down here. You wouldn't think of it, but again, you mentioned it. I spoke to 3 nice ladies from San Antonio that are just up here conducting business.
We're going to be catching up with Noah Furtado, who covers the San Francisco 49ers in the next couple of moments. I believe he's with us right now on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Noah, thanks for a few minutes. You're on in D.C. with Grant Paulson and Danny Rouillet. How are you?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Great,
Thanks for having me.
You will not be that surprised to hear that we have suddenly found ourselves on the Brandon Ayuk beat to an extent. Washington is the most likely landing spot. He's made it very clear he wants to be here. Jaden Daniels is his best buddy, and the quarterback here seems to want him here. You cover the Niners for the San Francisco Chronicle. You've been writing about very recently this week some of his odd social media behavior. Just get us up to speed on what you think about the videos he's posted and kind of the state of the union on Ayuk and San Fran.
Before we get started, I should probably just check if he's posted something today.
That's kind of how we've been doing it, like the Brian Fantana Panda Watch. Like, did a new Ayuk just drop? Let's go find the new Ayuk video. It just came out.
It's somewhat funny, but also a little bit unnerving. It seems he's trying to force the 49ers' hand by putting out all of this negative pub through his Instagram videos, but I don't know if you guys realize, like, the CBA is pretty clear on this. If he doesn't report, which he hasn't yet, and if he doesn't show up in training camp, the Niners can technically hold on to him indefinitely, keep him on the left squad list without pay. He doesn't count against the roster. He doesn't count against the salary cap. And so the ball is really in his court. But for whatever reason, instead of doing the thing that he needs to do to get released, he is on Instagram talking crap.
So Noah, to that point, a couple people have said, no, he's playing three-dimensional chess, right? He's agitating to get the 49ers to do something. And I'm going, okay, isn't the easiest thing to do to actually just show up once? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not giving him credit because I think the content is nonsense, and I don't see him playing this, kind of Machiavellian puppeteering behind the scenes to force action from San Francisco. All he has to do is come, doesn't he?
Correct. Yes. He, September 1st has been put out as this sort of deadline because he's got an option bonus of about 20 plus million due on that day. But the thing is, if he's not an active player, which he isn't right now, he's on a reserve designation, that doesn't matter. They don't owe him anything if he's on the left squad list. The left squad list is where guys typically are put when they're about to retire. So, as of right now, that is where Brandon Ayuk, that's his situation. So posting on social media is not pressure. The 49ers canceled mandatory minicamp. They're not even in the building. They're off on summer break doing whatever. And if they are seeing it, they're probably laughing. And it's hard because this whole situation is really complicated. It goes back a while in terms of the tension between Ayuk and the organization, the heartburn negotiations in 2024. He gets injured, and then there were trade rumors that they were going to deal him somewhere else. And it's really been a buildup. A lot of people, I feel, would be on Ayuk's side without him doing all of this, making all this noise, because they really don't know the true extent of why he's feeling so butthurt about, being on the 49ers and so resolute about not playing for them again. But over the last several days, this week really, that the tide is kind of turning. I don't know what you guys are seeing on Commander's Twitter, but it just doesn't really make a lot of sense, the way that he's moving his chess pieces, if you want to put it that way. So, but yeah, it's very simple. Show up, then they'll be forced to activate him, and because they will owe him money off of that, they probably don't want to do that. They'll be forced to release him. So it's not a complicated situation in that sense where we are right now, but it is made more complicated because Ayuk just doesn't choose to play ball with the Niners, even to get the desired outcome. He wants to do it his way.
Noah Furtado on Brandon Ayuk covers the San Francisco 49ers for the Chronicle. So two-parter here. The first would be, who is advising this person at this point? Like the video he posted was legitimately edited. It was like slowed down and the words were like made deeper with audio editing. Someone is involved in this process other than him.
Female cat.
Who,
or whatever.
Yeah, who is this person that's helped? Like, does he have an agent, and where are they? And then the second thing is, if it's true that he just has to show up, and now the team's hand is basically forced, doesn't he have until September 1 to do that? So, like, there's no rush for him either, necessarily. I mean, I guess, in theory, he wants to be signed to the Commanders ASAP. But, like, if the goal is let me be there for training camp, then he's got till the last week of July. So, like, I guess he's not necessarily in a rush either. He just has to show up, and the day he does, now the ball's back in their court, right?
To answer your first question, he does officially still have an agent. If you go on NFLPA, they have all of the active players' agents listed, and he still has one if you look on there. But there's been rumblings that a lack of contact, communication has happened there, and so that I'm really led to believe that there isn't much advising going on here. I don't know that for sure, but I wouldn't assume that because the video was edited, which I thought was an interesting touch on Ayuk's part. It doesn't necessarily mean that someone else is, playing a part in this whole charade. So
you think Ayuk just sitting on like Cool Edit or whatever, just like running it through?
He's a young person; he might know.
That could be. I feel like that's super easy to do. I could probably do that. What is it? CapCut. You can probably just download an app on his phone. So I don't think that there's a whole lot of advising going on. The way that this has played out, there's no reasonable person that would have advised Ayuk to go down this road. I mean, obviously, you guys are aware a warrant for his arrest was issued last week by the Santa Clara Police Department for that video in December where he was filming himself speeding by the stadium. So I can't imagine any agent condoning or directing this kind of behavior. Now, the September 1st deadline, it's an interesting thing because the process for him to get reinstated, he would have to submit an appeal to the league to have the 49ers reinstate him. And in order for that to happen, he has to report to the team. He can't do that from home. And so for him to wait until September 1st, I don't think is the way to go. The process for him getting back into an active designation status is not going to be a one-day thing. So the bottom line is, whenever he shows up, he's going to have to, in order to facilitate his departure. And really, judging from what's happened so far, it's kind of 50-50 outside looking in on whether that happens. Like I've alluded to, it doesn't seem like there's really much of a circle right now with Aiyuk and the way that he's been acting. And so it's difficult to get a sense of whether or not he is actually going to do what he needs to do. So, but to answer your question, I wouldn't suggest that September 1st is, part of this waiting game where Aiyuk doesn't need to report until then, because also, there's some risk of fines if he doesn't show up to training camp as well. So there's a lot of moving parts, and the most basic way to put it is show up and leave. Like right. That is, the summary of where we're at right now.
So, Noah, a lot of Washington fans, just general whether they default to players or not, are giving him the benefit of the doubt and, telling us, hey, you're underestimating, what potentially went on behind the scenes with Lynch or with Kyle Shanahan or whatever, and that there is an Aiyuk side to this story. And the point I've made in response, and this is where I want you to weigh in, I would love to hear it. Whatever it is, I'm all ears. I feel like all I've heard is somebody's a little ass boy, or somebody has a ball that they took home with them, or the team is stupid because they paid him. I would love to know where he was wronged in all this, where he decided, you know what, I don't like them. Is it back to the contract negotiation? Is it something that was said to him in practice or in a film room? What happened, and what is his side of the story?
Yeah, well, listen, I'm not paid to carry water for the team. That's not what this is. It's just when you see someone speak out on the issue for the first time, I'm speaking to the first Instagram video, sure, and he talks so cryptically about the situation, it adds nothing. It adds nothing to the conversation. And then a follow-up saying that the Niners are stupid and mad that they paid him $50 million in 8 months. I mean, probably true. They probably are upset about that. But I don't see how that really gives us any glimpse into why he feels the way he does. And to be honest, I don't have an answer for you on what the one thing is that really set him off. I think the best way to look at this is it probably wasn't one thing. It probably was, like I mentioned earlier, a buildup of different, extenuating circumstances. You had the really messy hold-in, the contract negotiations, and then the trade rumors after he got injured. I believe if you scroll through his YouTube, you can find some commentary from him about, having to deal with trade talks while he was on, some sort of pain reliever drug, for his injury and throughout his rehab. So, there's things that you can look at and think, well, yeah, that probably wasn't the best, and could be a reasonable, a reasonable thing to attribute for why he got upset. But the reaction and the throwing away of money, his extension was $120 million, 76 guaranteed. You don't throw away that kind of money. You do what you got to do. Players have facilitated trades before, trade demands, and gone about it a certain way. this is wholly unprecedented, the way that he's tried to do this. And that's kind of the reason why I suggested there isn't a whole lot of advising most likely going on here. And this is Ayuk pulling the strings on something that really no one in the league has seen before. And so we're kind of in uncharted territory right now.
Noah Furtado on Brandon Ayuk, Niners, Commanders. So I guess to sum this up, they're not getting anything in a trade. We've all known that for a while. What is their end game? Until he shows up, they don't have to move on from him. You started the conversation that way, and I get that. So right now he's making their life easy, but like, how does this end? When does this end, in your opinion?
I think it's a matter of just business. You know, I think that it'll end by the time, personally, Ayuk, if he wants to play football this season, he'll show up. Like, I think at the end of the day, we're gonna get to that point. Honestly, the question that I have is why would a team want him after all that's happened? Have you guys kind of delved into that?
Oh, we've delved pretty hard, sir.
As much as we can. And a lot of people just like that he wears Commanders gear and likes Jaden Daniels. So that's good enough for them. But, yeah, a lot of us, I can tell you, I want nothing to do with him. I'm uninterested in this. I also think he's a little bit of a one-hit wonder as an elite player. Now, that's not to say he's not a really good receiver. He was a second-team All-Pro in 23, but Debo had one of these years where he was like that. I mean, this guy has had one super elite season. If he'd had 5 of those, I might be willing to do some business here. But he's mostly kind of been a 70 for 1,000 guy when it was going good. And that was a serious injury in a year and a half ago. He hadn't played football in a long time. So for me, the juice is not worth the squeeze, but I would say for over half the fan base, they feel differently.
Yeah. The 49ers end game, honestly, is they're going to do what they can to get a trade, which is not happening. But obviously, like, if they don't have to release him and can hold out hope for that very remote outcome, I mean, why wouldn't they? You know, they already lost $50 million on the guy. So anything they can do to, you know, keep those chances, they'll do it. So the by the way, I went to Arizona State, and my freshman year was Jaden Daniels' last over there.
Oh, wow.
Like, I understand, you know, the relationship there and wanting to play with your friend and all that. There's just probably a better, or should I say more effective way of doing that. And really this has been just a lot of headache for a lot of people for nothing. Like, there's no movement on this right now. You guys can enjoy your summer, come back in July and see if he's there at camp, you know? Now, he might post a dozen more videos, I don't know, between now and then. It won't change what we know and the, you know, the circumstances under which he'll be able to leave.
Noah, appreciate the time and insight, man. Thank you so much.
Yes, thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Good information from Noah Furtado on Brandon Ayuk. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The World Cup is underway. Does our crew know anything about soccer? We're about to find out on G&D.
This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. FIFA World Cup is underway. The opening match in Mexico City goes the way of the home team. Mexico beats South Africa 2-0. 3 red cards in the match, 2 go into South Africa, 1 to Mexico. Their goals coming in the 9th minute and the 67th minute. One other game tonight. South Korea will take on Czechia at 10 o'clock. U.S. men's national team will get their World Cup run underway tomorrow against Paraguay out in L.A. That'll kick off at 9 o'clock. Tonight, Stanley Cup Finals, pivotal Game 5. Series tied at 2 games apiece. Golden Knights and Hurricanes. That'll get underway at 8 o'clock. And in baseball, the Nationals have the night off tonight. Then they'll take on the Mariners for the first of 3 at Nationals Park tomorrow. Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Live from Colonial Williamsburg, Grant and Danny on The Fan. However you're checking us out, thank you. We are streaming on video on YouTube on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Of course, we are live all over Richmond on AM 910, FM 105.1, and all over D.C. and the DMV on our flagship 106.7 The Fan. Up north. I say that because we are in Williamsburg.
We are indeed.
What a cool broadcast this has been. Visit.va250.org to get the details on the 4th of July celebration that's going to be taking place here in Williamsburg. America Made in Virginia special starting at 8 p.m. You can watch it on PBS if you're not here. They'll have a drone show. They're going to have their biggest fireworks show they've ever had, but it all really gets started around July 1st. They're going to have thousands of people out here in one of the most historic and brilliant, amazing landmarks we've got in the Commonwealth. This is the largest living history museum. It's 18th century, capital of the Virginia colony, and we've had a good time today. And I got to say, I said this at the start of the show, but I mean this. Everybody here has just been so nice.
100%.
And this is, I'm not going to knock anybody back home. People back home are good too.
Other people are nice.
These people are way nicer than anywhere I've ever been.
It's a high shooting percentage of niceness.
There was a couple that walked by who just brought us waters because they're like, those boys shouldn't be out there today.
These pudgy zilches flapping their gums need hydration.
I actually thought they like
help
worked with the company that like knows that we're out here or something, or one of these restaurants. They're like, just a lady and her husband that were like, we're not going to stay and listen to that show because we don't care at all.
Right, we're not interested in them as human beings,
even a little bit,
or their topics.
Are y'all talking about the sports ball?
Yeah,
one of those. But they did not care. But they just wanted us to have water.
Well, did you see the one guy? You weren't paying attention to this, but he was like, I heard you tell an amazing story that you guys were here as a family in this same hotel.
Oh, yeah.
And you stayed right across the hall this time from the same place you stayed last time, and that's remarkable. Here's some water. You didn't hear that, though, right?
But it's like there's this competition now of niceness where everyone's trying to out-nice each other.
One up, yeah.
There's this restaurant out here where we are at Merchant Square called Ember. It's the steak, seafood, sushi spot. You guys may be familiar with it if you're familiar with Williamsburg.
Mm-hmm.
They just kind of started walking food over to us when we went to our last break. And we're all like looking at each other like, who had the balls to order pork belly and rice? Like, who?
Fried rice?
I'm like, okay, it was nice. We got some waters and some Gatorades. Relax, Darius, okay? What are you thinking? And so
I'm not kidding. I thought Tim did. I thought Tim went and was like, you know what I'm going to do is treat myself.
Tim, no offense. I thought so, too.
Did you think so, too?
Because I saw Tim stand up from the chair, and he kind of, like, pointed, like, what is that about?
It's right over here.
And I'm like...
The pork belly?
Did Tim get on his phone, look up this restaurant, and just say, to hell with this, I'm eating some fried rice and pork belly at 97-degree heat? But they just walked it over, and so Darius kind of shovels over, and he's like, hey, is this we didn't order this. Are you sure? Do you know this isn't table number 8? Like, what's happening here? And she's like, oh, the owner just wanted to send it out. And then they brought out not only the pork belly, not only the fried rice, but this like fried tuna sushi thing that you seem to enjoy.
I don't even know how to explain it, but it is incredible. That's one of the best things I've ever had.
What a nice thing that they did.
Everybody's nice.
So everyone's been worried about us. They're walking up. They're like, it's very hot. Are you guys okay? I now know for the first time we're going to get to the finish line for sure because of this food right here.
Because of this right here.
This is what did it. Mm-hmm. The chips, that helped. This particularly. And if you didn't think hot fried rice and delicious, fresh off of the grill, pork belly is like the perfect food for 98 degrees, I would tell you you're wrong.
I'd say you're wrong about that.
Because that hit the spot.
Because I just did it.
That was one of the best things I've ever eaten.
It really is delicious.
That was really great. God, Williamsburg is good. Let's just stay. Why go home, right?
We could stay in room 4312.
I've got my hat. What else do I need?
No, you're
I
all
could go
set.
get a musket with a bayonet.
You actually could go get a musket.
I could.
Not a working musket, but like a model musket, right?
I asked the guy today.
The gunsmith.
The gunsmith. I said he was cleaning the bayonet. And I go, oh, that's the little sword part of the gun, right? My wife looked at me. She's like, what? Who are you? She's like, it's a bayonet. I'm like, damn it is a bayonet. I knew that.
You definitely already knew.
I said, that's the sword part of the gun.
That's not great.
It's a real thing I said.
Is that better or worse than me blurting out to the receptionist that I stayed in a room 2 digits different last time I was here?
It's hard to tell. It's not neither as bad as a minute ago. A guy came up.
Yeah, damn it.
And he was a nice guy. And we've actually had a bunch of listeners come by today, which is very cool. Shows that the web for the station is all the way down here in Williamsburg. But someone had been listening to the show, and he's like, oh, we'll go over there and get dinner and say hi to the guys. And him and his daughter were here. And his daughter reaches out and says, hi, I'm Grant. How are you doing? She shakes my hand, and then she extends her hand to Danny, and Danny goes, hi, I'm Grant.
I said, hey, Grant. That's what I said. I said, hey, Grant. What?
You could blame the heat, I suppose.
Nope. I know what my name is. No
Toby,
matter what the temperature.
I asked you to put together a quiz.
Hey, Grant.
For Darius on soccer terms with the World Cup starting today. I believe you are ready to give Darius this soccer quiz, correct?
Go.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go.
So can I ask first, I'm going to tap into not the producer running the board, Toby, but this is update anchor, Toby. What game is going on right now, and what is the score? How far in are we into this World Cup?
So we have one game. It's already finished. Mexico beat South Africa 2-0. It was a wild game. Mexico scored in the 9th minute and the 67th minute. South Africa played most of the second half with 10 men, and then they got a second red card around the
red card?
82nd minute, and then Mexico got a red card before the end of the match as well. So 3 red cards in the opening match of the World Cup.
That's insane.
Wow. Setting the tone.
Now, Darius, a red card is when someone gets ejected from the game. Now, Danny, who is it? Is it Darius or you that blocks all soccer terms from their social media?
That's
feeds?
a Darius.
That'd be this guy right here.
Okay, so this quiz should go great.
Every soccer term I could think of, which is probably not as many
I was going
as
to say
I
you don't
should.
know that many.
I blocked every single one of them.
But you're not out on the World Cup.
He's out on the World Cup.
Out on the World Cup.
Well, that's bad.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
I'll run into viewing one.
Yeah, we
by
were
accident,
talking about it the other day when
you know?
you were still in the studio, and Darius and I were chatting about it, and he was like almost kind of feeling guilty and lamenting.
He should.
He's like, maybe I could watch some of it, but it's like,
United States of America, man, they're playing.
They are.
They're
Flag
playing,
on
they're
the
playing,
chest tomorrow.
They're playing how they're playing.
All right, Toby, let's ask him question number 1. What do you got?
All right, Darius, explain to me, what is a striker?
All right, using context clues, I'm going to say a striker is your best offensive player.
Ooh.
The guy that probably you want at the front line and leading the charge to get that ball across the goal.
Toby, what do you think? We allow it?
Work.
I think that's pretty good.
I'll allow it.
It's a
That's
good
good.
By the way,
explanation of
a
a striker.
terrible description of what a striker is, by all accounts.
So there's typically it's your 9 player if you're looking sort of at the alignment, right? It's in a lot of now the U.S. will run a 4-2-3-1, so that'll be the 1.
But you're accidentally correct 100%. Like what you said is mostly true. That's not a good way to describe it. But yes, he's.
So you guys aren't doing like a Claire explains
No,
all to me?
No,
like I'm
correct.
actually correct?
No, when you're wrong,
we
we're
do
gonna
that
let you know.
to him.
Yeah.
We're not doing that to you right now.
All right, Toby, he's 1 for 1. Let's see.
Wow.
All right, Darius, explain offsides.
All right, so here's my beef. So I've played FIFA one time ever in my life, the FIFA EA Sports video game. And I literally quit it because I did not understand what offsides was. There would be times I would break away on a goal. I'm like, oh, yes, let's go. I'm doing the thing that everybody's excited about. Offsides, and my goal's going away. I'm like, what the hell is offsides?
Right.
I honestly do not know what offsides is.
Give me your best guess.
I think it's if you get the ball, if you initiate contact with the ball without a defender in front of you, not including the goalie. That's my guess. It's something of that sort. But I honestly,
it's very close.
It's the most frustrating penalty
It's
ever.
not, it's not horrendous. It's not right, but it's not horrendous.
Offsides would be if you're behind the last defender without the ball. If you
And the ball's played to you.
Think about it like hockey, okay?
Yeah.
Where
Which
you
is also a
can't
stupid
be into the offensive zone before the puck gets there.
Okay.
Instead of the line being the determining factor, the defender is.
The last defender that's not the goalie.
Right. You can't have a ball hit to you to play when you're past the last defender. You have to. So you'll see, like, if you're cherry picking, so to speak, you're just like hip to hip with the last defender. And then when the ball is kicked, then you can go chase it down.
When are we going to accept that that's stupid?
Good question.
There's a lot of billions you're going to have to convince.
It's not my biggest beef.
They're not in a hurry to adjust that rule. I'll tell you that right now.
I don't have a big problem with it. I have major problems with stoppage time, which is fraudulent and fake. I think just generally, like, the idea that, like, 4 minutes, we weren't playing for 4 minutes. And it's like, I just watched the game. It was 17 minutes and 6 seconds where there's no action. But we'll put 4 on the clock and pretend like that's okay. And by the way, in the 4 minutes that's extra, there's 2 minutes and 14 seconds where the ball's out of bounds or no one's doing anything. We don't do second stoppage time. We're not adding more. Also, the flopping, which is just unconscionable and terrible.
A lot of flopping.
Those are the two things that I have a hard time getting past. Offsides is not one of them.
All right.
Toby, what do you got?
All right, third one. This one is a little controversial and a little newer to the game, but what is VAR and what does it stand for?
What is VA250.org? VA250.org is where you can go to get information on all things 4th of July celebration in Williamsburg. Thank you for asking, Toby. Back to you, Darius.
What was the second part of that question?
What is VAR and what does it stand for?
It sounds like some kind of review system, I'll say visual. I don't know what the A stands for. Review, visual something review.
Is Darius, is Darius doing way better than you thought he would?
Yes,
do?
honestly.
Yeah.
And it probably stinks because it probably uses some like digital line to determine something.
I honestly don't know what VAR stands for.
I think it's video assistant referee, but I couldn't swear to it.
It's video assistant referee, so you nailed it on that front, Danny.
Thank you.
Darius, you pretty much nailed that. I mean, it is something that's very controversial because of it uses some of the Hawkeye type technology, and offsides can be a little controversial.
It's the ruiner of joy.
Yeah.
Soccer people will agree on one thing, that VAR stinks.
Yeah. You know how when we're in the press box watching the Nats, anytime there's a close pitch, that one dude that sits near us taps his head, wanting him to review it?
And by the way, he taps it so hard.
He does. He like 4 or 5 times in a game, he'll just start banging his head, and I'm like, he really wants a challenge? In soccer, they do a bit where they take their fingers, pointer fingers, like side by side, and then they draw like a fake box.
Make a rectangle.
Why do you know that?
I mean, I watch
sports.
I watch
Everyone
soccer.
knows.
Soccer,
I mean, yeah.
Grant? Okay.
I'm a soccer guy, huge soccer guy.
Had no idea.
Chelsea, are you kidding me? Season tickets for 4 years running.
Chelsea.
Yeah, haven't missed a game.
Chelsea.
We're going to win the EPL next year. What do you got, Toby?
All right, Darius, let's see if you are up to understanding what some of the non-American terms are for football equipment or soccer equipment, as we would call it.
Good use
What
of
do
football.
most non-Americans call cleats?
Shoes? They do not.
I'm going to guess. I honestly don't know the answer.
I'll say spikes.
No.
I'm going to say boots.
Yes.
Is that right?
Boots, nailed it.
Thank you. I did not know the answer. That was a guess.
All right.
All right, let's do a strategy one, Darius. What does it mean to park the bus?
Park the bus. So it's when you have a giant vehicle that carries multiple people.
Yeah.
And you place it in front of the building in which you're going to drop them off. I'm assuming it's some sort of defensive term. Maybe it has to do with, I don't know, like stopping the ball and multiple people surrounding it. I don't know. That one's weird.
That's not terrible. It is a defensive only strategy.
Okay.
That's what parking the bus means. You're going to see it a bunch of times against the United States, probably in this prelim round.
All right,
in the group
what's the point of it?
By the way, you've been like 97 to 73% right almost
Because
every time.
if you open things up and try to score, you're going to get counterattacked and you're going to give up a goal. You're not as skilled as the other team.
A goal.
A goal.
All right, one last one, Darius. This is a rules question. What happens when a ball goes off a defender past the goal line out of bounds?
Off the defender, past the goal line out of bounds. I'm glad.
So not in the goal.
Like back behind the net.
Not in the goal, though.
Does the goalie takes it out and throws it back in, right?
Wrong. It's off of his team, so the other team gets possession.
Oh, then do they do like a free kick in or something?
Okay.
Okay. There was one where he didn't know
Think
anything. That
about
one felt
like
bad.
a triangle. It's got 3 of these. What are they?
Point.
A right angle is a
45 degree.
Mike Sanders still plays.
Corner.
A corner
kick.
There it is.
Corner
there
kick.
It is.
Huh?
Okay, yeah.
There he is.
I've heard
There
that
he
term
is.
before.
There's
That's
soccer,
the one.
Darius.
Danny, send us out with a British soccer guy assessing Darius's performance on the quiz.
It was a bit of a struggle for Demlin. He has demonstrated a lack of proclivity and ability to comprehend the beautiful game. Up next, another segment, Grant and Denny, if they are able to manage. Do you think I'm up? What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. When your next chapter already has a start date, missing the deadline is not an option. So your home sale can't be a guessing game. And so many sellers lose money because their home is not really prepared, marketed, or launched. That's why Peter and Natalie reached out to my friends and my realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. Listen, Natalie had military orders and a timeline in the home they'd had to sell before they moved. So like many families, they were trying to coordinate everything at once and avoid turning the home sale into another source of stress in their busy lives. So enter Debbie and Sarah. They took the time to understand the situation. The team launched an incredible strategy, marketed the home across 1,200 channels to get max exposure. Reynolds Power Home Team sells homes for 4.27% more than the average agent. That could mean tens of thousands, over $30,000 more in your pocket. So Peter and Natalie's home sold for $25,000 over asking and closed ahead of schedule, giving the family certainty to move forward so they could focus on the next chapter. The process is built around preparation, strategy, and clear communication, so sellers know exactly what to expect. Debbie and Sarah create demand by marketing to their database of pre-approved buyers. That means more strong offers and potentially thousands more for you. So sell with certainty. Do what my family did. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Back live in Colonial Williamsburg on Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30. The Nats are idle tonight, so the Giants can't hurt them anymore.
They won 2 of 3.
I know. They won the series, and they had a great road trip. That's what's interesting. I mean, they won 4 out of the 6. It's exactly what you draw up.
It don't feel like it.
Idealistic, going back home, being above 500, great response to the Marlins. All those things are true. And where they are right now overall in the season is a gigantic win, and the whole thing's been a success. Yesterday was just a real kick to the shins. But they're off tonight. They're back in action against the Mariners at home. Seattle's got great starting pitching. So I'm actually really excited about the matchup of the elite pitching of the Mariners and the best lineup in the sport of the Nationals. That'll be a fun series in D.C.
Yes, indeed. I've got post-game tomorrow night, so you know maybe the series doesn't get off to a good start. So I'm now, I believe, 1-8 on the season, if memory serves, for my Nats post-game shows. Grant's got a winning record. I think Toby's around 500. But hopefully that changes tomorrow night against a good Mariners team that's in town. First place in that crowded AL West.
So you may or may not have seen this in passing over the last few days. I did not put this on the rundown that I sent to you because I wanted to surprise you just a little bit.
Oh, no.
And get your reaction in real time on the air. Are you ready for this?
All right, here we go. Was the Wi-Fi done? Is that what?
The Washington Commanders are announcing that they have a new team dog.
Oh, I saw that.
They have joined the ranks of the Washington Nationals. The Commanders have a brand new, beautiful team dog. This is a pup named TJ. It looks like a golden retriever puppy, by the way. I'm pulling it up here. Yeah, this is TJ. The Commanders' new pup. Easy to root for this guy. Danny, I know how you feel about dogs representing teams. But as we're out here in Colonial Williamsburg, Grant and Danny, by the way, 106.7 The Fan, I feel like I could just drop this on you and hopefully you'd be in a good enough mood to give them a pass for adding a puppy to their roster.
Teams should have second receivers. Teams should have cornerbacks. Teams should have competent head coaches. Teams should have good programs, winning records, and a history of excellent performance. If all those things are met consistently, then maybe get a pet as a gimmick. Teams should not have dogs. Baseball teams should have starting pitching and good bullpens. Teams should have competent payrolls, competitive payrolls, and not just wait for Steven Strasburg's contract to end before they sign a Major League veteran player. Teams should not have pets. Any resource, money, dollars, attention spent on the pet is incorrect. When you have tens of millions in salary cap left unused and a quarterback on a rookie deal, you're doing it wrong. And when you add in a pet to that mix, that is wrong also.
But different budgets, obviously, different departments.
Sure.
It's like being upset. Like, you can't scream at, Courtney from our sales staff.
I have, too, many times. No,
yes.
wait, what?
But you can't scream at her when, something goes wrong in programming. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are two very different elements and parts of the organization.
Either something matters or nothing does, and
do you have
I'm
a
on
problem
everything
with?
matters.
Do you have a problem with a class having a guinea pig? It's not a family. It's not a person. Like a third grade class having a guinea pig. Is that a problem?
No, that's an academic environment where
Classes should be focusing on studies. Classes should be doing homework.
Well, that is something.
Classes should be doing projects.
Well, again, I like that you're trying to do like me talking about that. But again, that's wrong. This is a pro sports team. An educational experience for a young child would be learning some responsibility, taking care of things, how animals work, and those sorts of things. That's educational. I'm not being educated by this golden retriever.
This is educational for the Nationals and the Commanders.
It's not educational at all. They're not in the business of education. They're in the business of baseball games. You want to spend some money on something, save that money there, and get rid of one of those disgusting drips where the water pools. Fix some of the rusted out spots, or paint over a certain thing here, there, and everywhere. Shorten a line one time during a half inning break. If someone wants a hot dog, you're going to miss 3 innings of work. Fix that sort of thing before you start getting a puppy and the kibble and all the responsibilities and who's taking it to the vet, this, that, and the other. Improve Nubs Field.
But you know
take every cent and give a season ticket holder 4 cents off of a soda or something like that. Every second spent on a pet for a pro sports team is a pathetic gimmick basically designed to pander to buffoons that are easily impressed by such things.
But this is basically like a family that owns it and keeps it. They bring it to the ballpark during the day for some photo ops with some players, and then it goes home. That's kind of the extent of what we're talking about. It's not like it travels on the Nats team bus to the airport and then flies cross country. It was in San Francisco at the ballpark in the dugout.
I think it pitched and coughed up the lead.
Yeah, they pass it around. Like Jake Irvin has the responsibility of walking it tomorrow, but who wants to sign up for Thursday? Nasim Nunez will have it at his house that day. That's not what it is. You know that. This is just a fun little gimmick. Couple pictures during batting practice.
I don't want gimmicks. I want starting pitching. I don't want gimmicks. I want a bullpen. I don't want gimmicks. I want my team.
Tough guy take.
It's nothing tough about it. It is the opposite of that. Is like, oh, it's not puppy. I have plenty of puppies. Plenty of puppies everywhere. You can go to the pound tomorrow if you're so desperate to see puppies. Go right now. Adopt a dog. There's a woman in our neighborhood, one of our dear friends, who does it all the time and is always trying to get folks to adopt the dog. Do that. I don't need to see a team dog ever at any point in time. If you are so exhausted from winning Super Bowls, you want to take on a new project, now you can take on the puppy pound. We can have a nice little dog situation or a kitty cat or a gerbil. I don't want to see an animal having to do with my pro sports team. Please make my experience incredible, and then we can talk about it.
I like that the team has something to kind of enjoy. Take its mind off, kind of pet the dog coming off the BP, warm up that it's doing. The dogs are, I suppose, getting used to their lives as like service dogs, so they got to be in these loud environments. And essentially the idea is that you have them with the teams at these stadiums and stuff because it's good for them as they learn for whatever role they're going to have going out into the field. So I think there's some good all the way around. I enjoy it, and I'm looking forward to meeting TJ. I've already met the Nats pup. Now I get to meet the Commanders pup. It's going to be a party of two, table for two. You won't be invited.
I'll decline. I'll decline it right now.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The likely number one pick for the Wizards did a lot of talking about DC at the NBA Finals last night. I'll explain. Plus, speaking of number one picks, the kid the Nationals took out of high school at number one overall, who's still only 18, is absolutely crushing it in the minor leagues. This is the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The opening match of the World Cup is finished, going the way of the home team. Mexico winning in Mexico City over South Africa 2-0. 3 red cards in the match, 2 going against South Africa, 1 against Mexico. Mexico's goals coming in the 9th minute and the 67th minute. One more game tonight in about 4 hours. South Korea will take on Czechia. That game also in Mexico. That'll get underway at 10 o'clock. Then tomorrow, United States will take on Paraguay to get their World Cup underway at 9 o'clock out in L.A. at SoFi Stadium. NHL, the Stanley Cup Finals tonight, Game 5. That series tied at 2 games apiece. Vegas and Carolina at 8 o'clock. Last night, the Knicks had a historic comeback to win by 1 over the Spurs, 107-106, to take a commanding 3-1 lead. Game 5 going to be on Saturday back in San Antonio. Off night for the Nationals, and they begin a 3-game series against the Mariners tomorrow night. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny from Colonial Williamsburg. We are live today on The Fan, taking you all the way up to 6:30 from the world's largest living history museum, 300-plus acres, meticulously recreating the 18th century capital of the Virginia colony. Very, very cool to be out and about. Of all the places we've done a show, this has to be the most unique and probably the most fun, to be honest with you. We're closing in on 14, 15 years together. We're no junkies.
No, we're not.
This isn't year 30, but we have not done a show on a grounds this significant or important, so this has been pretty neat.
That's true. With all due respect to the fun sports bars and different places around the DMV, institutions that have been around there for a while, this is a different kind of institution. As you correctly said, it's been here for hundreds of years, and it's kind of this really unique throwback sort of live, what's the turn of phrase that they use for it, where it's a living museum, right? That's what it feels like. And you can walk in and out and do some of the modern stuff and eat a delicious pastrami sandwich, which I did a moment ago, or go to any kind of eatery or sort of gastropub and thing that's around here. We're eating an entire large pizza at Mellow Mushroom for the first time in a waiter's lifetime working there, and basically be called a fat, disgusting slob as the guy shook his head and walked away from you. Those are different things that you can do. But it's all right here, right? Everything from Busch Gardens to Water Country to Jamestown, historical stuff. William & Mary's right here, gorgeous campus. It really is a neat spot, man.
Have you been to the William & Mary campus before?
Yes.
I did not realize, so I kept asking, like, where is it? Mm-hmm. Like, you're basically here.
Yeah, you're almost touching it, yeah.
It's essentially right here, but they have a beautiful ballpark I've seen.
Oh, it's awesome.
Where they play their baseball. I don't know if it would have been the same one you would have
played at. So I'm pretty sure it was, I could be wrong, maybe they've updated it since, and I'll sound like a horse's ass, but I think it was new my junior or senior year. I played in the old one, did a baseball camp there because I wanted to go there. You know what's funny? They didn't want me to go there, which is cool. They were like, academically, you're not good enough. And we played there, and then they built the new stadium, and we played in that one, and they've kind of built it up since. So I think it's that one, but I could be wrong about it. But it was gorgeous then, so I imagine if they have a new one, it's probably even better.
They've got in a really neat plan laid out for the July 4th celebration of 250 years of America here in Williamsburg. Of course, the capital of Virginia and where it all began. America made in Virginia. You want to see their drone show if you can't get down here, or the fireworks, which is going to be the biggest fireworks show in the history of Colonial Williamsburg. You can watch it on PBS at 8 p.m. on July 4th. But if you're in the area and you're listening in D.C., think about getting down here and spending a couple days with the family. It's absolutely worth it. All the details over at visit.va250.org. That's visit.va250.org. I wanted to take a look at some of the top picks, DC sports-wise, both recently and in the future, because we're closing in now on the Wizards drafting at number 1. I still think it's going to be A.J. DeBonsa from Brigham Young. There is a chance that they could surprise people and take either Darren Peterson or somebody else. But A.J. DeBonsa put out some social media content yesterday. He was all over the finals coverage. It was kind of neat to see him in the mix, in the fold with Shaq and so many other dignitaries, and he's just like walking around chopping it up with NBA greats. But any early discussion about him not wanting to be a Wizard or not wanting to be in D.C., it's kind of gone away.
Which I love. 'Cause that pulse was out there. I don't know where it came from or where it originated from. Maybe it's because he went to school in Utah and at BYU, and maybe there was this preconceived connection there. And it's that old, outdated, frankly, thing. But the Wizards earned it with their terrible reputation due to terrible play for decades. So you're forgiven if you haven't updated your file and you don't live here. Those of us that know have watched this new group come in and just be competent and coherent and have a legitimate plan and been able to execute against it very well. But everybody else doesn't know that. So there was that pulse that he doesn't want to be in D.C. I think that's been quelled, no?
I think so. It's obvious to me that he wants to be the first pick, and I don't think he cared if that was the Wizards, the Jazz, the Rockets, or the Thunder. I think he wanted to go 1-1. I think it means a lot to him, the development as a player, the work that he and his dad have put in from a marketing and then him on the floor, playing standpoint. I just think that there was this thought that if the Wizards got the first overall pick, maybe he'd angle for that to not be where he ends up. And clearly, he does not care at all negatively about the Wizards. I think he's actually very excited. Listen to this. This is from some of the coverage that he put out on his channel on his night at the NBA Finals yesterday.
And after Dallas and Atlanta went back-to-back, I knew I was going to DC. So we're taking the bus. I knew it, bro. Nigga, Dallas was 8. My mom next up Dallas today. I'm like, oh, all right. Atlanta 7. I said, I'm going to DC. John Wall looked at me, bro. I was trying not to laugh. I said, it's quiet, I'm going to DC.
He is already sure he's going to be a Wizard. Like, he's not talking about, I thought the Wizards would get the number 1 pick. After this, I thought the Wizards would end up 1-1. He's literally saying, I knew I was going to DC. He
as the number 1 pick, yeah.
He's the number 1 pick. Everyone else is having this conversation like, could it be him? Are we sure it's him over Peterson? How big is the gap? He basically went to the lottery to find out not who got number 1, who would be taking me number 1. I do love his confidence. I love it.
I do too, and it's earned, right? It's not irrational confidence because we all know the irrational confidence guy, right? Everyone had that either fraternity brother or teammate that wasn't particularly good, but just was sure in his heart that this was the time when he was over his previous 77. But yeah, his confidence is correct and it's earned. I mean, this is through, as you said, incredible amounts of hard work and preparedness to kind of get him to this moment. So yeah, it comes off not off-putting. Maybe it's just because I like him and I give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure maybe somebody could come in, sort of dry and look at it and go, God, he's a little bit arrogant, a little bit off-putting. It isn't for me just because I really like the kid. But it's a confidence, but it doesn't come across as obnoxious to me, if that makes any sense. Yeah, whereas I felt like you roll your eyes at every, LaMelo, Lonzo, name that ball. You're going, God, this is a little bit annoying. This is a lot to deal with. Whereas this doesn't feel that way to me.
He's never boisterous or it's never really about him in some way that's a turnoff. Like you hear the Brandon Ayuk video and you're like, why? You don't have to do it this way. Yeah. Like he is just a guy that knows, by the way, what is reality, what is the truth, which is
I am excellent.
He's going to be the first pick in the draft probably. But to confirm that he's excited to be a Wizard, there was a general exuberance in his voice there. Where he's like, I knew I was going to D.C. As soon as that happened, man, number 1 pick, I'm going to be a Wizard. And then he talks about locking eyes with John Wall and what that meant to him. Wall, who we've talked to since the Wizards won the lottery. He was there that night, obviously, as their rep, and has a relationship. Not a long-standing one, but he went and saw DeBonsa play, and they've had conversations. He made it sound to us when we had him on like they'd had dinner before, kind of just engaged about DeBonsa's future and some of his goals or whatever. So he's him locking eyes with Wall and seeing a Wizards legend there and knowing he's about to be a Wizard. Like he's talking about this as it's a good thing. So I just keep reiterating that because every now and then you still hear this, well, DeBonsa may not be overly excited. That's not the reality. It never has been. He has had a million chances to say anything other than, I'm pumped to be the number 1 pick. And I think we just put all that to rest. He's jacked up. He will be disappointed and angry if the Wizards don't take him 1.
Yeah.
What else could you want?
So he'll have a grudge. It won't be quite like Amon-Ra St. Brown or Arya Stark writing names down. But, yeah, if he doesn't go 1, look out for the team that passes on him, I would certainly say. But I still think there's a chance that it is Peterson, maybe an outside chance that it's Boozer. Just when you think about scouting and think about what's important to us, because I'm not a scout, I'm just a dude that loves basketball. What I watched, there was a clear number one pick, and that's DeBonza. There are hundreds of hours of available to the GM, to the scouts, to the front offices and decision makers that I don't have access to or I'm not really willing to go unearth. I'm sure I could probably find Darren Peterson high school tape somewhere on YouTube or something like that. I'm really not that interested in it. My sample is...
By the way, has high school tape ever been talked about more?
Yeah, seriously.
Than with Peterson?
No
kidding. Like, he just played a college season, and all anyone talks about is...
Yeah, but the high school tape.
But what about his high school tape? As if that's somehow more useful.
It's more expansive because he left 11 or 12 games and didn't play in others and took Creed